After 15 games of action here in Group C, it is anyone's guess how this Final Four will look. Belgium top of the tree at the moment, but they haven't always been convincing. At the bottom there's France, but they did pick up a win last night. They picked up some points. Scotland in the mix as well, the double chance on the line and plenty to play for. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is Group C and it's day 4 of action here. It's the last day of round robin matches before we head into finals Friday for Group C tomorrow. And only one of these teams we'll see this week can come back in week 5 for Championship week. So we're starting with match 16, which is Scotland 11 versus Malta. Well, both these two teams have plenty to play for and it was Malta actually that knocked off Scotland 11 earlier in this week's proceedings. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with two captains.
Heads. It is 10. Yes, it's.
What is it, sorry?
Heads, okay. We'll bat.
So it is Scotland 11 that win the toss and they've elected to bat first. So, well, I think it's a pretty good toss to win. I think to put runs on the board. Malta have kind of struggled a little bit chasing of late. But don't forget that these two teams, like I said, when they met earlier in the week, Scotland got a bit of a shock, I think, from the Maltese who were able to mow them down. But I think a lot's happened since then. I think Scotland is slowly coming together. I think the addition of Garden to form the third of their 3 pillars of batting, attacking has been a really good addition for them. And also, and I think they've got some dangerous bowling options. I've got to say that Hogarth was incredible with his 4 for 4 yesterday. I think he'll be a handful as well. He's got that wrong, doesn't he? Which is a bit of a tough one, I think, for left-handers to pick. So some players like Prasath, for example, might have his hands full with that. And I really liked also Hogarth bowling in the power play. For Malta, though, they've made things a bit tough for themselves after losing to France last night. They're essentially playing for survival today. We know that they will play Scotland 11 this morning and they'll play France again later on in a rematch of last night's clash. So for Malta, it's all about trying to make the top 4. For Scotland, I think they're still pressing for top 2 honours and that crucial double chance tomorrow. Let's talk about the weather today in the Costa del Sol and, well, no surprise, there's plenty of sunshine. A bit more breezy, I think, this week than it was last week and the week before, but still plenty of sunshine. 28 degrees is the expected maximum temperature. Already we're up to 24. So looking forward to a very, very exciting day of cricket. Well, Rico, he's having a well-deserved day off today, so it'll be myself and Corey Ruckers to take you through the action. Corey, I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 16. The Scots, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Let's have a great day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that lovely introduction today. And it is a gorgeous morning once again in Spain, Cartama Oval. And it's a little bit more breezy, though, this morning. We haven't had the wind element played too much of a part in this tournament, but it is a breezy morning, so it might affect the fielders a little bit. Looking forward to this one, though. Malta playing Scotland. These two teams have been a little bit up, down, here, there, and everywhere. But there's a couple of names on that Scottish batting lineup that really have lighted up, I should say, this group. And looking forward to seeing how Naylor, Jarvis, and Garden go about it once again. The expected scores are saying it'll be a tight one, and I think it might be as well. Malta, they did beat the Scots the first time around. They played a really good game of cricket. They're going to have to be at their best again to beat this Scottish side who look like they're slowly but surely figuring out T10 batting. And they'll be desperate to win this one because they can still slip into that second place by the end of the day and get that double chance. Good opportunity to welcome back all our network partners around the world. Hope you're doing well, and everyone on the chat. Welcome back for another day of T10 cricket. And a special welcome to everyone in India via fan code. Good luck out there, and hope you're ready for 5 live games. It's Thursday. Tomorrow will be finals Friday. So almost ready to go in this one. Ball 1 to Jarvis from Bilal Khan. Full swinging. Low full toss and just pats it to mid-off, so maybe gets away with that one, but Yeah, we've spoken a lot about the Scottish batting lineup, and Jarvis for me looks like a really accomplished player. He looks strong, nice technique. He'll be hoping to get going again in this one. Missed out yesterday versus Luxembourg, first ball, but when he gets going, this Scottish team look like a different beast, that is for sure. Oh, it's a big full toss, and he absolutely crunches it all the way into where the boys are sitting. Well, they'll appreciate that one. And you don't often see that from Bilal Khan. He's a pretty steady left-arm seamer, but this one he gets all wrong, and he absolutely crunches it. 6 runs. What a nice way to start the day for the Scots. And Bilal Khan, maybe that wind affecting his run up a little bit. He's usually very consistent with the new ball, but he starts with 2 full tosses here. It's a little bit better as he sneaks this one inside the tram line, and Jarvis remonstrating his disappointment with the umpire. And I think that's good umpiring. It's inside the lines. Not like the Scots to complain too much. So good umpiring there. Good comeback from Bilal Khan as well, who gets that one just inside. High in the air. Well, is this going to be the first wicket of the day? Yeah, it is. Really big wicket for Malta. They come back well from Bilal Khan. He bowled 2 full tosses, and one of them got hit for a big 6. This time he finds the right length. He gets a little bit big on Jarvis, and he can only spoon it up to cover an early blood to the Maltese. They'll be absolutely wrapped with that because it is a big wicket. Jarvis is a very good player. You can see they're absolutely wrapped with their efforts right now. It got a little bit big on him. It's a bit of a nothing shot. Sort of caught him between 2 minds whether to pull it across the line or hit it straight. And in this breezy weather, it's a pretty good catch in the end. It is blowing extremely hard at the moment. So Jarvis goes for 6 off 4. Only the 1 scoring shot. And well, for Malta, they'll be saying to each other, if they can get a couple of early wickets here and get into this Scottish batting lineup, it's mainly been 3 men who have scored all the runs so far. This is another one of them. Liam Naylor, he's looked really good and had a really good week. Can he get going again? I missed to start, but yeah, we've touched on the 3 pillars. One of them's gone early in this one. Jarvis, he'll be disappointed. I'm sure he'll get some more runs later in this competition as that one just lifted a little bit. The other player along with side those pillars is Naylor. This man on your screen right now, a really good batsman. Hits it very well through cover and mid-off region, and then also Garden. I think those 3 will be wanting a little bit more support from this Scottish batting lineup. Nice shot. Really good fielding as well. And I thought that was 4 no matter what once he hit it. That's great fielding by the man at backward point. And Samuel Stanislaus, good work. Saves 3 runs for his country. Diving down to his left. And definitely saves a boundary there. Great work from the Maltese player. That does take us to the end of a pretty adventurous first over. A wicket falling and the score is 7 for 1. And we look at the run rates, and if you look at Group C right now, we're tracking the opposite way. Day 1 on the Monday, 10.6, 9.6 on the Tuesday, and 9.1 on the Wednesday. Sort of tells me that maybe the bowling groups are starting to figure out how to bowl in T10 cricket, and maybe the batting in this group's been a little bit hit and miss. Whereas the other groups, the averages were in the 11.2, 11.7. This one, the average score's 98 at the moment, so that's a little bit surprising. That is below par usually for what we see at the ECCs. But let's not take anything away from the bowling groups of these 5 countries. I think it is definitely more a bowling-orientated week. As it looks like Abbas will get himself ready to bowl the second over. Naylor with that single, he'll still be on strike. Clipped, high and handsome. What a shot that is. Well, he did that effortlessly, just angled in at middle and leg stump, and he just clips it gorgeously for 6. Really, really good shot. That might get him going early. It's such fine margins for the bowlers in this format, and that's a gorgeous cricket stroke. So all the pressure on Abbas now, second over the power play. And you can see his teammates letting him know, can't be bowling up half volleys on leg stump to these batsmen. So he adjusts, he gets it outside off, and it's out. Well, that was where the second boundary rider was. Deep cover, and he takes the catch. And I didn't think it was going to carry to him, but it does. And the second big pillar goes. And Malta, oh, they look right up for this. It's going to be another 6 and out. And this time, Naylor, he'll have to go. He got a fair piece of it, but there was a man at deep extra cover. And in these blowy conditions, he takes the catch. He just splices it, not really off the middle, and that's a really, really good take in the end. Not easy out there. Amar Sharma takes it rolling, and, well, he'll be pretty happy with that. Scotland in a little bit of early trouble on this Thursday morning. As that gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
España. Welcome back, everybody. And, yeah, a bit of a rough start for Scotland 11, isn't it? Well, welcome to everyone, whether you're watching on fan code in the Indian subcontinent or on ECN or all of our international broadcast partners. And, yeah, just thinking back to when these two teams met in match 5 on Monday evening. It was the night match. Malta 122 defeated Scotland 11-98. So Malta neutralising the threats. Very different setting here. Right in the middle of the day here on the Costa del Sol. Here is the third pillar, if you like. It's Callum Garden, who's batted really well this week. He's looking confident, but he might have found trouble. No, he gets it away from the fielder. Maximal. Pretty confident start from Garden. In fact, he loses that ball in the Garden first up.
Yeah, what a shot. First ball comes shimmying down the wicket and clips it gorgeously for 6. He's been outstanding since he came into the team on day 2. That is a beautiful strike,
That's
Vinny.
confidence. That's somebody that's picked up the format really quick. And I tried to say this the other day. It's easy to say, hard to do. You need to come out and bat like you're on 60 already.
Yeah.
You have to come out with that kind of confidence.
Well, we've had 2 6 and outs already, so
yeah,
hopefully Garden doesn't go that way as well.
Callum Garden, I love his footwork. I love his organisation at the crease. But again, when you bat like this, you're bound to give the odd chance. Now it gets a bit of an edge. One thing that for me, the fielding of Malta has been on so far in this first couple of overs.
Yeah, well, it's a big game. Both these teams still trying to get themselves into a position where they might get a double chance. And Malta will be disappointed with their fielding last night against France. So they've come out here a little bit more lively. And definitely want to show what they can do. As it looks like we're going to see Davidson for the first time on strike. He's been a passenger just watching all the carnage at the other end so far.
Yeah, so Davidson's the one they've thrown up there. Try and make a difference in this power play. Reaches for this one, gets one.
Yeah, it's sort of like they haven't figured out just yet who the other opener will be. I know they tried Sajjad, they've tried English, and now Davidson. So they're still trying to find one person that could take that role.
Yeah, I still think you just go your 3 form batters in the top 3. I still think you load up at the front end. More often than not, it'll work out. But this could be trouble. It won't be. Well, gets a bit of luck here. Just loops over the fielder. Sathi didn't have a play on that ball. The wind's kind of going that way at the moment as well. So when it got in the air, it got over that fielder in the circle. Bit of a fortune end to the over for Scotland 11. And after 2, they're 25 for 2.
Yeah, he thought that he had a chance for a split moment, but it had too much on it. He was never going to catch that. And, well, the top spin takes it for 4. So, living a little bit of a chance life at the moment, Scotland. But besides the 2 wickets, their rate's okay.
Yeah, so looking at this table, so Malta, it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable, I think, for them to get the top 2. For them, it's just about staying alive.
Well, if they win this one, and then win later, Luxembourg lose 2, why not?
It could happen. I think they're more worried about just making sure they survive, because they've got a tough return match with France, who had their number last night in the last game of the night.
That was a good game. Really happy for the French.
Yeah, the French deserved it. I think they just had to scrape a defendable score together. I think they ended up with something high 80s. 86 it was in the end, but back-to-back sixes got them there off the last 2 balls. All right, here's Varun Prasad, left armour, coming in for over number 3. His first one is just on a length, turned around by Davidson. Jasper Davidson, that is.
Yeah, well, if Davidson can just keep ticking it over and getting Garden on strike, nothing wrong with that either. Garden, the last 2 days, Garden's looked really good.
Garden hit 62 out of their 96 runs. That was enough to knock over Luxembourg last night, but he was dropped on 32, and that was a real costly one. This turns this round the corner. This will probably go to the boundary as well. It might have been off the pad, but it doesn't matter. Garden's so good, doesn't even need to use the bat score boundaries, and Scotland move up to 30.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get him. A little bit of luck this time as it skims off his pad and goes for 4. Yeah, you take it, runs are runs.
Yeah, I think he's making that early position well outside off. If you're going to go at the stumps, I think you've got to go full and try and hit the stumps. At that length, he's able to just kind of manufacture something on it round the corner. Prasad, not quite as quick as Bilal, obviously. That's one that goes straight over the stumps, goes straight under the keeper, over, under, and that's going to be 4 byes. Almost hits the helmet.
Well, I'll tell you what, we almost had 5 penalty runs there. That missed the helmet by about half a metre. But yeah, this is the little things that Malta, they can't let it creep into their game.
Yeah, see, Prasad isn't as quick. I think he's too far back here. Straight over middle stump. And Patanka, he found a blind spot there. Again, I don't mind that line if he's going to do that, but you've got to hit the stumps. Don't go over them. Hit the stumps. Garden might be good enough to flick you for 6, but he's such a big wicket. If you get him here early, you might be saving yourself 50 runs. I'm not exaggerating. Now this one is going to be gone, and he does get one that's going to hit the stumps. And so Garden tries the trick one time too many, and Prasad gets the big wicket. Well, he missed a couple of times, but I think they'll take the trade-off because Garden goes in the power play as well. 3 pillars all knocked down by Malta early. It's 34 for 3.
Yeah, well, you just mentioned get it a bit fuller, make sure it hits the stumps if he's shimmying across, and Prasad does exactly that. That looked adjacent to me. He goes for the similar sort of shot, skipping across to the offside and trying to access that backward square region, but he misses it, and LBW.
Yeah, all things considered, I think they'll take it. Let's have a look at stump to stump. He's always going to be a candidate for this. It's hard to see that missing, really.
Yeah, I think that's clattering into off stump. He did go a long way, but with that natural little bit of swing in as well, I can see why that's given out.
Yeah, no doubt. You dice with danger. Occasionally you're going to get the wrong end of the stick, and that's what happens to Garden. He does hit a 6 and a 4, but he'll go no more. Out for 11 off 6. Prasad gets his wickets, 34 for 3.
Yeah, well, I was sort of mentioning this yesterday, Vinny, that for Scotland to win this week, besides the big 3, and they're going to need more men to stand up, it does give more people an option and an opportunity to show what they can do. And English has shown capabilities without going on to a big score just yet.
Now, this is pretty close as well if there's no bat in this. Just eyeballing it.
Well, I think it's going to be given runs. No, leg by, so maybe pretty close.
Let's have a look at it on the replay. He's already 2 feet out of his crease, steps across. That's probably going past off. I'm not sure if that's doing quite enough to come back. It's a good shout, though.
Yeah, good decision as well from Assad, the umpire. Just probably didn't strain enough.
Just a bit more doubt in that one, I think, because of where it hits him. It's a little bit further away from the stumps at the impact point. Jasper Davidson now, he's only faced 2 balls when he becomes the established batter, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's only faced 2 balls. He's seen a lot go on at the other end.
Last ball of power play. A bit short, hooked away. One bouncer out to the sweeper. He handles it, and the end of the power play comes. It's 36 for 3 after 3 overs. Had a question from Mark Ahuja in the chat. Hello, Mark. Hope you're well. He plays for Royal Tigers Budapest. who are the champions of Hungary once again this year, which means they'll be at the European Cricket League next year, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. He wants any information. Well, we're hoping to release the draw on the last day of this ECC, so just in a couple of weeks. And it's still not 100% finalised, but it looks like because of the amount of clubs that we'll have, that club will have 6 groups of 5, and each group will play 3 days instead of 5 days of action. So what that'll be, it'll be 2 days where they'll play each other, so you play 4 games, 2 games each day, and then there'll be a finals day on day 3. So you'll either play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or you'll play Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we have 3 weeks of group games, so 6 groups, and then there'll be championship week. So that's all I can tell you at the moment, Mark. I can't tell you exactly who you'll be grouped with. But yeah, ECL, it's the other marquee tournament. It's always exciting, isn't it? Of course, you're an ECL winner with VOC Rotterdam, Corey.
Yeah, and that'll creep up pretty quickly. It always comes around quicker than you think.
Yes, it is. It's good to have you up here. Of course, you've experienced what it's like to be out there in the middle. And I know that you like your strike rate of 400 plus. You can always hang your hat on that one. Anyway, let's go. And it's going to be up in the air. Is it going to carry? It should. And it is caught at the second attempt. Prasad gets a friendly bounce up, and Jasper Davidson's got to go now. So Scotland 11 in some early trouble out of the power play. 5 outfielders, and one of them comes into effect immediately as it's Sharju that gets the wicket first ball, and Scotland 11 are 36 for 4.
Well, I'll give him credit for keeping composure and catching it in the air, because in the end, I should say, because there is a big swirly breeze today. It is blowing like a gale, and that wouldn't have been easy. In the end, he steadies himself. He gets a little bit of luck with that second bobble going up. But another wicket goes. And Malta, well, ahead in this one.
Yeah, again, that just went up. Didn't have the trajectory to get it over the line. This looks like Kes Sajjad coming out now. Who's going to stand up for Scotland? That's the question here.
Well, it's a good opportunity, as we've mentioned a couple of times. When the big 3 get out, someone in this batting lineup now has a chance to show their skills and play an inning of substance, and if they can get, let's say, 2 more players in form with the bat, by the time finals Friday comes around, they're still going to be a dangerous team and potentially win the group. But they do need to find more men in form.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we saw it with Netherlands 11 last week. The fact that they had plenty more guys that could contribute. We looked at their batting order. We had 9 and 10, and they'd all made runs. Some of them, I think Bossavan was down at 10. He'd opened and done very well for them during the week. So that depth is important just to cover your bases on finals day. Sharju's got a good back of the hand slower ball. See if he uses it here. Don't be afraid to. Well, tight single. I think he was always going to get home though. Sajjad off the mark.
Yeah, I think he would have made it in the end. And maybe some just normal cricket shots need to be played for an over or 2 here just to keep it a little bit calm.
Having a pop at that one, Stanislaus. Just want to keep taking wickets here for Malta. You've got the protection of the extra outfielders now. We're into the 4th over. Pace on. Again, takes it on. Clean pickup would have been interesting there. English gets a single. Nothing like wickets to keep the chat going. You always have an initial burst of energy, don't you, when you go out there in the field. You've got 11 of you all together, making a lot of noise, trying to put some pressure on. And wickets are the fuel to keep that going, because you can still hear Malta very, very much energetic ones in the field. This time hit too well. It's Bikram Aurora.
Yeah, so looking at that Scottish batting card, Jarvis this week 134 runs, Garden 132, Naylor 129, all having pretty good weeks. But after that, English 40, Hinkley 37, Shah 33, Davidson 24, Majid 21, Sajjad 12. So now someone from them has to show us what they can do.
That's what they've been looking for. There's a slow ball. Going to take it on once again. Aurora's got the yips. I think there's going to be a single there anyway.
But my gut feel tells me if you get 2 of those players that haven't really made more than 50 runs this week, if they find form, I think Scotland can still win this group.
Yeah, no doubt. I have no doubt. The thing is also, rarely they've fired together. That's the funny thing as well. So you take yesterday, I think that Garden makes 62. They only scored 96. This one could be out, and it should be out. 2 fielders combine, and well, it's good mark by Stanislaus. Play the man in front. There's some remonstrations, but I tell you what's a happy ending for Malta. And a happy ending for Sharju, who bookends the 4th over with wickets. He takes 2 for 3. Scotland 11 now, and even more trouble, 39 for 5.
Yeah, there wasn't too much calling for this catch. They were both going at it, and in the end, thankfully, there isn't a collision, and the catch is taken. Yeah, sometimes it can get a little bit messy, and you can see there a little bit of remonstration, but the most important thing is, Vinny, it's caught.
I think they said I called, and then he said, but I called. Doesn't matter when you catch them. So, 39 for 5 off 4.
But do you think, like, at this stage it's good to maybe just nudge the ball around a bit and rebuild, or do they need more runs?
No, I don't think you're nudging. I just think I've seen so much of this cricket. The odds are you keep going for your shots and hope that something comes off. But you can see if it goes wrong, you've got to pay the penalty, and English does there. I suppose it also depends on your history and how you've played the week so far. I mean, so you take Belgium a team, we definitely say you go for your shots here, because they will have some confidence it can come off. I think the problem with some of the Scottish batters, they haven't experienced that going well for them, so it's hard to stick to that strategy. But you know, I still think you're probably backing yourself maybe to defend 100. You'd need 10 and over from here. So, I mean, the run rate's not terrible. You know, it has been a bit of a low-scoring week compared to some of the other weeks. Prasath's going to come back now. Majid's the new batter, but he won't be facing because it's the start of a new over. It's a good shot straight down the ground. Nails it and gets 4. So, liking this from Sajjad, and Prasath again. Just a challenge kind of length, wasn't it? But a good cricket shot straight back at him, and that's 4.
Well, they opened Sajjad in one game, and I thought he actually looked quite good, but he got run out, and they didn't go back to him. But he does hit the ball extremely hard.
Oh, he's going to get lucky here. That's going to be 4. So, well, they probably need a bit of luck, Scotland. They get it there. It was kind of that in-between length. This time the ball a little bit more away from Sajjad, but he does go back-to-back boundaries to start the 5th over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get your runs. You just need them. He is trying to hit it through backward point, but it does get an edge, so a little bit of luck goes his way. Not many teams have a third man back in the middle overs, though. So back-to-back boundaries. But yeah, the one thing I like about Sajjad, he does get on with it, and I think that he still could be a smoky to open the batting.
They put a basically de facto slip in now. Very fine third man in the circle. This is another one. It is on that same sort of length. This time he pulls. Yeah, so very stiff wind at the moment. It's kind of blowing around a bit, but at the moment it's going more or less straight to the mid-wicket for the right-hander, over cover for the left-hander. So here's Majid. I know that you know, it's never easy. Got a young player out there in a tough situation. Yeah, I think we saw some interesting decision-making yesterday. I know it was a little bit curious, I suppose, but
you would think at the moment with Sajjad ticking along, maybe it's best just to try and get him on strike. It's a tough one. They're on 48.
No fine leg at all to Majid at the moment with Prasath over. It's a bit risky. So there's only 3 on the leg side. When Malta have done this well, it's been good. Now he's going to be in the air, and he's going to be gone very first ball.
No.
And he just couldn't quite find the line or the length that he was looking for there. Majid just kind of drove on the up, and unfortunately number 1 on his back. That's how many balls he lasts. And Scotland fall further into the mire. Prasath with a second breakthrough, and now it's 48 for 6.
Yeah, it's a terrible shot. The ball didn't do too much. It just pitched on a length and went a little bit away, but he pushes his hands at it. And unfortunately, I think that he just can't get it away. And he just needed to try and get Sajjad on strike for a ball or two. And
this is the thing. It's
not
luck.
easy.
There's so much luck in the game. On another day, he maybe nicks that for 4. On another day, it maybe pops into a gap.
You have to question the shot first ball, though, Vinny.
No, it's not really a bad shot, I don't think. He's searching for the ball. There's 6 on the offside, and there's a ring of fielders ready for something like that. Even the way the wind's going.
I just need someone to stay there. Just try. You need someone to stay there. Try bat through. Let Sajjad maybe take the riskier shots, but unfortunately, just not working for them at the moment.
So what you also need to know is that, you know, Malta, they were stung by that loss, I think, last night to France. Again, they don't want to get too far up. They don't want to get too far down. But for sure, Malta, they've had an up and down week. Right now, they're in a very strong position. Run rate's still not terrible, though. If they can find a partnership, it's a pretty good shot first up. And here's a guy, I think he's shown it a bit of ticker, as we'd say at home, Hogarth.
Great shout. He is one of the few guys on this Scottish team that I love the way he bowls. I love the way he bats. His energy's good.
Yeah,
He wants it. You know he's a cricketer that wants it.
Yep. No arguments there. So this could be a key partnership.
Shot.
This is in the air, and this is going to go with the wind. And once it's gone with the wind, it is adios pelota. Maximo Sajjad brings the 50 up for Scotland 11. And well, there's only half the way through this innings at the moment, 55 for 6 after 5. So if these two can get going, a good score is still on the cards.
Yeah, the run rate's fine. It's the wickets column, but Sajjad looks good. I've liked the look of him all week. And that's good batting from Hogarth to get him back on strike so that he can play the expansive shots.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to say a very good morning, buenos dias, to you, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers as well. Don't forget the Crickathon will be on again. I've had some very interesting answers as well to our question of the week, but we'll reveal that in just a few minutes' time, so stay tuned to that. But it's great to have your company, and in Group C, anything's possible. I think that's what we're seeing here. Anyone can beat each other, and even with France winning a game, that adds another dimension.
Yeah, and well done to the French team. It's never easy after 5 losses to get that win, and they'll be a bit nervous seeing Malta play so well right now because this is the final day of the group stage and we will lose one team at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Malta winning would be a bit of a disaster for the French team. But anyway, hopefully you are enjoying the action, no matter where you're watching from around the world. There's still plenty to come. We just reached the halfway point yesterday. And if you'd like to get in touch with us, please send us messages. There's our personal Instagram, Twitter and Facebook details. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey there at @CRutgers_28 on Instagram. And we can read out some comments and be a bit interactive with you. All right, so now this looks like Aurora, who's coming on with his left arm spin. So no Surid Roy in the lineup for Malta. He's 12th man. So they do have a couple of spin options that we haven't seen yet. They've got Bikram Aurora with left arm spin. They've got Amar Sharma with right arm spin. And we have seen spin turn in cricket matches this week in Group C. Sajjad. This one will be called a wide. Aurora not thrilled about it. Let's have a look at the call. I think there's no doubt it's a wide.
Yeah, definitely a wide.
Yep. Probably just a bit of disappointment from Aurora. He misses his spot there. Cuts it again. That's the thing if you're a spinner and you bowl that kind of line, that might technically be a wide, but often the batters will go after it anyway like that. And so you can get away with a single because it gets some reaching. Aurora, pretty good cricketer. He goes the reverse this time, misses out. Hogarth trying something expansive.
Yeah, good bowling from Aurora. Looks like he just wants to keep it outside that off stump.
Interesting contest this. You just feel that Scotland could fight back with these two. This is hit pretty well as well, but the fielder should handle it and does. Because you could quite easily see these guys picking up 10 and over if they stay there.
Yep,
just one boundary and over really gets you that.
Well, they've still got plenty of time. If they can get themselves to 100, which is definitely on the card still. It's just the wickets column's a little bit twitchy.
Full toss, hit back, and the fielder won't get there, so bad ball from Aurora, really. I like the way Sajjad goes straight through the line here. He moves into the 20s in quick time.
Yeah, Sajjad's playing a lone hand at the moment. He's the difference. While he's there, the Scottish team will feel pretty comfortable. 22 off 9 now, good batting.
This could be one of those, I call it kind of an ugly duckling kind of 100, because it starts out looking pretty rough, but it turns into something okay. Better length from Aurora, that's where he wants to be. So not the worst over. In the end, it cost him 8. And Scotland 11 at the end of 6. They're 63 for 6.
Yeah, 63 for 6. A little partnership growing here, which is handy for the Scots, but credit to Malta so far. They've looked pretty alive out there in the fields. We look at the scorecard, and yeah, it's a bit of a one-man show at the moment.
Yeah, it is at the moment, but Hogarth has joined. Still a bit of hitting ability to come. Lewis O'Donnell next. But yeah, this game very much at a crossroads. Almost like yesterday, there was a moment where Garden got dropped in the Luxembourg game, Scotland-Luxembourg game. It just allowed Scotland to get to a defendable score. Can these two rescue their country to a defendable score against a Maltese team that'll be desperate to register the 2 points?
Well, I do think that the Scottish bowling has been improving each day since day one. So if they do get to 100, even 105 maybe, they can defend it. Malta have been a little bit hit and miss with the bat, but more missed the last, say, 2 games.
Yeah, true. Sharjah's had a good week, hasn't he? 2 wickets in his first over, coming back for his second now. And this is up in the air, and I think this is with the win, and that's gone as well. It's too short from Sharjah, and it disappears. Maximo, and Sajjad He's playing a very good counter-attack here.
Yeah, great batting from Sajjad. We said well, they need someone else to stand up with the 3 pillars. Maybe he's the 4th pillar. Really good batting from him. He looks like one of the more powerful players in Scotland, that sort of brute force.
I also like his decision-making, and he's pretty uncomplicated with what he's doing here. Just plays the ball that's bowled to him. It was a little bit short. He used the wind well that time as well. Got it up in the slipstream. And now we'll do the same again. But it's going, and it is gone. Maximo, well, I thought off the bat it had to be 6. Maybe it wasn't hit quite as well as I initially thought, but still does the business. And Scotland 11 now. This isn't looking too bad for them.
No, it's looking okay. Really good striking. That's one of the best of the lot. He just gets himself deep in the crease so that he can get under the ball. He elevates it a long way. It only goes probably 57 metres, but that doesn't matter. 6 is 6.
Sharju has to sort out his length here to Sajjad, because the right-hander is exploiting this breeze, which is kind of heading to mid-wicket, and it's blowing quite a lot. So it gives him more margin for error in those strokes. I think you either got to go wide hole here or go Yorker. Goes shorter, doubles down on that. And,
it's a brave ball.
Yeah, really is.
Really brave ball.
I wouldn't have been expecting it either. This jab was way back in his crease. That's the way he's been playing it.
Maybe it's the unexpected delivery, but yes, Sajjad would be a little disappointed. He was early on the stroke there.
A little bit of a rib tickler from Justin.
Just
wake you up.
Yeah, morning kiss on the ribs.
It's Maiden Waters in the chat. Nice to see you. Saying that Mr. Waters has some Maltese heritage, so she's supporting the Maltese team here. Well, nice to see you, Maiden, as usual. This is it. It's going to be 4. So everything rolling Scotland now. We've seen it a million times, haven't we? We see games changing before your very eyes, and that's what we've seen through these middle overs. As with 6 wickets down, Scotland 11 building a very, very healthy partnership here. Yeah,
a little bit of luck. It goes over that short third man, and not many people have third man back, and it goes for another 4. But hey, you create your own luck. And Hogarth, he's been very good with the ball. He's proving to be pretty handy with the bat as well. This is a good partnership now.
Shanju's gone for 20 now. This has turned into bit of a disastrous over for him. This will be a wide down the leg side. Simple as if it hits the leg stump, it'll be not a wide. If it misses, it will be a wide, and so Sharju will have to bowl that. That'll bowl that again.
Yeah, Sharju just desperate to get out of this over with no more damage.
It's gone for 19 now, on the verge of going magical, and now already it's the best scoring over in this innings.
Well, if you ignore the wickets column, it's looking okay. If you can go 10, 10, 10.
Yeah. He goes after this. Had to reach it. He'd take one hand off the bat in the end there. Hogarth, who'll retain the strike, moves to 9, and the score at the end of 7 is 83 for 6. Again, this probably would have been a wide, but it does get the single for it. Well, Crickathon time, and well done to Pranil Garg from India yesterday, who got the correct answer of who will hit the 1000th Maximo. It was Tim Barker of Luxembourg today. Simple. How many 50s will be scored today? Haven't seen one yet. So that's the Crickathon question of the day. All you have to do is go to crickathon.com. It's powered by HCL software. And also, think about your answer for question of the week. What are the ways in which artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things could transform the experience of game viewing? And you know, the question of the week, the best answers there. They're in the frame for an internship at HCL software. So check that out. It's free to register. Get involved. We're loving the interaction with our fans at crickathon.com. Right, here's Bilal coming back, and he gets pounded over cover first ball, but how far? Well, it's not over cover, it's straight to cover in the end. So Hogarth doesn't wait to have a look at Bilal. It's Aurora that takes the catch, and a key partnership broken off the first ball of the 8th. They bring back Bilal to get a wicket, and he does. And the score now is 83 for 7.
Yeah, good bowling from Bilal, just hangs it outside the off stump, and he's definitely their spearhead for this Maltese team. He's had a pretty good week with the ball. Hogarth trying to loft that over the offside, just doesn't get enough bat on it, and a nice safe catch in the end.
Thought it was over, but again, it's that wind, isn't it? The wind is pretty strong right to left, and it's kind of blowing that ball back towards, he's looking at the flags in the background, blowing that ball back towards Aurora, but yeah, I think it's good by Hogarth. And look, to answer your question earlier about do you keep playing your shots, do you try and tap it around, I think the reason you play your shots, even with Majid going first ball, for example, is he doesn't waste time that a batter who is on might be able to use. And Hogarth was on there. So if Majid had scratched around for 5 off 8 or something like that, it costs you time.
Yeah, I sort of feel like Sajjad might be telling Shah, though, look, I'm 34 off 13. I'm ticking. Yeah. How about you just work a single here and let me go?
That's fine now. That's fine now. But, I mean, I think we've seen it before that 10 overs, most of the time you don't get bowled out. And if you've got guys that can hold the bat all the way down, give them an opportunity to actually score quickly and don't limit yourself. Yeah, but I do think Shah's just looking to get a 1 here to get Sajjad back on. Here's Bilal. That's exactly what he does.
Good batting.
Pulls out a Yorker.
Yeah, no, that's good batting. It's good batting. Just get some bat on it. Get Sajjad on strike. He's been batting beautifully. 34 off 13. It's great to see someone else in that Scottish lineup step up, take some responsibility. And
So much of T10 cricket is decision making, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not just cricket technique. It's decision making, and you have to do it in real time. You have to think on the fly. Sometimes you have to problem solve, really. Weigh up the pros and cons of every decision, and then do what you think's best. And you don't quite know what the bowler's going to deliver here. So Sajjad, I think he wants to go deep in his crease and try and hit this over mid wicket with the wind. So he tries, but can't quite get the elevation. It'll just be a single.
still enough time to get themselves in that 105 vicinity.
Yeah, so just for all our viewers around the world, just want to let you know, you can enter that wherever you are watching from around the world. That internship with HCL Software on the line, 280,000 employees. How many 50s will be scored today? I'm not even going to guess. And we'll count hundreds as 50s as well, if we get 100. How about that?
3.
All right, so we weren't going to guess, but
I'll take 3.
okay. I'll let you.
Sort of banking on Sajjad's going to get 1 here, though.
Okay. Well, sometimes sometimes we have questions that are very easy to answer early, like will there be a 50-plus power play today? I think the first innings of the day was Group A. But yeah, big thanks to HCL Software for their support of our Crickathon. Bilal has done a good job here, hasn't he? Got to get the danger man. I think he can save you about 20 runs here if you do. Steps across, slashes at it. Bit of work for the fielder. Does well.
Yeah, good running as well. Touch and go, and Sajjad, he'll get back for a well run too.
They're just edging towards what I would call a pass score. I still think 110 to 115 pass score, even though yesterday it was probably one of the lowest scoring days I can remember.
But you've seen the last 3 days have gone down, so maybe 100 to 105 par here.
I think what it is that these low scores are defendable. We saw 96 defended yesterday, for example. We saw 86 defended even in the last game by France. Edged, and this is perilously close to Batanga, but it goes for 4. So we've seen a few of these. It's got 11. They'll feel they deserve the luck. As Sajjad moves into the 40s. End of the 8th over, it's 92 for 7.
Yeah, Malta might think about bringing deep backward square up and having third man back, because there has been an amazing amount of edges gone down there in this innings. I think maybe that's the 4th or 5th one.
The thing is, they've brought that third man, Wasim Abbas. They keep bringing him finer as a kind of de facto slip, but still just finds the gap, doesn't it? So 8 overs down, 92 for 7. Yeah, I still think probably 110 is par, but I just think that because of the slightly bowling heavy nature of this week, you just believe that even this right now is defendable. But yeah, 91 per 10 overs is pretty low for an ECC day. That's what we saw yesterday, lowest scoring day of the tournament so far.
I just think this is more of a bowling group. I think each team have a few batsmen, but the bowling seems to be a little bit more skilled than the batting this week. Not too many batters are
really plundering it and going on with it. We've seen it a couple of times, but just not as often as usual. Vikram Arora comes in. Hit him way outside the off stump. Some interesting strategy. He's called this bias, but I'm sure he means leg bias.
I think it came off the keeper, Vinny.
Really? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, I've got my glasses on now. Okay, this is in the air, and the fielder goes back, and he can't get it. Again, that's the wind. And I think that originally Bilal Khan thinks that that's not going to carry to him, but he gets a rude shock as it loops over him. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again. Just gets enough of it this time. Wasn't out the middle of the bat, but he's a powerful boy. And Sajjad will be happy with that because he's closer to that 50.
Yeah, well, I already had some people think that there won't be any 50s today. I won't be so sure. Tries to horn this one. We'll just get one.
He's done really well. I mean, with the 3 big wickets early, there was a lot of pressure. We've been saying someone else needs to stand up, and this is showing he is standing up. And this will do Scotland a world of good, having another batsman find form.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, my order, if I'm Scotland, is you open with the big guns. I think you go. I do think you stick with Jarvis and Naylor opening. Go Garden 3 and I go Sajjad 4 based on this.
Yeah.
I think you just go with the guys that have had the success. Just almost getting too close to in front of the stumps there. Well, this is in the air, and can't see anyone catching this. Oh, he almost does, but good effort. Might have even got a hand to that. That's one that probably never would have carried except for that breeze. So he does get a fingernail to it, but can't hold on.
Takes him one away from a really good 50 for Sajjad.
Is this a free swing for Shah? Last ball of the over.
Absolutely. Try hit it to the cleaners.
He does, and this is clever batting. Doesn't quite get all of it, but he places it well. And so it will be a boundary to finish the over. And after 9, 105 for 7, Scotland 11 have dug their way out of this hole here in match 16.
Yeah, they've run really well, and a couple of players have helped Sajjad along the way, Hogarth and now Shah. And you just need little partnerships to build, and that's what we've seen here with 6 balls left, and they're on 106. I mean, they could still even make 120.
Yeah, no doubt. So Sajjad, what a good innings this has been. He's just picked his moments. Okay, he's had a bit of luck along the way, but you've got to make the most of it. I think for the most part, his in-game decision-making and fine-tuning has been very good here. He's worked his way through this problem, and he hasn't been too defensive, but also he hasn't been too attacking either. I think he's been quite selective about what he's gone after. And
when he's striking the ball, he's been quite still. He moves deep in the crease, but at the point of contact, his head's still, gets his hands through the ball. Been a good innings. Hasn't been too many 50s in Group C.
Wasim Abbas has been a bit hit and miss at the death as well. We hope there's more hit than miss here. His first over went for 18 to pick up a wicket early. Sajjad on 49. Can't reach this. That'll be a wide and re-bowled.
Yeah, he's disappointed it's given a wide, but I'm 100% sure that was a wide. So Sajjad, one away from a milestone, a well-deserved milestone.
I think they're heading for what is over all time, more or less a par score.
I think it's over par with the way this week's been.
Yeah, but Malta, let's see if their batters click, because they went missing last night, didn't they, against France? Now he will get his 50, and well batted to Kes Sajjad. 50 off 20 balls. Thoroughly deserves the applause. 4 Maximos, 4 fours in there, and he's held things together. Scotland 11, they are certainly very much in the game, maybe even ahead of the game because of his innings.
Yeah, well done. Personal milestone, 50 off 20, striking at 250.
Good mathematics by you. Here's Shah, who just gets the inside edge, does his job, I suppose, gets Sajjad back on strike. Now he can really go for it, I think. Try and put his foot down with only 4 balls to go. Well, they're not really going to get bowled out anymore, you'd imagine.
Well, I think he will be, Vinny. He's been going for it for a while. No easy feat to hit 50 off 20. It's a really special innings considering there were 3 for not many. And he would have walked out a little bit nervous, but he's played a class innings.
He's going to get deep in his crease here. Abbas hasn't been nailing his Yorkers that much. And, he tries to bowl around, and this will be a wide.
Every run helps. Yeah, for Malta, I guess, Vinny, on day 1, they came out and hit 147, 122, and then the third game they played to hit 131. Since then, they've hit 90, 99, and 55.
Yeah.
So the last 3 batting innings, they haven't clicked.
But Malta did hit 122 against Scotland on Monday night. That was batting first, though. This is in the air. Be a one-hopper. Never really in the hunt to get a 2 here, because they would have liked to get Sajjad back on strike. If you can hit 122 against Scotland under lights, then they'll feel that there's no real
they need that
intimidation factor, I suppose.
Yeah, and there's no intimidation factor, I think, for any team in this group. Everyone's beating everyone. It's just if that top order will click or not.
Prasnath and Stanislaus made runs on Monday night.
Shot.
Just doing his job well here, Shah.
Well, not missing balls, making sure there's a runner ball and getting Sajjad on strike, who's got the hot hand. Still 2 balls remaining, and a long old over this.
Well, there's the first 50 of the day, of course. So that's our Crickathon question. Maiden Waters has mentioned
2 away.
That she thinks it's going to be 4. Well, and then go to crickathon.com, and we'd love for you to be the winner in our question of the day. Steps and hits this. And well, knocked down, important knockdown there by Ahmad Sharma. Now you've got to go for 2 strategically, and they're going to get it. So that shows that Scotland are getting with the program. There wasn't really 2 there. Well, it shouldn't have been 2 there. But they knew the importance of getting Sajjad back on strike.
Yeah, really, really good running. Good fielding as well, because that was racing away for 4. But Shah, good match awareness. He turns for 2 to get Sajjad back on strike. And a better throw might have had him, but it's not.
114 now. Last ball, Sajjad trying to put the exclamation point on this innings. And he won't be... This is called a no ball, actually.
Wow.
So it's saying it's bounced off the pitch surface or on the edge of the pitch surface. Let's check it out. Yeah, I think he's right.
Good decision.
Very
Really
good.
good decision.
Good carry off the grass.
Well, it makes it was a very good carry off the grass. But it does mean that the last ball now is going to be a free hit. So
yeah, now you can really do what you like. So, well, it's party time. You've earned it, Sajjad. 53 plus this. Won't get too much. Should go for 2 here.
Yep.
Should be a run out. But they might get there. That's good running by Uzair Shah. So they scramble back. And Sajjad will finish 55 not out of 24. What a fantastic innings from that player. And Scotland 11, after an innings that had a few twists and turns, I mean, at one stage they were 48 for 6 just before the halfway point. They have recovered and recovered very well to 117 for 7 off their 10 overs.
yeah, brilliant comeback from the Scots. Sajjad, he's the man of the hour. A special innings when he was under the pump.
Yeah, well, it was Scotland 11 that won the toss here in match 16. They sent the big guns out, but there was a bit of a double misfire at the top. Here's Jarvis, he went 6 out, and then Naylor went soon after. You can see you've got to be careful punching your bat. Let's ask Devon Conway about that. But what I will say is Scotland, despite a couple of shots that went their way, they had a couple of misfires, like I said, and they just needed someone to sort them out. Garden, of course, he started very confidently, but again, he didn't really stick around as long as they would have wanted. And with those 3 gone, I think that Malta really felt that they were in the game. Garden is a guy that uses his feet really well. He's been a difference maker, but he would fall soon after. Despite the 4 byes going under Patanka, but when Garden went LBW, someone had to step up, and it was Sajjad that essentially would pull them out of the swamp in this innings.
Yeah, because at the start it was all Malta. They made some chances and they took their chances. And we were a bit worried that we were going to see another big batting collapse from the Scots that would continue all the way down to number 10 and 11. Malta, well, a little bit of a disagreement there, but they held the catch in the end. But this is when Sajjad came in and started to change the tide. He played some nice shots, a little bit of luck along the way, but you create your own luck. He couldn't find any support from Majid, who played a really loose shot first ball. But after that, he did get some support from a couple of his teammates. Hogarth gave him the ones to get the strike back, so did Shah, and that's what they needed to do because Sajid was seeing it like a football. He played some glorious shots over the leg side. There's a lot of power in the man, and I think he's put his hand up to say, I can be up the order for the Scottish team. And well, a lot of balls did go down to third man. You can see there the Maltese players a little bit disappointed, but you can't do much about that. This was the dismissal of Hogarth, a nice safe catch, and Bilal Khan continuing his good tournament with the ball. Shah came out and won't have many highlights, but I think he played a really good innings, giving the ones for Sajid. And he just kept going on his merry way. Didn't get all of that one, but enough to clear the rope for another 6. And as I mentioned, it did have a little bit of luck, but you do create your own luck in T10. This was a nice shot by Shah right at the back end to get himself a boundary. And overall, the Scottish team, they improved throughout that innings. And after being 6 for 48, got themselves up to a score that they think they'll be able to defend, I imagine, 117 for 7. But that man again, Sajjad, brilliant innings, 55 off 24. Let's not take anything away from the 2 men right at the bottom there, Hogarth and Shah. Did a really good job of just nudging it around, getting him on strike, because he was timing the ball beautifully. We look at the bowling figures now, and some pretty good reading for Bilal Khan. Once again, 2 for 16, 2 for 18 for Prasad. Shaju, 2 for 22. Abbas was the only bowler that got a little bit of stick, and Brickham Aurora went none for 21. So that takes us to the halfway stage. 117 for 7 for the Scots. Will Malta be able to chase 118 off their 10 overs? Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back to more T10 action out here in Cartama, Spain. Sunny Spain, that is. Perfect time of the year to be playing plenty of cricket. There's the school kids out there. They're enjoying the half-time break as Vinny Sandu's having a bit of fun with them, and they prepare the toss for the next game. And at the moment, we're at the halfway stage of this one between Scotland and Malta. And Scotland, after some early troubles with the bat once again, they ended up coming good. A sensational innings from Sajjad. He really livened things up in a special 50, and I think that's a pretty big thing for Scotland as they seem to have maybe found a different pillar. So still a couple of moments away from starting this one as the players enjoy a well-deserved break, but there's plenty to go through and plenty to talk about. So we're going to have a look at some of the stats guns while we do wait for the players and the officials to come out. And, well, the stats gun always shows a few little things, and this is every team so far. Well, hold on, I've got to try and understand this while you viewers understand. This is their win-loss at the bottom, and I think it's this. I didn't create this one. This might be Vinny Sandu's one because I'm not too sure what that is. Belgium 53-35-12. Luxembourg 35-23-15. Well, highest, average, lowest. If you can figure that out, I'll give you some bonus points. There we go. This is one that I created, and I definitely know this one because it's quite an interesting group. Batting teams batting second in the chase. They've won 8 so far, only 7 for the ones batting first, which is quite interesting because in the first 2 weeks, it was almost identical. Well, it was identical. 13 times batting first, 11 times chasing for both those groups. So far, teams in this group have enjoyed chasing just that little bit more. And that might be due to the low scores as well. The overall record, 33 times batting first and 30 times chasing. As we're still just a couple of minutes away before the fans come out. And you can see all the kids have left the field now. And it's a good initiative. Every week and every day we've got new schools coming out to Cartama Oval, enjoying all the cricket. And a few messages from our Portuguese friends who have tuned in saying, well, the first graph was all about the power players. I appreciate that. That's the only thing Portugal's done well all tournament. As we have a look at the Group D profile. This is coming next week. Now, this is an interesting group because usually you do have maybe one more power nation that's in each group, where you had the Netherlands in Group B, Ireland Group A, and Scotland Group C. This group doesn't have a country that is well renowned in the cricket world. So all these teams, I think, will go into it fancying their chances. Italy are ranked the highest, but let's not take anything away from what the Germany team, national team, has done the last few years. Romania have progressed a lot. Norway and Switzerland also. So it'll be a pretty special week, and that will come next week, and that will fill up our final team for finals week, which starts on October 10. So can't wait for finals week. It's going to be pretty enthralling. And as you can see in your screens there, still a couple of moments away. Maybe a little bit of an extended break for the players. So feel free to get your questions in the meantime, because we do love to interact with all of our viewers around the world. As I can see now that out of the corner of my eye, the players are slowly getting their way out to the middle. And this is what they are all playing for in the end. Well, week 5 will be the championship week. England, well, they are the reigning kings. They will be back, and they've progressed straight through to that group stage. And they will be there waiting for Spain and Netherlands at the moment. And we are also waiting for 2 more to join. I think Belgium at the moment would be the favourites for Group C, and Group D, who knows. But Netherlands and Spain booking their tickets already. And I know the English side, they've announced their squad. They have strengthened from last year, so they look like a force to be reckoned with. It should be a great week. If you're in the region of Andalusia in Spain, feel free to come down to Cartama Oval, as finally the players make it out there after a little bit of a longer delay. There's the captain trying to inspire his troops, Adrian Neil. And the Scots, well, after a pretty slow start in this one, they'll be feeling a little bit more confident, thanks to Sajjad. And I've just had a few messages come through on the Twitter feed, and a couple of men out there in Darwin have asked to say hello, and we'll say hello to Digger and Big Chris Algie, and they're just about to watch the second half of this one. I believe it's just a few moments before the Stag do and their Bucks do, and wish you all the best out there, out in Darwin, Australia, and plenty of viewers around the world. So hope you enjoy, Chris, with all your mates, and thanks for tuning in to watch us live. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world on our network partners, especially those in India via fan code and the chat. So it looks like they're going to start with the spin. It worked last night. Hogarth, he's basically given this Scottish side a lot of injection of energy. I like what he does. Gives the ball a rag. And he'll be hoping to get a couple early wickets. Patanka, the tank's out there, and George, here we go, almost ready. Ball one in the run chase. A good amount of turn there. So spin in the power play. It worked last night for them. And they're doubling down other Scots. Short and pulled away. Nice cricket shot as well. One bounce, four. So just getting a little bit too straight that time, but a nice shot from Patanka. And 4 runs to start this run chase. Malta, we mentioned a few times on the first 3 games. They were clicking with the bat. The last few they've missed out. They'll be looking for a good response here. Good comeback deliveries. That's pushed into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a single. Gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator Vinny Sandy. Thankfully you're back, Vinny. Spring Productions, I love them, but they brought me back about 10 minutes early. I need you.
They're working too hard, Spring Productions.
I've got to do 5 games today.
We had a slightly longer break because it is the time where I get to go and meet all the kids from the cricket school project. And we've got 2 separate schools here. We've got the English International College Marbella. We've also got Los Remedios from Cartama. Here's Hogarth. Wasn't he a difference maker yesterday? 4 for 4.
Yep.
Including, I think he was on a hat-trick at one point, including a double wicket maiden. Plucky player, Hogarth. Nah, not a good ball though. This one's a hanging full toss, and you can see you later to that one. Maximal, boom, boom, Basil off the mark with a 6.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a low full toss, but he still puts it away. Good batting from Basil. Starts his innings well.
So what did you say the 5 minutes while I was there with the kids?
Oh,
where
I made
did
so
you
many
go?
mistakes.
Your mind can go places if you're left alone too long.
They put on a graph that I haven't seen before, and I couldn't figure it out in the 30 seconds I was on the air. I was like, I need Vinny. I couldn't figure it out. It was the.
All right, we'll put that up next
over. It was a power play graph or something. There was numbers everywhere.
What if I told you we're secretly grading you? It's an IQ
well,
test.
I can tell you I failed. I wasn't ready for it.
Like side to be called wide. Really good hands by Garden. I mean, Garden and Hogarth are club mates at Forfarshire, who are going to be at the ECL next year as Scottish champions. You can see that Garden is pretty adept at keeping to Hogarth. Can't be easy because he does have that wrong un, which I think he might pull out against George sometime. There it is. There's the wrong un. And just blocked away into the first over. Malta are 12 without loss, so yeah, not a bad start. They get the 12 they need. That's essentially the rate I want to stay at during this innings. I'll tell you what, wouldn't put it past these 2 teams to give us a golden ball. 113 matches without a golden ball. And I know that we have a little bit of fun as commentators, the 3 of us. Who's got this one in the golden ball sweepstakes?
It's Rico's game, so we want that.
It'd be typical if Rico gets it.
Yeah, no, off. We need that to tick over to 150.
Means we have to buy a free drink for the person that gets drawn that game. Maybe you guys could do that with your friends.
Golden ball
Who was it?
sweepstakes.
Someone was on a stag do?
We were just saying hello to, well, Digger. I got a few Twitter messages in the break, and his friend, I'll just double check it. It was Chris Algie. They're in Darwin watching live, and yeah.
Where's our invite? Next time.
Yeah.
Next marriage, if you could give Corey and I an invite, we'd appreciate it. Anyway, here we go with over number 2. Lois O'Donnell is going to bowl. Gets this one past Patanka. So they've got Patanka and Basil George at the top of the order. I don't mind that. Whether Basil comes off or not could have a big bearing on what sort of chase this is.
Well, I don't know why you call him O'Donnell, because he reminds me of Andy Bickle. I love his action. I love what he brings to the crease. Strong bowler. He's bowled pretty good this week for the Scots.
O'Donnell trying to de-tank Malta. Take off on the hit here. Slight fumble by Majid. They're always going to get the single there. Okay, this is the one that confused you. That's the power play stats. So that's their average power play as well as their high and their low power play. So you see, Belgium had the most variation. That's what I take out of that. Scotland also had a very good power play of 47 at 1 point.
I don't like it. There's too much going on.
You just got to focus on one colour then. You see that Belgium, if you just go on averages, Belgium averaging 35 in the power play and Scotland 34. So that shows you when Scotland do get going early. And they've got some good players at the top.
Yep, fair enough, as they work that one in for a single on the offside. But yeah, I needed you here for that. But O'Donnell, Andy Bickle type, isn't he? Oh, I love watching him bowl.
Okay, look up Andy Bickle if you're a bit younger than us, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about. He bustles in. Haven't seen a good close-up of his face yet. I'd like to see how much zinc he's carrying today.
Same sort of hairstyle as well.
Look at that run-up. It's identical, isn't it? A bowl. This is run through Patanka. He's 6 off 6 now.
If you do want to watch a bit of Andy Bickle, don't watch it now. Wait till in the break. But there's a spell 7 for 20 versus England at the 2003 World Cup. Go and watch that. It is one of the best spells of fast bowling.
And he also made runs, I think, in that World Cup as well.
He did. He really did.
Good player.
So is this man. O'Donnell is a very, very good bowler. Edged away and just a single this time. So they have third man and deep mid on as their 2 boundary riders. Kessajard out there. A nice start this for Malta and also a nice start for Scotland. It hasn't gotten away from them just yet.
So, O'Donnell trying to get out of this over without any damage. And when he does, that's a big swing and a miss. Basil misses a full banger. And after 2 overs, Malta are 15 without loss. And yeah, they're the kinds of overs that just ramp up the pressure. That's more or less a regulation full toss, but can't get any bat on that.
Yeah, missed out on that last ball there.
So yeah, these 2 teams, I suppose, still have aspirations of being up in the top 2. Scotland probably more realistic aspirations because of their net run rate that's pretty healthy. Malta, net run rate isn't particularly good, but still they can win 2 games and get close. All right, here we go, and it's going to be the tank getting started. He finally fires and maximises that one straight over the long-on's head, 6 runs.
Yeah, not an easy shot to play off the leg spinner, and he got every single piece of that. Really nice strike. Hogarth, maybe a little bit full. What a shot.
Hogarth hasn't been taken down too often. And now it should be gone. It is gone, and it's the 6 and out for Patanka, who is ropeable with himself. So the tank fires once and then tips over, and it is Hogarth with the early wicket again for Scotland, 21 for 1.
I love it when he channels his Imran Tahir celebrations. Quite good to watch, but he gets the big wicket, and brave bowling from the leg spinner in the power play. He does get the big wicket.
We're always not 100% sure which way it's turning. He's pretty whippy, so you're trying to watch that risk. And you can see Patanka just on the up, didn't get too much of it. Good catch by Uzair Shah as well at point.
Yeah, good catch in the end. You have to take everything, especially if you want to win this game. And, well, the tank will have to go. 1 big 6 in there. Will be disappointed to get out now.
He will. But, I mean, that's the way it goes. And at least he does get that Maximo before he departs. He's got something to show for it, really. Hogarth. He's probably the one bowler you could afford to be a bit more careful to. You don't want to overdo it.
Have they found another spinner maybe in the middle overs, or is it just the one still?
Yeah, I think it's just the one.
It seems to be working for them, the Scots.
Again, you'd love to just 3D copy and print another Jack Hogarth. Or 2, actually. He batted there. Stanislaus made runs last time when these 2 teams met. Hits totally across this one. Sneak through for a single.
So maybe Malta need to see Hogarth off here. He's been their strike bowler. He's taken a lot of wickets in this tournament after missing day one. Couple balls left in his spell.
He's got good energy about him, doesn't he, Hogarth? Just think the fact he's got that wrong and it plays into the mind of the left-hander that he might not be picking it, so less likely to leave his crease. Again, for the left-hander, the breeze basically is going over cover, so he can go offside. Which is where he tries to go here, and this is just over the fielder. Jasper Davidson dives, but all in vain. Bit of fortune for Basil George, he gets 4.
Yeah, not easy to catch here. You just saw the flags we were showing blowing sideways. And this one balloons over him. I reckon he got a fingertip to it. Have a look here.
I'm not so sure he touched it. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, he might have got a touch, but not an easy one. 4 runs.
No ball called. And oh, you don't see this too often with a spinner. But now you've got the ability to charge and do whatever you like. Let's have a look at the front foot here for Hogarth.
Yeah, good call.
Probably is.
Yeah. Not probably. It is. It's free hit time.
Baggy trousers, I thought maybe had a bit of that behind the line, but I think it's got to be the foot. Anyway, you charge at this? Why not? Doesn't, just completely misses it. So Hogarth gets out of jail there. And at the end of 2 overs, end of 3 overs, I should say, end of the power play, Malta are 28 for 1.
So, question, you and I like to watch this T10 cricket, T20 cricket, whatever it is. Why do you think they're starting to go the spin in the power play? Do you think it's just because none of their medium pacers sort of found rhythm there, or...?
I'll come back to that in a second, but I'm just going to quickly go through the table I've got on the screen. Nobody's tied. Isn't that interesting? Nobody's tied after 3 days. But yeah, Malta, they can still potentially get to 8 points. They could leapfrog Scotland, but they're going to have to pull this chase off if they're going to do that. Otherwise, Malta have a bit of a do-or-die clash against France a bit later in the day. Yeah, I think partly one of the things is that opening batters typically prefer pace. That's why they're opening batters. I think that's one thing. And if you can have a spinner that's accurate, that's the thing. If they're accurate enough to be able to still get away with just 2 outfielders, then you go with someone like that. And I think Hogarth's bowled very few bad balls in this series since he's come into the side. I don't think it's the pace bowlers can't do it. I just think that it's a better option. But yeah, the lack of a second spinner really shows up through these middle overs where you would typically turn to spin.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because now you're basically guaranteeing you get 7 overs of right arm over the wicket, around the wicket, whatever it might be. So I like it, but maybe would you only go 1 that you can hold him back for 1 in the middle? Because
it's not
a tough one.
It's
a tough one. They're definitely missing a second spinner.
Obviously, with your coaching experience, you're obviously thinking of these things, exactly how you manage your resources. This is a big wide, actually, from Jarvis.
The other thing to note is Adrian Neil, their captain, the 2-metre Peter, obviously not bowling at the top anymore either. So is he going to become more the death bowling specialist?
He bowled the 10th over yesterday, but only had to bowl 1 ball because he took the 10th wicket off the first ball of it against Luxembourg. But yeah, he's just a guy I think can float and bowl anytime.
Oh, shot.
Yeah, it goes straight, but because of the lushness of this outfield, slows it down enough so that it's fielded down there at long off.
Nice cricket shot though, he hit that extremely hard.
Stanislas has got a pretty good technique. I suppose he's a bit caught between a rock and a hard place as well. A bit like some of the Scottish batters have been, to be honest.
Yep.
His T10 form of the game, he would probably say he's not his favourite, but that's not to say he's not capable of extending those strokes. Basil pushes, runs, needs to hurry. Does hurry. Just a single. So again, they're just falling a little bit off the pace here. I'm noticing they'd want to be around about 48 off 4. Can't see them being that many.
Well, one thing Basil George is doing, he's trying to get himself in. The last few games, he's gotten out early, playing a ludicrous shot. So you can see he's applying himself a little bit more, but they can't apply themselves forever. They've got to try and get on with it at that rate. 13.23 now.
He's one guy that can accelerate, though, isn't he? You've got Basil George, he's got Prasad to come as well, don't forget. Goes after this, but this should be out. Uzair Shah is going to take it, and it's another catch for Shah. Stanislas can't move the needle here in match number 16, and he just didn't get too much of that. And with the win, that held up for a simple catch. Malta lose a second wicket now. In the 4th over, it's 32 for 2.
Yeah, this is a bit more like the Scotland we want to see. They seem pumped up out there, really revved up, and a big wicket as Stanislas goes across the line. A little bit of a silly shot, could have hit it over cover. In the end, a nice safe catch by Shah again. He's caught too, and they look just a little bit more on, don't they, Vinny?
I mean, they've come back a long way. Remember when they were 48 for 6?
Yeah.
And you were staring down the barrel maybe of them making something like 60, 70, 80, something like that. They've got a lot more to play with. And that often does just kind of carry momentum-wise into the second half of the game. But Varun Prasad strolls to the crease. These are the two that can win the game for Malta. I'm just going to say it. You're looking at them right now. You're looking at a key partnership. Either one of these individually could probably get them home. So it's a very important phase of the game. The other thing with Prasad, he does like to go mid-wicket. And the wind is kind of swinging around. Maybe a little bit more towards that direction. Let's see what he does to Jarvis. 2 to come in the 4th.
Well bowled. Really, really well bowled. Slippering it past the left-hander here. So 2 left-handers.
We talk about this with Prasad, but just the foot movement is almost non-existent. He's got very good hand-eye coordination, but you can see here the feet are pretty much grounded, and so if you can get it there,
he's a big man.
Like that last ball, he does find it pretty hard to deal with. Let's ball the over. Oh, if you put it there, that's what happens. And that one is sailing out of the ground. That's over the trees. Well, that one should be a 16. That is massive. Maximo to finish the 4th. 38 for 2. And that has to be one of the biggest sixes all week.
That's one of the biggest I've seen in the last 3 weeks. That is horned. Wow, he got every piece of that.
That is literally a tale of 2 deliveries. One you get right to Prasad, one you get wrong. And when you get it wrong, it goes absolute miles. So, a bit of a momentum shifter in itself, that one. And we're 38 for 2 after 4 overs.
Well, that woke everyone up at the ground if you weren't paying attention. That is absolutely smoked. And, well, it does get Malta up to just under 10 and over. As Vinny Sandhu mentioned, these two are the key. We know their batting skills and their batting depth.
So keep her up to the stumps, put the squeeze on here.
And try to keep them still in the crease. Sometimes I always find that it makes batsmen stay more still.
Well, I was actually talking about this with Rico yesterday. I said there was a bit of charging and swing and missing, and they said, would you come up because he's charging? I said, well, no, because it's not really working for him. And so if you, sometimes, batters do stay still. Sometimes it's an advantage to stay in your crease and look at it longer.
How big was that 6, Vinny?
That was massive.
100
and the wind, I just mentioned, the wind has kind of swung. It looks like it's swinging around more from the, we're going to the right screen to the left screen. That one was huge. Because they're sharp, there's mediums. Oh, they're going to take off straight away. And a good throw here might have him in trouble. But the bowler had a lot to do to get there.
I actually think it is a good throw. I'm going to say that Shah didn't get behind the stumps. I don't think it's the worst throw, Vinny.
Yeah, but I suppose, I don't really criticise the bowler either. He takes a bit off it. But the bowler's coming from his follow-through.
Yeah.
So he had issues.
Fair enough.
It's not that he didn't want to get back. It's that he's not a spinner, right? So he's still following through a couple more steps.
Yeah, so it seems like Adrian Neil, they're going to save for the death, get some of these right-arm medium bowlers through the middle. Probably a lot of change-ups, a lot of cutters. This is a big contest. Prasad.
Oh, there you go. Good keeping by Garden. And just testing out Prasad upstairs here.
Well, yeah, it's not a bad option. You've got to try and keep it outside off stump. And you saw what happens if you get a bit too full. He absolutely horned that. I still can't believe how big that 6 was.
Showing a good bit of skill up to the stumps there. Oh. There's another one that Prasad swings straight around. Again, good hands by Garden. That's an awkward take. Beats the inside edge.
Prasad just swinging himself off his feet a little bit here.
Come on, lad! Sharp, very slingy, slightly unusual action. He loads up. You want to vary his pace from time to time. Got to get it right to Varun. This one's cart. Hoggy is the call. They do sneak through for a single, so 2 left-handers at the crease.
Basil George needs to get going now. Taking 11 balls for 15. That's okay. He wanted to get himself in. We know how destructive he can be, but he really needs to get going now.
Goes over cover this time, gets a fair piece of it into the gap. The fielders converge, 3 of them, but they can't do anything about it. Maximo! And I think that with this breeze, which for most of the day has been over cover to the left-hander, that's a smart shot. He just goes with the line that time. An important 6 runs for Malta, staying alive in this chase.
Yeah, gets his hands through the ball. A little bit of width on offer. And that is a nice cricket shot. 6 runs. 3 Scottish players converging on it, but couldn't get there in the end.
Yeah, good club selection.
Yeah, that's the old 7-iron over the sandbank.
It was. Sharp. Probably wasn't too bad with the line at length, allowing George to get under it. Nice ball the over here. It's a big ball in this match. Gets it very wrong, but he'll probably get away with it. In fact, he will. It's just a single.
Great
Garden's
fielding.
good keeper, but that was a big 5 wides risk if he missed that.
Yeah, and great fielding from Kes Sajjad there, because that took an awful bounce before him, but he does well, keeps it to 1.
So 47 for 2 off 5 overs. That leaves them 71 to get in the second 5. And I want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. And a special hello to Rico, who's having a day off today. He's enjoying it. You've got day off tomorrow, so come on, don't give me that. Anyway, it's great to have your company, whether you're watching on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent or on one of our international broadcast partners right here on ECN. We have cricket 45 weeks in a row this year, so I don't know how many weeks to go after this. I think we've got about 11 weeks in the season left, so join us and find out more about the European Cricket Network. Corey, we're loving it all the time.
Yep.
Well said. Anyway, the next one is going to be 4, and it's cracked through the offside. Well, that's a very, very good shot as Jarvis comes back and he gets smoked through cover.
Well, bowling to these 2 lefties can be a little bit difficult because George loves to go through the offside, whereas Prasath likes to go on the leg side. So the bowlers have to be pretty canny here. And they've got a little bit of a platform now, Malta. A couple of boundaries coming. They've got a platform. They'll fancy themselves.
Yeah. You mentioned this is the partnership I feel can take the game away from Scotland. Jeez, he hit that so hard, Basil. And now he hits this miles in the end. He's got it wrong, but I can't see anyone catch it except the bowler. And he does. Very good work. And it's Jarvis that had to turn around. That was an awkward one because it is a blustery day. But he turns, goes with the flight, takes it over the shoulder. And a key moment in this chase. And now Malta 51 for 3.
Yeah, well, I love this catch because it's more difficult than it shows on the camera. That went miles in the air. It sort of held up in the breeze. He made good ground. He made that look so much easier than it was.
I thought it was always blowing away from him.
No, I still think the breeze is coming this way a little bit. It's hard to tell.
It's very hard because you look at the flags in different places. They're going different directions. But, yeah, key moment because Basil know that he can be very, very destructive. So can this guy on his day, though, Bilal Khan, coming out to replace him. But boom, boom, Basil. Bit of a mixed bag for him here in match 16. As he departs, the score is 51 for 3.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to get out now. He just looked like he was timing the ball okay, but he has to go. And Scotland keep their noses ahead in this one.
Yeah, that one hurts. But, I mean, this guy, if he clicks, he's something else. He's a good striker of the cricket ball. Natural athlete.
Definition of a cowboy batter.
He is.
It's exciting to watch.
He's a cowboy. I like that, Bilal Khan. Likes to do everything fast, doesn't he? Bowling, batting, living. So, nice return catch from Jarvis. Not a simple one at all.
He's got 2 for 14 now. Sensational figures.
That's what you want from your big players. Missed out with the bat, but he's contributing with the ball, Jarvis. Oh, what a shot this is first. It's a helicopter shot, and it's going to be 4. So Bilal just getting the contact point right, and he starts cuatro carreras. And Malta fighting back.
What a shot first ball. Incredible batting. And it's on the leg stump and he just beautiful little helicopter.
It's very tight ball.
Oh, that's
Like
unbelievable.
that?
He made that look so easy. That is not easy to do.
You're not wrong there. Jarvis. It's just one a bit more right outside the off stump. And so just a single this time to Bilal.
Yeah, pretty big wrists on Bilal, you can tell.
I've got to say I love this from Salim Sajjad. Hello. Saying Mr. Maximo, great knock from the big man, Kes. Loving the commentary, keeping us all entertained. Well, thank you, but thank you to Kes for entertaining us. And it's great to see that kind of interaction. That's a hashtag Happy Dad.
Oh, they're great to see that.
Isn't that nice?
No, it's a sensational
You should be.
innings
You
from
should
his
be
boy.
very, very proud. And if you have any social media, outlets, feel free to let us know. This is the one that's going to bounce over the keeper.
Oh, so that was his father tweeting it. Oh, that's
Salim
brilliant.
Sadat.
Well, you would be proud. Your son's playing live on the air. I think there's 40 million plus viewers a day. He comes out at 5 for 30 odd, and he goes and makes a brilliant 50.
Always good when you make runs when your team's got the back against the wall.
I always said when he opened the other day and got run out, he looked good. I reckon they could have stuck with him as an opener, especially if they want Garden and Naylor to be 3-4.
Yeah, I have him. I just think I just bat him at 4. Stick the other 3 up the top 3. Anyway, this is in the air. It's hanging a long time. It's Hogarth. He's going back, and he takes the catch. Proper ice cream cone job from Hoagie, but he will take the catch. And now we have another wicket, and Bilal, again, he helicoptered in that direction. This one was hovering towards the fielder, and so Malta fall further behind in this cricket match. It's 57 for 4.
This is the first game I've seen where the Scots are right up for it. I mean, they're celebrating wickets like it's a final, and this is what I expected to see from them at the start of the week. Nice ice cream cone in the end. He holds on to it, and you know what Hogarth has done? Him coming in just added this energy to this team, because day 1, day 2, they were very slow.
He adds a bit of grunt. That's what I say. Adds a bit of grunt to them. A bit of growl. I like it. Anyway, Bilal won't like that. Hit a very good 4. Yeah.
Bit of mongrel in this Scottish side now.
It's a term of endearment in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of fight.
Yeah, a bit of fight in the Scots. Day 1, day 2, it just looked like it was laying. But right now, they look like a very good team. They're starting to play well. They look like a team that's clicking at the right time, because for them, if they win this game, Vinny, and then they play Luxembourg later, if they win that, they're going to sneak themselves into second.
They're a team on the up.
And then you get the double chance for tomorrow, and I think when you come up against Belgium, you want that double chance.
End of the over as well. Jarvis finishes with 3 wickets, 3 for 20 off 2 overs, 57 for 4 after 6. It's a long way back now, needing 15 plus and over. I want to say a quick hello as well to some of our viewers from all around the world. I know that Liam, Amanda, Aidan and Abby are loving our coverage from over in Sydney, Australia. Hoping the Maltesers can come home with a win. Well, it's looking a bit unlikely at the moment, isn't it? But, well, it might be more unlikely after this. It's a hanger. It's in the air. It's very high. And he actually headbutts it into the ground. Well, that's unlucky for Davidson. Well, we saw that Hogarth got the ice cream cone that stuck in the fingers. Unfortunately, this one is an interesting double touch from Jasper Davidson.
Yeah, there, and it just kisses him on the forehead as it goes down. It's swirling out there. We said it's not easy, but that one should have been swallowed.
Yeah, but it's exactly what you said. It's swirly. It's not an easy one to judge. I know that getting lots of feedback from our African viewers. You can watch it there on Star Times. If you are watching from Africa, you tell your friends as well. You can watch on that network. Here's Shah. This is a big heave across the line. Once again, I've loved the keeping of Garden up to the stumps here.
Yeah, Garden looks like a very, very good keeper indeed. Great hands. No, it takes easy when you're up to the stumps and someone's bowling decent pace, and he looks good.
Yeah, got good fundamentals, Garden. The way he goes about his cricket. Yeah, nice. Again, rides the bounce. One thing I will say about keeping on these kind of services, at least you can normally trust the bounce.
Yeah.
So what would make this a bit more difficult on a turf pitch is the variable bounce at that pace. But I think that if you've got good footwork and good reflexes, it's just a little bit easier to keep up to the stumps on an artificial surface.
Shah doing a good job here as well.
Bangs it in again. Garden handles it. He's going to need new gloves at the end of this. He's been having a workout here.
And just like that, that required rate, and he's absolutely shot through the roof. I mean, 18 and over now, that's when you say it becomes...
Point of no return. And I'll tell you something that Malta need to worry about now.
Net run rate.
Yeah, because that can decide it. If France knock them over, they'll be tied on points.
But Malta will still... Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right. Could you imagine if France stuck in
I always love hearing you say I'm right. I'll never tire of that. But, yeah, let all our viewers let us know where you're watching from. You can either get us on social media or in the comment section on the European Cricket Network. This one's a beautiful looking cover drive. And as Shah nonplussed about that, I think. Aurora, well, we haven't even talked about Bikram. He can bat pretty well, and he starts with a pretty good cover drive for 4.
Well, he gets his shape a little bit better that time. There was no deep sweeper there. They had third man back instead. And a little bit over pitched. Nice shot. 4 runs.
Very good shot. Aurora's a proper batter. Aurora and Prasath actually set a record partnership in T20 international cricket recently for Malta. He's down here at 6.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do though, Vinny. 56 off 19. It would be a minor miracle.
And the thing is, Aurora, he is also a bit more of a classical batter, not an out-and-out smasher.
And that you would imagine they're going to have to do it against the big man, Adrian Neil. Surely he's going to bowl 2 at the end.
Maybe. Beats him. With a bit of pace here, it was dug in. They brought the deep square leg up. I think Aurora's annoyed he misses out on that. So it's the end of the 7th over. Malta languishing at 62 for 4 after 7. Coming up next, well, Luxembourg, Belgium. This is a very interesting rematch because Belgium, the only match they lost in this week so far was to Luxembourg on day 1, where Belgium only made a score in the 80s and Luxembourg chased it down in the 9th over. And, well, once again, Luxembourg won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. So they will have the opportunity to chase. No Thomas Martin, he's still out with a shoulder injury. But Timothy Barker's had a good week, hasn't he, for Belgium. Let's see what they're going with there. They've listed Suleiman to open with Omid Malik, Kel Ali Raza at 3, Sherry Butt at 4. Zakil at 5. I still would like to see Zakil maybe get a shot a little bit higher up the order. See if they can get him going.
Have I missed something here? It doesn't look like Adrian Neil will bowl. Is it?
I think, well, going back to yesterday, just quickly, that next game will be in half an hour's time. I think he's using himself as a backup bowler and he's got 5 bowlers ahead of him now.
Isn't he the spearhead 2 metres tall?
Just think that in these conditions, he hasn't been as effective as he would have liked. This one is near the fielder. Does well to smother it in the end. Michael English. Now we could have trouble. He's gone. He's going to be gone here, Prasath. They'll probably have a look at it. But I think they decided to go Prasath's end. They know that he's no stall gift runner, as we'd say in Australia. And he's labouring here. In the end, I'm not even sure if the bat makes the line. And it was good work by Garden. He knew exactly how much time he had to make sure that he knocked over the wickets. And I think we're going to start the 8th over with a wicket here.
Yeah, I reckon that his bat just plonked down in the grass. We'll have a look, but he might be getting his marching orders, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. I think he knows it too. There we go. And Garden just knows he's got a bit of time. And there we go. It's a bat in the air.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I know his bat's in the air, but did he get it down in time?
Well, let's have a look.
Gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bat in the air. It's a good replay by the guys at Spring Productions because Garden, look at that. He's almost like he's about to do a cartwheel there, doesn't he? And there's the decision of Varun Prasath. Unfortunately, he just wasn't quick enough to get back for 2, and looks like the Scots will get some revenge on Malta, who knocked them over in match 5, but it looks like it'll be a different story here in match number 16, and after that it's going to be 63 for 5. Prasath run out for 10.
Yeah, Prasath goes, and you'd imagine most of the hopes of Malta go, and unfortunately, he's run himself out there. You've got to slide your bat at home, kids. It's a fundamental. And another wicket goes, but yeah, talk to me a little bit more. So, because I don't know, but why Adrian Neil's not bowling? Because I like watching him bowl.
Hey, of course. I just think that he's now, I mean, I'm just not saying giving an opinion on it, I'm saying how he's using himself. I think he's got 5 bowlers that he uses, and he's almost a backup option that could come on any time. We saw him bowl the 10th over, almost just giving himself a bowl yesterday against Luxembourg, but they were already, I think, 59 for 9.
You sure he doesn't have a niggle or something?
Not to my knowledge. He's a guy, a lot of people think he's pretty unlucky not to make the Scottish World Cup T20 team. I suppose different conditions, right? Different conditions.
Yeah, I'd still like to see him bowl a couple overs. I think he could be their spearhead, especially bowling maybe.
I think he'll bowl 1 here. That's what I think. He'll either bowl the 9th or the 10th.
Yep, fair enough.
Anyway, Sajjad. He's the star with the bat. And, right now, he is on with the ball.
Well, his dad will be watching, hoping for a couple of wickets.
Big hello to Salim. Maitani comes out and tries to hit the ball over the bar and misses.
Well, we do say a quick hello. I've got a little message slipped in from Doug Harrison. As this was a big wild play miss, and he's got a little bar out in York, and he's watching the coverage and said if we're ever in town, come to the Summer House Bar. So hello, Doug, and we'll take you up on that.
We absolutely will. We need Charlie back to cover us so we can go on our ECN commentators bar tour, I think, of
That'd
the
be
UK.
a bit dangerous.
York's a lovely place. Yeah, hello, Doug. Hope you're well. On behalf of myself, Corey and Rico.
I see it is good when people do slip into the social medias and say their best wishes, watching from all over the world.
So one of the unique and special things about ECN is you can interact with us a bit more live on air. blending worlds here. Well, this is in the air and doesn't get a lot of it. Neil comes around and takes the catch chest high. So Mothani can't move the needle. He goes for a duck. And Malta just losing their weight quite badly now, 63 for 6. And the reason that this margin matters, even if they don't win this game, then France are going to have to beat Malta by a certain amount to qualify. And so for every run that Malta get now, they make their qualification pathway a little bit easier into the final four. Mothani, he'll be disappointed. He can't really get enough of the middle of the bat on this, and he departs 63 for 6.
Yeah, there's just something different about the Scottish body language this morning as well. Every wicket they've got, they've been right around each other, running in from all parts of the oval. They look a different team this morning. It's good to see. And Sajjad, well, he's got one, well, let's say 2 hands on man of the match.
Yeah, I'd say 3 hands. I'll lend him one.
Where's the third hand?
Easy. Hello to Stuart Linton, who's watching, saying he's loving the cricket, rooting for Scotland. Hello to you, Stuart. Hope you're well. I know Michael Leask is another guy that watches a lot of ECN cricket. He's a guy that I've interviewed before, actually, on ECN. Hello to Gordon Tansey as well. Said he's loving week 3. Now he's warmed up, saying Scotland need to unleash the Loch Ness Monster. I know that there's a couple of guys that can...
Is that real?
I can't give an opinion. I'm half Scottish.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
I can't prove there's not one. Think about that. Anyway, Sajjad with a wicket. And now he's going to get nicked for 4. Well, seen a few of these both ways, haven't we? This is one that Garden, he would have loved this one for the highlight reel, but it's not quite in his range in the end. And so that will be 4 runs. And like I said, all these runs are important for Malta now.
Yep, every run does count. It might come down to a net run rate battle later if France do beat them.
Gordon Tansey, I've got a great photo of him as well. Slower ball. Garden, he'll hate this because there goes his clean sheet. It'll be a bye. Couldn't deal with the slower ball in the second bounce. End of the over though, and Sathi will retain the strike. 68 for 6 after 8.
Yep, 68 for 6. So Scotland are going to come away winners in this one. Look like a new reinvigorated side this morning, even though they'll put under pressure early with the bat. Good bowling from Sajjad, and well, it's been a pretty enthralling morning game. Really looking forward to 4 more live matches today as well. We've got Luxembourg, Belgium coming up, and Malta, France during midday. And tonight's fixture, France, Belgium as well.
Yeah, that should be a really good one. This group very, very much alive at the moment.
Well, because France played the last game, Vinny, let's say they do end up on 4 points. They might be hoping to lose to Belgium, but not by many, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we haven't talked about that yet, the French final game. We're kind of assuming France will go down, but who knows? Belgium might have sewn up top spot by then. They might try a few things. They might rest a few players. We just don't know.
Might call up the manager to play.
That'd be interesting. So, yeah.
O'Donnell.
Lewis O'Donnell. So, you still haven't seen Neil.
Andy Bickle. Andy Bickle of Scotland.
All happens in the 9th. Malta. They'll be a bit frustrated, I suppose. Again, they neutralised the 3 pillars, as we were calling them. But now I think maybe we've got 4 pillars with Sajjad heating up. That's the thing. Scotland, they, you know, one by one, they've had new batters clicking during the week.
Are they one of the teams that you think that are actually timing their run well?
Maybe. I don't think anyone plans to have that kind of start. That starts in the top seed position. But, yeah, definitely it's a positive that they have more batters that have kind of felt what it feels like to have success in this form of the game.
Yeah, because now you're looking at Jarvis, Naylor, Garden, who've had the 3 best weeks with the bat. You add Sajjad, who's finding form. If they can get maybe a little bit more out of Michael English or a few others, they're starting to look good.
Yeah. This one's pitched up. Sathi knocks it out for 1. Yeah, so I think we'll get Neil in the last over, just to keep himself loose.
Yeah, okay.
That's what he did. That's what he did yesterday.
You'd imagine if it's a final though, if it's a big game, he'd bowl 2.
He actually looked a bit annoyed that the first ball, Luxembourg number 11, chopped onto the stumps. It meant he only got 1 ball. So let's see. So a lot to do. Bikram Aurora again. I think he needs to bat higher just to make this batting line a bit longer. See, Aurora, he's been used as a kind of insurance policy, but I just think he might be the answer at the top. He might have opened once, it didn't work out, but I still think that's probably the way that I'd be slicing and dicing it. Probably go Basil George and Aurora. Depending on the situation, you go, yeah, probably Patanka at 3. and then Prasath or Stanislaus, depending on the main match situation, 4 and 5. This is drilled. One bounce down to long on. That's Michael English that does the fielding.
Yeah, that does take us to the end of the ninth over. The score is 73 for 6, and a message coming through from Con Lutus from Melbourne watching there. Hello, hope you're enjoying all the coverage, but plenty of people all over the world. I had a message from Angola.
Yeah.
Jamie,
we are going, I mean, I could tell you all the stations we're on Star Times in Africa, ATN in Canada, Sportsmax in Jamaica, Dubai Sports Channel in the Middle East, Fox Sports in Australia, Free Sports and Premier Sports in UK and Ireland. We're on La Liga in Spain, VG in Norway, Swiss Sport TV, 11 Sports Italy, TVR in Romania, Streamstate in Austria, Sport Deutschland in Germany. And not to forget, our viewers in the subcontinent watching on Fancode and various others watching on the European Cricket Network. Well, I've got one guy. I always love it when he tunes in when we're here at the Cartama Oval. That's, let's just say, love the super fans when fans take it to the next level. And see if we can get this up in time. As we see, Aurora has to pull something. He's not quite there for it. Loving the headband from Sajjad. He's had a very good game. I think that he'll be doing the hair for the player of the match photo, I think.
Man of the match on your screen right there.
That's it. Scotland adapting. It's adapt or die for them this week. And this one's a bit short, and this time it will go to the boundary. So Aurora, this is what he was thinking. This time he gets a bit more length to work with, and he smacks it away square of the wicket over the infield. One bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice looking shot that time. A little bit too short, and he gets it away with square leg in the ring. Easy shot for some runs.
So, yes, Sajjad will be pretty happy with his game, and I think, like I say, I quite like the way he got his team out of trouble. Probably doesn't want to be in that much trouble next time, but yeah, I think about 4. I think about him at 4. Well, gets this wrong, and this is into the gap. It will be 4 runs again. So this is a high-ish full toss. And consolation runs, but they might be important runs, like I said, for Malta. Aurora gets down, and he just basically pulls that one over square leg. Probably okay for height, because he was crouching down.
Yeah, square leg's in the ring, so if he gets it over him, it's always 4. And there's your man.
That's Gordon Tansey. And well, we're looking for commentators that can give us a break so we can go on our bar tour that everyone's offering us. Oh, Gordon, nice to see you enjoying the cricket. Sign that man up. Right. This is probably going to test the field as well. Excellent fielding. Always like to see this. Now, if they ran really hard, they probably would have got 3 here from the get-go, because he batted it up the line quite a long way, but they will get a couple. And I think that will be the end of the game.
No, 1 to go.
Is it?
Yep.
Sure.
You're too busy saying hello to all the fans, Vinny.
I'm looking at the screen, and it said 9.5.
Now.
All right. Now it's 9.5.
Stay with me, Vinny. It's a long day.
They're too quick, these scorers. All right, here we go. Now we got last ball. Well, there we go. And Aurora gets knocked over for 16. But Malta get a few runs late, I suppose. They go down by 33 runs in this one. As Aurora falls, 84 for 7. The final score here in match 16 of Group C. It is Scotland 11, 117. Malta 84. And Scotland 11, well, they will be eyeing off that double chance after a pretty clinical performance, after a bit of a start that was certainly not in the plans. The rest of it does go to plan, and the Scotland 11 run out easy victors.
Yeah, much better performance after the first 5 overs. They batted well in their back 5. They bowled well throughout, and they deserve to be the winners in this one. They seem a little bit more switched on today. For Malta, back to the drawing board. They've got a pretty big game coming up against France later today.
Yeah, they do. Well, let's go back to the highlights, and you can see that Scotland 11 dug themselves out of a hole in the first half of this game. But it was Malta swinging away, as you'd imagine, early. It wasn't a terrible start, but Hogarth, he broke through after getting drilled for a 6 by Patanka, and that just set things off a little bit. They just kept losing wickets. In fact, they lost 6 wickets, didn't they, in the first 5 over Scotland. Malta didn't lose that many, but they just weren't able to get the boundary, I think, as often as they wanted. I think there was some good fielding in there. Prasanth always hoping that he could click. Basil George, oh, he looked like he could be going on a heater as well. But then when he was caught very, very well by Jarvis off his own bowling, you knew it was going to be pretty tough. Prasanth was still there, but he didn't really click, with the exception of 1-6. That was absolutely massive. Bilal came out and played a helicopter, but didn't do a lot more, as another shot in that direction was caught by Hogarth. It was a little bit of an ice cream job from Hoagie. And that one was a bit of an accidental header for Davidson. Lucky he had the sunglasses for protection, but ultimately, with those key wickets going down, and once Prasanth went, just knew there wasn't a lot of hope. He got run out in this fashion. Good work by Garden, who I thought was also excellent behind the stumps. Look, Scotland 11, they're building, and they're building pretty quickly now, Corey.
Yeah, Garden did keep really well. I was impressed from him, and nice catch by the captain there, Adrian Nealon. Well, they bowled really well, did the Scots. They had a decent score to defend, but you've still got to bowl in the right areas and field well, and that's what they did. And right at the back end, there was a couple of little boundaries in the last over, but the game was already basically over, and the Scots were still throwing their bodies on the line. Great work from Jack Jarvis there. And Kes Sajjad, the man of the game for me, he got a wicket off the very last ball to give him what I think is a deserved man of the match. As we look at the lineups for the next one, Luxembourg playing Belgium. Belgium, they've hit their T10 form. Luxembourg, the surprise package this week, they've improved out of sight.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And look, Belgium, they'll be out for some revenge, because last time these two teams met, it was Luxembourg 86 off 8.5, I should say, defeating Belgium 84. So they held Belgium to 84. They'll be hoping for something similar again. So will Belgium fire or not? That's the big question. Always a bit of a risk sending them in, but we know Belgium, sometimes they can be their own worst enemy with the bat. And Luxembourg, they'll be missing Thomas Martin, still out with that shoulder injury. But that game's coming your way. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you through that one. Basil George with 26 was the top scorer, but no one could really get going. Had a pretty clinical performance with the ball from Scotland. They only bowled 2 wides in that innings. It was 1 no ball for overstepping. And ultimately, Malta not able to get the job done. 3 for 20, Jarvis took the figures. But I've got to say, I really like the bowling of Lewis O'Donnell. Only 8 runs came off his 2 overs. Also, Uzair Shah did a pretty good job going for 14 off his 2. Sajjad, well, no doubt he was player of the match with a couple of wickets to go with his half century. And Hogarth, again, wasn't the worst. Did pick up a wicket. A bit more expensive this time, though. He took 1 for 25. We'll take a quick break. When we return, it will be Luxembourg versus Scotland. Pardon me, Luxembourg versus Belgium. They are neighbours, and last time Luxembourg got one over on the big brother. Will it be the same way again? We'll have to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers is with me, and we'll be back shortly on ECN with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. My favourite part of the day, because I'm here with the kids from Cricket School Project. It's great to see a mixture of backgrounds with these kids as well. Some have some cricket playing experience and some don't, but you guys having a lot of fun, I can tell that already. Time for the second coin toss of the day. It's match 17 between Luxembourg and Belgium. These guys are neighbours, and well, let's just say they had a very healthy rivalry when they met earlier in the week. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's with two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, your call, Frederick. Frederick School.
So it's Luxembourg that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. No surprises, because they held Belgium to score in the 80s and chased it down when these teams last met on Monday. Bit of a shock for the Belgians. In fact, it's their only loss so far. I'm sure that they want to get some revenge, and well, I just think we're going to see a really close match again. No Thomas Martin for Luxembourg. I know he's got a bit of a shoulder injury. But anyway, it's been great to have the kids here from EIC and also Los Remedios from Cartama. And look, you guys, I hope you have a great day. Now, Rico, he's not here today, but this one's for you, Rico. Ready, kids? 1, 2, 3. Vale, vale, vale. Over to Corey. Let's get the game started.
Well, there you have it. Bale, bale, bale. More cricket action coming your way here at the Cartama Oval here in Andalusia, Spain. Gorgeous weather now. It was a little bit breezy this morning. It's dying down a little bit, and it's going to be a hot one. 27 degrees is forecasted. As you see, the umpires there, that's Mr. Stefan Gooch and Asad Ali. Good luck to the men in black, we like to call them. And they've been pretty sensational throughout the tournament as they lead the two teams on. Luxembourg playing their neighbours Belgium, and earlier this week Luxembourg surprised Belgium and beat them. I reckon it was one of the biggest wins in their cricketing careers. As you can see, the Belgium team there pretty calm, pretty relaxed, as they are in a really good position in Group C. We look at the lineups, and for Belgium, no changes at the top. Suleiman and Ahmed Malikel again at 1 and 2. Ali Raza 3, Sherry Butt 4, Sabah Skill 5. Very good top 5. And for Luxembourg, they need the bowling to produce something special once more, and that's how they beat Belgium the first time. Ohit Dixit's going to have to bowl very well. Expected score saying Belgium to win this one, and I think they'll go in as favourites. You never know in this T10 format. Luxembourg have done it once. Can they do it again? As the players easily make their way out to the middle in this second match on the Thursday morning, or Thursday early afternoon, I should say, here in Spain. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world and all our network partners. I know this is going globally. Everybody on the chat and the YouTube chat, feel free to get your questions in. Everyone in India via fan code. Hope you're doing well out there. Good luck for your Dream11 teams, as we're almost set to go. It's Vikram V who was on your screens just organising the field. It looks like it's going to be a deep long on and a deep cover as their two boundary riders, something they've done pretty consistently throughout this week. Will Belgium get some revenge on Luxembourg after a shock loss earlier in the week? We're going to find out shortly, as we're almost ready for ball one. So last moments, just as the field gets sorted and the umpires wait to say play, counting the clock down. Play is signalled. Here we go. Ball one, Belgium versus Luxembourg. Oh, it's an inside edge, and well, it falls well short of the keeper. Very good work as well, though, because he ends up getting a bit of glove on it and making sure it doesn't trickle away for 4. That's William Cope keeping there for Luxembourg in this one. Does a very, very good job. A bit of a way swing to the right-hander, but too much, and that will be given a wide. So Belgium, they're in a bit of T10 form now. They've been destructive for the last few days. They'll be looking for a big power play start once again. Hit hard, and that is a great shot. I reckon that might have gone all the way. I think it has. I'll double check with the third umpire, but I think that's gone for 6. So we'll have a closer look here as the third umpire wants to take a closer look. Yeah, that's 6 for me. What a nice shot that is. The first boundary in this one, over pitched, and Suleiman, well, he says thank you very much and absolutely clatters it all the way. Oh, decent size appeal. And I think that what the umpire is saying there, Stefan Gooch to the bowler, well, if you run down the middle of the wicket, it makes it very difficult for me to see. So it's a big appeal. I reckon that was really, really close, but his follow-through took him right in front of the umpire. We'll have a look here. Yeah, so you can sort of see, he sort of gets in his way, and not easy to give that out. It's pushed down to mid-off for a single. So small margins, and when you're coming left arm around, you've still got to get out of the danger area as quickly as you can.
Yeah, I know. Good stuff, Mo. Here we go. Good come back here, lad. Come on, lad. Come on
Hit
here, lad.
hard, straight to cover point, dot ball, and well, here's one thing that Luxembourg have done really well all week. They've fielded well. That was brilliant stop there. Got the ball into the keeper really quickly, William Cope. We whipped the bails off, but he definitely got home. So Luxembourg showing they are here to belong. 4 wins for them so far in Group C. Last year, they didn't register 1 win, so they've improved out of sight. Oh no, it's a giant full toss. It's a Gundy ball, and he smokes it for 6. And it might have been caught by the man in the crowd there. It could have been. That might be Daniel Doyle, Calais. Tell me he didn't catch it. Please, universe, tell me he didn't. Let's have a look. It's in the air. Does he get there? Oh, he takes it as well. Well, that is Spanish cricket royalty right there. And that is why Spain have gone through Group A. We'll look at some of the stats here at the moment. The top batters, Mr. Barker, Vikram Vey, have had good innings so far in the tournament. 125, 115 runs for Belgium, 137 for Ali Raza, 93 runs for Suleiman, and 89 runs for Sherry Butt. So plenty of batting skill, but also plenty of bowlers at the bottom there who are having good weeks. I mean, a little bit of shock here. There's been a catch in the crowd. Another Spanish player holding on to one. It's pushed into cover, and they'll get a dot ball. Good start for Belgium, 16 for none. They're so dangerous in this power play.
Great start there, thanks.
Wild play and miss this time. The right shot though, it's sort of outside off start. There's no deep cover, no deep point, no deep mid off. It's deep mid on and deep mid wicket. Just had to get some elevation and some bat on that. Would have been 4. Nice start this by my love. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You get that width, you just have to elevate it. And he does exactly that. 6 runs. Nice shot from Malakelt. That will get him going. Yeah, it's a wide ball, and all he has to do is extend his hands, put his wrist through it a little bit, and a nice cricket shot. Belgium off to a flyer once again. That one there charging down the wicket, bit loose that time.
Thanks, I'm coming up.
And I think I've just heard the keeper say, William Cope, he's coming up, so he's going to jog off quickly and grab his helmet. I think he's going to come up to the stumps here and try and keep Malakelt in his crease. Sometimes when you keep a batsman in his crease, though, they actually become a little bit more still and hit the ball harder. So just a mini delay as William Cope does get his helmet on. Safety first. And this time he doesn't miss out again. And 6 runs. Well, the keeper comes up. It probably makes Malikel stay in his crease and stay a little bit more still at the point of contact, and he cashes in. So 2 sixes in the over now, with a couple of plays and misses, but Belgium off to a rollicking start. How much more still he is now, not running at the ball. So, there's an old adage, let's get the keeper up so he stays in his crease, but I reckon it works against Luxembourg here. It's a better shot. 1 ball left in the second. And this time spliced but caught. Well, he hits it straight to backward point. That's a Anoop also. Good catch from him. The first one goes down. He hit it pretty well, but he hit it in the air. And after a couple of 6s in the over, Malikel will have to go. And the score is 28 for 1. Luxembourg with the strike early in this one. Absolutely smoked it to backward point, but he hit it in the air, and unfortunately there's a man stationed there, so we have to go. It doesn't get any easier for Luxembourgers. Ali Raza will be coming out into the middle now. He's in good form as well. Malikel, he'll have to go. I'm sure he'll have another opportunity later today. He goes for 14 off 8 with 2 6s.
Here we go, Dingo, here we go.
So that's the man on your screen, the Belgian captain, the newly appointed Belgian captain, Ali Raza. Looks like Amit Dhingra is going to bowl last over the power play. This is why the table is starting to squeeze, getting to the business end. Scotland with that win jumped to second. If Luxembourg lose this one, well, they'll play Scotland in a shootout a little bit later for second place. So that is short, wide, and given a wide. And good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu. Hello.
Nice to be back. Yeah, hello to everybody. A good contest just keep on coming here, don't they? This one does grab the tram line. Dhingra, proper third over specialist, always comes on, rarely lets his team down in this third over. Overcorrects this time, down leg side for a wide.
A little bit of Sourav Ganguly.
Yeah, he's been getting that a lot. I've got to turn my effects mic down just because of the constant chat of William Cope, who's got the gloves now. Orsu being relieved of his duties today. That means we won't see William Cope with the ball. This is going to be 4. Had to reach for this one, Mohamed Suleiman. So Dhingra trying to, I suppose, induce this kind of shot. Hopefully, he wanted an error, but Suleiman gets into the gap and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, just had to catch up with it, didn't he? And he does exactly that. Goes into the gap, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, Belgium last time, these two teams met. They only managed 84. They were all out, in fact. This time around. Now he should get 2 here if you're paying attention. At least 2. Good effort there, but it was Orsu gloveless. He knocked it away from Tony Whiteman, who was also chasing that ball, but alert running from the Belgians to get a couple there.
Yeah, easy 2 for Belgium. It's a good start for them. They've got the platform to hit something big.
Very breezy. I've just noticed the wind seems to have changed a bit. When I was down there, it seemed to be behind the bowler now. But if you look at different flags, they tell you different stories, but I think it's getting a bit harder to hit straight. That's one thing about this ground. I mean, originally this ground was level with the kind of hills you see around. It's actually been dug out, kind of like a basin. Short, and this is going to be 4. Now, just had to get it over the infield or around them. He does, and Suleiman's looking dangerous. He's 22 off 7 now.
Yeah, he's feasting on the medium pace at the moment. It was a shock loss last time these two teams played, but I think Belgium are out for revenge, Vinny.
It looks like it. We know that they're a high risk, high return kind of outfit, the Belgians. Runners up last year in a 15-team ECC. This year, of course, a couple of other teams including the Ireland 11, Scotland 11, for example. Also, we've got Denmark in for the first time, as well as France, Malta, and Switzerland. So it's good to see the competition growing. Looking to grow it even further next year. Well, this is too short. He swings away on this. This is flying. And in fact, it's on the roof of the bar. Maximal. Dhingra gets it wrong. Suleiman doesn't. He moves to 28.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. It's just a little bit too slow, and Suleiman, he's just feasting on the medium pace at the moment.
So he stays pretty much back in his crease. Little skip forward once he saw the length and climbs into that shot. Belgians looking pretty happy about their work so far. Ali Raza's joined the party now in the number 3 position. Hasn't had to do too much yet. What a shot that was. Hello to Adel Diwan Ali and Sultan Diwan Ali, who are watching from Belgium. Hello to you guys. Hope you're well. Unreachable this time. And wide. Suleiman wishing he could have reached it because he just wants to hit boundaries all the time at the moment.
Yeah, he's ticking, isn't he? And he's off to a bit of a fly at 28 off 8.
We saw the power play graph recently, which he had a bit of trouble deciphering, but it did tell you Belgium have had the highest power play this week. And this one is going to add to this power play. In fact, it will be 4. It'll bring up the 50 within the power play, and the Belgians swinging away. And this over from Dingra has gone horribly wrong. It's gone magical now. Belgium 51 for 1.
Yeah, this one he just lofts it over that offside. He's enjoying batting in the power play. Brutal hitting, and it's looking good at the moment for Belgium.
Well, the T1 Ali's letting us know that they call Suleiman Salou. They are yelling it right now in the comments section because they're happy with this start. 32 off 9 for that player. And now he wants more. Is he going to get more? Fielder comes around, has to watch it. Well, good effort, but he can't keep it in the field of play. Maximo Salou with the big finish. And Belgium, huge power play in the end. 57 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, really big finish. The over ends up going for 29. It went miles in the air. What an effort by the fielder, though. Great attempt, but too much on it. It goes for 6, and Belgium, well, they could hit something massive here.
Had to pull it back from the beyond, but he wasn't able to do it. And that power play now beats their previous best power play of 53.
Oh, they're out for revenge, Vinny.
Yeah.
They were, when they lost to Luxembourg. Luxembourg, you know, they play in the local league, basically. Yeah. Optimus Cricket Club play in Belgium's cricket league. So
they're interrelated.
They're like the little cousin of Belgian cricket, and they beat them. So I have a feeling that Belgium want to sort of show that they're still the big cousin.
Hear what you're saying? Anyway, this is going to be straight to the fielder on the boundary. Well, Ali Raza is going to go first ball. He's watched it all from the other end, but when it came to be his turn, he couldn't get the elevation to get this over the fielder. It's normally Dixon in that position. Happened so quick, I couldn't see. But it is Shivkar and Gill that comes on with a wicket first ball, and Belgium, they lose the second wicket. Their captain for a golden duck, 57 for 2.
Yeah, a golden duck. He hit it hard. He hit it long, but not long enough. And just got caught right on the rope. He'll be disappointed. Right there, yeah. Good catch in the end. He had to get just a little bit more elevation on it. He hit it pretty well. It was just a bit flat.
Yeah, you're right. It made a good sound off the bat. But, yeah, with the wind going that direction, you've got to get it higher. One of the kids from EIC. A bit disappointed that Ali Raza goes first ball. They'd heard a lot about him, but that's the way the Belgian play. They go for their shots from ball 1. And at the end of his innings, unfortunately, it's not too far from the start. 57 for 2. They won't be too worried about that. Good to see so many kids here as part of the cricket school project. Got kids from the Los Remedios school here in Cartama today, as well as the English International College Marbella. Shivkar and Gill coming on and just pushes them through. Tries to locate this. This is miles in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this. Good luck. And well, no one's seen that. Well, I thought he was setting himself. Basically, he wasn't even watching it. He's fooled everyone there.
Well, this is why you have to have glasses on. I know there's a big ball of hydrogen, but I thought he was about to catch it. It landed 20 metres away from him.
Yeah, back. Here's Shivkar and Gill next ball, and it will be 1.
That should have been Ali Raza and Sherry Butt should have both been gone for Goldens. That's a huge moment.
It was so funny because I thought he was just setting himself and he was in perfect position. You can see this one here. It's miles in the air. Sorry, it's going about 5 metres.
Oh, no.
I'd at least be protecting my head then if you don't know where it is because it was in his general direction. Next one's called a wide.
Well, we've seen it a few times, players not wearing sunglasses that just don't pick up the ball.
Yeah, the sun's pretty, at
pretty
the moment.
Bright. It's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's high in the sky at the moment. because we're pretty close to the middle of the day. So that's kind of one, a real high ball, which you can lose. Often it's the flatter ones where the sun's a bit lower in the sky. Yeah, don't see that very often.
No, I remember Michael Hussey's where he's fielding at mid-off, it gets hit miles up to him and he's just completely lost.
Yeah, there's been some good ones over the years. Yeah, we talk about the ball getting lost in the lights at night, but yeah, getting lost in the sun. It's probably something that a lot more cricketers can relate to. This one is in the slot and it's dispatched. Maximo. Very good shot. Salou off to the races again. Right now, he's looking good for a 50.
Yeah, well, there was a little question of the day. How many 50s will we see? We saw Sajjad in the first game. Suleiman, he's getting close to a personal milestone himself.
Pretty good shot. 45 off 12. That is very, very good going. One hit away from a 50 now.
Oh, wow.
He's happy to take one. He'll have to hustle. It's a bit close, you know.
I reckon that's out if he hits, Vinny.
Yeah, it just seemed to take a long time to get going. It was his idea to go for the single as well.
Yeah, of course he goes for the single on that last ball, the over. He wants the strike. He's the hot hand.
Yeah, we knew it was last ball, the over. So strike manipulation as we get to the end of the fourth. It's 68 for 2. Still 170 pace. Belgium, who only scored 84 in a completed innings last time these two teams met. Well, they are out for more and a lot more here in match 17. Well, Gordon in the comment section saying, after watching Rico Full in his aviator sunnies yesterday, maybe the players don't want to wear glasses because they couldn't look as cool. You pull off the sunnies sometimes, don't you, Corey?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Try my best.
Would be useful under these conditions. Here we go with over number 5 now. They're spinning, turning to proper spin now with Marcus Cope. And he's smacked down to the ground. That one ends up in the Belgian 10. One hand, one bounce. And the Belgians doing the batting and the fielding that time, but that brings up the 50 for Mohamed Suleiman of only 14 balls. Brings it up with his 6th 6, also 3 boundaries. What a knock this has been at the start of the innings for Belgium.
Yeah, beautiful hitting, brutal hitting. 50 off 14, really motoring along.
His Exiles teammates enjoying it as well. Now he goes straight and he goes the same way. Straight down the ground. Maximo is elevating, he is hitting, and right now Belgium making a real statement here against Luxembourg.
Yeah, well, just showing that it's not all over mid-wicket. That one a little bit fuller, and he smacks it straight over mid-off's head. And, well, brutal. He's on for a big, big score here, Vinny.
This one is a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, we don't always think about the old 3 figures, but with so much time left in this innings, he has a really big chance here to hit 100. You don't often see it. We haven't had one of this ECC.
Not wrong.
If he keeps ticking for 2 or 3 overs, Vinny, he'll be close.
So just be one. I like the way Suleiman is also treating balls with respect in between these big shots. I suppose being a little bit selective still, not going at absolutely everything. I think he's in a good headspace at the moment in this innings.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot. Just basically pushes it effortlessly through the covers for 4. So these batsmen showing some brute power, but also some nice timing. And it was a little bit over pitched, but pushes it into a big pot of space, 4 runs.
Yeah, just more timing than anything, wasn't it, from Sherry Butt that time? And so Sherry Butt's got his role to play as well. It's so dangerous when they've got wickets in hand as well, Belgium. Last ball of Cope's over. He's hoping to avoid going magical. It's away. This time Suleiman turns down the single. I think he wants the strike, and you can see why, because he is motoring. We are halfway through this first innings. Belgium, after getting sent in, they are making Luxembourg pay. 85 for 2 after 5 overs. Once again, I want to say a very warm welcome to all of you watching around the world. We are here at the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol, the Sunshine Coast of Spain. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rutgers with me. Rico's off today because he has been working pretty hard. So he's got a day off. I know you've got a day off tomorrow. We're managing because we actually have 7 days of cricket a week at the moment. We have the internationals Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday we've got some cricket coming on, including Costa del Sol playing this weekend, Corey.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's Gracia from Catalunya are coming down. It should be, who's the third team?
Madrid CC are coming as well. So they've had some success this season. So if you want to follow that, you can go on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, on Saturday and Sunday if you want more cricket. It just keeps coming. Well, this is a fingertipper for Vij, and Suleiman's just hit this so hard. It was like trying to stop a speeding bullet. Unfortunately, Vij's hands weren't bulletproof, and that's another boundary to start an over. Yeah,
lovely shot. It was an opportunity, but it just burst through his hands. You can see him react there. Short wide, and he clatters it for. I'm on it. This is 100 watch now, Vinny. We could have our first 100 of the 2022 ECC. He has a chance here.
Yeah, not wrong.
Who? Clayton Floyd hit one last year?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Dan Lincoln.
Dan Lincoln. Scott Edward. No, that was in the ACL. Any others? Just those two?
Just those two, I think.
This is he's got a red hot chance.
Well, he might have jinxed him pretty good because this is a miss hit. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. And it's a world-class jinx from Corey Rutgers, who calls the 100. Suleiman never looked like getting out, but he's going to have to go for 63 of 19 balls. Jabakel with the wicket. And that's an important one to try and stop the bleeding. Now, Belgium are 89 for 3.
Well, and we're going to have to look up the commentator's curse because I actually think it is a real thing now. It's happening too often, but what a good innings from him. He'll be disappointed to get out now. Great catch in the end. Just gets a little bit high on him. Miles in the air, and well, you still got to make up the ground and hold on to it under pressure. He does exactly that. Had to reach for it. Caught it inside the ring in the end, so great effort.
So you know he's gone a long way there. And it was Dixit. I think that's his area, isn't it? So it is Dixit that goes, but Suleiman, very good knock from him. And salute to you, because he hit 7 big maximos in that knock of 63 off 19. Leaves this team in a very strong position, 89 for 3.
Yeah, I feel a little bit guilty. I put the kibosh on him, and well, you can see his teammates are happy for him there, and that's good to see. He played a pretty special innings. It gives another man another chance to show us what he can do. The dreadlocks, huge fan of it.
Yeah, so he's just hoping that Belgium might be able to fall in a heap here. Let's have a look at this. This is an interesting one. Maximo power chart. How many sixes teams hit per 10 over innings? And Malta actually leading. 8.5 sixes per 10 overs. The average is around about 5 normally. Belgium, no surprise, they're up there. And you see France, they've struggled. Bit of a theory. Teams that hit more sixes win more cricket matches.
Makes sense. Well, there's one more. Well, first ball clipped off his legs. Rahimi just showing everyone in Belgian cricket knows how to hit a 6.
Yeah, Rahimi. Prince Charming, we called him. He's gone for the cornrows, which is a controversial look, but Omid, he's out there. He's built for power, as you can see, and he doesn't waste any time getting going.
Yep, he just timed sixes beautifully, and to do that first ball, it's a natural hitting ability. Nice shot, big smile on his face. You can understand why they're putting Luxembourg to the sword here. They're on for something bigger.
They want to get more batting into Rahimi, I think. That's why they've sent him out ahead of Zakil.
Yep.
Jabakel, an out and 6, not a 6 and out. Rahimi charges. Gets one down to deep cover.
Another single to get Sherry Butt back on strike. Well, you can see the projected scores on your screen. At the moment, it's 169. They could even hit 180 if they just keep ticking along. This is impressive power hitting. Getting some revenge on Luxembourg.
Short, Sherry Butt now takes a bit more of a leading role in this partnership. So what do you think about the decision to send out Omid Rahimi before Saber Zakil here?
Oh, yeah, they're just trying to get some batting time into more players. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Don't you think Zakil also needs some more batting?
Yeah, I think Zakil does, but you do want more people to get more of a go and find their batting boots.
Rahimi, this one is down to the field who can't hold on, and that's my love down there who just couldn't deal. Had the sunglasses on this time in that position. This is into the ground though and over the line.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, unfortunately. It burst through his hands, and Well, that boundary does bring up the 100 for Belgium, and they've got 4 overs of carnage to come.
So it takes us not quite to the end of the over, or does it? No, 4 is given in the end. It's clear 4. So we'll be 101 for 3 after 6. And that's with 4 overs to play. When you're ready on the 100, you're feeling pretty good at this form of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got 24 balls to basically throw their hands at absolutely everything. Well, they've already been doing that for the first 36 anyway. And there's the bowling figures. The best economy so far, just 11 for Karen Gill, but everybody else 12 or above. Not an easy time. Who would want to come and bowl a second?
Yeah, you're exactly right. Because you've got some issues to deal with here. But yeah, I want to say big hello to everyone. And yeah, it's great to see all kinds of people who are joining in.
Well, Vinny.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. We got something going on here.
Here we go. It's Magic Spray Mary time. And she is coming out with a wind. Well, she has saved so many cricketers in the last 2 years. It's phenomenal.
Here's the thing. That is Magic Spray Mary. Or Maria.
Watch this finger. This finger's going to grow instantly stronger. Ready? Here it is. Oh, yeah. That finger all of a sudden has recovered. And watch, he's fine. Yeah. It's honestly the most amazing thing you've ever seen.
Magic Spray Mary actually does play cricket now. She got involved as a medic in last year's ECC. And now she plays for Costa del Sol women's side.
Unbelievable. And I tell you what, that Magic Spray works a trick every time.
Yeah, 60% of the time it works every time. Chavakel, 1 for 16 off his over. So what is Luxembourg's best case scenario? Try and keep it to, let's say, 10.
150.
They've chased 140 before, but again, the Belgium attack, a little bit more to it, isn't there? I think than Malta. They chased 148 earlier in the week, Luxembourg. Here's my love. This one gets through everybody, including the keeper. Not Tony Whiteman, though, not in my watch. Now, there's no signal here, so must be a little edge on this.
Yeah, got a big edge, Vinny, under the keeper's legs. Nice fielding by Tony Whiteman.
Oscar not in the lineup today, so he's the sole Whiteman.
Oh, no, they've run out of time as well, Vinny.
Oh, I think they, they managed to restart the clock there. That disappeared for a second, but I'm sure they'll get that back. Good spot by you, Corey. Slams this and is over the fielder. What a shot that is by Rahimi. He gets something a little bit short. He just tennises this one out of the ground. Maximo 6 runs.
Well, he might not be the tallest man ever, but he's a strong, strong boy, and he basically just swats this for 6. What a hit.
Yeah, that's a bold shot to take on that fielder and get away with it. Rahimi will just take one.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off.
Good movie.
There's 2 references in the space of 3 minutes.
We're in a lot of TV channels around the world, but I would like to be on the Yacht Show. You could find a home. We've talked about this a bit more in ECS cricket. We actually, when we were in Belgium, did a whole game where we talked about obscure sports we've seen televised. I don't think cricket's in that category, but there is actually now.
I'm a huge fan of the national spelling bee.
I have watched. What do you know about cornhole?
We're not going there, Vinny.
World Series shuffleboard. The World Championship of stone skipping. Like the air hockey World Cup as well.
World Cup of mini golf.
Yes. Seen it. That's out of here. That's a no-doubter from Rahimi. And he has to watch it. And no one's in danger because that's over the bar. Maximo in the slot. And that one's gone a long, long way.
Well, Belgium just doing Belgian things. And they are swatting this everywhere. Well, he got his go up the order. And he's taking it with both hands right now. Big slog sweep, 6 runs.
Yeah, banged that, didn't he? Yeah, you got to get your lengths right. Well, they found that ball. I think it was thrown back from over the fence because that was huge.
It's flown back from
Mars.
Mars.
Just rock up and bowl in the slot to these guys at this stage, can you? Oh, this is going to be 2 full. This is going to be 4 as well. So he overcompensates this time. Malav, who's just struggled. He's got that unusual run up. Almost comes from behind the umpire, the reverse protractor. But it will be 4 to finish the over. And I make that 19 off that over in the end. 120 for 3 after 7.
Well, they are just dominating here, and this is what's to come. We're still in Cartama until October 14th, and then we're off to Croatia. I believe me and Rico are going. Then back to Malta, where Vinny and Rico will bring you home, and then 5 weeks in sunny, well, it might be a bit cool then, Barcelona to finish the season from November 7th all the way to the 11th of December. And me, Rico and Vinny will finish off the year, and then we'll go on a nice little Christmas break.
We'll have just 7 weeks with no cricket, which will be strange.
But it will be strange.
7 weeks with no ECN cricket over the winter break.
What are you doing for your winter break? You going home?
I'm going to go visit. I'll, amongst other things, I'll make a trip to Australia to visit some family for Christmas. That's one of the things I'll be doing. Still find it strange if it's not hot on Christmas. Just from where I grew up. My love's going to go off there and try and get that finger sewn back on. And have the 12th man coming out. That's Dravadi, I think. Nice to see. It's,
Rahimi's touching the greatest strike rate ever. He was 1 run away.
I know that your career stats 29 off 7, which you remind us all the time. But anyway, here we go with Elias Jabakel in over number 8. Can he slow things down? No full toss. Vietch grabs it, and it's funny how now Sherry Butt's almost still playing that support role. He knows Rahimi's up and going, so he's happy just to make sure he scores. Now over to Omid. Prince Charming has been on fire so far.
Well, he could easily hit 22 or 4 balls here and hit a 50 and 11, which I believe would be a record on the ACC. Unfortunately, can't get his bat enough under that one, so just the single. But I really think Belgium taking a bit of revenge from that shock loss to Luxembourg earlier in the week.
Yeah, was a bit of an upset, I suppose you'd say.
Oh, it's a massive,
more than a bit.
Neighbouring countries, and it's the little cousin that beats you. That stings.
I suppose they would know the players pretty
very well.
Yeah. Nice hands by Sherry Butt to stroke through this one, but it'll just get a single.
It's the single, so nice here from Jabakel.
So who did you say was on a stag night watching from Darwin?
Oh, I can't remember. There was message. This was an hour ago. This was the previous game.
I don't mind a shout out or two.
We've already done that shout out.
Okay. I'd like to hear them mentioned again. Oh no.
Oh boy.
This has gone badly.
Well, it's not what you want when you've got a no helmet on either.
Yeah, almost knocked his cornrows out of play.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's one way to respond. It was for Chris Algie, who's about to celebrate his stag do.
Well, I hope they're celebrating it in style anyway. And you can always send us some pictures in of whatever you plan to get up to next.
Yeah, send them to the private inbox, please, as this is going to be a free hit.
Anyway, what does he do now? Charge again? Yep.
That's going to be another free hit. That's 2 beamers in a row.
Yeah, even though he's charging, you got to calculate what it is at the crease, but this just seems so high that it had to be above the waist.
Oh yeah, you don't need to calculate anything, Vinny. It's over shoulders, head height. What are you standing up for, Vinny? It's the biggest no ball ever.
Thought so, but I like to see.
It almost landed on the keeper's toes.
It's you know, we're always trying to triangulate where it would have been at the crease. So I thought it'd be interesting to see, considering when he charged and went past his head.
Well,
so he's on his last warning now as well, Jabakel.
Yeah, free hit again.
Yep. Wow, he tries it. Well, that's the worst appeal ever.
What a great appeal. He's bowled 2 beamers, and he thinks, well, you know what? Maybe the umpire's forgotten all the rules. Unfortunately, it's a free hit.
I love that the keeper and the bowler both appealed, and I don't think they were alone. So anyway, confusion tactics.
It happens.
We saw on the weekend in the domestic competition a catch taken off a free hit, and the catcher throwing it over the boundary accidentally. Celebrating. Sherry Butt, this will curve away from the fielder, and this will go to the boundary into the giant ice cube, and Sherry Butt gets going now. Belgium hit 130. Still over 2 overs left. This score looking very, very dangerous.
Yep, well, nice looking shot. Lands it right in between the 2 fielders. And another boundary, and they're going to crack 150 here. What's the highest score we've had this tournament?
That's a good question.
It was in the 160s. Was it Spain or Austria?
I was going to say 167, maybe. We might have had more, though.
You have to check, because I reckon...
I'll look that up quickly for you.
Yeah, they're on track at the moment for the high score.
seemed like there was clear 4. It did seem that it was, just going back to that 4 or 6 call. Did seem to me that it was 4. What was the on-field call here? So yeah, I think they had a pretty good look at that on the field.
Yeah,
4 runs given.
Yep.
Seemed a clear 4 to me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. This one I think is going to go further, and it does. Straight over the fence. Maximo Sherry Butt. Wow, he is enjoying his time out there now. This is just a classical swing of the bat. Jamarco goes for 31 in the end. And the score is 136 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, Belgium just showing their brute power at the moment. This is how they play, and this T10 format suits them so well. And this worm is slowly building, Vinny. See, this is why I don't like the worm. It just doesn't give us enough. I mean, if we had the Manhattan, we'd see skyscrapers everywhere.
So, if we go to the 9th now. And well, where can they get to here? They're on 17's pace. They have been for a while.
Did you find out what the highest score was for the ACC this year?
Well, that's what I was working on. Well, that all kicked off. But if I go this week, Luxembourg have the highest score because they actually chased down 148. They finished 152 off 9.4. So we see another ball hit straight and hit pretty well by Rahimi. Moves into the 30s. And 140 for 3 now with 11 balls remaining.
Yeah, go on. I want to know what the highest was Group A, Group B.
Working on it.
Yep.
Denmark 177. That's the one I was thinking
Well,
of.
there you go.
Denmark 177 defeated Hungary 121. That was match number 9 last week in Group B.
Okay, can they get plus 177? What are they on now? Oh, they need a pretty big hitting right at the back end.
Now, this is hanging in the air. Tony Whiteman goes back, and he unfortunately drops it, and even more unfortunately, it's going to be 4. Good fence hurdle, though, and Tony Whiteman, he went back and he got 2 hands to it, but he just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, unfortunate for Luxembourg. Not many things have gone right for them in this innings, and gets 2 hands to it, but just parries it over the bar. And 4 more runs.
And Tony Whiteman, again, a bit of a specialist in that position at the moment. This score continues to climb into outer space. Rahimi now, this is in the air. No one's seen it. Well, good luck. The bowler goes, can't reach it. It's the 3 or 4 seconds he spent trying to work out where it was that cost him in the end, Dingra.
Really good, let's keep
Well,
going.
that's another little moment that's just gone away from them. But to be fair, this whole innings has gone away from them. Rahimi trying to hit that one into orbit. Gets a bit of luck, lands in no man's land.
Sherry Butt goes leg side this time. Just looking at the table here again. Luxembourg.
It'll have been basically a shootout later between Luxembourg and Scotland. Whoever wins that game will get the double chance.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? So I was just trying to work out if the net run rate's going to be relevant.
It's just a
I wouldn't think so.
straight up swap.
Yeah.
That's if Luxembourg don't win this.
Yeah, that's true. But it would be an epic chase. The highest chase we've ever seen successfully achieved was 159 on ECN. Rahimi seems to just have a lot of time to play his shots at the moment, doesn't he?
Well, what they've done by getting him up the order, you've got another batsman in form now. So Belgium seem to have maybe the top 6 all firing. And they'll really like that before they go into finals day tomorrow. They'll definitely have the double chance as well. So at the moment, they're still the favourites to progress through Group C.
Now this one's carved away square of the wicket, Sherry Butt. Well, he's accelerated at the right time as well, and that one brings up the 150 for Belgium. It's also at the end of the 9th over, 151 for 3.
Yeah, 151 for 3 after 9. This one, 2 full. He gets his bat. He jars it out, basically, but so much power. It just flies away on these short boundaries. Still, these two, lovely partnership to watch. And, well, 177's the highest score. They got a sniff, would you say? A little 27 run over?
Have to be a big one. Belgium will be hoping not. Mohit Dixit's going to bowl the last over. He went for 16, including 2 Maximos back in the 4th. So, Right now, you see that Luxembourg, this horse is well and truly bolted. Dingra goes for 44. His overs went for 29 and 15 today. He said not often he lets his team down. Well, I don't think he lets his team down. He's trying his hardest. But yeah, Belgium had his measure there. Especially that last over the power play, which went for 29. So the score over doubled, went from 28 to 57 in the third. So the 10th over, it starts with a wide. Rahimi just can't reach this. There's William Cope behind the stumps, sneaking it up, hoping that Rahimi's out of his crease, but he's paying attention. Has that foot back. Steps across. This one probably would have been a wide. Said it should be gone. It's the captain who holds the catch. So Rahimi goes for a quick fire, 39 off 16 balls. Dixon comes back, and I think he gets it right. And so that's a decent bit of bowling, I think, by Dixon and Rahimi. For once, it's more up than far. And so Belgium lose a fourth wicket now, 152 for 4.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed to maybe not get himself a personal 50. It's good bowling though, slow and wide of off stump. It's all you can really do against these Belgian batsmen when they're hitting it really well over the leg side. So he goes now. It does give Subbers a kill a chance. And well, that's a nice moment. The kids out here and supporting the cricket.
Yeah, it's great. The kids from the English International College Marbella. Also had the kids from Cartama here as well. Well, the hairstyle works for Rahimi. As he almost hit more Maximos than cornrows he's got in there in this innings. Very good knock from him. He ends up departing 39 off 16, 3 fours, 3 sixes, 4 fours in there, striking at 244. So yeah, Luxembourg versus Scotland. That'll be an interesting one later on. We're not there yet though. Belgium, a bit of chat about them when they lost to Luxembourg. People saying, oh, where's the real Belgium? There's a bit of pressure on them, I think, compared to last year, where they flew under the radar a bit and then outperformed expectations. Zakil comes out and he smashes the first one out of the ground. Maximo! Well, he does have these magical wrists. We haven't quite seen them in action enough, I don't think, this week, but this is pretty authoritative shot first ball, isn't it?
The height he got on this was massive. It's a big, big, big six. This is right in the right of your screen. But that went miles in the air. Well, these Belgian batsmen, when they play like this, it's great to watch.
Yeah. It's just poetry in motion when he gets going. Same as Zakil. Can we try to do the same again? Something tells me. It does. This one's outside the off stump and he misses out.
No chance, no chance.
Well, that's where you've got to keep it to Belgium. Anything that's straight, yeah, it seems to go. Got to be brave, keep it outside off. If they splice a 4 or cover drive 4, just take the hit.
I'd love to see him try and hit one over extra cover here. There's a big gap there. You know, that's where the ball's going to come to you. Play the ball that's bowled to you. Oh, he's too leg side conscious. I know it's the last over, but I mean, he doesn't have that much time to work on things because he's only getting a handful of balls every game, if that.
That was there to go. That's a half volley.
Yeah, but you see where he tries to hit it?
Yeah, it's a poor shot, but
yeah.
I reckon he's a little bit lucky he got away with that.
Hello to Paul Warren, who's saying, looking forward to finals. Well, not too far away now, just tomorrow. Reaches and misses. Strike 2.
Yeah, so he's hit the 1-6, but 3 playing misses in between.
Pressure's on is the call from the Belgians. Not sure that's 100% true.
Yeah, the pressure isn't on. They're on 158 or 59
I do like
balls.
it though. I like that they're still trying to keep things going. Here's the last ball, seatbelts on. And this is a top edge. Well, it's be a good catch if he can get there. Let's go a bit further. Well, almost hits on the back of the head.
No.
Well, that's a proper wipe out there. And Dingra, well, he needs the men in black glasses, I think, to remove the last 10 overs from his memory. And the cricket ball almost did it for him there as he was searching for it. When it came down, it bounced over him. And they do get over 160 here. Belgium are going to finish 162 for 4.
Yeah, well, that one just went miles in the air. Unfortunately for Dingrak, couldn't read it, let it bounce, and then it spun back through his hands.
Oop, he had a shot, and then I'm just happy that he doesn't hit the head in the landing. So Luxembourg, a bit battered and bruised, but you're going to have these kind of performances from time to time. They're up sometimes, they're down sometimes. It's true for all teams, really. But what I will say is that Luxembourg sent in Belgium, and they paid the penalty. Belgium have scored a massive 162 for 4. Look, shout out as well to Sherry Butt, who put 26 on the board. Didn't have a lot of the strike while he was there, but he allowed the other batters to flourish. And there were some very good contributions from Suleiman as well as Rahimi, and there's Akil chipping in with 10 at the end. Going back, it was Mohamed Suleiman. Salu was on fire with 7 big maximos. He opened up with Omid Malikel, but yeah, what a start this was for Belgium, and it never really slowed down.
No, they got off to an absolute flyer, and when you get off to a flyer, usually everyone else sort of goes with that momentum when they come out to bat. A lot of their batsmen hitting a 6 off their very first ball. This was the first wicket to fall though. A nice catch there. They find the man at backward point, Anu Porsu. He wasn't keeping today, but fielded pretty well, and unfortunately for Luxembourg, they couldn't really build on the early wicket that they did get because everyone was just clattering it to all parts, but especially this man, Suleiman. He's been a little bit of a revelation. They've put him at the top of the order, and he must have some cricketing ability to be at the top of the order for Belgium in T10 because a lot of their players in the country can whack it. This is Ali Raza, a bit of a lottery. Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately for him, he got a golden duck in this one. Sherry Buck came out at number 4 and he ended up batting through the innings, and they played some nice shots but had a little bit of luck in between. He could have been gone first ball. The fielder just didn't see it in the big ball of hydrogen. And Suleiman was continuing his merry way before I put the kibosh on him. He's brought up his 50, and I was saying I think this could be a chance for one of the third 100 we've ever had on the ACC, joining Clayton Floyd and Dan Lincoln. But unfortunately, 13 runs later, he was caught, and a really smart catch, running all the way into the ring from deep mid-wicket, and weren't they happy? They didn't have many highlights, Luxembourg, but can't discredit their energy and the character they had. They tried their best, and sometimes it's just not your day out there. And good to see the school kids saluting Suleiman as he came off the field. It only gave this man an opportunity though. Omid Rahimi promoted up to number 5. We haven't seen him bat too much this tournament. Did have luck early also, but we say always, you create your own luck, and he gave it an absolute whack. He's a short man, but very strong. Magic Spray Mary doing what she does best, helping people recover from minor injuries. And Rahimi just kept going on his merry way. He hit some lusty blows. And it just gets another player for this dangerous Belgian side in form. And the T10 format suits them. And you imagine they're building quite nicely to finals day tomorrow. Tony Wyman unfortunately dropped that one and went away for 4. And they ended up holding another one very late, which brought Sabah Zakil to the crease to get a little bit of a hit in the last over. And overall, for Luxembourg, they shouldn't be too upset with their effort. They tried their best, but Belgium, when they're on song, not many attacks can slow them down. And in this one, that dangerous batting lineup feasted on the medium pace. So we take a quick look at the scorecard for Belgium here, and that top order really clicking. 14 off 8 for Omid Malikel. That's a good little T10 inning. 63 off 19 for Suleiman. 26 off 13 for Sherry Butt. 39 off 16 for Rahimi and Sakil. 10 off 5. 10 extras, but 162. A monumental task for Luxembourg. You'd imagine that Belgium have already done enough. We look at the bowling figures. 1 apiece for Doxit, Malav, Karen Gill and Jabakel. Unfortunately, Dingra, he went the journey, didn't he? And a Cope, the off-spinner, didn't really get much of a chance against this dangerous batting lineup, and that they couldn't control the rate, and sometimes that happens in this format. It does take us to the halfway stage, though. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. 21 European cricket nations from all around the continent coming together, converging on the Costa del Sol. It's the Sunshine Coast in Spain for 5 weeks of cricket action. Right now, we've just passed the midpoint of the tournament, and we're in Group C. It's the final group day before we have finals Friday tomorrow. You're watching a match between Luxembourg and Belgium. Well, back in match 4 of Group C, it was Luxembourg that restricted Belgium to 84. They chased it down fairly easily. Right now, they're looking at almost double that. 162 Belgium put on the board in their turnovers for the loss of 4 wickets. Luxembourg will have to pull off the biggest chase we've ever seen in ECN history if they're going to do that. But they do have some good players. Timothy Barker, well, he hit the 1,000th Maximo of this ECC yesterday. He's out there to open the batting. And he's out there with William Cope, who had wicket-keeping duties for Luxembourg this time around. Welcoming you wherever you're watching from. And I've got some good news as well, because we have a guest commentator, of course. Rico Fool is having a well-deserved day off today. Corey's just stepped out for a bit of lunch, so I've grabbed somebody to join me. More about that in a second, but it's going to be Murudek Rami who is going to get us going. And his left arm spin. Nice to see him at the top of the bowling order as well, because that's where he did a lot of his good work last year. Belgium were runners-up in this tournament. This is what he did so well. So Barker's off the mark. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me in the commentary box is Scotland leg spinning sensation, Jack Hogarth. Jack, welcome.
Vinny, thanks for having me, mate. Looking forward to this. Something a bit different for me anyway.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm sure this whole tournament's been something a bit different for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll come back to that in a second. But I know that you will be joining us again with your club side, Forfarshire, who won the Scottish Championship this year, and therefore you qualified for the Champions League in early 2023. I know that a lot of people will be excited about that. Isaac Rami bowls a filthy full toss, and that's going to be too high, and it's going to be 4 as well. So we've got a free hit coming up. Well, you're a spinner.
Yeah.
These are the kind of balls you can't afford to bowl in the power play.
I can't be bowling there, especially, I mean, this would be a tough chase, 160 odd, but you know, if they can get off to a good start in this first over with a free hit as well, that'll definitely give them some momentum. Yeah,
it's a pretty good put away, actually. He had to kind of improvise a cut there. Probably knew he had immunity because of the height of the delivery. So free hit. Let's see if he charges at this or not. Doesn't stand still. Gets caught. Almost causes that.
There's always a chance of a run out of a catch off a free hit.
We've seen so many run outs on free hits. We even saw one last week where someone took a catch and accidentally threw the ball over the boundary in celebration. That was an awkward one to score. Krami gets out of jail that time. Krami gets through his overs quickly, but I've got lots of questions for you, Jack. And about your experience so far. Oh, he's gone around his legs. Well, can you believe it? And, well, Cope, he could put away the free hit. This time he didn't have immunity, and he just misses that ball completely. Akrami with the early breakthrough at 6 for 1.
Yeah, that's a great length. That's nice and full. That's what's worked for a lot of bowlers in there. Real full, he's just gone across his stumps there and taking his leg stick out.
Yeah, again, when batters are moving around the crease, I mean, I always think it's not a bad idea. Just bowl the stumps, because it can it can put them off as well as putting the bowler off. You see Akrami just drifts in. It doesn't really try and turn the ball a lot. It kind of goes on with the arm, and he gets the early wicket. So you feel it could be a bit of a rough 10 overs the way things are going for Luxembourg. Not the start they wanted. Yeah. So tell me about your experience so far. Had you ever played a T10 match before this week?
Well, so in 2019, my club side won the T20, so we were meant to come out here 2020 before COVID. So we just practiced a little bit of inter-club stuff, and it was madness. Like, it was so much fun, but balls were going everywhere. So that's it. Unfortunately, there's no more experience I've had.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second, because you're talking about your club there. See, you batter here is Shivkaran Gill. They hustle through for a single. Yeah, so you did qualify for ECL before. I think it might have been 2020.
Yeah, so we were meant to play 2020. Yeah, and unfortunately COVID came along and put a halt to them plans.
Yeah, well, so that's one reason I was really happy that you guys have qualified again, to give you that opportunity. Of course, we saw Carlton from Scotland earlier this year in the ECL, and they did pretty well. I mean, they were undefeated. Not sure if you saw too much of that.
No, I did watch a fair bit of that actually. We lost to Cartland in the Scottish final, so
That's right,
I was keeping a close eye to see how they would go in it, and they went pretty well. And I've got a couple of friends from there, so spoke to them about a bit before this week. Oh, shot.
Yeah, this is going. It's going. Boom. And it is gone. Maximo Barker trying to swing the willow, as he'll have to do, and have to do it more often. Nice shot, takes Karami down the ground for 6. Yeah, so Carlton, I mean, probably Umar Mohammed, he'd be someone you'd know pretty well.
Yeah, he's the man.
The dentist?
Yeah, the dentist. Yeah, no, he's one of my good friends, so I had a good chat to him before this week about what to expect, but I didn't think it would be just as good as this, to be honest.
This one's pulled back in length a little bit, so it's a decent over for Luxembourg, but it actually puts them behind the rate because they're 14 for 1 after 1 over.
Grami's been tidy, to be fair. He's kind of opened the ball in most of the games, and he's been real tidy up top, which, especially in the chase, can put you right behind from ball 1.
You have to consciously go after a spinner, don't you, in the power play. And openers, they're not always that comfortable doing that. Well, we've got 114 matches without a golden ball on ECN. I don't know how many golden balls you've seen. So basically this means if the game's tied, the batters have 1 ball to get 2 or more. If they don't do it, they don't win. If they do, they do. Would you fancy yourself to keep the batter to 1 or a dot off a golden ball?
I would definitely be putting my hand up to bowl the golden ball, 100%. It could definitely go either way, but I'd be backing myself to get one either to spin past him or nice and full.
Yeah, it's a pretty even contest. I think after 20 golden balls, it was 10 each way.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be Barker facing up to
He's not hitting them too well here, Barker. He's a dangerous player. He's got a good technique, and we spoke about him a bit before playing them last night. You know, he sees it like a watermelon nice and early, so we had to make sure that we're nice and tight to him. And he was kind of standing at the other end watching the wickets unfold.
Yeah, you're right.
But he's a dangerous player.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to see you guys adapting your strategies in real time. Here's Safat. And this one's turned around the corner nicely. Uses the pace well. And this gets over the fielder. 4 runs.
What a shot that is.
Just kind of got inside the ball there and let the pace do the work, didn't he?
That's what we've identified about a lot of the batters we've played against. Their wrists are so good, so strong. Being able to whip balls off stump through the leg side and over the leg side into the canteen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You do got the fan zone on the leg side to the right-handers this week.
Oh, bold.
It's the back hip, I think. They scramble through for a run. Now the
long
throw almost gets him. Yeah, this was pretty good improvisation work by the keeper, Ali Raza. And it goes the long way, doesn't he? Shivkar and Gill could have been a bit of trouble here. Pretty useful keeper. See, certainly would have been tight.
When you're running through from that end as well, you're not expecting it to come to your end.
That's
like
right.
You always think he's going to throw to the batter's end. Big swing.
Big inside edge. Okay, I have a question for you then. What has surprised you, for example, this week? It's one thing to maybe have a couple of practice matches to watch it. What surprised you when you're on the field this week?
Good question. Probably the fact that somebody coming in at number 11 can clear the tents from ball 1.
That makes sense.
You kind of expect the lower order batters not to be able to, and they can hit it just as nicely as the boys up the top.
I'll tell you something, because we were in Belgium for a domestic series just before this started. Straight pull, not really getting it. I'll get a single. Almost decapitates the bowler, Sefat. We had a Belgian number 11, Zahib Hussain, come in, and he hit 49 off 19 balls and got run out trying to steal the strike back. Especially Belgium, they're a team that we associate with the long batting lineup, that they are prepared to risk their wicket throughout the innings and just keep going hard.
I think that's what it's all about, to be honest. Just not having no price on your wicket and just having a swing.
Kind of see that here from Barker, who's trying to go
He's
hard.
trying to put his back into it here, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it's just not hitting it quite as nicely.
Yeah, probably just
losing his shape. He's just losing his shape a little bit.
It was a shape thing. Yeah,
because that's in his wheelhouse usually.
Yeah, you're right. 23 for 1 after 2. Let's have a look at the table, because this is actually shaping up to be pretty interesting. If Luxembourg go down here, which it seems like they will, pretty much becomes a straight shootout between you guys for the double chance in match 19. And you know, they certainly tested you at times yesterday, but you did have their measure. How confident would you be going into that clash later on?
Yeah, I think that'd be really good. Yeah, hopefully we can put another good performance together later on tonight. I think the momentum's building, so yeah, if we can get a result there, you know, we'll be feeling on top of the Eiffel Tower going into tomorrow.
Speaking of the Eiffel Tower, we'll see France next. Grami's coming back for a second.
Hello.
There's that filthy full toss, but you know, he might have found trouble
no
here. We've got two fielders that almost
collision.
collide, and they may have just collided there. The catch is taken, but Wakas looks hurt, as it's Omid Malikel that takes the catch, but some concern. And Barker looks like he's going to go down here. But,
is it Noe though? Is it just sneaked? It might have just sneaked under the waist there. I think he could be gone.
Yeah, I think they'll probably have a look at the height. There's a lot to look at here. But you know, originally, it's borderline for height, and we have slightly different rules with height here. If it's waist height or above at the crease, it will be no ball. But is this waist height or is it just below? That'll be the question.
I can't believe he's managed to hit that straight up in the air. You know, that's the one he usually puts into the very nice trees up there. They're different, aren't they? Don't see too many of them in Scotland.
Yeah, let's have a look at this.
Oh, it's a Noe.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, yeah. It's a batter's game.
Yeah. So this is what we got. Now, he's pretty much in his crease, and where he hits it,
It's a Noe.
it's zipping a bit. I think you're probably right.
Free hit.
Yeah, you've called it.
Again.
Yeah, I tend to agree. With that call, and it basically says that if you're not sure it's under the waist. Oh, he's given it out.
Wow, controversy.
Yeah, there is really. So
He's
maybe
had
what
the
it was
line
there is the umpires felt it was okay on the field, and so there's nothing clinical to overturn it.
The old soft signal.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, I suppose also he's not standing when he's playing the shot, but I always feel you shouldn't really be making a case for the bowler with those kind of deliveries, because you shouldn't be bowling balls that high.
Especially surprised he's bowled 2 of them now. As I say, he's been really tidy so far. He does try and bowl real full, so you know the new ball is a bit greasy. It can happen, but I was especially surprised him bowling there.
Yeah. So nothing really going Luxembourg's way in this one. Unfortunately for Barker, he's going to have to go.
Get another left-hander here.
Where Grami is going to continue. Left-hander comes in. The captain, Vikram Vich. He's played a couple of pretty good knocks this week. Fallen off the pace a little bit in the middle of the week. We'll be hoping to return into some runs here. Again, I think I might have got Vikram stumped yesterday. I'm going to say Callum Garden, he also plays with you at fourths, right? You guys seem to have a very good understanding.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time together, probably too much time together, on and off the field. But yeah, no, he's the wicket keeper, and to be honest, like playing in club cricket, regional cricket, and then in this stuff. So yeah, we train a lot together, coach together, play together. So he sees a lot of me, which makes a big difference for me. Because you know sometimes I can play with keepers who haven't really kept to me too much, and they can find too much, and they can find it tough.
Yeah, I can understand
But nah, he's one of the best going around.
He's been very good. I mean, that's my position. I would have loved to have kept a wrist spinner like you, with the variations and the extra bounce you get as well. You put a lot of overspin on the ball sometimes.
And what you won't know about him, actually, I was actually practicing some range hitting yesterday, and he tried to catch one and actually dislocated his finger.
Is that right?
So he's actually running with a dislocated finger as well, and he's still catching them.
Tough as nails. I love that.
I'm not sure about that, but I don't think he would say that himself. But no, he's just got on it. He just says he just clicked it back into place. Bit of spray from the fizz, and off you go.
A shout out to Noxie as well in the chat, coach of Germany and the Fourths.
Noxie, what a man. They're all coming out now.
Yeah, that's right. If you do have any questions, I'm here with Jack Hogarth of Scotland 11, who's joining me as a guest commentator, allowing Corey to have a little bit of lunch. And Yeah, really enjoying getting your insights on the week so far.
There's a tidy over this. This has really put them behind now Luxembourg. Well bowled. Very well bowled.
Gets big on him, probably gloves it away more than anything. End of the power play, and that's less than half of what Belgium got. Theirs, in fact, it's 26 for 2 after 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well in this, with like myself with Luxembourg last night, and what you've just seen with him there, if you're gonna let the spin bowl to you, you're gonna struggle.
Yeah.
In that last game there, I think I went for 25 off my 2 in the power play because they came at me.
Yeah.
It's definitely harder if they're looking to have a go and hit you for 6. It's obviously tricky if you lose the wickets early, because if you lose 3 or 4 in that power play, then you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, I often think in a cricket match, either the bowler's in charge or the batter's in charge, and I think you're right. But it's one thing to say that you'll go out and attack the spinner. It's another thing to actually do it, especially if there's been a couple of early wickets. We saw obviously take that great 4 for 4 yesterday.
Yeah,
and it was
good
Vij, in
times.
fact, who just tried to almost play you out and couldn't.
Yeah.
Couldn't pick the wrong one on you. And he got stopped by Garden, but then we also saw players trying to sweep. I think the sweep is a shot that looks easy on TV, but it's a lot more difficult in real life.
I think on the Astro wicket, that's a tough option to play with the bounce.
Yeah.
But in my club cricket and stuff, when people do try and sweep me, I find that difficult to bowl to.
Yeah.
But as I say, on these wickets here, on the Astro wicket, it is tough with the bounce. You're likely to get a top edge.
Sweeping a straight ball, you're basically still playing across the line, aren't you? This is driven and
got a little hand on that.
Takes a piece of the fielder.
I do enjoy seeing the pads in front of the wickets, though. That's if they are going to sweep you, you're going to be in the game if he misses one.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So how about yourself with your leg spin? Because I heard a whisper that you didn't always bowl leg spin. Is that right?
No, that is true. I was. Oh, what a shot that is!
That'll do.
Oh,
He's gone all the way.
back.
You know, that's Maximo time. Have a look at the replay.
That's a beautiful strike.
Yeah, just kind of stands and delivers.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. The cross bat shots a lot of the guys play.
Yeah.
So it's not
flat bat
quite
drive,
in the
is it?
slot, and they manage to flat bat and use their wrist and head straight downtown for one of your old Maximos.
I'm pretty sure this is 4 on.
That's 4. Saying that, I've made one call and it was completely wrong so far. So yeah, that's 4.
Yeah, this will be 4 runs. Yep, there's the call. Good to see them getting that one right.
I used to bowl. I used to think I bowled fast. It wasn't very fast. But yeah, a bit of a swing bowler, and then sort of realised that I was about 16, 17, that I wasn't really getting any bigger. I'm only 5'8", 5'9", and it was probably not the best option to keep going forward.
Wristspin's a difficult thing to try and pick up. Had you mucked around with it before?
So I used to train, like during the school holidays, I would be in the nets for 6 weeks, like non-stop, myself, Calm Garden, and a lot of our friends from the club. And one of the pros we had, Graham Began, I used to bowl leg spin a lot, and he said, well, why don't we just try that? Well, what a shot that is.
That's going.
Oh, he's caught it right on the rope.
That's CCA cricket for you, because I think Vij gets a lot of this, but Ekrami, he stands tall and takes the catch. He's been a difference maker early in this innings. So the captain goes down, and he goes down swinging. You can't really blame him for that, but he'll go for 7. It is Zaki Shah that takes the wicket here in the 4th over. It's 34 for 3. Good catch.
Yeah, need Ekrami in your fantasy team, I reckon. He started well here.
He sure has.
What number has he been batting, actually, out of interest?
Ekrami doesn't bat that high. Probably see him around the 8 or 9 mark. But certainly, you know you're going to get 2 good overs out of him, and he's got a very good pair of hands as well.
If he's feeling it long on and long off, you're in the game to get some catches there, definitely. I thought he'd got hold of that. I'm actually surprised.
Sounded like
for
that.
6.
It's going away from our end, isn't it? So we couldn't really tell, but Ekrami judged it perfectly. So 34 for 3, the score now. Luxembourg in the 4th over. Some questions coming in for Jack Hogarth here, and one from the robot, the ECN robot, in the viewer comment, saying, is Noxie the most flexible man in the 4th warm-ups? Is he known for that, is he?
Yeah, I think so. It's not something I've witnessed too often, to be honest, but he would definitely be up there. I think me and Noxie would be at the opposite scales of that. I could barely touch my toes, to be honest.
Here's one from Lewis O'Donnell, asking, what animal would you describe yourself as?
Well, there's actually a nickname Toby Bailey gave for me, which was the Bison, because I've got a really flat face. So the Bison, but nah, I would say I'm more of a golden retriever.
I'll give
That's
you
a bit
that.
of me.
Well, I can tell you who's the Bison in world
Okay.
cricket.
Who-
Maybe some people don't realise that. This is Tony
Is that a bit of
Whiteman.
Mitchell Marsh, is it? Is that what he
Mitchell
gets called?
Marsh.
Yeah.
I'm from the same
Gee, I watch
hometown.
too much cricket.
I remember Mitchell Marsh coming to my games as an 8-year-old with a little bat, or a 6 or 8-year-old.
I think he
used to play
would,
against Sean.
he would look like a 15-year-old when he was 8. I reckon he's a big unit.
He was 35 for 3 after 4 overs here with Jack Hogarth of the Scotland 11. Yeah, so his nickname was Bison, but it was more about the fact that the bison apparently has one of the biggest heads of any land animal.
Okay.
So
right,
you've got
okay.
it for
So
you.
I've got the face,
Yeah.
and he's got the head. So
And
me and Mitchie boy will be the Bisons.
he's done some good things in
Yeah,
cricket.
he's a jet, isn't he?
Yeah.
People reckon he might be the captain for the T20 World Cup. I
Well,
don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Because
know.
they're on about Finch maybe not playing. So if he doesn't play, then
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, obviously T20 World Cup coming up. That must be kind of an aspiration of yours.
oh, massive aspiration of mine. Yeah. Unfortunately not in the squad this year. I was pushing hard to be in there, but unfortunately not selected. But I just need to keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully that opportunity comes around.
There's another spinner, and that's exactly
is
what Tony Whiteman thinks of it. Maximo. Well, Tony Whiteman, 53 years of old. He's been
I
playing
tell
for
you what.
Luxembourg since probably before you were born.
Yeah.
And Fires comes on. He's off spin to get slogged down to the ground first ball.
He played some beautiful shots over backward point against us yesterday. Yeah, he strikes it beautifully, doesn't he?
The other thing is his son Oscar is in the Luxembourg squad.
No, yeah,
as well.
I didn't realise that until I'd watched the highlights from last night. The old father and son call,
How
but
do you think-
that's brilliant. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
How would you fancy that situation? Instead, it's not so much problem on the field, but off the field when that
Yeah.
maybe wanted to go.
I think
and
I might
socialise a
struggle
bit.
to play cricket with my granddad. He's got 2 metal shoulders and 2 metal hips, so he barely gets through the airport security. Never mind getting on a cricket pitch.
Sounds indestructible to me. I've played with a few fast bowlers that were more metal than
Yeah, can you imagine?
spine by the end.
Tough gig bowling fast. That was another thing about why I was too sore. I was kept bowling, running in 25 yards. I was like, this is not for me, I don't think.
Especially where I come from, it's even hotter as well.
Yeah,
It's
get on
pretty,
the nice shot
it's pretty
run up.
brutal. This
Shot.
one's into the gap. Grami's got a lot to do. He's not going to stop this one. So 4 runs, and Tony Whiteman.
Big Tony, he's come to the party. Here he comes.
Yeah,
He's dangerous. You need to watch out for Tony. If he gets going,
he's in great shape as well, Tony Whiteman. He's got a bit of a trademark of coming out and doing some push-ups when he first
Well,
comes to
yeah,
the crease.
yesterday he come out and yeah, he just bunged out 15 push-ups. Couldn't believe what I was seeing.
You gotta love it. Fires isn't. This one
There's a better length to him, I think.
just a bit more difficult to drive, and you've got a bit more turn.
What the
between
viewers
bounce.
won't be able to see today is there's actually quite a big breeze going to the leg side for
Yeah,
the right-hander.
that's true.
That kind of brought about my downfall in the first game, trying to hit it over cover into the wind. So he's eyeing up this leg side.
Shiv Curran Gill will get one here. Yeah, it's true. It's a strange wind here. It can pick up. It can actually change direction pretty quickly. There was
Yeah.
a little bit where it changed around and favoured the kind of wicket region of the left-hander. But anyway, we get to the end of the over, and the score is 49 for 3 after 5 overs. Well, it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Rico's off today. Corey's having a spot of lunch, so I've got a guest commentator, Jack Hogarth of the Scotland 11. And Jack, I've got to say, we're really enjoying having you in the box. How have you enjoyed it so far?
I'm loving it. This is something I would love to do, to be honest. If I can stop landing the leg spinners, then I'd definitely jump up here and do a bit of this.
Don't rush into it, because I think your leg spinners, they have been very, very important. And you can see how important it is. Probably that's something that maybe, apart from you, we haven't seen a lot of spin from Scotland, if any. Do you have any other spin options you think maybe you could turn to?
There's a couple of part-time options. I think Alex Inkley bowls a little bit of filthy off-spin. Maybe Mahayman, maybe a little bit. But no, just running with the one spinner just now, unfortunately. Because, I'd say I think spin's going pretty well from most countries.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Anyway.
here he comes, Big Tony. Oh, sixer.
Yeah, well, I'm liking that. That's Maximo time. That's Big Tony's just watching this time, because that's actually Shiv Curran Gill.
Oh, beautiful. They're both at it now.
Yeah,
Going to a few more of them, I reckon, to get up to 160.
So if you're on the field and Big Tony's hitting sixes, would you be as complimentary if it was off your bowling?
I've got a lot of time for people in sixes.
Well, this is going to be six. This is going to be dropped well.
Oh, no.
That's Rahimi, who fumbles it twice. Not so
he's
nice.
binned it.
And Karen Gill gets a life at 16.
It can change a match, that. Catches when matches, put them down at your peril, a famous man once said to me.
Well, a few questions still coming in. Come back to that in a second. But Rahimi, corner is looking cool. Catching not so good, but he did bat well.
Oh,
Tony.
big swing from Tony.
This one, I think, hurts him.
Yeah, it's missed the pad.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's had his family, Tony, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's all
But
good.
still, this doesn't tickle.
Oh,
That's all right.
there's nothing worse than that.
Well, if that one hits him
Just
in
above the knee,
I was gonna
that's
say, if that
a
one's hit him
sore
in a
one.
sensitive region, he's doing very well for himself. Anyway, this one will be hit leg side and just one. So, question from the robot again. Who bungs out the most push-ups in the Scottish squad? Have they got any real gym junkies in there?
Yeah, there's a couple. I would say Lewis O'Donnell looks a bit of a big unit. I reckon he likes a gym session.
Okay.
I'm actually rooming with him just now. I've not seen any push-ups though. Oh, there he goes again.
Yeah, well, this time Shiv Khan Gill again. He's very good at turning on these balls that are outside his front hip. And yeah, Shah just gets it slightly wrong. He finishes with figures of 1 for 22 off his 2 overs as we get to the end of the 6th. Luxembourg is 63 for 3.
Yeah, he took his time to get going, but a couple of sixes now in a row in this over, so hopefully he can kick on from here and make an interesting game of it. I mean, 100 off 24, they're going to do something quite extraordinary from here.
I think they've pretty much got a straight shootout, I think, the way it's looking for the double chance with you guys in the 4th match today. We've also got a request from Adrian. And, I'm really loving this Scottish accent, as you might know, and I might mention a few times. I do have Scottish heritage. We talked a bit about Scottish food the other night as well, in the night game, which is something we normally like to do in the night game. How about your Australian accent? Do you have one? Or,
oh God, he's
you
really he's putting me under the bus here, isn't he? My captain.
He's Wakas, hopefully with 10
oh,
good fingers.
Here we go.
And he just rocks it on a length, and this one disappears.
Tony
It's
boy.
going to be 6 maximum time. Well, Uncle Tony at it again.
What a shot over extra cover, can't be that. Do I have an Australian accent? I just got a little bit of, good day, mate. That, what's the old famous saying? Skippy, get out of the water.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's all right.
Yeah, the water is good. That's how I teach
Water.
people. Water. Water.
Yeah.
Water.
Water.
Just got to ignore certain letters. It's a very flat accent. Oh, this is in the air.
he's
Tony
not got
doesn't
it.
like it. Doesn't like it, but he'll get away with
Tony.
it. You must say, okay, skill is very important, no doubt, but the luck factor is super important because you could
100%.
come out, you want to be Majid today, okay, played a slightly false shot, looped up and got caught, but you could equally find a pocket of space there.
Yeah.
It must be frustrating, I think, sometimes when you feel like the luck's going against you.
I think with a smaller field, it's harder to get it to land in no man's land.
Yeah.
So if you're doing that, no, there's certainly a lot going your way.
Yeah, I think one thing I like about the smaller field is there's just less dead space.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always something happening. The ball's not running for 3 into third man or something like that. Well bowled. Very, very well
Is this
bowled.
off the pad or the bat? We'll have to find out. I think there might have been a little inside edge on this. That was
buys.
a chance for Ali Raza. Little inside edge.
Oh.
That would have been a real hanger.
Wonder if Callum Garden would have caught that one.
Callum Garden almost had one the other way, but he couldn't quite reach it. It would have been one for the back page tomorrow. Anyway, a couple to come for Wakas. This is a cut shot. And Dave's got a lot to do.
Oh, well fielded. Great effort. Oh, run out time.
I think we've been gone here.
It's a great bit of work in the deep, that.
Yeah, there's not too many 2s out there. It's probably something you've realised already. When you do, it's normally because of a misfield. Even then, it can be close.
So yeah, Umar said to me basically, forget, because I'm quite a busy batter and I like to run hard and push people on the boundary. He says, forget all that. It's 1, 4 or 6.
Yeah.
Okay then, right, no problem, mate.
Yeah, it would have been out. Ali Raza, another half chance. That would have been one for the highlights reel as well.
Nice little partnership this, but it's going to take more than 2s through point to win this game.
This is another little French cut. And it's coming from Luxembourg at the moment. You get a bit of French in that country. This
Yep.
time you'll get 4. Shivkaran Gill moves to 30. End of the 7th over at 78 for 3. So, look, one thing I'm looking forward to is the rest of today, and the next match coming up will be a very interesting clash between two teams that met last night, and it will be Malta versus France in match 18. These two teams played the night match last night. France got their first victory in that one. It was 86 to 55, and Malta, they're batting just falling away a little bit at the moment, but Malta have won the toss. They're batting first. I think that's important because France haven't batted well at all. They've got Action Jackson listed at the top of the order there. But, I mean, those two teams are essentially playing for survival now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the French leg spinner up the top has gone real well as well. I'm sure he got some wickets last night, 3 for 6.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
He's another one, if similar to myself, if he can get wickets up top, it gives you a much better chance.
He was on one leg by the end, though. He's hobbled off, but he is playing.
Nah, he'll be fine. He'll play.
Dawood Ahmedzai.
He's made the tough stuff, leg spinners were.
It always took everyone to
Can't
remove
get us
him
off the field.
from the field up to 9 overs. Anyway, back to action here. Swing and a miss. Yeah, so once again, spinning. I often say this, that I think across the board, spin's been more effective than pace, not just in this tournament, but just generally. But it has to be good spin. You can't just have anyone rocking in there, bowling bad balls.
Yeah, the left arm spinner from France against us the other night ended up going to Journey Town. He was just bowling a little bit too slow for the wicket, and people were just using their feet and smacking them out of the park. But if you bowl the spin into the wicket, I think you get a lot of purchase.
Yeah.
Another thing like that ball that's worked well is slower balls from the seam bowlers.
Yeah.
And again, bowling it into the wicket is where you get your purchase. If you just flight it up, you're just going to go bye-bye onto the second.
Do you think
pitch.
it helped you that you bowled pace for so long? With some of your
potentially with the pace that I try and bowl, I think it probably helped. Yeah.
This is up and away. It's got some work to do. Just be a single this time. I'm going to try and get through a few more questions. A few people were quite impressed with your Australian accent, including Stephen from the Netherlands.
Wow.
And Mahendra Sahu as well. Wazza, who I know is from Tasmania, which is almost Australia, said that he's heard worse. Say hello to you, Wazza. Hopefully you're well today. And Adrian Pickles, who asked for it, he liked it as well. So
well, I'm very surprised by that because I didn't back myself much. Oh, that's close. That's really close.
This is down and out for Tony Whiteman. Check this one out. And Tony, because he bends that back leg, it hits him right in that thigh again. I reckon that's a double blow for Tony. But he entertained, didn't he, in a spirited 23, but he will be LBW now to Shagarai Safat, who's not slow, and to score 80 for 4.
Did you see the other cross bat shot again? That was quite the fuller delivery. Oh, he's got himself in a right pickle there.
Well, you bruise more easily when you're above 50 as well.
Oh, Tony. He's almost smashed into his stumps as well, big Tony boy.
He's a real character, Tony. I love watching him play. I hope he plays for another 10 years. But anyway.
I'm sure he probably could if he's banging out 50 press-ups, to be honest. He'll be all right. He'll be around.
You're not wrong. I mean, he does a lot for cricket in Luxembourg as well. Still got a smile on his face, but it's through gritted teeth. I think that he departs for 23. 2 sixes and a 4 in there for Tony Whiteman. As he goes, it's 80 for 4. Back to live action. Swing and a miss. And we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 80 for 4. So this is probably one thing I would assume, living in the UK, you wouldn't know too much about some of the backgrounds of some of these European teams.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, so, I mean, the thing with cricket in Europe, it's not really an established sport. So you'll have some countries, for example, represented here. They wouldn't even have practice nets in their whole country.
Wow.
Some of the countries maybe just have one cricket field. Some have a few more. But the other thing is because there's less clubs proportionately, you sometimes have to travel a long way to play a game. So some of these guys, they'll drive 2 to 3 to 5 to even 8 hours sometimes to play a cricket match, which I think shows a lot of commitment, obviously.
I actually played cricket with a guy in Brisbane, Lee Watts, who would drive, can't remember where he used to live, but we used to play in Brisbane. He would do believe it was a 27-hour round trip.
Wow.
To play games of cricket.
Well, Australia is probably the other thing.
Yeah,
you could relate
he's got his
to
farm up there. I told him he needs a helicopter or something, but I used to drive down.
Would be useful. Say big 5 wides, which I won't talk about too much for Fies, as Ali Raza just couldn't quite make position down the leg side. 5 bonus runs for Luxembourg. Now, pretty nice looking
Beautiful
cover
strike.
drive.
Oh, well fielded. He's had a good day out there, deep cover.
Yeah, he's been excellent. Samid Malikel, I think, out there for Belgium. Yeah, so obviously one of our objectives on European Cricket Network is to highlight European cricket, to show it. I mean, it's very variable. It's often people ask me, even at the club level in Europe, what's the standard like? So, okay, I played first grade back home, which is the one level below, I suppose, first class cricket. But it's very hard to describe because everyone, for example, in first grade cricket, they're a similar standard. Whereas in European teams, because of the fact it is developing, you'll have a range of skills within the one side, right?
Varied. Yeah.
Most of these clubs in Europe, there's just one competition. They don't really have grades. Some exceptions, but yeah, so it's a bit hard to get your head around, but what it is very, very entertaining. When
Absolutely, it is. No, as I say, we're having the ball out here, and I don't tend to look into oppositions too much. That's not something I really do.
I think that's smart as well.
I just feel like if I can bowl to the best of my ability, then I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I think if you go worrying about some guy's going to smack you over extra cover, then you're thinking too much about him rather than just concentrating your own skill set. Oh, boom! That's massive.
Well, this was
wow.
Almost needed the ambulance for other reasons there. And it does say watch out for cricket balls. That one, I think that couple, they've been together a while, but they had to split up there because the Kookaburra got between the Maximal. 6 runs to Luxembourg. As fires goes the journey.
That is a big 6. That's one of the biggest I've seen, I reckon.
Yeah, we saw one.
Oh, the left-hander of Jarvis. Oh, Jarvis just bowled right.
He hits a long ball.
And as I was talking about the wind, that was into the wind.
Yeah.
I think with the wind, that goes over the trees.
Yeah. Well, actually, it did go over the trees in the end, I think.
Oh, wow.
I'll
need to remind Jarvis of that later on.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's going to happen. You're going to get whacked at some stage.
Absolutely.
I rate bowlers at how well they come back from it because it's kind of inevitable.
That's what it's about. Yeah, you could easily crumble.
It's what Shane Warne said when he first started playing T20. He said, look, you're going to get whacked. You just have to accept it.
I find that's the bit I find most fun is it's going to be 6 or out pretty much. That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah.
And I don't really bother too much getting hit for 6s. Been hit for plenty. I'll get hit for plenty more. Talking of the 6s.
This is back.
Oh, he's right
back.
Oh.
Gets just enough on it. That's Orisu who will get a 6. Brings up the 100 for Luxembourg. Nice little milestone for them, but they're a long way behind in this game. It's 100 for 4 after 9. Yeah, so this is what some people don't understand either, I suppose, about the dynamics of this cricket that we see on ECN. A lot of people say it's very batter-friendly, and we're not saying it's not. But also that does open up opportunities for bowlers because the batters are encouraged to go for more shots, and that then elicits more mistakes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just slightly concerned. I don't want Luxembourg getting too many runs here. I don't want the confidence getting up too much before we play them later on. So Karen Gill's going pretty well here.
Yeah, he's been good, 33 off 21. Orisu, nice to see him come into a little bit of form as well. Last overtime, it's Wakas Raja who's going to bowl it.
It's one thing we've identified, if you look at him, he's using his feet quite a lot, but we've kind of said that we reckon that standing still is going to be the way to go. Obviously, you know, different horses for different courses, but yeah, he's trying to run down the wicket there, but I think with the bouncy wicket, it brings the bowler more into the game.
Yeah, true.
If he sees you come and dig it in,
you'll see a lot of these guys with a tape ball background get really deep in their crease, go the other way, try and pick something up.
Stand nice and still and just try and bring it into the leg side.
Okay, we only got a few balls left. I want to speak non-cricket now for the next 3 or 4 balls. Okay, my first question is, how's the week been off the field for you? Obviously, it's a nice location for you here.
Really quiet. I've enjoyed myself, to be fair. Yeah, gone and had a look around. Went to the beach last night. Had a couple of beers on the beach. First night went into the old 24-hour square and just had a look around there. Beautiful.
Open all the time.
Yeah, it was a really nice time. A couple of San Miguel's and then. But yeah, the sleep's important as well, so not staying out too late, but hopefully Friday night we'll get to explore some more of that.
Yeah, well, you might have a victory to
that would be even better.
Celebrate.
Yeah,
And then you get to come back, of course, in week 5. Tell us, what do you like away from cricket? What are some of your hobbies and some of your interests?
Yeah, massive football fan.
Okay, got a team?
Manchester United.
Okay,
Massive.
how about in Scotland, though?
don't really bother with it. I live with my granddad, who's from down south, and I've just been brought up with him as a Man United fan. So that's out.
Could be out, and will be out. So it's going to be Orsu that's going to have to go. Wakas Raja gets a wicket. He was a bit of collateral damage in an earlier catch, but he seems to be okay. And that was a nice catch out there. Omid Malik. Kel, you mentioned he's been very good on that boundary.
Yeah, he's flying.
No problems there. Okay, so Man United fan?
Yeah, Man United fan. Try and get down to a few games as well. Apart from that, to be honest, a little bit of golf. I've not played much this summer, just having so many games of cricket, but the golf. Then to be honest, just socialising. Big social man, so
okay.
Enjoy just whether it's going out for food, couple beers, whatever.
Sounds like a good life.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Life's about enjoying yourself.
I must admit, I had a teammate, David, who played at Forfarshire, and most of my teammates have gone to play in Scotland or even Ireland for that matter. They've said they've come back very good card players.
Yeah.
Because there's a few rain stoppages.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, rain stoppages, bit of cards, and plenty after hours activities.
Here's the last ball of this match, and Jabako gets hit by it. But Raja.
That's a serious last over from Raja.
Yeah, Raja certainly crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And in the end, it'll be 162 to 101. Belgium running out big winners, getting some revenge over Luxembourg. So once again, we see teams splitting their matches against each other, which shows you it's a really even week here in Group C.
Yeah, that'll help their run rate a lot as well, Luxembourg. So they'll be, Belgium. So that'll be good for them as well. Their run rate was really good originally, to be fair.
They'll be hard to catch now.
Yeah, so they'll be right up the top. So hopefully if we can pull our act together in this next game, then it'll set up a big game.
Yeah, well, Jack, it's been great to have you here. One more question to ask you at the end. But first, let's have a look at the highlights. And it's always tough, isn't it? You're chasing 163. And I think the way things are shaping up, that run rate probably wasn't going to make too much of a difference for Luxembourg, because it'll be a straight shootout with your guys. We've got 11, I think, for second place in this group. But still, they were attacking. And you've got to say that every team has some dangerous players. Barker, obviously, is one of them for Luxembourg.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, when you're chasing so many runs, you just need to take more risks. And some days it'll come off and they'll fly off the rope, and other days it'll hold up in that wind and you get caught right in the rope, which we've seen quite a few times there.
Yeah, we have. And I know that...
And here's one of them.
I know that you've got a bit of a photo, I think you'll have to get ready for in a second, so I know you probably have to go. But as we see the highlights rolling, and Luxembourg just kind of falling short in this chase. Vikram tried his hardest, and eventually Ekrami had his measure on the boundary, couldn't quite get it over. But then we saw some good shots by Shivkaran Gill and Tony Whiteman batting together, and
Uncle Tony, as we're calling him.
Uncle Tony, he's still around, and tell you what,
I need to try and get a beer with Uncle Tony.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy once all the cricket's over.
Yeah,
you'll sit down with Uncle Tony and he'll tell you a few things
about
life
and
and
imagine
cricket.
He's got a few stories to tell, that man.
Just before you go, Jack, anyone you want to say hello to? Maybe back in Scotland.
Yeah, just all my mates who I went to school with. A lot of them have been watching this week and they know absolutely not a lot about cricket, but the support they've given me and the rest of the team has been unbelievable. So yeah, thanks to them. They had a few games of pool and a big night out last night, so hope their heads aren't too sore today. I'm gutted I missed out, but I'll be back next week hopefully to get involved with that.
Yeah, so I think it's really nice that you're giving some shout-outs. And shout out to these 22 players that will take the field in match 18, and we'll be starting in around about just under 20 minutes time. So Malta winning the toss and trying to get some revenge on France. France, they must win. It's pretty much what it comes down to it. And they play Belgium later on, so I think it's must win for them. And looking forward to seeing those two teams go head to head before too long. Well, once again, Jack, I want to say a big thank you to you. I'm wishing you all the best for the rest of the
tournament.
That.
Enjoyed that. It was good fun.
Really nice to have your insights again. Someone that is fairly new to ECN, obviously, and the whole setup here. But it's great to see you doing so well. Wishing you all the best
Thank you very much,
for
the
rest of the tournament. And who knows, we may see you winning this Group C
Let's
after
hope
all. So, well, Jack Hogarth there from the Scotland 11. We might take a moment now to look at the scorecards here from this match. And I can tell you that Luxembourg, they weren't really ever in the hunt, were they, chasing this huge total of 163. We'll leave you with those, but for now, this is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Jack Hogarth. Corey Ruckus will be back shortly. We'll be back with Malta, France, just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. And now it's time for the third match of the day. And this is the last day of group matches in Group C before Finals Friday for Group C tomorrow. And only one of these teams this week can come back in a week and a half for Championship Week 5. Let's go out to the coin toss now. The next match will be Malta versus France. These two teams had a very interesting clash last night. Let's see who wins the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Your call. Head. It is tails. You're going to bat first.
So Bikram Aurora has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. No surprises there because I know that last night France batted first and they successfully defended 86 against Malta, whose batting's just been faltering again. So I think the fact that they can go out there, no real target pressure, let's see what kind of score they can put on. But France, it hasn't really been their bowling that's let them down. It's been their batting. They will have to bat second. They will have to chase. And France, essentially, they are playing for their tournament life. Malta, though, also at risk. They need a good result in this game, no doubt about that. Malta, their last group game is now. France, they'll play later on in the night game. That will be their 8th and final group match. So look, plenty can happen here, and I'm looking forward to the rematch between these two teams. Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box, and I can tell you that Bikram Aurora, he's won the toss for Malta. He's going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's start match 18.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back everyone around the world to the ECC. It's week 3, Group C, Thursday. A couple of group games left, and we will know who will be playing on Finals Friday pretty soon. As you can see there on your picture, the beautiful Cartama Oval, a glorious looking ground in the southern part of Spain, and the weather's usually good this time of year, and we're being spoilt again. The early morning wind is gone. It's a little bit breezy, but nothing crazy like it was earlier. So it does promise to be a good game of cricket, and looking forward to seeing how France apply themselves in this one. They're coming up against Malta, both teams having a little bit of a lackluster week. Malta, I think they'll be super disappointed after 2 early wins in the tournament. They've just not been able to get the ball off the square, really. Whereas France, they registered their first win last night against this very side. So they will believe that if they can go back-to-back, maybe, just maybe, they will sneak their way into Finals Friday. The supercomputer tells us it's going to be an 8-run victory for Malta. Well, the supercomputer usually is pretty accurate, so we'll have to see. It does say it's going to be a low-scoring affair, and I think that is due to both teams probably having a few batting collapses this week. Malta only making 55 last night versus France, while France only made 86. So bowling-heavy attacks. And it'll be very interesting indeed to see how this match pans out. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially our network partners, wherever you may be. Morning, afternoon, or evening. Special mention to our India followers out there following on fan code, and everyone via the chat. Hope you're all well. Hope you're ready for the afternoon action. 3:30 p.m. start here in España. And looking forward to seeing this man with the ball. Not this man on your screen, but the man that does hold the ball right now, Mangal. The keeper, Jackson's been an absolute live wire as well. One of the more tidy keepers we've seen in this tournament. Patanka, the tank, and Basil George, the usual opening pair for Malta. They're ready. The umpires are ready. There's a headband on Mangal today, and that means he's at least 2% quicker. Deep mid on, third man, first ball in the match. Here we go. Blocked straight to cover and no run there. And, well, I have to admit, I've really enjoyed watching the bowling of Mangal from the French side. At the end of every week, me and Vinny Sandu sit down on the weekend and we make the team of the week, and I dare say he has already put himself in that category. Another good day here would be a lock. He's bowled so well, picked up wickets, had a great economy as well. Again, defended, and, well, they'll go for a quick single. If he hits, he could be in trouble. Oh, he's gone by Mo. Oh, and then he goes straight through Ahmedzai, who was in pain last night. It's crazy cricket. That should have been run out. I hope there's no serious injury here. There could be, though. Ahmedzai, who was in the wars last night, has just taken down the tank. He wants a loping single. It's not there. Run out misses, and bang. Well, that's a tank versing small Toyota, and the small Toyota, I think, wins this battle. Good to see both players back on their feet and able to get on with it. Hamilton last night, you remember him limping around because he copped one in the leg from his teammate, so he's just a man on a mission to get injured at the moment. Edge, and third man comes into play. I have a feeling Malta recognise that Mangal is their spearhead. No one taking too many big risks against him, but really thankful no one was injured there. The tank running through small little Ahmedzai, but both players on their feet and getting on with it, so that's good to see. High in the air, it's going to be a wicket. Caught. Mangal continues. This man just takes wickets for fun. Oh, he's the best bowler in Group C, economically and wicket-taking wise. Sensational bowler, strikes again. And he's doing such a good job for the country. And the score is 2 for 1. And a disappointing exit here for the tank. He tried to run himself out of ball earlier. And unfortunately, this time, gets nothing on it, and a nice catch. Pretty safe in the end. And Malta's batting woes continue. It was a bit of a nothing shot, unfortunately.
Come on, Bagel.
And a nice, safe catch there by Zayn Ahmed. And France, well, finding some momentum in this tournament. So Patanka, he'll have to go just for the 1 run. Unfortunately, a couple of these Maltese batsmen finding poor form at the wrong time. Another full delivery, this time skewed out just for the single. Like 1 ball left in the first. A sensational first over again here for France. Mangal, let's have a look at his figures for the week. With that wicket added, he's got 10 for 88 at an economy of 7. That's pretty sensational. I'll repeat that again. This man on your screen, 10 for 88 for the week at an economy of 7. The man from France. He almost makes it 11. Well, another sensational first over, and that does take the score after 1. It is 3 for 1. And France, well, a lot to play for them. They'll be dreaming of a miracle to get themselves through. As you can see, the statistics there. We're talking about Mangal. He had 9 before this game, but that wicket there takes him to the double-digit mark. And well, Prasath's still in that order. Patanka's gone. Basil George is at the crease now. One of those Maltese batsmen need to fire. And for France, some of those batsmen still without cracking the 100 mark. They'll be looking to someone to get up to a big score. I'm sure about that. And there's Ahmedzai, who tried to take down the tank in the first over, is going to bowl the second.
Come on, Daud.
You can see that Maltese camp, probably a little bit of tenseness coming into their game. They've started this tournament so well, but the last couple of days their batting's fallen off the boil. Pushed into the offside, just a dot ball. And, well, watching that game last night when these two teams came head to head, France's fielding went to another level. They fielded like animals out there. Can they do it again here? They've started well. Well, Prasath gets one in his half and absolutely laces it straight. 4 runs, 1 bounce for. That's the first boundary in this fixture. Nice shot from Prasath. We know how dangerous this man can be. Just floated up a little bit too much and he absolutely clatters it.
Come on, Dode.
High in the air. Well, 6 or out. No, he's got enough on it. It's going to go for 6. It's going to hit one of those flags. And Prasath, he's getting himself going in this fixture. And it's a great time to welcome back good friend, co-commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Good to be back. And Corey, I hope you had a nice little break there. Nice to have Jack Hogarth in the commentary box. But yeah, that's good, close to the flag one, isn't it? From Prasath.
If it's golf, you're pretty happy with hitting the flag.
How good was Dawood Ahmedzai last night? He was...
I don't know. I wasn't on the air with you, but what were you calling?
You were watching, and he was on one leg basically. He was in the wars, but now he's back walking okay. And he's a guy. He is a proper Energizer bunny, and he gets that one straight through Prasath.
Did you see him try to take down the tank in the first over?
Yeah, I saw that.
Hey,
he was a human speed hump.
Not
wasn't
many
he?
people take down a tank.
Yeah, just a little sneaky lie down, basically. Prasath sees one pitched up again, and this is another teaser for the fielder, but this one goes over him, perfectly judged. Maximal Malta swinging away, and it's Prasath on 17 with most of the run so far.
Yeah, well, he's a big man, and when he hits it, it usually stays hit. He just got enough of that one. Perfect lob wedge over the fielder. Great start now for Malta after losing the early wicket.
This is the danger partnership, isn't it? Basil George hasn't had to do so much as yet. It's a little edge, and this is going to run away for 4 as well. So Ahmedzai, one of those top spinners or slight wrong-uns, I think. Don't know if Prasath picks it, but he does snick it, and that's going to be 4 to finish the second over. 23 for 1.
Yep, 23 for 1. Little bit of luck this time, but you make your own luck. Big game this, Vinny. Big game with the table and how it's working out, because if France can win this, they could pull off a Houdini
Well,
act.
the thing is, the run rate, net run rate's pretty close now. So you'd imagine a win here, unless it's a really narrow win, would put France ahead. But they still have to play Belgium, and their net run rate could take a hit if they lose that badly. So that's something to think about as well.
So they would have to win this, get a bit ahead of net run rate, and then let's say they did lose to Belgium, just don't lose by too many.
That's right.
It
so
would
margins matter at this stage.
It would be the biggest Houdini act if France sneaked their way into final
I
stage.
still think Portugal's was more Houdini like last year, because they were 0-6. They had to play the Netherlands 11 on Thursday morning, and we gave them no hope.
Yeah, but what changed overnight for Portugal on that Wednesday?
Maybe their pre-match routine changed a little bit, because they
Coaching
thought they
staff.
were gone. Yeah. What happened there? You taking some credit?
Remember the
People can't see when you point at yourself. You know, this is television.
Anyway, Basil George on strike. Places it nice to backward point. Quick single. Good fielding. But yeah, I mean, for France, they'll take a lot of motivation from last night. They played really well. I was impressed with their fielding, Vinny.
Yeah, I think their fielding was up to their bowling last night. Their bowling's always been pretty good.
But their fielding was elite last night.
And this is why I thought it was a good toss to win as well, because now France will have to chase. So they scored those. They weren't convincing with the bat last night at all. They still scraped to 86. With their bowling, I have liked it. They've got a lot of energy about themselves. Amjad gets this one through his opposite number.
Yeah, good pace, good carry.
Yeah, got a bit of life about him. Mohamed Amjad. What can France chase? That's the question. It's hard to see them chasing 3 figures. They haven't scored that many the whole time yet.
Another wild play miss there. Amjad, he's been up there with Mangold. Those two men have been bowling pretty quick all week.
Yeah, he gets it through. Question from Tarek in the chat. What do I think of Bernard Bosanquet as a spinner? I think he might have been one of the early exponents of what we call the googly, because they used to maybe call it the bosey. I remember this in my cricket history.
A big inside edge this time, and it'll be another dot ball.
Very French sounding name. Yeah, it's funny. I've actually seen videos from the early 20th century of leg spinners that they wouldn't actually want to be filmed, because they basically had developed the wrong-un. And yeah, it was really bamboozling batters at the time. So yeah, thanks for your question. He was born in 1877, died in 1936.
Good time for sport.
It would have been cool to I often think what would it be like to play at that time, you know.
It's going to be given away. Well, it's a good time for sport, and AFL footy was created in the 1890s.
The competition.
Football clubs in the English Premier
The modern
League.
Olympics started in 1896.
English Premier League and, well, Premier League football started in the 1890s. The Ashes started 1877. Tennis, everything started in the late 1800s.
Honestly, do you know what I think it is?
Talk to
is
me.
that transportation over a longer distance became more practical with railways and stuff in probably the mid.
It's almost like
late
every
19th
sport
century.
became professionalised in the same
But
era.
I think that's what it is. People could move around longer distances quicker.
Play and miss. But yeah, can you imagine in the 1850s you're spending all that time with your wife, and then 1870s, 1880s roll around, all the sports start, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
sorry, love,
It's a pity there
sports time.
wasn't any TV. How do you think you would have looked after yourself in the late 19th century?
I would have
'Cause you're
been
a bit precious.
I would have been a bread merchant.
Okay. Interesting.
You?
I think I would have. I don't know. Let me have a think.
Nice
First,
shot.
Let's have a look at this. It's probably going to be 4.
Yeah, 4 runs, nice shot. And Prasath plays it late, gets it away, and couldn't be dragged in from the third man.
I think I would have been a gold digger. It's a pretty hard life, but I think I'd be chasing a gold rush. I would get on board with that.
Well, gold digger can mean many terms, Vinny, as that takes us to the end of the power play, 29 for 1. But some would say that with the cheap suits you get when I have to buy my own, you are a gold digger.
Not cheap suits. Thank you to Stan Ahuja, who dresses me. How about that for the power play? Big middle one, wasn't it? Dawa Damansai went magically, went for 20. Apart from that, overs of 3 and 6. 29 for 1 after 3.
I'd like to see Basil George get back into his mojo. He's just struggled the last day and a half.
He's that kind of a player, though, isn't he? He's very hot and cold. When he's good, he looks really good.
Well, that is good. He gets the pull shot away. It's 6 runs. The old swivel pull. And a much-needed boundary for himself.
Yeah, good shot. But wasn't a good ball from Rahula Mangal. Just into the kind of swinging arc. These batters are so good. Once it's outside that front hip, they just turn on it. And with the pace of these balls, they're always going to fly away a long way.
Yeah, and they're just looking for that one in the bushes.
The killer python zone, as mentioned by Rebecca Lee, who's watching from Perth, Australia.
Good place in the world, good part of the
Where
world.
we both grew up, didn't we? It's strange how much of a Perth feel European cricket has, just by coincidence.
Yeah, it's just I think there's 4 or 5 of us. Steph and Gooch, Dan Weston, yourself, myself.
Yeah, can't think of any others at this stage. But I mean, we are one of the most diverse organisations you can imagine as far as where people have come from.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Nilkesh out there from Spain. You've got Tyrone from the Netherlands out there as well umpiring.
It's going to be a wide, big Tyrone, not letting the bowler off there.
Tyrone originally South African. Nilkesh originally from India. But
we've got plenty of different cultures and ethnicities in the company. It's
I
good.
think it's a really nice melting pot of different backgrounds and ethnicities and experiences. It's hard to really understand unless you come here and see it for yourself.
Wild swing from Basil George.
There's Action Jackson behind the stumps.
He's good with the gloves. I'd love to see him make a few runs in this one.
Just sneaks that inside the wide line.
Basil George sounds like something you'd order on a good night out.
A Basil George. Yeah, I can see that.
It feels like a ribeye.
To me, it sounds a bit more like a cocktail.
Full, absolutely crunched and well stopped out there. Well, I'm pretty sure that is young Ahmed out there. Saves 3 runs.
I want to say quick hello to Lily Panda, who's watching from New Zealand as well. I hope you're well. And Terry is watching from Estonia, saying, says a lot about Perth that so many of us fled to Europe.
Interesting that Terry fled to Estonia.
Yeah. Oh, controversial. Here's Mangal.
Is that? It's high in the air. Well, this could be a catch for Action Jackson. Yeah, he doesn't drop him, does he? So it's a slow ball. He goes for a bit of a big slog across the line. It costs him his wicket.
That's a really good catch by Action Jackson because the wind's taking that away from him. But I also think it's clever bowling from Mangal because the slower one, Prasath, I don't know if he picks it. Even if he does, he couldn't resist going for it, and he just doesn't get it right at all, doesn't get the contact point right. So pretty handy one for France. They get the big wicket of Varun Prasad. He's got to go, and the score now is 37 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing shot. Real disappointing shot. But good catch from the keeper in the end. And another wicket goes down. It's the big one, Prasad. What's the most France could chase here, do you think? We know their batting's been their weak suit.
100. Just because I'm adding 10 points for feel good that they won last night. But yeah, it's hard to see him getting more than that. If I go to the stats here, we see what their average score per innings, or average score per 10 overs. I was to key that up. They're going at 75 runs per 10 overs.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not great, is it?
No, Stanislaw's to the crease now. He needs to get going.
Yeah, I'd love to see him hit a bit of form as well. He's just gone off the boil a little bit.
Well defended back. Yeah, since the first 3 games where Malta were basically hitting everything to the bleachers, they've just had some batting woes creep in. Not looking so assured of themselves.
Yeah. But Malta, they've been the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team with the bat. I mean, early in the week, they just had so much confidence, but I don't know what it is. Just cannot get anyone to click now.
Oh, inside edge, and Action Jackson does very well indeed. Would have gone to 45, but make sure it's a dot.
I see Terry saying he admits that Brisbane is an awful place and happily fled it. It's a bit harsh on Brisbane. There's some pretty good weather up there. End of the over, and of 4 now. It's 37 for 2 after 4. I want to say hello to Vinny Vinod, who's saying, how are you, coach? And to me as well. Talking to you, Corey. Saying, see you Saturday. Gracias. Gracias, CC from Barcelona. They'll be playing in the domestic T10 here on Saturday and Sunday. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, can't wait for the weekend matches, just to add a little bit more salt to the fire.
Wow. Mixing your metaphors there, Corey Rutgers. Lucky that a lot of our international countries would have been on an ad break and they missed that. So
I felt like it rolled off the tongue as it came out.
Oh, I'm looking forward to doing a whole day with you. You
Back to the action.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, it's it.
That's a practice ball, I know that. Because
the batsman was shaping up then.
He wasn't watching, though, until very late.
What happens if you just run in and you let it fly?
Leave it to the umpire to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the action. Ahmed now.
He can get it through as well, Jubaid.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side.
Anyway.
Hey, look, people are still talking about that man cat against in the women's game.
Because the Elise Perry quote. Did you see the Elise Perry quote?
Yeah. Have we touched on it? Should we divulge just for one over about it?
Okay. I have before, but I don't mind. Go ahead. And that's 5 balls because you just burnt one.
So it's defended into the leg side. It should just be a single. I don't have any real issues with it. I just find the only thing that makes me think it's a bit funny is people only ever do it when the game's on the line. So I find that the only time you ever see it, it's usually when there's a wicket to go or the game becomes super tense. You don't really see it.
Not always. You do sometimes go, what was that
finish.
for?
You
Okay.
never really see a team do it when the opposition's 2 for 72, you know? And I find that makes it leave a bad taste in the mouth. If teams were doing it at different times, it would actually be normal.
Yeah,
That's my point.
Doing it assumes you can be successful every time as well.
Not true. You definitely can't. That will be a dot ball. So yeah, that's my only point. That's what leaves the bad taste. It's usually when it's the closing of a match. It's never done at 3 for 100 in the 22nd over.
That's a very good point.
Thank you,
mate. I will put it this way. The rule has been now made bulletproof by saying you cannot actually enter your delivery action. And by that I mean the arm going above the perpendicular.
So it's hit hard down the ground. It should just be a single.
There's a lack of understanding about what the rule actually is amongst people who are saying, well, she was in her crease at the moment of delivery. Well, no, because she wasn't. Okay? Because
whoa,
they're taking screenshots of like when their arms about hip high, but that's not the moment of delivery. You don't release from when your arms hip high and about to be swung over.
We had someone bowling sling on the domestic circuit the other day as Ahmed comes again, and that will be.
There we go. That's Action Jackson.
Action Jackson pulling out the old
cartwheel.
That was a gorgeous little cartwheel. What's the score from the judges here, Vinny?
Yeah, it didn't quite stick the landing here for me.
I'm going to go at 6 out of 10.
So here's the thing. do you know what the whole reason that Mankad's got a bad rap in the first place? I'm going to take you way back here.
Sure. Tell us, Vinny, as that's going to be another wide.
Good long over for us here. Is that you used to be able to bowl, like actually pretend to bowl, and I mean fully bowl. Pretend to bowl, but just don't let go of the ball. And then the non-striker, because it looks like you've released the ball, but then you've held onto it, there's a bit of trickery, then moves out of their crease, and then you could break the bails and say, well, you're out, right? And it wasn't so much the batters were leaving early, they were leaving at the point that they would expect the ball to be bowled. Now, that's why the word Mankad, even named after Venu Mankad, has a bad connotation, even to say it. Now, we still call it that, even though the way it's attempted these days is completely different. It has to be attempted before you enter your delivery action, which means before your arm becomes up above the elbow on the kind of overswing, right? So, coming back to that in a second, here's Ahmed.
That'll be another wide.
Another wide. So now, you can't fool the batter that way. So all the batter has to do is watch the bowler bowl the ball, and it's lazy non-striking. Anyone that's Mankaded deserves to be out. There you go, I've said it. Anyone it's because it's lazy cricket.
High in the air, over backward point. That will go away for 4, and Stanislaus, maybe that will get him going.
Yeah, so anyone... Okay, I'm going to continue on this tack, because we said we would. Anyone that is Mankaded deserves it, because they haven't been fooled, they've been lazy. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's all I'm going to say.
I just think the taboo will go away once people do it at other parts of the game.
Yeah.
If it's always done on the line, we'll always have this issue. Ahmed knows we're in a storm. He's giving it. This is a great over.
No, so I said this about a year ago. I said it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yes.
Because it's a fundamental of cricket. It's a fundamental of cricket that you need to watch the ball. And just because you're not a striker, you're not invisible.
How many times can you attempt a Mankad and keep running in and not?
Eventually, if the umpire thinks it's time wasting or unfair play, they could probably give a fiver. Thank you. I have another.
Well, we might have to go on to the next topic, Vinny. Ahmed's taking forever.
Yeah, so this is what you have to... So look, just like there are certain fundamentals of cricket that we don't always see followed, batting the correct hand when you're backing up.
Yeah.
The inside hand, watching the bowler. It's on the non-striker, not steal ground, knowingly or otherwise. This is gone. And when you're bowling over, that's 23 balls long. Eventually, something's going to go your way. And look who it is. It's Dawood Amanzai that takes the catch. Malta, they lose Stanislaus. He didn't have too many you could reach, but when he did, he reached and he drilled it straight to cover. So Malta lose a third wicket now. It's 50 for 3.
Well, kids, when they say try and try again, this is exactly what it means. It doesn't matter how many wides you bowl. Eventually, if you get it in the right area and get a poor shot from the batsman, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, got to love the celebration here as well. He's almost too strong to bowl leg spin. I'm worried he'll crush the ball in those fingers. Anyway, it does take us to the halfway point. They'll have a quick drink. It's 50 for 3 after 5 overs. As we welcome you into the Dream Box, as we say, unfortunately, goodbye to Samuel Stanislaus, who has to go for 5. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Here's Corey Ruckers. And, well, Corey, that was one thing about cricket, what I will say, just to finish that, everyone's got an opinion, and that's fine. But also helps, I think, if you understand that it's not so much trickery, it's laziness, I think, that with this issue.
Yeah, it is laziness. Yeah. It's cricket awareness.
You're someone who likes to be lazy sometimes.
That's not true, Vinny. That is not true. But no, it's just cricket awareness, and it will become a more normal thing. But yeah, we're in that grey zone where everyone's a bit tense about it all.
It is funny, though, cricket, we talk about spirit of the game, but it has different meanings to different people. And so I think that the laws normally catch up to the spirit of the game. And so that's why, for example, with that run-out backing up law, it has been adapted so that you actually, once you get to here, you cannot then attempt it.
People used to go all the way around it like that.
Yeah, people used to pretend to bowl, wait for you to go, and then do it. That is what a true Mankad is. Now we're just talking about someone that's snoozing.
Well, high in the air and 6 runs. It's over the flags, Vinny, and, well, a little bit more action.
Boom, boom, Basil. He's only faced 8 balls out of the first 30. That tells me that he's been a spectator more than active participant so far. And we talked about maybe that 100, the ceiling we thought France could chase based on what we've seen with their batting so far. But that'll help them get to a decent score. Can he keep going, though? Dawood Amanzai.
Well, nice shot. Gets enough of it, I think. Oh, it would have been an unbelievable catch. Oh, Ibrahim Jabakel. That would have been a one-handed stunner.
Yeah, take that. That's a proper goalkeeper save, really. That's top bins.
If he had caught that, we're doing the top 10 catches of the tournament. If he had caught that, that's up in the top 3.
Yeah, it might have even been right up there with Brutt's catch because of how quickly he had to move and the fact it was actually blowing away from him with the wind as well. And Rebecca's saying that's why Mancats have at the end of a match because tailenders might be a bit less experienced. I think that's yes and no. Oh, could be trouble. Hits it, according to the umpire. Must have got a little edge on this. This is Aurora who's out there now, the captain.
Yep, maybe gets an inside edge on this one and gets away with it. Yeah, he had to have hit it. If he didn't hit it, yeah, it's out.
What do you think of the appeal, though? It's been the cat in a hot tin roof style from Ahmedzai there.
Yeah, it's like when you're walking to the beach with no pluggers on.
That's exactly right.
Oh, high in the air. Oh, it's going to land safe.
Oh, Aurora played a block shot like that. Then he got caught in exactly that area the other day. He doesn't want to get out that way again.
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, in the combox.
Stop steaming hams in the 6th over, Corey. I know what you're on about.
Basil George, he's setting himself for a big one, isn't he?
Yeah, I think we'll also see some established bats also making errors, such as being on the wrong side of the pitch when the bowler's trying to come in.
Cut, hard, backward point, nice stop. So that would have spun, 1-1. Question, Vin.
Go on.
Well, look, we love interacting with people in the chat. Kitty Huntley.
Yeah.
She said the cyclone's coming tomorrow. Where is she living? Because there is a big
she's in Virginia,
big
USA.
cyclone, Ian. So hopefully you're okay, Kitty, because yeah, that hits land or that area tomorrow.
All right. Well, obviously wishing everyone
safety
to stay safe. I like the pace Ahmedzai bowls, hey. Even though he's got a bit of tap this game, still he's a guy that gives 100% for his team. He goes for 30 in the end. 6 overs down. Malta are 60 for 3, so they're right on that 100 pace.
Yeah, so good from them here, and they've got a good platform. Still, Mangal, Ramatullah Mangal, that is, still has an over to go. Sensational figures once again. You know, I've been through a cyclone myself. I was in Karatha Category 4.
Yeah.
That was pretty full on.
Yeah, it can do a lot of damage, especially depending on what the kind of structures are like around. Cyclone Tracy, very famous one.
That was a bad one.
Back in Darwin, 1974, I think.
Do you ever get anything like that out here in Cartama in Spain?
You get a few interesting events.
I feel like Australia gets a lot.
I mean, remember here in ACL, we had the proper sandstorm. We had the sky turn kind of orange for a while when we were here back in March.
Left arm spin now as it's cut away, but straight to point on. They're going for a run. This is, oh, I reckon this is close, Vinny. And Tyrone Peters calls for the full review system.
I'm going in.
I'm going to go out because we're the opposite couple and can't always agree.
All right. I just think it was very good keeping by Action Jackson to pick it up in the half volley and get it, but I just feel that I feel the batter gets there. And I am going to stick with my original call. 1-0 to me on that one.
Yeah, well done. I'll give you that. Yeah, it needed a direct hit. Might have had him. Great work from Action Jackson. Direct hit probably would have been out.
Yeah, direct hit would have been excellent keeping, though.
Yeah, he's the best keeper in the group, you think? Oh, he's up there with Garden?
He's the flashiest.
Okay, yeah, Action Jackson.
End of conversation. I do like it, though. Yeah, that's very clever, the way he takes it. Takes the bails before.
He moves well, doesn't he?
Yeah. No, he does. He takes it in one motion, then still can kind of cushion for impact.
Yeah, little live wire behind the stumps always goes a long way. Zain Ahmed.
It's so much easier umpiring from 80 metres when you don't have to make the decision.
High in the air, and yeah, gone. Nice corn ball for Zain Ahmed, and Basil George is absolutely distraught with himself.
Yeah, well, he survived the run out, but he can't survive the next ball. He just tries to hit Zain out of the ground. He gets none of it, does he? Complete miss hit from Boom Boom, and he's going to have to go for 19. The Malta lost a 4th wicket now. France, I think they're reasonably happy to see the back of Basil, put it that way, the 61 for 4.
Yeah, they are happy to get that one. Basil is a dangerous player. We know how good he is. But unfortunately for him, it's a start and a failure. He'll be disappointed not to get through the rest of this innings and get some over the rope. Nice caught and bowled. And France, well, plucky little France. They're coming back in this group.
Yeah, so Basil He'll be upset that he couldn't go on with it. Didn't have a lot of the strike at all. And unfortunately, he will go just as he was looking to move things along, 61 for 4. Adrian in the comment section saying boom, 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 going back to his room. Another great song. Wow, this is straight up in the air as well, and I can't believe this falls safely. That's a big slice of luck for Bilal Khan first up.
Look, Vinny, there's something that's popped up that you're going to have to touch on. And, well, a big slog first ball lands in a big bit of space and only one run.
I can see Josh Sayers
Oh,
has
wow.
been very generous. Donated $10 US to us.
Thank you, Josh.
He has a question. Who do we think wins Group C and moves on to Championship Week? Really good question.
It's only a two-horse race for me.
Belgium or Scotland?
Yeah.
So Luxembourg, you just think they're struggling a bit at the end of the week?
Thomas Martin being out really hurts their
Does.
balance.
Yep, correct.
Ahmed again is.
They hope that he'll be back for Friday, but even so, what sort of shape will he be in, I suppose, is the question.
Look, the robots just put the vote up in the chat. But interesting to see the robot do that after a viewer has already asked. I think the robot just needs to get his own material.
The other thing is, hasn't bothered to put France in the chat, in the question.
Good fielding, direct hit. Well, they can run a second here, and they will. So that's good running. It hit the stumps.
They might have a look at this, but I think he's in again.
Well, I'll go in. Your turn. You can't copy me.
I abstain because I don't even know if they're going to look upstairs for this, but sometimes it's worth a look. Just
He's in too
We
much. So
should
we're
have had a bet if
1-1.
he was past
We're
us, huh?
1-1 on the review. Unlucky, buddy. Oh, gee, it came up.
You got nervous then, didn't you?
Well, people are voting on the chat, and currently they're saying that they reckon Belgium are 72% favourites. There was the direct hit and the overthrow, but yeah, I can understand why people believe Belgium are, as that is short and hoiked away beautifully. That's going to be one bounce 4. So Ahmed getting a little bit short, but nice shot there from Aurora.
Yeah, I think it's good footwork that makes this as well. Goes back and goes outside the off stump. So we get to the end of 7 overs, and it's a 7 overs, a score 69 for 4. As we remind you, you can get in touch with us on our social media. And a lot of people have been doing this, Corey. So you can send me a message on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook at Mr. Maximo. And then Corey, he's got his, is that your Instagram you got up
I'm
now?
ready. Let's go.
CRutgers_28. Send us messages and we can answer your questions on air. Or, of course, you can use the comment section on ECN. There we go. That's a very casual 360-degree swing from Bilal Khan to start the 8th over.
Yeah, well, he's facing a very good bowler. Ramatullah Mangal's back. And Vinny, look at the clock. Are we on clock alert? 11 balls, 5 minutes.
Yeah, and the 5th wicket, there's no allowance either.
Ooh.
Double check there's been no issues with that timing. Clock should be right. There's little adjustments in game, so the clock should more or less be accurate.
I think he knows Mangal because he's actually getting back very quick at the moment.
Yeah, where
How
are we
good's
at?
he been this week, honestly?
Yeah, it's been brilliant.
Is he in your team of the week if we were doing one right now?
I haven't given any thought, but
He's
I'm
my
just gonna say
walk-in.
yes. Yeah, okay.
He's a lock. Oh, well,
Yeah, wides really hurt you because wides are basically 30 seconds wasted at this stage.
what's the time frame? What are we looking at? We haven't had penalty runs since Group A, right?
Yeah.
Who got
Clock's gone
it?
missing.
Oh, of course the clock's gone. They hear us. I think there's
The clock
there's a
will
clock
be back.
voodoo going on. In the air, nice shot. It might go, but no, good coverage out there.
Well, I heard that about 1 minute ago, 1 minute and 30 seconds was added for some sort of stoppage. So that's where we're at, 5:30.
I thought we were just down to 4 something.
Yeah, so what happens is there are in-game adjustments from the tournament referee. So they've just added 90 seconds for an accumulation of stoppages. So that's why we shouldn't have to adjust it, is my point, at the end.
Oh, inside edge, a little bit of hard luck this time for Mangal, and it's going to go away for 4.
That'll be 4. And once again, it's kind of a free and easy swing from Bilal. He played a great helicopter shot earlier, but that's pretty much all he did. Not really watching the ball or looking at the ball. He's swinging, and he finds a bit of bat on that.
Oh, when you get something big and hard in your hand, swing it wildly, and that's what Bilal is doing. absolutely crunches that this time. Oh, and a good bit of effort out there by the captain, Amjad, but that's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, well, this is the same sort of swing, but this time the ball's aimed straight at the middle of his bat, and he smacks it. Yeah, it was a very good effort from the fielder. Look at this. He's just a little bit too late, wasn't he? That's Amjad down there on the boundary, but 4 more runs to Malta.
Some people in the chat asking, do the players get told about the time? Yes, they do.
There's a massive clock.
And the umpires let them know.
Yeah, and you don't even need the umpires, really, because you can read the clock, then you should know. So they can see that. Having the clock up there, it's my theory that I don't think we've had any time penalties since the clock's been up, because it's actually a reminder all the way through to hustle.
Well, the only team to do that is Portugal have had penalty runs, and that's a sign of Conrad Greenshield's captaincy.
Oh, very harsh on Conrad, one of our very good friends here. 81 for 4 after 8 overs. Yeah, so it's a massive screen. That is at the ground, which has the time running all the time. So there's really no excuses.
Oh, they've hustled through. They've given Amjad the ball here, and yeah, they're hustling. So they'll get through in time still.
But that's why my theory is, since we've had the clock up, we haven't had it, because it's a constant reminder. So we've got basically 3.5 minutes from now. This is in the air, but it'll be 1 bounce again. But still, even if he hustles, if he bowls extras this over, that's going to really hurt them. And it's probably, maybe even changes your bowling plans here in the 9th, where you're maybe not trying to go that wide hole as much.
Yeah, potentially. We did have that over with all those wides, so that's why it feels like this might be a little bit close, but I think they're going to sneak in the French.
That'll help. I think the application is as well that you just have to make sure that that clock doesn't run out before the umpire calls over.
You ever seen the movie In Time? Justin Timberlake and
yeah.
It reminds me of that when they've got the time on their arm about life.
Yeah.
Sort of like the life clock for cricket now.
There's also a movie called Click with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah. I like time travel movies.
Short, cuts it away and can't get it out the middle, so probably just a single.
Keep the questions coming in the second half. I'll read out a few of those, I think. Tony Redden saying hi, Vinny. It was his birthday yesterday. Hello, Tony. Happy birthday. He'll be up next week to see us again. Well, it is Peacock Friday tomorrow as well. So if you are listening around the ground, or if you're planning on coming down to Cartama Oval tomorrow, make sure you wear your Peacock shirt.
Well, bowled, gets in the Yorker, and well, Bilal jams down on it, and they'll end up getting a single.
Yeah, I'll get a single. So we're halfway between Cartama and Cohen on the Costa del Sol, just off the A7059.
Yep.
So if you're in the area, come down, wear your Peacock shirt tomorrow. It's Finals Friday, it's Peacock Friday.
What would you say if one doesn't know what a peacock shirt is?
Peacock shirt's just a very loud shirt.
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant's a good word. And Tony, he's got a very good peacock game. Wait till we see him next week. Looking forward to seeing you, Tony, and happy birthday once again.
High in the air. This would be a catching chance, I think. Yeah, takes it. Nice, calm catch in the end. That doesn't help the clock, though.
Yeah, because it's only the 5th wicket, so they don't get an allowance.
Oh, take your time getting out there. Chew up your seconds.
Yeah, this is a loophole, I think, because you only get an extra minute for the 6th wicket and beyond. And you've got 90 seconds to get to the crease.
So he needs to get out to the crease with about 12 seconds left. I love loopholes.
I honestly think this one might cost them. Yeah, because, okay, you get an extra minute for a wicket after when it's 6 wickets and onwards.
So right now, do you have to be standing at your mark for the last over?
No, what it is, the application is you just need to finish the 9th over essentially.
This is great viewing. This clock just adds a whole
new... You love this kind of stuff, don't you?
Well, loopholes are what life's all about.
It might be a good wicket for Aurora to go down for 11 strategically. Anyway, he leaves it's 84 for 5. Of course, he's still got to bowl this ball.
Oh, he's got to ask for middle and things. He's gotten out there a bit quickly for my liking. Ask for centre now.
He's gotten out in 1 minute, right? Pretty much.
He's got to take guard here.
Anyway, it's against the spirit of the game, I think.
Oh, come on, man, cat him.
All right, last for the over. And they'll be fine in the end, because that will be the end of the 9th over. And Malta, they are 84 for 5. As Corey hits the table, upset. He hasn't seen time penalties. You're a strange unit as we head to the last.
Yeah, definitely. You know, with Peacock Friday, could we get the umpires to do it?
I think I'd like to see one day. I think the umpires still need to wear something fairly standard, but maybe we could have something a bit more interesting for them to wear on Fridays. Maybe a purple or something like that.
It would be a nice little addition.
Yeah. Like a peacock blue, something like that.
Oh, blue's a bit plain. Anyway, last over. Here we go.
They sneak in with the time. That's what the clock's good for that though, because it adds some transparency to the process. That essentially is what's always happening in the officials' tent, but now everyone can see it. They're making adjustments.
Yep, nice shot down the ground. So Mangal, brother, pulling the last one.
Say hello to Louise Walker, who's watching from home today.
That's an interesting shot option from Matthew with 5 balls remaining. Gently blocks it back to the bowler. But see that? See Bilal?
Yeah.
He is absolutely furious with his punt, and he blocked it.
He wants to check drive this, but he's late on it. That's why it ends up looking like a block shot.
Yeah, deep in.
Bilal's running now.
That's more like it, but it'll only be a 1.
Yeah, so hello Louise, saying she'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Loud shirt Friday shouldn't be a problem for her hubby Ken. Well, that's true.
Is that?
Ken's already here.
Is that Louise's Ken? Ken?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
nice.
saw him already. He's wearing an ECN shirt. I like it. All right, can they get this 100? Not like that. Bilal's played this shot a few times. I just think he's better than he's showing. He can hold his shape and actually drill these with cricket shots. Just look at, he goes deep in his crease and pretty much locked himself into trying hit to the leg side.
Yeah, you sort of feel this is on the precipice of what France might be able to get to.
Golden ball game, Corey.
Yeah, they don't want to give a boundary away here.
Check the sweepstakes.
Edge.
Action Jackson drops it.
Oh, he took his glove off, and he's gone with the inner. He drops it with the inner. Oh, no. Well.
Okay.
Oh, small margins.
I mean, it probably doesn't matter too much, but Action Jackson.
Where's his other glove under the helmet?
The thing is, yeah, it must have.
Well,
he disappeared.
He goes with the one-handed inner, and yeah.
I love it that he's charging as if he's forgotten his primary role, which is to catch. He's basically playing a blitz defense there, rushing at the stumps.
I love that he's taken the glove off and then drops one in the right hand. Well, he's still got it. You don't see that all the time.
Still should catch that, and you should also be able to throw with your glove.
But how often
do
you practice catching up with one inner? Not very often in outdoor cricket.
All right, last ball. Seatbelts on, everybody. This is going nowhere, and it's going to be out. So it doesn't cost him anything at all, does it, in the end? And the Mungals doing a good job once again for France. Rahula Mungal with a return catch off the last ball of the innings. Malta 86. Well, what if I told you that last night France scored 86 playing Malta?
I would say you're a liar.
No, I'm not, because that's exactly what the score was. Golden ball in play for me. And what's a huge match for these two teams, both essentially playing for survival today on day 4 of Group C. And right now, I think France will be pretty happy where they're at. But don't forget France, they're averaging 75 per 10 overs. So they need to up their game as they try and stay alive. And remember, it's not only the fact they want to win this game, they want to win it well because they still have to play Belgium later on. But they'd love to spring an upset, but also, if they do go down, they won't want to go down by too much. Early on, we saw a bit of anti-tank warfare, didn't we? I think you might have called it Little Toyota getting under the tank. But, I mean, ultimately, France, we know their bowling has been pretty good this tournament. They backed it up with some good catches held as well. And Malta, I think they'll be a little bit upset once again. Their batting disappoints.
Yeah, they'll be very upset with their batting display, and they're a better side than that. Prasad tried to get them going early in the innings. He played some lusty blows over the top and really fancied the spin of Ahmedzai. Unfortunately, it didn't last long enough because when he was dismissed, the wheels started to fall off for this somewhat dangerous Malta side. And France, once again, showing us that with the ball in hand, they're more than capable at this level. This was the big wicket of Prasad. A skyer, a steepler, and Action Jackson, we like to call him. He's a net keeper with a lot of energy. Took a really safe catch there, and he'll be happy with his work as the wicket started to fall in clubs. Ahmedzai with a strong little catch there and doing a good job at cover. And, well, for Malta, that middle order just hasn't clicked over the last 2 days, which would be very disappointing. There was some acrobatic fielding throughout, and I have to give France credit. They do throw their bodies on the line for the team and for their nation. This was a very nice caught and bowled for Zayn Ahmed. The slow left arm off spinner seems to be getting better as the week progresses. And a few, well, disappointed faces there in the Malta dugout because they know they've been tested out here by France once again. There were some boundaries right at the back end. Some decent blows. Bilal came out, did his good job, but unfortunately the wickets kept on falling. And for Malta, It's a game of small margins. They just needed one good cameo at the end to get to 100, but instead they fall well short. So let's take a quick look at the scorecards now. And, well, the batting scorecard firstly for Malta. Unfortunately, no one going on and making a score of substance, really. Varun Prasad, 25 of 13 and 19 of 12 for Basil George. Both got out when they were in, and one of those two would have loved to have got to 40 or 50 odd. 11 of 11 for Aurora, and Bilal Khan making 14 at the bottom there. The bowling figures really good again. Mangal 1 for 15, 1 for 9 for Amjad, 2 for 10 for Mangal. Rahula Mangal, the brother, 1 for 13 for Ahmed, and 1 for 9 for Zain Ahmed. So plenty of wickets flying around there, and 86 for 6 at the end of the inning. So do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. And gorgeous weather conditions once again for more T10 action with the halfway stage between France and Malta. And France once again have shown their discipline with the ball and some good fielding work to, well, keep Malta and that dangerous Maltese batting lineup to 86 for 6, meaning they'll require 87 to win. And if they do pull off a win, they will keep their tournament life alive. You feel that a loss here, and it will be sad to say goodbye to the French side who come up against the dangerous Belgium later tonight. Good opportunity. Welcome back all our friends around the world, all our network partners. Hope you're enjoying all the live T10 action. Everyone on the chat, I hope you're doing well as well, and everyone on fan code in India. Good luck for your Dream11 sides as Bilal Khan's at the top of his mark. He's been mighty impressive with the new ball. Love to see him bowl 2 in the power play. Not many people have got a hold of him. Ahmed's on strike. Mahithir is his partner. Here we go. First ball of the run chase. Well, not much swing that time, and he whacks it on the offside, but, well, there's a deep backward point. Didn't get around to telling you that just yet. Deep backward point and third man are the 2 boundary riders. So a nice shot first ball. And unfortunately, he picks out the man for 1 run. France have a great opportunity here to do the double over Malta. And I think probably not even a day and a half ago, not many people would have picked that. So good luck to them. If they do win this, they will be a tie with Malta on points. We think their net run rate would be slightly above them. But the problem is France will have to play Belgium later tonight. And you would expect Belgium to probably win that handsomely, and if they did that, that would spell the end for France. So a lot to play for still. We'll see how the rest of this day works out. That's a good delivery. A nice looking drive back to the bowler. A little bit more swing there for Bilal Khan. Yeah, all to play for these teams. Goes for an ambitious stroke over the leg side and tied up for room to a couple of dot balls. France, they'll be desperate for a decent power play just to get them going. We know they're not the greatest batting side. They've shown glimpses of what they can do with the bat. You'd expect Amjad, their captain, can he score a few more runs? And I'd love to see them get Rahmatullah Mangal up the order a little bit. It's going to be down the leg side and a free run for the French, who were basically on the comeback trail from, it would be one of the most remarkable comebacks I think we've seen on the network. They were 0-5 going into last night's game, and I don't think many people gave them a chance against Malta, but in the end they made this score 86 and defended it with their lives. Now the roles are reversed, asked to hit 87. It's another wild swing, and well, Bilal Khan's been a shining light for this Maltese team. He's bowled really well with the new ball. He gets it to move, doesn't offer up too many loose deliveries, always on a pretty decent length, showing once again how effective left-arm bowlers seem to be in this T10 format. One's whacked into his pad, and not one of those ones that hits the pad and you sort of run forward a little bit. And his non-striker Ahmed's going to go have a little word with him now because he's just not getting it away. It gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, blue suit wearing, orange shoe wearing, Vinny Sandhu.
That is me. You got me pinned. I won't be robbing too many banks wearing this. Easily identifiable.
I'd hope you wouldn't do that anyway.
And of course not, unless it was to give to the poor, Robin Hood style. No, yeah. I think it maybe helps France that they know what they need to get here with their batting. Sometimes I think when you're losing your way, it helps to have a target. It gives them some direction, know exactly how risky they need to be. Bilal gives them a big filthy wide here. But they'll know, okay, they don't need to go out and bat like they need to get 150. They'll probably know by now, and they're into their 7th match in this series, that you can get 87 just by probably picking up the 1 boundary and over on average, and then just batting fairly within yourself apart from that. Now, Bilal's always going to be a handful. I think that's the other thing. You can afford to be a little bit careful to him. He's conceded 3 so far. His last ball, the first over.
Oh, he tries to get that pull shot away, but it skews off the bat, and it will just be a single. So a very good over from Bilal Khan once again in this tournament, and France are on 4 for 0.
Yeah, 4 for none after 1. So I don't mind that. They don't lose a wicket to Bilal, who is a danger. I wonder if they'll bring Bilal back early.
I was just saying, I think they should.
Yeah.
It'd be great. But this would be even better.
We're in the golden ball
This
zone.
would be even better.
In the Goldilocks zone here. 115 matches without a golden ball.
Whoa. It's
Oh,
Vinny, when it does things like
Yeah.
this, it always happens.
It's a glitch in the Matrix. When
Honestly, the
they're
Matrix is
feeling
the-
it. Our crew at Spring Productions. Yeah, when the golden ball counter starts doing a few quirks, that means it's ready to go off.
I'll go off when we get a golden ball, because do you know what this is?
Yeah, it's your game in the
It's
golden
my
ball
game in the
sweepstakes.
golden ball sweepstakes. Abbas had an up and down week. And, ties him up for room, and they'll scamper through for a leg by.
The other thing about this kind of a total, if you have a bad power play and you don't score any boundaries or very few, suddenly that initial rate of 8.7 can head north of 10, and I don't think that's where France want to be.
Well, I know they won't be talking about this, but they actually need to win and win well, because that would give them a bit more leverage for
Yeah.
later tonight as well. But I don't think...
Well, the thing is, they are gone. France, if they don't win this game, they are gone. Except we'll see them tonight. Essentially will be a game that they'll be playing for pride only. This is a bye. Just gets under Patanka.
Yeah, if it is just a pride-only game, we'll have to end up getting some guest commentators in for you, Vinny. But, well, Patanka lucky this doesn't go onto the helmet once again.
Yeah.
I think buys and leg buys would be the leading scorer at the moment. Both batsmen struggling to get it away.
Yes, this is Wazim Abbas bowling over number 2 for Malta. I think I said this though, didn't I? That yesterday with France, they made 86. They made 86 exactly, and if they make 86 today against Malta again, and we will have a golden ball.
One thing that I think France have missed out of is having Noman Amjad, their captain, who comes out 3. I think he could have just opened all
Just
week.
send him out there.
I think he would have enjoyed more players in the ring.
Well, Mahathir has been given a chance here at top of the order, but he's struggling. He's 1 off 7 at the moment.
Well, can't shot this time. Straight to the field. That's out if he hits, and he misses.
But this is what happens when you're 1 off 7. You start looking for runs when there aren't runs, and that's exactly what happens there.
When do you-
and it would have been Drew Bade that would have paid the penalty.
Yeah, he basically just hits and runs, and that would have been out by, well, a couple of metres. And you have to start to think, was sending him up to open the right idea?
Yeah, well, the other thing is, how long do you persist with him? That's the question.
See, even then, leg buys are having an absolute day out here. And 4 leg buys, it doesn't matter how you get them. There's only been 3 runs off the bat so far, and 8 extras.
Yeah, so leg buys moves to 5. After that, just back leg, I think.
But even the shot, even the stroke is a bit more defensive. I think these
You've got to come out and try and own it if you're going to do this. You know, it's hard because we're saying you don't have to be crazy. I'm not saying that either. But it seems that they've moved the needle too far the other way.
They've gone a bit sedate here with some of the strokes.
6-3 field now. And Malta have bowled well to this at times during the week. Last ball the over for Abbas.
Even that shot there, it's not a shot really looking to power hit. That's just a push, and that'll bring an end to a very sedate 2 overs. It's 11 for none.
So yeah, France just get to touch the 3 figures with the bat, which shows you they've had a bit of a rough time. We'll stop going on about it though. They're probably sick of hearing it, but you can see that's the situation. These 2 teams, if France were to pull this off, they'll be almost identical on the ladder, even with net run rate, I think. But France do have to play Belgium later on.
I don't see France. They would have to upset Belgium then to get through.
But here's the thing, which, okay, France are going to have issues with the bat against Belgium. But I think France is bowling. If Belgium have an off time with the bat, then they could hold Belgium. I can see them holding Belgium to something decent. Sometimes. Not all the time, but in a one-off game, Belgium, of course, Belgium can implode. It's Belgium. Anyway, here we go. Over number 3, it's Prasad.
And another wide, so only 3 runs off the bat. Thankfully, a couple of extras. Otherwise, France been in a lot of trouble.
Well, to use some of your famous vernacular, if you're a fan of extras,
if you're a fan of extras, you've come to the right place.
You have. So Silvakuma Murugasamy just kind of mentioning a little bit. France have been impressive with the ball, but this is a good shot, isn't it? And this is a Gundy ball, really, from Broussard down the leg side. And it means a lot to them. They're playing for their tournament lives, and that'll help Maximal. 6 runs to Mahathir.
Well, they're pumped up now. It was a bit of a sedate first 12 balls, and he gets a Gundy ball down the leg side, puts it away. Good batting. Got to catch up with it, and that will give him some confidence.
Yeah, it takes him to 8 off 9 now. How about that? That's a lot of noise coming from that 10. France will have some confidence, obviously, from the fact that they did win last night against Malta.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It's a very good game.
It was.
Very good
I
game.
stayed around and watched it. I was off the air, but stayed and enjoyed the festivities.
Yes, and I have to ask you about your little sleepover. I don't think we talked about that yet. I know you stayed at the ground with where Daniel Dorkaya and your strength and conditioning coach Alistair have been doing a great job coaching the kids.
Stayed in the little cottage on the ground. It's quite beautiful, actually. Woke up to the chickens and the hens and the dogs at about 6 a.m. and I went outside and I gave it back to them.
I see.
That's that. Well, high in the air, and it's going to land safely, so it'll just be a single.
And that wind is now pretty much straight in the batter's face. It's changed a lot compared to before.
Proper weird sort of wind day, isn't it?
This is a crazy day for wind here. So it's strong, but it's all over the place. And even at certain times, we can't work out which way it's going. But that one fell in a pocket of space. Back over to Jubaid Ahmed. Yes, okay. Was it comfortable? You got your own bed? You didn't have to bunk up with anyone?
I was on the couch.
Okay.
No, it was a good night. It's a beautiful ground here, and it was quite lovely to be out here in sort of country living, and yeah, enjoyed it. A little walk down to the office this morning.
It's kind of semi-rural area.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
what I would call it, where we are. It's about a half an hour from our accommodation in Benalmadena.
Hit hard. Oh, well, it blows Prasad's hand apart. I hope he's okay. We might need Magic Spray Mary.
This almost carried all the way to mid-off.
Yeah,
Let's
I reckon she's getting the call, Vinny. I reckon he's taking it on the hand. He whacks that. Good on him for getting a hand on it, because that was laced, and I have a feeling one of the greats is about to be called onto the playing service. And
MSM, Magic Spray Mary.
well, hold on. That's not Mary at all.
Oh, hold on a second.
Well, all right, I'm out. I don't agree. Where's Magic Spray Mary gone?
I like to see it being shared around. Corey, hey,
This is
down.
not
Settle
okay.
down.
I'm here for Magic Spray Mary. Well, okay.
But she's got a
But
good
if it's
job
not,
on her.
if it's not Mary applying the spray, then it's least effective.
Well, what we saw earlier in the tournament was when people calling for Magic Spray, and when Mary wouldn't come, they would actually
who's
turn
this?
them around. We're going to have a new name, won't we?
Maya in the chat says it's Sharon. Look, I like Shazza, but I want Mary.
Magic Spray Sharon.
Magic Spray Shazza.
You know, it's like when you go to a Broadway show.
Oh, hold on. There's medics everywhere.
Yeah. This is the... Might be
He's like the lieutenant of the
Might be
medics.
Sharon's first day, so you know you have someone just looking over you.
Well, hold on. She's gone too far. She's not applying magic spray. She's doing something else, and that's already too far. It's meant to be magic spray.
It's all right. Well, try a little bit of the tape. But the thing is, that's his bowling hand, so you got to be... That's the thing. If he's going to bowl with that hand, he's still got balls to come here, Prasad, but it might have just...
What? Vinny, you don't need a bandage. You need the spray.
What is going on here? Oh, high drama here in match 18.
Well, you see in the pocket there, that is a beautiful canister, and it's ready to go.
Yeah. But it's nice to see. We have medical... Hey! Stop banging things. Oh, I love it when you have to do 5 games in a row. You get to see the full range of Corey's personality and patience. But in all seriousness, if Prasad's going to bowl, he probably shouldn't have tape on that hand.
Well, what's he meant to do? Bleed on the ball?
Well,
You've got to give him a bit of
maybe not
tape.
be bowling anymore.
I mean, it was
look,
hit Ow.
Look how far this carries off him as well.
Almost decapitates the umpire as well.
Yeah. And yeah, this is
Well,
nice though. I like to see some new faces.
well, she's done her job, and there she goes. It's not Mary, and well, in the break we'll find out where Mary is.
Mary might have knocked off for the day. What are we at? Past 4:30 local?
Well, that means I'm allowed to as we continue the action.
All right, Prasarth's back. Oh, straight over
wow.
the stumps, I think, this one.
That has just bounced. It was quite full. Unlucky that didn't clatter into the stumps.
He's done this a few times, but his length has just been above the stumps length. I mean, not by much, maybe by 2 ball widths.
Magic
Anyway.
Shazza did the job.
Magic Spray Shazza. Could be tape up Terry.
Inside edge this time, and oh, he's gone walkabouts. There's no run there. And he'll get himself back in, and well, it takes us into a pretty different sort of 3 overs. The score is 20 for none.
So slightly less than the rate, but not by much. Steady as she goes for France, trying to stay alive. Just have a look at Malta, how their last 2 overs really hurt them. They only got 3 off the 9th, 2 off the 10th. So only 5 runs in the last 2 overs. And that was really with only 4 wickets lost at the end of 8 overs. So it was an incredible job by Hanoman Amjad in the 9th and Rohula Mangal in the 10th to keep this down to a target of just 87. So there will be an allowance for that. You'll see some time go onto the timer for that injury stoppage.
Yep, so we're going to be continuing on outside the power play. Still 10 wickets in hand. 67 off 42.
So now, let's go to over number 4. And this to me looks like Eldos Matthew, who's going to bowl. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time.
Oh, it's a short ball, and well, he pulls it straight to the man at David wicket. Opportunity missed.
Single. 1-6 in this innings, and it was in the last over of Prasarth. No 4s in the power play. Let's keep an eye on that run rate required. So, yeah, these openers combining their stats for 12 off 19. See, those 9 extras. Pretty useful at this stage.
That cut down and another dot ball. Yeah, I'm starting to get to the point that I think I'd rather these 2 hit out and get out than continue to dot up, because if you've got 12 off 20 balls off the bat and there's a 6 in there, it means you've scored 6 off 19 legitimate balls.
They've got Amjad to come.
Yep.
They've got
Mangal.
Panasane to come.
Mangal whacks it.
Yeah.
Time to get going, France.
Matthew round the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot, and they do get going. Well, what's he saying to us? There's Andrew Elliott with the misfield and 4 runs.
Well, you know I'm a big fan of the French cut. Well, this is a French cut off the middle. I don't know if I've ever seen one quite like this before. It's a beautiful shot, just played it. And yeah, Andrew.
Oh, moving like a true 60-year-old.
Cut away at the right time. Anyway, France will take the boundary. That's their first 4 of this innings.
That's a nice looking shot. Like the intent. Coming down the wicket, trying to change the length. Can he go again? Just build that confidence. Keep striking.
Mahathir slowly finding his feet. Slowly is probably the word. But he does have a 6 and a 4 to his name now. He's had the majority of the strike as well. He's faced 15 balls out of 21.
It's time just to push down the ground and they'll scamper through for a single.
France haven't lost a wicket yet. So one of their biggest problems has been the inability to have a partnership last any length of time. So that becomes less important, I suppose, as the overs tick by, but also you don't want to leave yourself too much to do. I wonder about them chasing 10, 11, 12 and over in the last 5.
Well, that's the right intent, but he might have. No, just short. It'll be another single. A lot to play for Malta as well. Bit of pride on the line here.
Not just that, I mean, they could be playing for their tournament life, essentially. It's not out of the realms of possibility. If they get beaten here, and France hold their own even against Belgium, and Malta could be going home.
Bowled him. Well, gets him in the end, does Matthew, and it might be a mini blessing in disguise because we know the dangerous Amjad's going to come next, but good bowling from Matthew, and he gets rewarded.
Yeah, full straight, and I think that's a pretty good default for Matthew, who does go for that boundary, but he only goes for seven in the over, and that's also the end of the fourth. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, it leaves them 60 off 6. They have to go at 10 and over now. It was 8.7 to start, so it's one of those funny ones. I think the wicket actually helps France.
Yeah, I tend to agree, even though we saw Mahathir put away a bad ball for 6. He angled a 4 in that over, but I think, you take those 2 balls out, and he made 4 off 15 apart from that. So, he's done his job, and he's tried to get them off to a good start. Couldn't quite crack run a ball pace, though. He departs. It's 27 for 1. And here is the captain, Noman Amjad, coming out at number 3.
Yeah, we're not saying that that wicket's a bad thing towards the player. It's just that they've got such good hitting to come. And Amjad, the captain, he is one man that when he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, I think it is a good time for the captain to come to the crease. One of the jobs, I suppose, the openers, they don't want to be 3 or 4 for none. And so they're not in that situation now with those early wickets. But there is the matter of getting back on the pace. So right now, the rate is exactly 10 and over required, 60 off 6 overs.
Yeah, so good time for the captain to come in.
Yeah, Bikram Arora's coming on. I think he has promise as a bowler, but he's probably bowled too many bad balls by his own account. He would say that. So you've got to get it right here. Again, France, like counterpoint, if they can get one big over here, if they can get a magical over from somewhere,
they'll take a 13 run over.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. 10's required for the French. Trying to stay alive. Here's Aurora in over number 5.
Oh, absolutely crunch, but should just be a single.
Fielding is important as well, isn't it? Each one of these stops on the boundary. If you mess them up, you cost yourself 3 runs, cost your team 3 runs.
Here we go, Vinny. Big contest now. Amjad's on strike.
Does he go straight away, or is he a little bit careful?
No, if you get a bit, well, if he's going to come around the wicket, if it's in your zone, just go.
Bit careful.
Bit careful. That's okay. Oh, no one's backing up. It's a silly, silly throw from cover. Well, everyone's back on the leg side. He throws it sillily. Sillily? That's not a word.
No, it is now.
Well, it was Dannon's loss. And, yeah, 2 runs.
How's your words going?
Oh, it's a long day, Vinny.
How long since you've done 3 or 4 in a row?
Not often.
Been a while. Hello, Rico. Hope you're enjoying your day off.
Cut hard. Great shot. That's going to go for 4. Well, game on. Amjad's out there, and we know how good he is.
Well, that's the overthrow that costs you there, because
Wow.
Amjad gets the strike back.
That's a coach killer.
Identifies the length very quickly here, even though it does kind of get big on him. Because he's so far back in his crease, he's got that back foot back and across. He's in an ideal position to cut down on that. 4 carreras. 4 punti.
Yeah, nice batting now. Late cut. Another single.
See, Amjad will know to get 10 and over.
What's that? What's that off this? 8? 2 balls? Right now, for me, Ahmed, have a go here. You get a boundary here, you've won this over.
Charging him?
Well, it depends on what his zones are, but yeah, if you can get to it on a half volley, why not?
Charging him.
Yeah, didn't get it to the half volley though, so works the single. Well, 9 off it, they have to go at 10s.
Yeah,
So
well,
you
10's a draw at the moment
Yeah.
between these.
So you get 1 over of 13, that means you can have an over of 7.
Amjad's happy to take 1 here and keep the strike. I feel like he wants to control it. If it's a bad ball, of course he'll try and put it away, but let's see what it is. Captain to captain here.
Yeah, he'll take the 1, so a better style over for France here. They'll get the 10 off it. It takes us to the end of 5 overs, and the score is 37 for 1.
37 off the first half. They need 50 off the second half. France trying to stay alive here in the second ever Dream11 European Championship. England 11, they are the defending champions after winning last year. We saw their squad announced. Obviously looking forward to seeing them. Before that we have Group D with Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland. So yeah, still a lot of action to come here on the Costa del Sol.
Well, Group D hasn't even started yet, so we've got 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Two and a little bit.
We've just gone past the midway point. Yesterday was kind of the middle of yesterday was 2.5 weeks into 5. So yeah, make sure you stick around because there's a lot of cricket coming your way. And it doesn't even finish after the ECC because we have more cricket.
No, it doesn't.
8 more weeks of ECS before the end of the year. Check it out on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'll be there and looking forward to bring us all the way to December 11.
December 11. And this is the season actually started on the 30th of January, just down the road from here, in fact.
It's the biggest cricket competition in the world by miles.
By a lot. By a lot. But yeah, we want you to be a part of it. We're a family that's growing all the time. Tell your family, tell your friends. It's unlike anything else. I think people trying to label it. It's its own label. And yes, we have to understand. And hopefully you're enjoying the unique spectacle that is European cricket. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And it's going to be Justin Sharju who's going to come out to bowl over number 6.
Yeah, short ball and just pushes it and he'll take the single. So Amjad getting himself in. He's going to need some support though.
Patrick Bateman in the comment section saying, whoever supplies Corey with his attire, call me. You are pretty well dressed today, Corey.
Well, thank you very much, Patrick Bateman. You've become my favourite viewer.
Trying to impress a special someone,
I was
perhaps?
the polo guy last year and for some reason management wasn't a fan.
Nice to see you're not looking so scruffy. Here we are in the 6th over.
I'll have you know that those top ball. I'll have you know those polo shirts were from Ralph Lauren, and that's a pretty good brown.
I'm a Stan Ahuja man myself.
Yeah. What is going on? Why do you get jackets with ECN? I don't even have it.
I'm working on. You're going to get. You'll get a commentary blazer. Stan's a busy guy. He spends most of his time sourcing new colours for me. So that's all. Big thanks to Stan Ahuja Tailoring.
Shot. One. Just one.
Do you know if Malta don't qualify for tomorrow, we're a long way off that, of course.
Yeah.
I still think you look back to day 1. I said at the time they blew that game when they made 147. Take nothing away from how well Luxembourg batted, but Malta didn't bowl and field very well at all either. And how much would they love those extra 2 points right now? They'd be safe.
Absolutely. Game on here. Amjad needs a boundary. Cuts it straight to these backward points. It's a throw in. There's no one backing up. They can get 2. And once again, Malta not using much cricket IQ.
Yeah, the thing is, and it's strange because Ahmed's been there longer, but Amjad's the premier batter out there.
You're happy for a 1 there because Amjad's back on strike. And now if he hits this ball for 4, it's another coach killer.
Question. I don't think they will because they're probably not that experienced at this form of the game. But do you have a better option than Ahmed now when you get to the second half of the innings? Would you consider giving him the hook, retiring him out, and with 9 or then 8 wickets in hand?
You sort of feel
more suitable.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Not many of the French batsmen have clicked. Canazane's still sitting there listed to come in at 4. He does hit it well. Yeah, potentially.
Last ball of Sharju's over. It's only on for 4.
Nice drive. It'll just be another single, Vinny.
Wide rates climb past 11. Keep an eye on it. That's the end of 6 overs. France going at 7s at the moment. Needing 7s. Well, going at 7s, needing 11s. And right now, we have a game on our hands. 42 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, so every bowler bowling 1, 6 options. So the captain's got plenty of choice going into his final 4. And Malta, I think even though they've only taken the 1 wicket, will feel like they're slightly ahead here.
I think they will. It's very hard to just flick the switch, isn't it, and increase your run rate by over 50% pretty much, based on what we've seen so far.
They have to go at 11.25. They only need to go at 8.7 at the start, and they've only lost 1 wicket. So that's pretty sacrilege to let it go up by 3 runs per over and only lose 1 wicket. You can't be having that.
Akila Kumara in the comment section saying he thinks that France have a team plan.
Well, it might be to get on the early flight home because they have to show us something here, Vinny.
Now or never.
Yeah, it really is. Amjad's going to fancy the spin. Can he get it out the middle?
All right, here we go with Aurora coming back for a second over.
They're going to get a bye here. Extras have kept them in the game as well.
Does that bye work for Malta?
Yes.
Ahmed Sharma hasn't bowled yet either.
See, if I'm the captain of France here, I'm telling Ahmed, who's 7 off 11, I want you to run at this, try and hit it for 6, and if you get stumped, I don't mind.
Yeah, tend to agree with you. Aurora, Maltese captain.
Well, he gets a bit adventurous and dropped, and he gets enough momentum on the drop to take it for 4.
That was never going for 4. Even if it never got touched, it wouldn't have made it. But somehow, it's Sasathi, the 12th man, who's on the field for Varun Prasad, who's gone on for that injured finger, who escorts the ball across the line.
Well, he drops it, and it gives it more momentum, and bang, there it goes.
That's his first boundary, Jubaid Ahmed.
That's an assisted boundary.
It is.
You don't often see that.
It's funny. I mean, it's hard to imagine backing off and not trying to catch it, but I suppose when you're out in the middle, it's not maybe as obvious to us out there that Ahmed's been struggling. Hadn't found the boundary in 11 balls.
Well, it's 5 off 2 this over now. They need to make this the big over. Go again, back yourself. I like that he tried something. Good to see.
That's the French scoop, according to Selvakumar Murugasamy.
Oh, that's going to be down the leg side. It misses out on 1. Just the 1 run, probably a leg by.
Another kicked run.
Yeah, they've kicked a lot. I tell you what, the French are pretty good at football at the moment.
They are.
You could, Mbappe, that's the Mbappe 1.
They're always around the mark, aren't they?
Oh, no, Zinedine Zidane.
Yeah, we saw a headbutt earlier as well.
Short ball. Oh, he just crunches it down the mid-on. That had the chance to go.
They need 38 off 20. How many boundaries do they need to hit the next 20 balls to get
5,
home here?
because they're not all going to be 6s.
So that's 1 ball in every 4 going to the boundary or over.
Charges. Doesn't get it. Just a 1. France just can't get. They can't get back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, it's not just the game slipping away; it's the tournament slipping away.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I think if you have someone out there you think might come off, now might be the time to do it.
Well, he gets that. That's got to get to the boundary. It does. Game on. That's what we needed. Golden ball is on, Vinny. Game on.
Wow, 7 overs down as well. France 56 for 1. 10s from here, and it is a tie.
Back on.
56 after 7, so just think 66, 76, 86 will be a tie. If they can go faster than that, France, well, they'll be sneaking into 4th place, I imagine. So what's coming up? Luxembourg's got 11. Well, speaking of important contests, that is for basically the double chance. Whoever wins that will finish 2nd.
Yep.
Whoever doesn't win that will finish 3rd. News from the toss, Scotland 11, they won the toss, elected to bat first.
Haven't Luxembourg played 7? It must have.
Yeah, they will.
So they're 4 and 3 as well.
Yeah, 4 and 3. Good pick up by you.
Thank you.
And
Are they? Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. But yeah, it'll be an interesting clash. Scotland or Luxembourg will get the double chance. The winner of this game, we believe, will get that double chance.
Yeah, well, it's true. That's exactly what will happen. I don't think we're going to get any rain or anything like that. So join us for that match. It's coming up in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network.
Vinny, do I dare? This is it. This is the game. GB, golden ball.
I think if I'm coaching, I'm hooking Ahmed. Because I just think that he's replaceable here. He's got his team this far, but he's 12 in 7 overs.
I'd probably drive him. He said you're hooking.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean take him off the field?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you could throw anyone else out there at the moment.
Kenny Hunley's come up with a good advertising idea. Make up some shirts with my face saying golden ball.
You feeling it? You got the tingle?
I have a massive tingle.
This would be a dramatic one.
Oh, this would be good.
Potentially could work out who stays and who goes.
Here we go. Short, crunch, 4. Here come France. Plucky little France.
Well, I'll tell you what, never doubted him. It's Jubaid Ahmed who gets this one chest high, he hooks it out of the ground.
Well, you said you'd hook him. He goes, well, I'll play a hook shot myself.
Yeah, well, wasn't the greatest ball from Matthew either. I think, to be fair, where's he bowling this? It's just on length. I think you just got to get up, get at the stumps here.
Oh, this game, that 6 and 4, has just opened it right up. You beauty.
Ahmed's on a free roll now for me.
Oh, and he's starting to time it, but that'll be a 1. That man there who just fielded the ball though, Vinny, he still has an over.
Bilal Khan, you're exactly right. It's so funny, isn't it? Timing is such a fickle thing. It comes and it goes when you're batting, and suddenly with that shot from Jubaid Ahmed, even the way he hit that last drive was pretty crisp. Anyway, Amjad, he's the man who's top scored so far. He's on strike now.
Short, pulled away into a big pocket of space. They could double for 2 here if they're quick enough. There's a fumble, they'll go. Big moment in the game. Oh, just misses.
This would have been out if it was direct. Had to be direct, I think. Amjad just makes the most of a slight fumble. The fact it was kind of into the gap. He does get back for 2.
Yeah, he does. It was brave running, direct hit, gone.
Yep, had to be direct. Himanshu watching. Hello to you. Hope you're well.
Game on, Vincenzo.
Rick goes away for 1 day. Is the golden ball going to come out to play?
Pushed into the offside. They'll get 1. They'll settle on 1.
This is a great game.
Oh yeah, now you can just feel it. This has to be a last over thriller, surely.
Seems like it. I mean, look, the other way it could go. Amjad could go bang, 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 bang. They could finish this game in 4 balls.
Oh, you never know.
Look at the time as well. I think they're okay for that.
Oh yeah,
Over and a half to bowl.
9 balls.
9.5 minutes.
Oh, he gets adventurous, and it's signalled a wide in the end.
Let's have a look at the actual pre-movement here, because I think Matthew's saying, oh, but look at the shot he's playing. But where is he actually when the ball's bowled? Actually, don't think he actually moves before the ball's bowled outside that off stump. So I think that's a good call.
Yeah. France, I think, just with their noses ahead now. I mean, 9 wickets in hand. Hard down the ground, should just be a single.
Yeah, 100% that's a wide, and I'll explain why. You only take into account movement before the ball's released. And he actually plays that shot. He actually moves after the ball's released. So the wide line stays, the ball misses the wide line, it's a wide.
Does he hit this for a
End of
1,
conversation.
or does he go the big shot? It's nice looking drive, but he picks out deep cover. It takes us to the end of what is, well, a scintillating game. It is 67 for 1 after 8.
This is a great game of cricket. France, they've had such woes with the batting so far this week. 20 off 12 required. Malta just hanging on. Remember, even if France do win this, I think it'll be more or less even on the table. Then France have to play Belgium. So Malta could still play their way in without even playing the night game. Because if France get beaten by enough, France's net run rate could dip below that of Malta.
Well, Vinny, I don't want to get overly excited, but I usually do. It's on. We got golden ball territory right now. In the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. 1 more ball will be bowled. The team batting will need to hit a 2. A 1 will lose it. And it is going to be a very, very tense game as Bilal Khan, the spearhead of Maltese cricket, comes in to bowl the 9th.
Okie dokie. And all happens in the 9th. Biggest over of the tournament for these 2 teams so far. It's Bilal Khan to bowl it.
Oh, he goes for a ridiculous ramp shot. Amjad's better when he goes straight. 1 leg by.
So yeah, what a rags to riches story it would be for Chubaid Ahmed. He's been out there the whole time so far.
And you can hear in the effects, Mike, everyone is up now. This is crunch time.
Well, Avinash Pies called it in the chat, saying Malta win this by 7 runs.
They need at least 1 boundary this over just to keep them calm.
Ahmed versus Bilal Khan. And renew their contest. This will just be 1.
Yep. Bilal Khan's a very, very deceptive bowler. He's got a good rolling off cutter. As the wind picks up at Cartama Oval, the tension is high. You can see on the Frenchman's face there. Probably thinking he doesn't want to go back to France and eat snails and frog's legs tomorrow. He wants to be playing cricket, Vinny.
Get me hungry now. Anyway, this is the contest. I think he stands still. He doesn't get funky. He's just trying to hit this through the line. Wind's going to the left of the screen now.
Oh, it's coming in. They're going to get 1 leg by. Don't throw it.
I might have.
No.
Because
Nah, you're giving a free run. Just
if you get him out though,
no, Vinny.
do you ice the game? But then the risk is that it could get an overthrow. But
That's what I'm saying.
But I would hope that the field is hustling in off the boundary there.
Well, you've seen they haven't, and the poll is in from the robot. Do you prefer snails, frog legs, or T10? Snails for me.
The top response always wins these polls. 17 off 9 now.
Shot out to deep cover. It's been 4 singles in this over. They need to find a way to get a boundary. You don't want to leave too many off the last.
Let's see who's got last. Probably Wasim Abbas.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. He's gone for a few, though.
I think I'd go Shaju. I think he's more suitable for the last over.
They need to get a boundary in the next 2 balls, Vinny, or it feels like...
Yeah.
Got to get one away.
Feels like it's swinging back towards Malta, doesn't it?
Yep. Well, high in the air, big moment. It's straight to him. Caught. Well, huge moment. Malta take the lead in this game. The captain, Amjad, has to go.
Ahmad Sharma, I was going to say, Ahmad Sharma takes the catch. But that was everyone's heart stopping at the same moment, wasn't it? And it is Bilal that gets the big wicket. I mean, they haven't gone after him at all. He's got 1 for 6 now with the ball to go in his spell. And France just trying to hang on. The score is 71 for 2. So again, yeah, the fact they've hardly lost any wickets. It's only the second that's gone, but it's just getting the pace required, which is the problem. That's a harder catch than it looks. He's looking into the sun, but he does have the sunglasses. It's blowing around everywhere. Look at his shirt. But yeah, given the moment, that's very, very good fielding for Ahmad Sharma. But the French captain, Noman, he's kept his team in the game. He scores 23 off 17 with a 4 and a 6. But he departs, and the score 71 for 2.
Well, they're sending out Kanasane to the crease. I thought this would have been a time for Mangal, but this man...
Kanasane's a pretty good boundary hitter too, though.
I would drag the non-striker Ahmed's got to get retired here and send out Mangal for the last.
I agree. I agree. It's a gamble, but now's the time to be bold, isn't it?
Yeah. Need a boundary. Desperately need it.
It's last ball of the ninth here.
Hits it hard. It's only going to be 1, though, and they'd probably prefer if he's on strike.
You can already see the intent there from Kanasane, right? And so I think now's the time. It's now or never. We go to the last. 72 for 2, and 15 will be required off the last over. 14 for a golden ball here in match 18 of Group C.
Yeah, I think that over, for me, now makes it a little bit too much. Bilal Khan, well bowled. So 14 runs for a golden ball, 15 for a French win. If they lose, they're out of the competition on the Thursday afternoon. You just feel that 9th over has put Malta probably 80-20 ahead. Well, Abbas will bowl now. Can Kanasane, who's only faced 1 ball, pull off a little miracle?
15 off the last over required. I would have thought maybe they'd go back to Justin Sharji, but having said that, Sharji's had some tap. Wasim Abbas is the man. Oh, why wouldn't you go back to him? He had 1 and
well,
1 off the bat first over. His over did cost 7 though, because it had 5 leg buys and a buy in it.
There's a wide.
Yeah, this is the first over that he bowled. It was an over number 2. So that helps, makes it 14 off 6 now.
It does help.
Kanasane, can he be a hero?
He'd have to be. He would be a hero. They'll carry him off if he does it.
Might take a few.
Edged. Where's third man? Where's third man? It's 4. Game on, Vincenzo. Game on.
That wasn't convincing from Kanasane, but he'll take it. And again, this one with the wind as well, just ran away.
Oh, yes.
That's a very, very fortunate one. Stanislaus, he gave it all he could. He dived, but just couldn't quite track it down. He'll be switched out of that position now. Maithani will replace him.
Oh,
that makes it 10 off 5.
Oh, here's the golden ball timeline. Vinny, go.
All time. Look how the batters started strong in golden balls. And since then, bowlers have had a bit of a field day. After 20 golden balls, it was 10-10, but now it's 13-22 bowlers with the advantage. But let's see what happens here. These are the golden balls we've had this year. That's the first 10. We did have another one on the 2nd of September.
Here we go. 10 off 5.
All right, come back. Let's go.
Hit, edge. Oh, watch the spin. He does. It's only 1.
Maitani's just been put into that position. And so it's only a single. So now we're going to go back to this man, Jubaid Ahmed. He's been there the whole time.
Well, if he bats through and they don't win the game, might go down.
He's hit 2 4s, no 6s in 19 balls faced.
Oh, boy.
And they need a boundary somewhere along the line here. Otherwise, I don't think they can win. Don't want a dot here if you're France.
Oh, it's an inner half a bat.
Run.
Don't go 2.
I would.
No, because that means Ahmed would be on strike.
But he's probably going to get run out and maybe somebody else comes
yeah.
out. I don't know. 8 off 3.
Oh, they need a boundary.
Last ball thriller here, Corey.
Well, if they can get a 4 here, make it 4 off 2, something like that. They need to find at least 1 boundary.
How about Wasim Abbas? The pressure on him as well to get it right.
I'm feeling a wide.
Okay. 8 off 3.
Shorter ball, he laces that. It's 6. Here come France. What a shot from Kanasane, and they are going to almost win this.
Well, hold your horses, because 2 off 2 required, and a lot can happen from here. I think now's the time to come up and try and save the single. I think you need, any score ties it now. I think if you can get a single here, you might be able to dot up his partner, who hasn't done too much over 10 overs. But I think you need to at least have some people in to try and prevent the single here.
Oh, Vincenzo.
The power of a dot is massive.
Kanasane has absolutely crunched that.
What a shot. Maximo time. And France, been the bogey team for Malta, haven't they? They went down to them last night.
Well, they've brought mid-off up. They've brought mid-on up.
All right.
They could hit it past him.
2 to win. France on the edge of their seats, and so is everyone else.
Misses it. They've got to run. Oh, he misses. Oh, it's 1. Okay, 1 ball to go. It's a bye. It's going to be a golden ball.
That's the tough. Hey, you're shaking the box. Hey, so that was an interesting one, because if he throws the bowlers in, he can prevent a run. But if he misses, then maybe they come back for an overthrow and win the game. So now you've got, what a story. It's been war and peace from Jubaid Ahmed. You don't see too many long innings. It doesn't get much longer than batting the 10 overs. And look, Kanasane realises he needs to run. He wipes himself out. Any score wins it for France. Otherwise, we're going to a golden ball.
The keeper's got his glove off. He's getting ready for a throw.
And if you can run out Kanasane.
Why is third man back?
I don't know, maybe for a little edge.
Why is they need 1.
Yeah, so any score wins it. So a single will win it for France.
Everyone has to get in. They need 1 run.
Yeah, I think they're leaving him there in case an edge flies away. So remember, it catches the dot ball, right?
Well, here we go.
So how about this? You got Ahmed, he's batted the whole 10 overs, and he's only got 21.
Here we go.
1 run wins it for France. Scores tied.
Oh, it's misfielded. And France are going to win. They've done it. They've gone back to back, and France have done the double over Malta. No golden ball, Vinny, but well done to the French.
Well, France, they still... Well, I don't know if they steal 4th spot, because that is such a close win.
Yeah.
Maybe their net run rate doesn't go above, but who cares about that for now? What a game of cricket. It's 87-86. France win it off the very last ball. But you know what? Maybe Malta did enough by keeping it that close to qualify. So we'll have to see. But you've got to say that when it came down to it, the French, they get their 2nd win, and what an incredibly close cricket match that was.
Unbelievably close. Well, Vinny, they keep their tournament alive because there's no reason they can't beat Belgium later. If they had lost, then they were out. They could still beat Belgium and progress.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is still very much alive. That's what a finish that was. But in the end, it was smart. He got bat on ball, didn't swing too hard. But, I mean, the fielder got it on 1 bounce. And if he gets that clean, it's hard to believe they would have gotten away with the single. But that was one of the most insane innings you'll ever see. Jubaid Ahmed, the hero, but he ends up 22 off 21, batting the whole 10 overs, but the 22nd run, Corey, was the sweetest.
It might go down as one of the slowest carrying your bat innings, but if you get the winning runs, I guess you did something right.
I mean, he didn't quite outscore Noman Amjad, who was scored 23, but who cares? I mean, look, Kanasane deserves a lot of credit there, doesn't he? Comes in a pressure cooker situation, 12 off 5 with a 4 and a 6. It's a real arm wrestle, and Malta in their innings, they scored 4 Maximos. France got 3, so 7 in the whole game. It's well below par, a low-scoring thriller, but a thriller nonetheless, and the French stay alive here in ECC 22. I'll roll the videotape. This should be interesting because Malta, we know they scored 86, and remember I said that France scored 86 yesterday against the Malta, and this time they score 1 more run than that. They score 87, and it proved to be a very, very crucial 87th run.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the crucial extra run, and credit to the French side who, well, started this tournament so poorly, but they've gone back-to-back wins, and they'll be absolutely stoked with that, as Prasad, unfortunately, got that injury to his hand, and we saw Shazza, not Magic Spray Mary, take over.
High controversy, and there was the tape used. It wasn't just spray, but look, here's the thing. We had Ahmed out there, and he bats through the innings in the end. That was the first 4 he got away. At the other end, we saw Mahachi out. Well, he laboured a bit for 14 off 17, did hit a 4 and a 6 in there, but he would be ripped by Matthew. And so, yeah, Malta just felt it was one of these games that we were going to go close to a golden ball. That's exactly what happened in the end. Amjad came out, and it really, Corey, his 23 was quite important in this chase.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. They made runs when needed. That drop catch that ended up going for 4 was a little moment that went the French way, and Well, there were so many moments to reflect on that. 6 from Umjed got them back ahead of the game. Bilal Khan bowled a beautiful 9th over though. And it took us right down to the back end, Vinny, and it could have gone either way.
It really could have. I mean, all 3 results were possible. France Malta a golden ball going into the last over. And this was a good catch by Amar Sharma out there on the point boundary. He held his nerve in the breeze, and a few faces getting rubbed over there. You can imagine why. Stanislaus couldn't quite get to this one. Another teaser for the man on the boundary. But then this was the one. The 6 smacked in the last over. Kanasana got them close, but he couldn't get them over the line. That was left to Jubaid Ahmed with scores tied. First, we almost had a winning run here. It had been an overthrow. I mean, do you throw that? Maybe you can save a run. As it was, fumble came, and I suppose you know you're going on the last ball. You're running no matter what, and that's why France, they get the head start, they get the jump, and right now, well, I don't know if it's enough to take 4th, but at least it gives them a lot better of a chance, and it gives Malta a very nervous wait tonight to see if they qualify for finals day.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what's coming up, and the winner of this will get 2nd spot. We can confirm that. So both these teams are playing for the double chance, and I can say from, well, my own point of view, that double chance on finals day, you need it.
Yeah, you could absolutely say that, because of course you were coaching Spain in week 1 when you really made a meal of the first final, but then you came back.
All right,
to
Vinny, tell
qualify.
us what you really think.
Yeah, okay, tell it like it is. I know you love it that way. Luxembourg versus Scotland 11, and that one is coming up in around about 15 minutes. I can tell you news from the toss. Scotland 11 won the toss. They're going to have a hit, so looking forward to that match. Let's have a look at the scorecard here, and you can see Jubaid Ahmed ends up winning the game for France. Scores locked at 86-86, but he hits the last ball for a single. Apart from that, Amjad was important, wasn't he? 23 off 17 after Mahathir departed for 14. And Kanasane, really important, 12. And look at the extras. We had 16. To be fair, 8 of them were leg buys, but I do think the 5 wides, 3 buys, you start looking at little things like that when your games get this close. 1 for 7, Bilal Khan was the star once again with the ball. The other wicket went to Matthew, who bowled 2 overs for 18. Sharjah bowled 1 over for 5. It was either him or Abbas. They had to bowl the last. They went for Abbas and got close, but not quite. Prasath, bit of an injury concern. He left the field with an injured finger after his 1 over that went for 9. I think we need to take a little bit of a break, because it's been pretty intense stuff up here. But I can tell you,
I'm going to go get some water, Vinny, because that was sweaty.
Take a cold shower. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into match 19. Scotland 11 and Luxembourg playing for the double chance. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you're having a great day so far. Join us just after the break for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the middle of the Cartama Oval here in the Costa del Sol. And right now we are ready for the next match in Group C, match 19 on the way. This is a very interesting one between Luxembourg and the Scotland 11. And basically this is a straight shootout for the double chance. Both these teams, they're tied on 8 points right now. And whoever wins this will finish second, whoever doesn't finishes third. And that is quite a big difference because the top two teams tomorrow get a double chance. It means they can lose their first match on Finals Friday but still go on to qualify. So there's a lot to play for. I know that Rob Kemming has the giant coin and he will be tossing it in pretty windy conditions. Let's see how that goes. The coin toss on the way for match 19.
Hold it.
Your call. Dream11.
Dream11.
We will bat first.
Well, that coin was trying to escape, but I can tell you it did come up Dream11, and that means that Adrian Neal has won the toss for Scotland 11, and he's elected to bat. And when these two teams met yesterday, it was Luxembourg that kind of let Scotland 11 off the hook as Callum Garden was dropped on 32. He would ultimately make 62, get his team up into the 90s, and Luxembourg's batting just faltered in the face of some very good Scottish bowling and fielding. So, okay, that was yesterday. The other thing is for Luxembourg today, no Thomas Martin. I know they're hoping he'll be right for tomorrow, but it just kind of throws their balance out, as Corey Rutgers was talking about before. But still, Tony Whiteman, he played a couple of nice shots as well yesterday and also today, and they'll be hoping maybe he can come good, but I think it's all about Barker at the top of the order. I think he has to fire as well, and the captain Vikram Vij for Luxembourg. But let's see exactly what happens here. Like I said, the double chance is on the line, and Scotland get an early win at the coin toss. They'll be batting first. Over to Corey as we get ready for the start of the fourth match of the day.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. Just a brief break after that. Well, amazing game between the French and the Maltese. But this one, we're back at the action. It's Luxembourg taking on Scotland. Luxembourg, the surprise of this tournament so far. And Scotland, who a lot of people feel after a very slow start might be figuring out this T10 format. We're in beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. And we take a look at the two lineups, and you can see here that the dangerous top order of Scotland, who have elected to bat first, of Garden, Naylor and Jarvis. Those three have been a standout, but Kessajard last time they played came good with the bat, and he became the fourth pillar. The expected scores from the supercomputer, 93 to Luxembourg, 112 to Scotland. As we've mentioned a few times, there is so much on the line, and that double chance for Friday, well, it means a lot. Luxembourg will be hoping to spring an upset. I can report the breeze has picked up once again significantly. This will play a factor in this game. It's blowing right behind the bowler, so hitting it down the ground might be a little bit more difficult. It is very blustery. And it looks like Hinkley and English to open. So Scotland still tinkering around a little bit with that top order, trying to find the right way to make it work for them, and that's good to see, thinking on their feet. So we're almost ready for the start here, and well, you can see the umpire just taking a moment. You can see his shirt blowing around, the flags in the background, absolutely, well, blustery I could say, but which team can handle the conditions? And which team can book themselves a double chance? Here we go. Ball one to English. Well, just a push back in. I have to admit, I am a little bit surprised not to see maybe Scotland open with Sajard, Jarvis, Naylor or Garden. But I guess if you do open with Hinkley and English, that means you've got a very strong middle order to come. These two have a licence. That's a short, well, not a short ball, I should say a full toss wide of the off stump, and he sort of misses out on that. That could have been put away, but he'll only get a single. My gut feel is that by Scotland doing this, they're trying to get maybe one or two men in form before Finals Friday, and I don't mind that. I think everyone in that top order needs to have a pretty decent bat. Cut hard in the gap. Lovely shot from Hinkley. Well, that'll get him going. And yeah, it's a gorgeous little shot to start off Dixit. It was short, it was wide, but you've got to hit the gap, and he did exactly that, 4 runs. So we've mentioned a few times the double chance does play a part on Finals Friday. If you lose that first final, you get another go at it, another crack. Now this time hits it straight, beats mid off, back-to-back boundaries, and that's good for Hinkley. He'll give him some confidence. And Scotland, more batsmen starting to show what they can do. Overpitched that time from Dixit. Doesn't overhit it, doesn't try slog it, just times it. Good shot. Well, down the leg side, and he helps it round the corner, and the wind, well, the wind has picked that up, and I reckon that might have gone the whole way. Let's have a look at it. I reckon the third umpire might check. My gut feel was it did carry. The wind got behind it. Let's have a look here. And no, 4 runs, and my co-commentator Vinny Sandu, who'll be joining us shortly. He was signalling 4 as it was hit. So 3 boundaries in a row for Hinkley. Will it be 4? That's a glorious shot. Mid-off gets down, misses it, goes to deep extra cover. So Hinkley coming out, showing some real intent with the bat. That's good signs for the Scots. At the end of the first over, they are 14 for nunners. We welcome everyone back around the world and our network partners. Let's have a look here, though. The top batters for the Scottish. We've talked about the 3 pillars, Garden, Jarvis and Naylor. Well, last game, Sir Jard, who's also taken 10 wickets with the ball, showed what he can do. For Luxembourg, with the ball, Dixit, 10 wickets as well. They're going to need some help from Cope and Karen Gill, and they're going to need more batsmen to get firing again. But I do think if Scotland are to go close in Group C, and they seem like they're finding their mojo, well, they're going to need a few more batsmen, and Hinkley looks like he's come out with the right intent. He is hobbling a little bit back to his crease, so I hope he's okay. Maybe those legs are a little bit stiff. Hit out to deep extra, and well, okay, he's really hurting now. Well, this is interesting. Hinkley might have pulled something here. Have a look at this. As he hits the ball to extra cover, look at the running. Ooh, yeah, something isn't right. This is only the start of the game. Oh, he might be retiring pretty soon. Short, pulled away. Nice shot from English. He gets that away for 4. And a very positive start from the opening pair here. This is much better from the Scots, who really started this tournament slowly. One bounce 4, putting away the medium pace. They played Luxembourg at the same time yesterday, and well, the medium pace was doing them all ends up, but not right now. Well bowled, gets in a Yorker, good comeback, and Hinkley, well, he's in pain, he's in agony here. You can see him on your screens. I think he's gonna either, well, he probably should hit out or get out and maybe rest. Tomorrow is Finals Friday. I know he'll have some adrenaline pumping, but you don't want to see him rip his hammy off here. Well, maybe he wants to just keep batting and doing that, though. That's a glorious shot for 6. Well, they always say, actually, beware the injured player. There was an innings once Chris Gale had a bad leg, and he just stood there against South Africa and hit everything for 6. Hinkley maybe thinking a bit the same. That's a glorious shot. He's really motoring, but you have to wonder, will we see much more of him in this tournament with this leg injury? It does look pretty bad. He's 20 off 6 now. Deep in the crease again. Hits it very hard to cover point, and just the dot ball. Well, whatever's happened to him doesn't seem to be hampering his stroke plate. They've just had a couple of hours off Scotland, and maybe he's just carried a little niggle into the game, and it's just happened when he was pushing off for a single. Hit hard, down to deep long on, and it's going to be one bounce as he hovers himself to a non-striker's end. And I do have to wonder, will they consider resting him? Tomorrow is a big day for the Scots, but at the end of 2 overs, it is 27 for none. At the moment, doesn't look like there's any change from the dressing room, so they're happy for him to be out there. But this is why this game's quite important. One of these teams will end up on 10 points. And you can see Malta have leapfrogged France, well, stayed ahead of France. So France, though, by winning, now would have to beat Belgium tonight to go through. Laced, crunched. There's deep cover in place, though, and just the 1 run. Yeah, I do wonder if it is wise to have him out there. I know he's timing the ball, and I know he's looking $1 million with the bat this game, but with finals day tomorrow, there is the chance if you lose the first one, if you have the double chance, he might have to play 3 back to back to back. That's a tall order for someone with a slight leg injury. Oh, that's edged away, and oh no, it's a misfield. It might have taken a bit of a Tortuga bounce. Anoop also, who's at backward point, gets that one all wrong, and it ends up going away for 4. What a good start this is for the Scots now. English, it's more of an edge, and yeah, it does look like it spun past him. So 32 for none. Good start this for the Scots. Oh, good batting this time. Goes the ramp, and well, this is the benefit. Oh, there goes Maida, our project manager. She's off into the bushes to collect that one from, well, Narnia. And a nice shot from English. Just a little scoop, and this is how you play, guys. Not bowling too quick. You've got plenty of time to be inventive. And this is the benefit if you do go 2 other openers besides Naylor, Jarvis, and the dangerous Garden, because if you have a good start, then your middle order is stacked. Sajjad might even come out at 6 in this game. So Scotland off to a flyer. And this time he lofts it over mid-wicket, and he gets this as well. And this is the best start I can remember for the Scots right now. They're 44 for none. Not off many. English finally getting his scoring boots going at a good rate. These two are both on 22, not many. That's a nice stroke. You can see them using the crease, going deep into the crease and lofting it. He goes across again, high in the air. I reckon he's got enough of this as well. Oh, it's a great effort. If he saved this, this is one of the great stops at deep mid-on. Well, we're going to have to take a look, but that is a sensational running effort, irrespective if he staves it or not. That's Timothy Barker out there. He's run about 40 metres to get there. Well done. That is unbelievable. Great work from him. Saves an extra 4 runs as they hobbled back for 2. Wowee. He went for the ramp, but well bowled. Good adjustment from Dingra, the bowler. And, well, poor old Hinkley has to put the acceleration on, even though he's got that slight leg injury. What a great start this is for the Scots. So it's the very first time we've seen them really show 3 clean overs in the power play for quite some time, and they'll end up on 47 for none. And Luxembourg need to take a breath here, because they are behind in this one as we look at these skyscrapers to start. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend co-commentator, blue suit wearing, Vinny Sandu.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. Yeah, pretty good.
This is more like it, isn't it?
Did you hear some of the chat there? Did the stump microphones? I don't even know what he's going to bowl. I think the batter's asked the keeper, William Coke, what's he going to bowl? I said, no idea, mate. Hey, I was just crunching a few numbers. I know that you're a huge fan of mathematics.
Yeah.
So you saw there on the table that's about 0.04 that France trail Malta. So you might say, okay, they need to win. Obviously, they want to win France. If they do that, they will go into 4th place. But crunching the numbers, you can have a narrow loss and actually improve your net run rate, because their net run rate's negative. Come back to that in a moment. Here's Vikram Vich, who's going to bowl over number 4. This will just be 1. So, yeah, my calculations show that they could lose by about 7 runs or less and still qualify.
Okay.
So that gives them a little bit of breathing room. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, I'll say they have to hold their own. And that might be they could lose even if they're bowling second with 2 or 3 balls. If they get beaten in the 10th over, they could potentially still qualify. But Malta just have a nervous weight ahead of them now after not being able to beat France either time. Here's Veach bowling over number 4. Steps across, drills it, but not a lot of timing.
You've been watching in the background, and Hinkley batting well, definitely being. But what do you think about them keeping him out there with this injury? It does seem quite severe.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get him into some form. That's the thing. They probably think, okay.
Yeah, you want some form, but you don't want him to rip his hamstring off.
No, we don't. Maybe they're just trying to say hit out or get out kind of thing.
It's one of those things. They could have 3 games tomorrow, Vinny.
Hit a pretty good 6 on one leg already that I saw.
That's true.
Slightly slower ball, hit and hit well. Maximo. Michael English picks the slower ball. He just puts his big hoof down the pitch and he swings straight through the line. Nice shot from that batter.
Yeah, nice shot. Well, this is turning out to be a perfect game for Scotland because we said they needed more batsmen to fire. You had Sajjad this morning, English is showing, and now Hinkley as well. So that tells me they've got 6 batsmen starting to find form.
Bold move to not open with any of the 4.
Yeah.
You know, but that's
like
really, especially in a game which matters because the winner of this gets the double chance. Here's Vikram. Goes up. There's not a lot of foot movement this time from Michael English.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off, and it is.
Oh, it's a long day for you when you start reusing your material.
Different viewers for different games, Vinny.
I love the fact that on the European Cricket Network, so much cricket, so much of the time, some people pop in now and then, some stay with us for the whole day. It's an unprecedented amount of live sport, 45 weeks a year, around about 48 hours a week, or more at the moment actually.
Down, Timmy, down.
At the moment, you know how many hours of live cricket we're giving you a week?
Stop,
It's about 68 hours
Good, Vic.
per
Well
week
done. Keep your
of
fire
live
going.
cricket.
Keep it going.
As Corey Ruckers bangs the table trying to have a quick snack. And he's just saying he's really excited with the amount of cricket that we're broadcasting on the European Cricket Network right now.
You name me any other commentators that commentate this much.
It's all right. That's why we've got all the records. All right, here we go. Last ball of the over. Slower ball. Makes it tough to play that little ramp shot. So it's the end of 4 overs. Scotland 11. Off to the races. They're 56 without loss.
Probably with a sore leg. I don't advise trying to play a ramp just because you've got to put more weight on it and move around. But yeah, hopefully he's okay. You don't want to see him do it even more severely. And the question will be, will he play tomorrow with a leg injury? Because if you go to start the game with a leg injury, you can't have a substitute fielder.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have to stay out there or you have to not field at all. Vikram Vij goes for 9 in the over.
So how many overs a week did you say we're producing?
I said 68 hours of live cricket per week. So it's around about 680 overs a week, depending on early finishes and things.
You said I like mathematics, right?
Yeah.
And you said...
Well, I know you don't. That's
well,
why I said it.
But Rico, you said not off today and I'm off tomorrow. But there's only 4 games tomorrow, so I'm trying to see how that's fair.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, I see what you've done there. You've given Rico the 5 games off and making me only have the 4.
How many games are you doing on the weekend?
Probably about 40.
You're going to do 3 games this weekend. Rico will do 6. Very, very fair, the way we split it. Anyway, here we go. This is pitched up, and this is moose down to the ground. That is straight. That is good for English. Maximo, welcome to the crease, Cope.
Good to see the Scottish player super excited about that shot. He's absolutely laced that.
Well, there's a guy that'll replace you. He was very popular, actually.
Yeah, he was good.
Jack Hogarth.
I had to listen. He was very good on the air.
He's really excited to come back with Forfisher, the Scottish club champions this year. This one, slight miss hit, but it might go with the wind. It doesn't, and guess what? That's Dixit territory. He doesn't miss too many down there, does he? So I think English will be disappointed to go like this because it was there, it was asking for it. He had the wind at his disposal, but he just couldn't get the contact. So he'll go for a pretty brisk 39 off 15 balls, and Scotland 11 lose their first wicket here in match 19. 62 for 1.
Yep, 62 for 1. A really, really entertaining opening partnership comes to an end. And that one, straight off the toe. You could hear it through our effects mic. And unfortunately, it still went quite a long way, probably 47 metres, but caught right on the rope. But hey, good to see English find some form.
Yeah, for sure. That's a positive. Just one miss hit, and that's what this game's all about. But yeah, I like that from English. I like the way, especially that one he pumped straight down the ground. Teammates might have been slightly bored by it, but I wasn't. I liked it. Here goes. The score, 62 for 1.
Vincenzo?
Yeah?
Well, what you do by opening these two, if they stick with something like this for tomorrow, you then have a very long order.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they're not going to waste balls at the top, are they? They're going to hit out or get out. I think that's the thing. And you're kind of happy with either, knowing the batting you've got to come. Well, just noticing Patrick Bateman said that we are streaming on average over 40% of the week. ECN cricket is on the air. How about that?
Honestly, that means we're doing an extraordinary amount of overs through the mic as well.
I don't feel like you're pushing for a raise again. Anyway, this is up, and it's going to be over the top, and this is going to be cuatro carreras. Jarvis, don't forget him, because he can hit the ball, and hit the ball very well. He's missed out a little bit with the bat of late, but let's not forget what he did earlier in the week. 4 runs to start him off.
Yeah, well, Jarvis has 15 fours and 10 sixes in the week so far. He's a powerful player and a very stylish player.
Well, gets this wrong. Now it's going to land pretty much on top of the bowler here, and he takes the catch, and it takes him to the ground. So Jarvis 4 and out. Again, no luck. And he had Jarvis right next to him there. I think you could feel his breath on him there as he took that return catch, but Marcus Cope holds his nerve, and Scott 11 now, 66 for 2.
Yeah, it's a double failure for Jarvis today. Well, that's going to make him double hungry for finals day tomorrow. This one's a bit of a in-between length. It's not full to drive. It's not short enough to play a cross bat short shot. It's just good bowling, and in the end, it's brought about the wicket, and a double wicket over here for Luxembourg.
Yeah, disappointment for Jarvis. Extra bounce, I think, doing him a little bit, but here's another dangerous player, Liam Naylor, heading down the stairs. So, JJ out to play at 4, and end of his day with the bat. Score 66 for 2.
Yep, JJ Okocha disappointed with that. Brings another dangerous player. You mentioned Liam Naylor. So this is the thing, because you've opened with Hinkley and English, you've got Naylor now, you've got Garn to come, you've got Sajjad to come. They all of a sudden feel like they bat a lot deeper.
Oh,
it looks like they've made changes to this lineup as well.
As long as the top 2 go out there with that intent. And I don't think that should be a problem for the Scott 11.
Yeah.
You don't want to make the lineup longer just for the sake of it. You need people that can still score all the way down. Raz is gone, and it's going to be Naylor that goes first ball, and it's 3 wickets in the over now for Marcus Cope. Wow. Some of the early week starts fading in this do-or-die contest for the double chance. And Naylor just got a little bit of an outside edge on that one. You could hear it in the stump mic. And it was well held behind the stump by William Cope. So the Copes combine, and Scotland lose another wicket. Now it is 66 for 3.
Well, tell you what, I didn't expect 3 wickets in the over and a couple of big fish going. Yeah. Gets a bit of extra bounce, gets the feather edge. Really nice take from the keeper.
Yeah, rode the bounce well, and just a little cursory turnaround to make sure it was given. So yeah, sometimes you have the luck, sometimes you don't. On another day you might miss that, but Naylor gets a nick on it. So game turning around here. Cope's got 3 for 10 in this over. This is very ECN, this over actually. As you see, the hat-trick takers have been waiting for it in Group C, haven't we? You have odds on it, wouldn't be this time, but this over's gone 6 wicket, 4 wicket, wicket. Asadou Zaman took the last hat-trick that we saw. That was back on the 19th of September, on the first day of Group B, so we haven't had one for 10 days now.
Yep, we haven't had one for 10 days. It's a short time in the cricket universe, but I tell you what, if he does get a hat-trick, this is a good array of players to get.
You couldn't get a better hat-trick, really, because here's Callum Garden. He's the 3 pillars in 3 balls. That'd be something quite amazing.
That would be an amazing hat-trick.
4 in the over would be something else either. He's already got 3 and 4. Cope, Marcus Cope on a hat-trick. Garden spoils the party. This will take us to the end of 5 overs. But what a good over that is. Okay, concedes 11, but 3 big wickets in there. The score is 67 for 3 at the halfway mark. Very, very warm welcome to you from the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers with me. And hopefully you're enjoying the ECN. Of course, we will be going all around Europe. Well, at the moment, every year. At the moment, it's 45 weeks a year. We're getting to some great locations. What are some of the locations that you've enjoyed travelling to with ECN?
Well, I definitely have enjoyed going to Croatia last year. It was very good. We're going to be back there soon. I reckon, I hate to say it, but Portugal is pretty nice.
Portugal's pretty good. I know you had a great time in Rome. when we arrived there, and yeah, making the most of a slightly later start on a Monday morning. Some places we'd like to go to as well. We'd love to go to France, for example. They just
Next
had a
year, I
good
think
result.
is it?
Might be on the calendar.
I think you're taking me there as well.
Potentially, City of Love, but don't get any ideas. But no, I'm really looking forward to maybe some new places on the calendar. So join us if you want to join us during the year. You can just follow us at European Cricket, and of course look up European Cricket Network. As we see a new over start.
Yeah, it's going to be a wide to start. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of places we could go. As you see, he went for the ramp, but that is too wide.
Yeah, so people say, okay, but he stepped towards that, but we're only really taking into account the movement before the ball's released. So that's the onus is on the bowler to keep the ball within that tram line. This time, steps across, belts it straight back at Jabakel, who's on now. Patrick Bateman saying that's so annoying because he really wanted to see Jarvis and Naylor. Well, you saw them, but it didn't take too long.
You know what? Might be a blessing in disguise. It makes them that bit hungrier on finals day.
Yeah, true. Double chance on the line here. Garden steps across. Should get one here.
Yeah, so even though those 3 wickets fell all in the one over, Scotland are still well ahead at the moment. They'll be pretty happy with their start.
I never judge a game in 5 overs either, because a lot can change.
I do.
Yeah, well, you might be wrong then. Jarakel. This one might not be called a wide. Again, how early does he go here, Alex Hinkley? That's the question.
Yeah, I think
how far does he go?
He went pretty early this time, all the way.
See, that's still a wide. Do you know why? The return crease is a hard line according to the regulations.
Is it?
Yeah, so that's the limit that you can move it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't come into account that often. This time misses the inside edge of the bat.
A good little comeback this from Luxembourg, who were put to the sword for the first 4 overs, but really spirited comeback.
Yeah, it sure has been. Got to start somewhere. Remember, Luxembourg disappointed with the bat a little bit against Scotland yesterday, but they have pulled off one huge chase. Best chase of the ECC so far this week. Dug out. It should just be a single.
Yeah, it is just a single. So Scotland just in the last few balls struggling a little bit, but give credit to Luxembourg, who have fought their way back. Still think that projected score of 120 is on here.
Last ball for Jabakel. Steps across and misses. So it's a really good over to follow up the over from Cope, who I'm sure will come back in the 7th, because only 3 runs come off that over, 2 singles and a wide. So the score now is 70 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, 70 for 3 after 6. That double chance is on the line. A lot to play for these 2 teams.
And Patrick Bateman saying if the Scots do qualify for finals week, they can cause a real stir.
Yeah, I think just getting through this group and looking at this group, nothing against Malta, France and Luxembourg, but I do think Scotland's the one team that might give Belgium a really, really tense final if it works out that way. They're just getting a few other players in form at the right time. Well, there goes Gucci's hand. That just shows you how windy it is out there.
Good leave by Callum Garden as well. Play a shot and then left it behind. Here we go with over number 7. Cope's back. And this is clever batting because there's no fine leg, and it picks the gap and goes for 4. Smart work by Hinkley. Shows he's not all power all the time. And that one just raced away to the fine leg boundary.
Well, they always say, beware of the dangerous batsman, the injured batsman. And well, he's got that leg injury, but it's not stopping him at the moment. Batting really well.
Hello to Shrug and Luke, who've joined us as well in the comment section. Hope you're well. Coming from some more exciting cricket. It's been pretty exciting here as well. Here we go with an offside shot, and this is going to go for 4 as well. That's good power off the back foot by Hinkley and Cope. It's been all wickets and boundaries so far, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a really good cricket shot, and well, Hinkley showing his batting prowess in this one, really finding some good touch. 2 bounces, 4.
Cope still hunting a 5-fer. This is in the air, but it's going to be short of Dixit. That's his beat out there, isn't it? Patrols that deep mid-wicket boundary very well. Mohit Dixit.
Yeah, it's a handy over this one because they just lost those wickets, got a little bit stuck, but now getting those boundaries, that tension's gone again.
They lost the 3 wickets, and then Jabakel followed up with a very good over. Like I said, only 3 came off the 6th. Once again, no fine leg, so steps across. It's good anticipation by Tony Whiteman, but now, well, this is going to be 4. And
I hope Tony's okay.
I think he's all right. But just have a look here. Tony actually anticipates this. And, well, when you're running away like a freight train with no brakes, you know it might end badly. And he actually stops it with his leg on the way past, or someone does. There. And then a little bit of a yellow card.
Yeah, that's a yellow card.
From Orsu, and it spins back over the rope.
Yep, definitely a yellow card for me.
Oh.
Glad he's okay, though.
Hope the fence is okay, because Tony's a bit of a unit. Anyway, look at that. One of my favourite cricketers in Europe, just because of his attitude.
He's had a good week as well.
Goes for this, but doesn't quite get it. He's got to find it, though. The fielder takes the catch. So that's Garden that's gone now. And he will go immediately after hitting a boundary, just taking on the fielder and losing. And Cope suddenly does have a 4th wicket. Scotland 11 lose a key man in the 7th over. It's 83 for 4.
Tell you what, Cope's on an absolute stormer here. 4 wickets. It's a one-man show for Luxembourg, getting him back in the game. He's come out with that right arm off spin. He gets a good bit of bounce as young Marcus.
Nice catch by Shivkar and Gill.
Fair for, he's got English out, Naylor, Jarvis and Garden. That's a very good 4-fer.
Yeah, not joking there. And the other thing, though, he's been quite expensive. I think you probably would trade it for those 4 names you mentioned. He's got 4 for 24 now.
Oh, you definitely take that. Definitely take that, because he's taken out, well, a lot of their strong batsmen. And Callum Garden, well, he misses out. Maybe that's another good sign tomorrow. They're better players.
You think it's good to go cheaply because it makes you, steals you. Is that what you're saying?
I always felt like if I ever had a low score the next day, I was a little bit more, I don't know, you're a bit hungrier in a funny way. You're always hungry, but it makes you hungrier. But this man this morning, Kes Sajjad, batted beautifully. He's coming down the order here with a few overs to go. He's got brute power. And with 19 balls left, it's a nice time for him to come in.
I love the chirp. I can't quite make out what William Cope's saying, but he's definitely playing a few mind games. Swung and a miss for a wide, though.
Tell you what, he's got a sneaky chance of a 5-fer here, and you don't often see that.
I just think they'll be fairly careful with him here. Sajjad was excellent this morning, wasn't he, for Scotland? It's back over his head, so takes it on. Fielder handles it. Shivkar and Gill. Sajjad's off the mark and will retain the strike. 7 overs down. Scotland 11 are 85 for 4.
Yeah, good comeback from Luxembourg and a really nice spell from the young man. Good bowling. He gets up with 4-fer. This is what they're playing for to get into Championship Week. This is Group C, but Group D, Vinny, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on Group D?
Yeah, Group D is an interesting one. It has the lowest ranked, I suppose, top ranked team. Italy ranked 30 in the world. So you'd expect it to be fairly even. Norway got better last year, didn't quite qualify for Championship Week. Romania play a lot of T10 cricket. Switzerland, we haven't played a lot there, but I know they have a T10 competition there. Their champion club, Alton, had some good performances earlier this year. I think probably Italy and Germany, we fancy their chances. So Judd swings and misses at this first ball of the 8th.
Really good.
Yeah, Jabakel is doing a good job on his own as well. Sneaking that one inside the tram line.
I want to hear more from William Cope behind the stumps. He's being very vocal out there. Nothing untoward, but just, I like the kind of intensity he's bringing. Just a single here for Sajjad, you'd imagine.
Well, quite in a funny way, Hinkley, who I was saying earlier on the air that hopefully his leg's okay and maybe they'll rest him and get him off the field. He's still there.
Yeah, lucky he is as well, considering the names that have gone around him.
He might be a bit sore tonight. I dare say he's batting on a bit of adrenaline at the moment.
Eyeing off the third man region there. Sees Tony Whiteman on the boundary, so I'll go leg side and he'll miss. And so Hinkley goes now, and he will have to walk off in the 8th over. That's good bowling by Elias Jabarkel, because, you know, he really kept things tight. Now he gets the reward. He gets the big wicket of Hinkley for 33. Scotland 11 are 86 for 5.
Yeah, 86 for 5 now. Another one goes, and this Luxembourg team, who are very brave and love to be in the contest, keep fighting back. They were being put to the sword only a few overs ago. Now they've got the 5th wicket, and Hinkley, the man that was in touch, has to go.
Just played across that. You know, the eyes never lie. I think he was looking at the third man region, seeing if there was a gap there. There wasn't. Tony Whiteman was down on a fairly square third man. So he tried to go leg side. He's probably looking that way regardless of where the ball was. So he misses one that is on the stumps. Good innings though from Hinkley. A maximum 5 fours in his 33. As he departs, it's 86 for 5. And Luxembourg, with these key wickets, they've played themselves back into this contest.
Yeah, Scotland now need a little bit of a cameo from someone to make sure they do get up to that maybe 110 region. I think only a few overs ago we were thinking 140.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hello to Street Collar, who's watching from Luxembourg. Nice to have you joining us. He's doing a bit of umpiring for us in the Belgian series recently.
Oh, great swing, buddy. Great
Jasper
swing.
Davidson, the new batter,
Top start.
off the mark.
A bit of pressure on Kestajard now. Just to do what he did this morning, never easy to follow up.
This has been great bowling from Elias Jabakel. Couple to come now. Good battle this. Sajard gets a French cutaway. I think that Cope gets a glove on that and slows it down.
Yeah, it's a very, very good glove from the keeper, William Cope. He saves 3 runs. Every run counts.
Yeah, double chance on the line here in match 19.
Well done.
Just got enough in it to slow it down. His wind's been all over the place today. I think for the most part now it's heading down to third man this breeze, so more or less behind the bowler over his right shoulder. Says pumped away into the gap, and this will be 4. Really good shot. It was just a little bit short, wasn't it, from Jabakel? So he tastes the boundary for the first time and the last time, because that's the end of his spell here in match 19. And Scotland 11 after 8 overs. They're 92 for 5.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nice for the Scots, who, well, last couple overs hasn't come so flowingly for them, but they do have a platform for the last 12 balls. If they can score 28, get to 120, I think they'll still be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think they will.
What were they on after 4, Vinny?
After 4 overs, they were 56.
It's a great comeback.
And even at the halfway point, they were 67. So 67 first half. Right now, they're at 25 second half with a couple of overs to go.
Well, they were 50 after 3, so a really good comeback.
47-run power play. So pretty much that 50 is the modern day Sourav Ganguly.
Yep.
Coming back in over number 9, up at Dingra.
Dead
Went
ringer.
magical the first time. 20 came off his first over. Now this is picked up. Fielder's there and takes the catch. Well, Dixon's been so good, so reliable there. Easy or hard, he has been a presence on the deep mid-wicket region, and so Sajard, no good here. He'll have to go for just 3. And the 9th over starts with a wicket for Luxembourg. It's 92 for 6.
Yeah, Kestajard would be super disappointed with that. Looked like he just chipped it. He didn't really put all that power in it. Have a look here. Just a chip. I have a feeling if he had a swung through that ball, he would have got it the extra few metres. And Luxembourg, a plucky little nation with a big heart, are pegging this back.
Yeah, Sajard, I don't think he does much wrong. He tries to go for timing over power, but he just doesn't quite judge the pace correctly. Didn't get the timing that he wanted. So 92 for 6 with 11 balls remaining. The good comeback continues for Luxembourg.
Really good, bud.
Yeah, really good comeback. Here's your co-commentator, Vinny.
Yeah, it is.
Watch out for the googly, mate.
Jack Hogarth. I like this from Cope. Watch out for the googly. There's David Cooper and Dan Weston having a chat. Dave Cooper is the groundsman here. And basically the proprietor of this facility, Cartama Oval, Sports World Complex. Dingra to Hogarth. And Jack Hogarth, we saw some interesting things from him. They're going to go on the fumble and they might regret it. They will regret it. He runs himself out first ball. Didn't even have time to explain why he's called the Bison, because Hoagie, he sees a little fumble, but that's dangerous on this ground, especially when the ball hasn't gotten too far away. And it's going to be a wicket, and Scotland 11, they fall further behind in this second half. Luckily they had the first half they did, because right now they're 93 for 7.
Yeah, it's pretty small dimensions, as we've spoken about a lot. And I know he sees the fumble, but the fumble doesn't go far from him. It goes right next to him, and he casually picks it up, hoofs it in, and it's still run out by a long way.
There's no backlift to that throw either. It's just a a shoot from the hip job, really. So a golden one for Hogarth. And he will depart at 93 for 7.
Wow, what a batting collapse this is now. This is a huge collapse. They're still going to feel okay, but they've missed an opportunity to bat Luxembourg almost out the game.
No doubt.
Well, it's not going to be a hat-trick.
It won't be. We'll have to...
Who's director today?
No, well, you know, got to say Spring Productions, they do a great job.
Oh, Spring Productions, just so you know, a hat-trick's only off the bowler.
Yeah, so run-outs don't go to the bowler, so it's not a hat-trick opportunity.
Hey, I like it. Put it up anyway.
That's okay.
Let the viewers know.
It's just all good information. But anyway, we all continue, and it's going to be Uzair Shah who is going to bowl this ball. On a team hat-trick, I guess.
That's a nice looking shot, just a single.
So strange how the game can change so quickly.
Well, Vinny, just to put this in comparison, how big this collapse is, they were none for 62 off 4.1.
Yeah.
So they have lost 7 for 32 in 4 overs.
Yeah, so pretty big collapse, but I mean, they're still up with what has essentially been a par run rate. Definitely in Group C, they're going 11s. So even if they get that 110, remember Luxembourg yesterday, they struggled to handle what Scotland were throwing at them. Scotland scored 96 for 4, mostly thanks to Callum Garden, who scored 62 not out. But then Luxembourg were bowled out for 59. So they'll have to bat a lot better regardless of what happens from here. Step across, goes for it. Hanging, and that's out of here. Maximo. Well, Dixon pulled off a one-hand stunner earlier in the week, but this time he has to watch it sail over his head. And Uzair Shah gets 6, brings up the 100 for Scotland.
Yeah, nice shot from Shah. That's just a steadier for the Scots. That'll make them feel a lot better. You can see him shuffle across to the offside so that he can access the leg side, and he just gets enough club length on that one.
I'll take it. Good comeback, though, from Dingra. Went for 20 in his first, goes for 10 in his second. So after 9 overs, Scotland 11 are 102 for 7.
102 for 7, yeah, 6 balls to go. And they'll still be harbouring hopes of getting to about 115, you'd imagine. They'll be a little bit disappointed that they didn't get up to something like 140 because they had that platform, but I still think they'll be happy to go in with that. And I think Scotland, in a funny way, they still have had pretty big batting collapses. Even this morning, they were 5 for 40, but I've got this weird feeling on finals day. I reckon they're finding a lot of individuals in form, and their bowling seems to be a bit more on song as well. I think Scotland are they could be a good chance to push Belgium on finals day.
They've got the Belgium bogey, though. Don't forget, Belgium have beaten them twice.
I don't know. It's going to be some good cricket.
Well, I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm just saying that's what's happened so far. Here's Dixon coming back, as he normally does, for the 10th over. As Shah runs out of ideas, so just knocks this Yorker out for a single.
Yeah, it will be some good cricket tomorrow. Finals Friday, where we will find out who the winner of Group C is, and they'll be joining finals, but they'll be back in about 9 days' time.
Yeah.
Not long. Go home,
long at all.
freshen up, hello again.
Go back to Scotland, build a snowman or whatever, come back.
Is it that cold there already?
It'll be okay. Just be one to the leg side. It's Jasper Davidson with the single. What are you going to do with the finals Friday? Because you've got the day off. What are you going to do?
Good stuff, Mo.
I'll probably be here.
One more here, boys. Here we go. Fight together here.
You should.
Yeah, so it's not like getting a weekend
Watch
day
it
off
in
when
the
you're with
panel.
your colleagues and friends and you can go out.
You
Oh yeah, I'll just spend some alone time in Malia. Thanks, Vinny.
go for a long walk on the beach by yourself,
That
maybe.
sounds romantic.
Wow, this is smacked, and I can tell you from that sound, that is not landing on the field again. Maximo, who's there sharp, making a difference. That gets them to 110. There's still 3 balls remaining here.
Well, another player showing that they can clear the pickets. Shah got every piece of that. The noise off the bat was beautiful. What a shot.
Real crack. Once past the flag, Scotland 11 taking nothing for granted now.
They were a bit quiet on the first days, even when teammates were hitting boundaries. Now they're right into it.
Yeah.
What bowl?
Kick it.
Well, Jonty Rhodes, eat your heart out. This is great from the keeper, William Cope.
This will be a really interesting replay.
Body on the line stuff.
I don't know how many spare stumps we've got, but he always makes a mess of everything here.
How many spare Williams do we have? Because he's almost poleaxed himself.
There's a couple of copes to go around.
Well, there's Dan Weston having fun by the TV.
You can hear Luxembourg saying they don't think it's out.
Oh, that's great cricket. Oh, that is an unbelievable shot.
It's not out.
Oh, they should just give it out for the effort.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Well, that's a great side-on angle. You're going to have to go back to side-on, Vinny. That won't tell us. That side-on angle of both men diving in for their teams is brilliant. I'll tell you what.
It might be out. It's between frames, because one frame earlier, he's out and the stumps aren't broken, and then the next frame,
what a shot.
In.
That could be a photo.
Yeah.
That's a great
photo. Because we just took a photo of it.
Yep, I love that.
That's the drama. Great dive, though. Dive saves him.
Well, whose dive's better?
Yeah, that's true. At least the batter wasn't running straight down the middle of the pitch. That would have been carnage. Anyway, 111 with a couple to come. I remember when we were doing a bit of training in indoor cricket. Obviously, that's the sport I played at a fairly high level. And we actually did some scientific studies with the dive. And we found the dive gives you about an extra metre if you're a good diver. So you can see that it saves him on that occasion. If he hadn't dived, he wouldn't have got there. All right, last ball. Scotland 11, 112 plus this. Fake step. Cover drive. That is real. They might as well go for two here. And they should get it fairly comfortably. Bowler does well to hold the throw. So 114 for 7. Well, based on the history of the ECC, that's pretty much bang on a par score. Scotland 11, I think they've been playing above par as far as their bowling and fielding the last couple of days. Shiv Curran Gill makes sure he makes the stop. And Luxembourg, they'll need 115 to win and grab that double chance on finals Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. And a tale of two halves, really. Scotland, sensational at the top, a bit of a falter in the middle, and then Uzar Shah at the back end with the help of Davidson, getting them up to a score I think they'll be pretty comfortable with as we take a look at all the highlights. And it started off with a bit of a blitzkrieg from the Scottish batsmen, and it was English and Hinkley at the top of the order, which we were a little bit surprised about. But these two did really well getting the boundaries early in the power play and not losing any wickets, which is something of a problem that has been for them in the tournament. Hinkley especially, I was very impressed with, considering he had a leg injury. I give him some credit for sticking it out there and showing his capabilities with the bat. English was getting inventive as well. Good to see that. The Scottish players definitely finding ways to bat in this format and enjoying themselves today with a lot of smiles. And it does seem like that team spirit is lifting game by game by game. There were some beautiful efforts from the Luxembourg fielders out there. They were throwing their bodies on the line, and that's what you want to see. But this was the over, besides the 6 first ball, that sort of changed the game on its head. Young Marcus Cope, right arm off spin. He's a young man. He's got a nice, strong action. The boy from Luxembourg. He took 3 big wickets, so well done to him. You don't often get 3 wickets in an over. And he removed some dangerous players. That was Jarvis going. Naylor came out. He got a ball that sort of bounced a lot more, and you can see how pumped up they were. And Luxembourg started to peg it back beautifully. Some clever bowling, and they were still throwing their bodies around the field and on the line. Some clever batting, though, from the Scots. The wickets, though, did come through this middle session. And even though there were some bodies tumbling into the fences, Scotland always seemed like they had a good rate. That's Tony Whiteman, who was still smiling, even though he went pretty hard into the fence there. This was another wicket for Marcus Cope, which gave him 4 for, and he'll be pretty happy with those figures. You don't often get 4 for in a T10 game. This was well bowled by Jabberkel. He was also the pick of the bowlers for Luxembourg. Medium pace, but he does make the ball talk as much as possible. And at the back end, there was a good little partnership between Davidson and his partner. Let me check the scorecard again. It was Azar Shah. I want to get that first name correct. 18 off 7 from him, striking at 257. Hogarth, well, he was commentating earlier today. Would have liked to hear what he would have said about that run out. But this is what I'm talking about. Azar Shah came out at the back. That 18 off 7 helped propel Scotland to what I think they'll be pretty comfortable with. And you can see the boys there from Scotland starting to liven up throughout this tournament. And in the end, they end up with a pretty decent score. If you had told them you'll bat first to make 114, I think they'd take it. It was the openers, English and Hinkley, 39 off 15 and 33 off 18 respectively. Then a gigantic batting collapse where they lost 7 for 30. No one got in and got going, but in T10 that can happen. until it was Ashar, and well supported from Davidson. He made 18 off 7, and that little boost at the end got them up to 114.47. Well, look at the bowling figures, and it was a bit of a mixed bag, but Marcus Cope, let's talk about him. 4 for 26, really good, and Jabakel as well, 1 for 10. Those two bowled 4 overs in the middle after the power play and helped to peg it back. Everyone else getting a little bit of tap. It wasn't their day, but that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Overall, a good performance from Luxembourg to peg it back and not let it get up into that 140 region. So that does take us to the halfway stage in this one. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're at the halfway stage between Luxembourg and Scotland. Well, they're playing for the double chance, so there's a lot on the line in this one. The sun is behind a couple of clouds at the moment. Cool conditions out here in Spain, but it is a great day for cricket and really looking forward to seeing if Luxembourg can respond to the total that the Scots have set. They ended up on 114 for 7. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, especially everyone on our network partners and in India via fan code, and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well out there. And I hope you're all ready for this run chase. Luxembourg, they need a good start. And can they get a couple of boundaries early, maybe to settle a few nerves? Yesterday, they lost a lot of wickets early to the man that has the ball in hand, Jack Hogarth, the commentator today for an innings. Good luck to him with the ball. He'll be bowling to Timothy Barker, left-handed batsman who started the tournament on fire. A couple of failures of late. He'll be looking for a big score. So here we go. Players ready, umpires ready for the double chance in the group. First ball in the run chase. It's well bowled, really well bowled. There's a lot of Imran to hear about this man, not because of the way he bowls, the way he celebrates. When he gets a wicket, he is jacked up. That's a nice looking shot, 4 runs. Well, that's a shot of authority. Timothy Barker of Luxembourg, great cricket shot. He gets that one a little bit wide and you've got to split the gap, and that is exactly what he does. And 4 runs to start this run chase. That'll make Luxembourg feel a lot better. So, leg spin to start. Scotland have trialled this the last few days. This one full or in a half at the bat, and they'll just get a dot ball. The 2 boundary riders are deep mid on, but I'll say it's a little bit wider than that. And then a deep cow corner. And there is one of the men coming into frame now. Just the single out to him. So more sedate start against the leg spinner Hogarth, who took 4 for 4 versus Luxembourg yesterday. So they might even be happy to see him off here and not let him take those wickets and maybe target the right arm bowlers. As William Cope, who kept really well in that first innings, will be opening the batting now. Well, that's 5 wides. That is super helpful. It gets past the keeper, and that is a bonus boundary for Luxembourg. As I welcome back co-commentator, good friend, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's not great to be a keeper when you don't get these. It's not an easy take at all, but from Garden, he's down leg side, and he's there, but just not there in time. You see that skip step. You've got to go behind the batter so you can see again. And I think that Cope enjoyed that because he was keeping the first innings. He gave Garden a bit, and he still is. Oh, could be trouble. Wrong and gone. And, well, the perfect reply. And watch out because Hogg is aware. And he does bowl that wrong. And I don't think it's picked by the batter. And it's going to be essentially a golden duck for William Cope. He saw the 5 wides. Next one was on target. Luxembourg 10 for 1.
I love the celebration. Reminds me so much of Imran Tahir. He is such a jacked up wee man. Super excitable. And you got to love the energy. He's been the barometer for them. He's come in and he's changed Scotland's way of going about. It's the wrong one. It's not picked. That's out. That's a good decision. That is definitely out. That's canning into middle and leg. And a good decision from the umpire. And another wicket in the first.
Yeah. Obviously, while he was here, I was explaining to him where all the cameras are. And he knew exactly where to run. And the Bison. He told us that was his nickname. Breaks through. Bit of a baby Bison, really. Did say he switched to leg spin because he maybe didn't have the size to be an imposing fast bowler. He's still pretty imposing, though. I like his aggression. You talk about fast bowlers being aggressive, but spinners, you speak to the best spinners, they say they have quite an aggressive mindset as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So good bowling from him. Very nice wrong and indeed. Leg spin in the last few weeks has been handy.
Question, do you like hot gossip?
Oh, well bowled. Oh, and he kicks it away. Well, he kicks it away as the keeper was trying to get to it.
Let's have a look at this one.
It
Gets
sort of
dark.
rolls back.
Yeah, there's a bit of a fight for the ball there.
It's a good kick because I reckon the keeper might have shepherded him into the ball into the stumps.
If you're the keeper there, is your play just to shepherd the
Oh, yeah,
batter out the way and make
absolutely.
sure the ball gets onto the stumps? Don't think it was going to hit the stumps either. 116 matches without a golden ball. We're at the end of the first over here. It's 10 for 1 after 1, but half those runs were in wides. Geez, we got close to a golden ball last
Give me the
game, didn't we?
gossip. Give me the gossip.
Wait for the next over.
No,
Wait
no,
for the ball.
give.
Oh, hold on.
No, don't. No.
Do you remember
No.
that when this stuff starts happening, we have golden balls happen?
It's probably
We almost had one last game.
Probably Spring Productions making a mistake.
They don't make mistakes much. They give them a break. They do a great job. 105 required off 9 overs now. So, yeah, hot gossip. I might have.
This better be good.
This
If
is
you-
a new segment that I'm probably only run out once, which is Squad Whispers.
Oh,
Championship
yeah.
Week edition.
Pushed into the offside. They'll scamper through for a single. Go on.
He's got some Squad Whispers. These are unconfirmed, but they're just whispers.
Are we at finals week or next week?
Some of the whispers may involve your team. But
Hold on.
I will trade your team for some Dutch Squad Whispers.
I know the Dutch squad whispers.
Okay. Well, then I've lost my bargaining power. Well, it'll be released more or less at some point. So I think we should go Squad.
I'm happy to divulge if
Squad
people want to
whispers.
hear about Spain. I don't mind.
Okay. Here's O'Donnell. He's driven straight at the fielder. No run.
Don't give us the Dutch ones.
I'll give
though.
the Dutch. This is the Squad Whispers I've got.
It's not whispers. I know they've confirmed their team.
Okay.
You liar.
Shh, it's whispering.
They have lost.
Keep your voice down. Okay. Okay, then who have they lost then? Tell me
They
the
have
whispers.
lost Arnav Jain.
Correct.
He has gone to Perth for a summer.
Yep.
As O'Donnell comes in again.
Here he is. Marcus Cope tries to nurdle, misses.
They have lost Aryan Dutt,
Correct.
who bowled very well in the final. And they have lost Philip Bossavane.
Very good.
And that's all I know.
Yep. Do you want to know who's replaced them?
I have a feeling
Okay. Wow, Corey.
It could be-
finally found a test you can pass. Of course, Corey has played a lot of cricket in the Netherlands. Although you're coaching Spain, I know you're still based there.
Oh, in the air, Vinny. Could be another wicket.
Should be.
God.
Is. Yeah, Uzi Shah's been good catching in that position. So you see that Marcus Cope just runs out of patience and just doesn't get to the pitch of this or even close. So that's both Copes gone for globes here. And Luxembourg having some problems once again with his Scottish attack. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, Junestar in the chat saying he looks like Andy Bickle. Thank you. His action looks like it. He even looks a bit like him. I love the way he bowls.
Has
And
been mentioned a couple of times.
oh,
hasn't it?
yeah. He's an Andy Bickle dead ringer. And Andy Bickle was a gun cricketer. So if you're doing anything like him, you're doing something right.
Yeah, not wrong there.
Okay, they might have replaced.
Okay.
This would be a big one. I actually don't know who's
Name the
coming in.
replacements because I've got them here.
If this person's coming, they are going to be good. Sikander Zulfikar.
Correct.
Wow.
One of
He
them.
absolutely whacks it.
Yep.
And he bowls.
We'll have all three triplets
Yep.
in the team,
Yeah,
in the
and
squad.
he bowls a very good seam up with a good slow ball.
Okay, so Assad, Saqib and Sikander Zulfikar, the triplets, will all be playing for Netherlands 11 in Championship Week. And I feel a bit sorry for, is it Remat, isn't it? The older brother.
He also is a
Give him
handy
a run.
batsman.
He's a very good player. So sometimes we've seen all four of them playing for Punjab Rotterdam locally there. O'Donnell in the here and now gets pumped out of the ground, and well, there you go. Mohit Dixit comes out. Mr. Dixit, he absolutely gets every piece of this, Corey. Maximo time. Luxembourg fighting back.
Well, he just said Andy Bickle who, because that's an amazing shot first ball. Nice striking, 6 runs.
That was absolutely smashed.
Is Rafael Fons coming back?
Yes, I believe so. So
Okay.
I'll give you the other 2 ins. You mentioned the 3 outs for Arnav Jain as well as Aryan Dutt and Philip Bossavant.
Okay.
So Sikander Zulfikar's in. Udit Nashier is in, and Shiraz Rasul are in as
I
well.
wouldn't have guessed those. Shiraz Rasul's a handy young batsman that plays at VRA in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Who's the other name?
The other name's Udit Nashier.
Not sure.
2 overs down, 17 for 2. Just give us a little peek at the table. So we've got France and Malta are the 2 teams in the drop zone. And France play Belgium, but obviously if they win, they'll obviously be in 4th. Even if they lose really narrowly, believe it or not, you can lose but still have your net run rate go up because their net run rate's negative. So it could become less negative, and they're only about 0.04 behind Malta. So they could lose, for example, on the last ball and still survive in 4th, which would be remarkable. You said they were done. Guess what? They're not done yet. Here's the Bison. Big filthy full toss. Could be gone. Is gone, and Tim Barker cannot believe it. It's English that takes the catch. That one will never know which way it would have turned. It was a full toss, but he didn't get all of it. And Luxembourg lose a 3rd wicket now in the power play at 17 for 3.
Well, it's a full toss, and sometimes leg spinners get a little bit of luck. They're difficult to get away, and I can't believe it. He's put it right down the throat of deep long on, and Luxembourg, that hurts.
Really does. Straight out shoot for the double chance here. A safe catch taken by English down there. And, well, the Bison's away. They can move pretty fast when they want to. And this is his territory out there in the middle. Barker, disappointment for him. 1 boundary in his 6. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. 17 for 3.
17 for 3. And, well, interesting changes for the Dutch. But Sikander Zulfikar will be very nice to see come and play in finals week.
Yeah. Okay, so we've done Dutch edition.
Now, what we'll do,
Hot Gossip.
I've just sent a message out seeing if we can get the our media release done. And tonight, let's save it. I'll answer it during Game 5 tonight. So you need to stay with us, and I'll give you the scoop about Spanish cricket changes for tonight.
If you think it's worth waiting for, then
yeah,
okay.
It is.
I'm down with that. So you're saying 3 big ins and 1 big out. Oh, he swings himself off his feet almost. This Dingra tries to hit this into another time zone.
How good has this man been at the top?
Yeah.
He's just added a dimension to them that was missing on day 1.
They'd love to clone him.
Oh, they would. Well, he reminds me a lot of Philip Bossavane and Saqib Zulfikar.
Yeah.
Last week, those spinners didn't get hit either. So the leg spin proving effective in the T10 format.
Yeah, I mean, he's disappointed, of course. He didn't make the T20 World Cup squad, but he was pretty pragmatic about that, Hogarth. Well, how about this? I mean, this is going to give Boris Gawley nightmares if you watched the final last week. This is so short. It's on the way down when it reaches the batter. He bowls this from so far behind the crease as well, Hogarth.
That's a great delivery if you could master it.
Now he's back in an orthodox position. This is a full toss, which is going to go to the sideways boundary. Cuatro carreras más. One thing about Luxembourg, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down with the fight, and they're swinging away here in this power play.
Yeah, nice shot. He gets a low full toss, no deep square, and he gets it away for 4. You'll like this. Tom Lambert's listening, the English coach.
Yeah.
And he's already texting, asking about the Dutch ins and outs. He's all over it, this man.
Hello, Tom. Goes after it. Fielder hunts it. Have to take it on the bounce. That's English. And that's the end of the power play. Luxembourg 23 for 3 after 3 overs. So,
yeah, Luxembourg, those 3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 wickets hurts, doesn't it? But they've just got to try and get up where they need to be. They're probably around about 10 behind the run rate. Don't worry about wickets too much. I think still got some good batting to come. You got Vikram Vich. Haven't seen him yet. Remember how good he was in that chase on day 1 against Malta when they chased 148. You've got Tony Whiteman, Uncle Tony, up there as well. He's available. Orsu, haven't seen him yet.
Well, they're behind the 8 ball here. It's a poor power play, but they'll still believe that second chance.
I haven't seen Shiv Curran Gill either. So, I mean, Luxembourg also taking the opportunity to kind of mix up their order a little bit here. Double chance is a big factor.
Here comes Sajjad, who's actually bowled pretty handy this week.
No headband, I don't think.
Oh, wow. 5% less.
He's been listening. Goes after this leg side, and this one's out of the ground. Well, clear out in the fan zone, because this one's coming your way. Maximo! And it is the big Mo. Mohit Dixit with 6.
Yeah, he gets way too straight here, and Dixit's having a good time of it at the moment. Just picks it up beautifully, gets his bat under it. 6 runs.
So, yeah, 6 it from Dixit. Can he fix it? Power play's over, so 5 outfielders prowling. Now he goes that way again, and this won't be 6, but it will be 4. So Dixit, 21 off 6, a magical start from that player. Sajjad's gone 6 and 4 with his first 2 deliveries. Luxembourg, love this counter-attack. It shows they're learning, because even if you lose early wickets, I think strategically the best thing to do is continue to be aggressive. Otherwise you just fall further behind in the game. And now he wants to take off for a run that's not there. So, yeah, Dixit obviously loves that leg side. Sajjad's got to make the adjustment. He does have the headband on. I'll take it back. He just had so much hair, he was covering the headband. It's a bit of a thinner one, though, for Sajjad today. See if Dixit continues to persist with that exclusively leg side attack. He doesn't, but he might have found trouble. He hasn't. It's tipped over the bar by Naylor. It's going to be a Maximo. This time it is offside, showing he's no one-trick pony. And it's a strange one. Just think that Naylor, late, just gets the hands there, but they're still on the move. It's off the fingers and over the top for 6. So I wonder if this is a turning point in the game. Yeah, just burst through the fingertips. And now, pretty good cover drive. This will take some stopping as well. It's a good stop. So Naylor saves a couple of runs that time around. So he does seem, when he touches it, I think he stays inside. The ball's gone. Yep, no problems there. And so, still enjoying this counter-attack we're seeing at the moment. Dixit moves up to 29. Last ball of the over. And he's going to get lucky here. He's going to get real lucky. 1 bounce 4. So it will be the end of the over. And it's 45 for 3. And yeah, just gets away with that top edge in the end. You see there, clear 1 bouncer. So it will be 4 to finish the over. And it turns into a very, very good over for Luxembourg. In fact, it goes magical. 22 come off the 4th. Dixit 33 off 10 has been a revelation here. And they are missing Thomas Martin. We know that. They're hopeful he might be available, but he's got a suspected shoulder injury. Now, he provides a lot of balance to their team with the bat and the ball.
Come on, Izzy.
Here we go. With over number 5. Just trying to find that ball. Might have just slipped under that sight screen structure you see there. That's us just to the left of the sight screen. That's our dream box, and then the scorer's box just to the left of that. On the right, you see the giant screen with the clock on it and the score. You got the giant ball there, thanks to HL Software, and then the HL Software dome as well. So you're getting a bit of an idea about the structure of this ground. Here we go with Jose Shah. And this is going to be 6, I think, over backward point. It is a remarkable shot. Maximo. Luxembourg fighting back, and the 50's up at the start of the 5th over, Corey.
Well, Luxembourg just don't know how to go dying down quietly. They're always fighting back, and for such a little cricket nation, they're mighty impressive. And just in the last 7 balls of this game, they've hit 28 runs, and they're flipping it on its head. Really impressive stuff. And they've got a red-hot chance again now.
This could be trouble. Fielders coming in, can't get there. So a little bit of luck there for Amit Dhingra. Just 1.
We've still got some batting to come as well. Karen Gill there on your screen. Vikram Bay, who have played some pretty important innings. So they do bat deep, Luxembourg. They're up with the rate. Game on.
Sharp. This is in the air and it's caught. So out of luck now, Dixit. He gets a thick edge on this. It goes to the de facto slip, which is Jack Jarvis. So Uze Sharp fights back, and an important wicket, important partnership broken there because Luxembourg were just motoring through these middle overs. But I think Dixit certainly does his job. 33 off 11. It'll be 52 for 4 now. Got a feeling we might see Vikram Vij, the captain, coming out next, but still been a very good knock. Dixit turning this game around.
Yeah, a very good knock, and unfortunate to get out there. He'd be super disappointed. On another day, that edge would have gone in the gap for 4. And well, he'll get a nice round of applause from his teammates because he's given them a life in this game. And you can see there, he's accepting their applause with a big smile on his face. Well done, 33 off 11, striking at 300.
Yeah, how about that? Very good knock. You see he's getting an ovation. Would have wanted to go further, but I guess it's pretty difficult when you're going that hard not be flawless. Shivkaran Gill actually is going to come out to bat at number 6. So still got some batting to come. We haven't seen Vikram Vij yet. We haven't seen Tony Whiteman yet. So I think Luxembourg, despite those wickets, they decide to keep attacking, and it's paying off at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. Karen Gill, he comes out now. Plenty of pressure on him to keep up with this rate from the get-go. Big inside edge helps. If a direct hit could be gone. Oh, hiffs it into the turf.
It does. That's his one bouncer for the over, maybe.
Poor Kookaburra.
Spikes it, but Shivkaran Gill off the mark.
How did you hear about those Dutch changes, by the way?
I hear things.
You're a cheeky man, Vinny.
I know what you had for breakfast this morning.
What I have?
Confidential. Is there Shah's bowled a good over. Good comeback this. Goes after it, and fielder goes back, and well, there's the luck factor because it's just out of the reach of Naila. Mohammad Majid, the 12th man's on the field for Alex Hinkley, who we saw with that leg injury earlier.
Yeah, Hinkley definitely struggled with that leg injury. Glad that he's resting it now.
This is cut straight to the fielder. Goes the long way, but they will get a single. End of the 5th over. So Luxembourg now, they are 55 for 4. Once again, I want to welcome you to the Dream Box. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Rico's off today. I hope he's enjoying his day off. You've got tomorrow off, so I hope you use it well.
Thanks.
I can recommend the paella negra, or the arroz negro. It's the black rice. That's my favourite thing here. We might even get into food chat last game of the day, where we'll see Belgium taking on France. That should be an interesting one as well. Kind of top versus bottom, but who knows? Might be a bit closer than you think. But yeah, I mean, one thing we do like to talk about on the ECN is food a lot, and you'll know that if you watch us regularly. And we're going to all those locations before the end of the year: Croatia, Malta, and Spain. Back in Barcelona.
Not out.
Keeper thinks he hears something here.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't ask, you don't receive in this world. And yeah, I think he might have skimmed the turf with his bat, but not out in the end. Jarvis coming into the attack now. He does have a decent slow ball on him. Good evening, Blaze Cook, everyone in the chat that's joining us for the evening fixtures. Now there's that slow ball into the deck, like it. And, well, this is where we're going. And
can't wait.
Straight after this, after working 40 out of 42 days, I'll be in Croatia just to add 7 more. And then Rico and Vinny in Malta. And don't you worry, all 3 of us back for Barcelona.
Looking forward to the ECS starting again. That's on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, if you're outside the subcontinent. Otherwise, you can watch it on Fan Code, of course. That's why it's called the Fan Code, European Cricket Series. Going around Europe 45 weeks of the year. It's Jarvis. He gets cut away. This is 4. So the counterattack's coming. They've still got batting to come. They're pretty much on the rate. Not far behind anyway. They want to be 66 to high 60s after this over. This will help.
Yeah, well, short, wide. You still got to hit it. And that's exactly what he does. 1 bounce 4. Nice cricket stroke. Luxembourg believe here. They really do. .56 off 27. Yeah, you get one player to have a good little cameo here, a 20 off 10, and you've got a real red-hot crack.
Pitches up, edge dropped. It's a tough one for Garden, but he did get a glove on it, and he'll think that he should have held on to it.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the better keepers that we've seen in the tournament. He made really good ground. He got there. He'll be disappointed. Have a look at his setup here. You'll like this.
Yeah.
See how he starts side
open. Yeah, he's taken it to an extreme, but that's the strategy because it allows you to almost get balls that are behind you. So that's actually a good strategy to a right-hander. And he's moving the right way.
You don't often see that. I mean, we'll have a look at his setup. I haven't seen that too often.
I
Tell
used
us more.
to do this, actually. I actually coach people to do this. Maybe not to this extreme, but what
Look
you're
at
doing,
him.
you're setting up for an outside edge. You see, so he's setting up for an outside edge to his right. So he's not going to have to twist his body. And it gives him a bit more range. And maybe that's why he reaches that last one.
What if you're just doing the Aussie way and taking it on your left, though, and skipping across?
Oh, no, you're still planning to do that.
Yep.
But you're just also planning that if you do have to move, it gives you cover a bit more ground and you're in a bit of a better position to accept that delivery.
Okay.
See, so that's a good example there. He's still skipping sideways. He's still doing everything fairly normally. But, yeah, you are thinking there's going to be more outside edges than not. So at the end of 6 overs, the score, 61 for 4.
My question to you, Vincenzo, is in this one, will the big captain, will Neil, because this one's tight, there's so much on the line, surely he's bowling 2 overs in this one?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, why are you hesitant? I don't get it.
Because he hasn't been bowling.
So then why is he... okay, don't mean to be rude, but if he's not bowling, is he there to bat?
I think that he's an insurance policy against their other 5 bowlers.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I just think he's your spearhead. He's 2 metres 6. If this is for second place,
yeah.
If he's not going to bowl, wouldn't you pick a batsman?
Yeah, but I suppose they've got someone like Angus Guy who just kind of struggled with the format a little bit and so isn't in the squad either. You've only got a fairly limited squad you can choose from, right? Yeah. Anyway, the rate's crept up a little bit now to between 13 and 14 and over. Was their sharp. So it's going nowhere. And so we'll sneak away.
Oh, well,
Garden
that was almost one of the sneakiest singles on. They're going to go for a second here. Direct hit here could be out. Oh, and they missed both ends. You know what? I reckon that was out at both ends, Vinny.
You think so?
Yep, definitely. It was the sneakiest little single. I don't think the keeper, Garden, realised they were going because he was just meandering after it.
Yeah.
Pings it in.
There we go.
Missed field. Oh, yeah, well, okay.
Hey, slow that down if you want. We don't have time for any more because here's the next ball. Oh. If this had not been hit, it would have been a really tough take for Garden. I don't know. I mean, not saying he wouldn't have taken it, but it was a real 5 wides opportunity here, I think. Keep her up to the stumps.
Yeah, so game on a knife edge here. This has been a handy over from Shah. He's been efficient with the ball. He made some impressive runs down the order.
Oh, this is going nowhere. Trying to induce a throw there, I think is what it's about more than anything.
Yeah, this has been a really good over from Shah.
Shah's been excellent here under pressure, hasn't he?
Look at easy!
Not sure what's happening here. Okay, it looks like he's broken his... Oh, no, he's retired.
Is he?
Oh, here we go. I love it. They've retired him out.
Is he retired out or retired hurt? That's the question.
No. It's retired out. He was fine. He's just walked off because Vikram V, their captain, was just about to walk on. Yeah, I like it. This is a retired out. Well done, Luxembourg.
I'm just going to get confirmation of that. He did edge it onto his body.
No. He's fine. Trust me. I was watching. He is fine. It's a retired out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Perfectly legitimate.
Yeah, it's a great decision. You've got Vikram V, their captain, who can play. This is a retired out. Tactics from Luxembourg. I like it.
So we think that this is a retired out.
That's what we think it is. I'm telling you. I was watching.
Dingra is retired out for 11. And the score now will be 65 for 5.
Well, see, Vikram V's the captain. So he would have just gone up to the match referee, said, okay, pull him off now. I'm going out there. Love it.
Perfectly fine. Because the thing is, he can't come back and bat again. So that's the trade-off. So you've lost a wicket there.
Yep.
But you're basically taking the gamble.
Great
it's worth losing a wicket.
Great to see Luxembourg show a bit of initiative and take a bit of a gamble. But Vikram V, we know how good he is.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Left-hander in as well. So, yeah, don't let the game drift too far. 50 off 20 required now. It's 2 to come in this over. The captain wants to be out there, and now he is. Here we go with Uzair Shah.
And they'll scamper through for a pretty tight single.
Oh,
They'll get there in the end.
almost knew all about it as well. As that throw whistle past him, but he's off the mark.
That's one of the first, like, genuine ones. I know they did to Sanzovica because he'd hit 50 to give someone else a go.
Yeah.
But this is one where it's a tactic to win. And I like it.
We had a very good one in Belgium before we left, actually, before we left for Spain as well.
Yeah, he must have been standing on the sides watching the dot balls and thinking, I've got to get out there.
Yeah. All right, last ball of the over. Goes after it, leg side. This will be 4. So there's no outfielder at deep square. Shivkaran Gill will get 4 here to finish the over. 7 overs down, Luxembourg 70 for 5. So 10 and over pace, but they are a little bit behind where they need to be. Will they be able to get back in this match and perhaps grab that double chance?
Okay, I'm super happy. I'm really happy because out of the corner of my eye, the captain's giving himself the ball, and that's what I wanted to see. He's their captain, their leader. He'll probably bowl 2 at the death here. And this is what's coming up tonight. If France can pull a Houdini act, they will sneak in.
Win against Belgium, they're through, but they can also lose narrowly and go through on net run rate. So they use from the toss. France winning the toss, electing to bat first. Confidence is everything in cricket, isn't it? And we've seen that France just have done enough to stay in the hunt. But Belgium, they'll be wanting to make sure they consolidate themselves at the top of the ladder. Okay, well, here you go. Here's your man.
This is great decision because he's effective, he's tall. This will be hard to get away.
Captain to captain. Gets hit pretty hard, and it's going to be
well
4.
done.
Why has he kept this in?
Well, he flicked it to cover.
Wow.
Watch
that was,
this.
That was so quick that the naked eye, well, my naked eye couldn't handle it.
Well, your naked eye definitely didn't. That is an unbelievable bit of fielding. He stops it with one hand and reverse flicks it to cover.
Oh, behind the back. It was behind the back.
That's unbelievable fielding.
Michael English.
That is
Take a bow.
sensational.
Pretty good shot, that as well. There's only 1 run. Now we'll have a thick edge, and they have got Sajjad down there. That's probably a good field placing.
Good ball as well. Good ball by Neil. That is an unbelievable stop by English. How didn't you see that?
What about the behind the back? Because I was looking for the ball. I thought it would have been in his hand, but it was already gone. Loved it.
So, Vikram Vey, who retired the previous batsmen's out there, they need a boundary. They definitely need a boundary now.
They sure do. Now, left-hander, so see if he persists with the wide outside the off-stump tactic, if he gets a bit straighter. Persists with the wide outside the off-stump tactic. It's too wide, it's too full, and this is going to be 4.
Nice shot. This is why he retired the previous batsman, because Vikram Vey is a quality player. He times the ball beautifully. This time he misses the Yorker, and he puts it away.
Yeah, doesn't try and overhit that either. So can they pull this one out of the fire? It'd be a remarkable chase. Almost as remarkable as the 148 chase, really, given the standard of opposition here. Once again, this is full and wide outside the off stump, but it's drilled to Hogarth out there on the deep cover boundary.
Not a bad over so far from the captain. 7 off 4. If he doesn't go for a boundary in the next 2, they're pretty well ahead at this stage.
Neil, again, protecting that third man boundary. He wants to go full and wide.
Well bowled.
Trying to swing across this Shivkaran Gill. Can't get any of it.
So you can see what they're doing and what they'll do for finals there then. Spin in the middle, an array of different medium paces in the middle, and then he'll bowl at the death. So that's their combination you'll imagine they'll go into finals day.
If it's working, it seems to be at the moment. I'd love a second spinner though. This is hit, and it's going to be gone. Low down, it's taken. And so Shivkaran Gill's going to have to go now. So Neil chips in with a wicket. We've been wondering where he's been. Well, he's right there. And that was a very good catch, low down at cover.
Well, gee, talk about fired up. That's Liam Naylor. Well, like, he is an angry man at the moment. He should give us a smile. That's a great catch.
He's just run straight into Neil's shoulder, I think. That's the issue.
Smile, Liam. It's a good catch, my friend.
Remember, he did tap that one over for a 6 earlier. He's also got a first ball duck. You're up, you're down. That's ECN cricket. Let's have a look at what happened here.
Well, he takes the catch
Good
and
catch.
just pure fire coming out.
And just like a pupper bear over the back saying, hold on, hold yourself. Shivkaran Gill, it wasn't the worst shot, was it? But he's going to have to go for 15. 2 boundaries in there for him. And he departs at the end of the 8th over at 77 for 6.
Yep, 77 for 6. Scotland well ahead now. It will take someone to play a pretty amazing cameo to get back into this one.
So
Long
2
days,
overs
Vinny.
to go. They need a lot. 38 off 12. Hard to see it happening.
Well,
Magical over required.
it'd be up to VV.
If you want a magical over, call a magical player. Tony Whiteman. He's got his own magic about him. He's coming out his non-strike at the moment. Vikram is on strike. Big swing and a miss. This looks like a rolling cutter from Jarvis.
I mean,
start the ninth.
They're going to have to ask themselves, why did their best batsman, or one of, come out at number 7?
I think it's because they wanted, a bit like Scotland, to give some more opportunities to guys, but balance that with trying to win the game.
This is the game that you want to win, though,
But then
you know.
part of it worked. I mean, Dixit batted higher and batted well. But Scotland, they're kind of having a bet each way, if you like, on that. Jarvis. Probably see another cutter to the left-hander here.
Well bowled.
Yeah, puts this outside the off stump. So Luxembourg, they're just struggling here.
I reckon Scotland are a team that are they're just timing all the little things right.
Yeah, not going to disagree with you there. It was a shock to the system, I think, the kind of cricket that they were being asked to play earlier in the week.
Let's not forget the Netherlands on day 1, day 2 were
Yeah.
nowhere near their team day 3, day 4.
Definitely. In a sense, it's quite predictable. Steps across so we can reach this one. It will be a single. Oh, one thing's for sure, we're going to have a cracking
Finals day.
Finals
Here
day.
we go. 1,
Two,
2,
three.
3.
Yeah, loving it.
Yeah, that's what Tony Whiteman does to get himself jacked up. If
love
I did
that.
those 3 push-ups, I'd be too tired to bat. That'd be me done. I'd be retiring out.
Tony Whiteman is an absolute 53-year-old.
How's the form on that?
Yeah, no problem. It's part of his routine.
Pretty good routine, to be fair.
He's going to have to deal with young upstart Jack Jarvis, who's going to be trying to keep him quiet. Over to you, Uncle Tony. It's a cutter. Get some bat on it. Quite happy to concede the one here. I think Scotland 11.
Just the 1 run. Yeah, Scotland look like they've done enough here, unless a crazy amount of hitting comes from Vikram V. I can't see them getting close to this Luxembourg now. They've left their run just a little bit too late.
Couple to come then in the ninth. Can he find the middle? Steps across, can't. Just losing his form there, isn't he? Given the moment. Okay, Scotland, they're going to grab second place, at least, because of Belgium, they would have to do the business in the last game to hold on to first place. But you'd imagine they'd have to lose quite badly to lose top. But things shaping up, I think, that Scotland 11 will get the chance to break their Belgian bogey tomorrow. The 1 versus 2. Oh, hello.
Oh, he's going again.
Oh, okay. Well done, guys. This will be 1. Yeah, Tony is he's probably getting a bit of help from our production crew. He's a fan favourite and a favourite with them as well. End of 9 overs here. It's 80 for 6, and right now 6 sixes to do it, but anything less probably won't for Luxembourg.
And this is turning out to be a good day for the Scots. They've got other batsmen in form. We saw the young Sajjad this morning. In this one we saw Hinkley and his partner English fine form. They've defended the totals well, and I think they'll go in tomorrow with the double chance a lot more confident than maybe 24 hours ago.
No doubt about that. In fact, every day they seem to find another one that's striking the ball, don't they? This morning it was Sajjad. We saw Hinkley, despite his injury concerns, making a few runs in this game. 10th overtime. The captain versus captain. But at the moment, Neil's got the answers, and so Luxembourg going to fall short here. Yeah, some people asking how many push-ups could we do? You like your push-ups, do you? Can you do a few in a row? What do you think you can
No, I
manage?
like rowing.
Okay. If I asked you right now how many push-ups could you do without stopping, what be approximate?
I'd like to think I could get to 20.
Me too.
I feel like that's a safe
Between
number.
20 and 30, I think I'm
30, I'm done. No
I'm
chance.
tapping out.
Get me on a rowing machine.
Okay.
That's my forte.
Have you ever done any real rowing?
Yeah, a little bit, but not like... No, actually not really.
I feel like you'd be the one.
I'm on like a little kayak.
I can
I'm on
see-
the back doing all the photos.
I was gonna say you could see you as a cox. There's a little cox up the front just yelling at everybody.
Well, Vinny, you're going to need a break.
Look it up. leg byes. Oh, actually, leg bye, singular, because it's just one of them.
How dare you?
I mean, that's a fun job. You get to get a little loudspeaker and just get to yell at everybody. It's doing the work.
Well, after doing 5 games today, definitely going to need 3 days off, I
Or
feel.
as we call it, a normal day at the office.
No,
on
this
ECN.
is more intense because it's national teams.
Got to be match fit. How many? I've got a question for you. We get to the end of this game shortly. Big swing and a miss.
I
We
feel
want to
like-
do the 48-hour T10 cricket marathon.
Oh, yeah.
at
Bring
some
that
point.
up. I want
How
that to
many
happen.
games do you think you could do before you had to have a spell?
Am I allowed to have...
Assuming there's 2-hour game slots for 48 hours straight,
Am I allowed
24
to have
games straight.
performance enhancers?
I think Red Bull might be on board.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing stronger
Plenty.
than that,
I
please.
could do a day.
12 games, you think?
Yeah.
24 hours straight.
24 hours and then I'd want
So
some
here
sleep.
you are in game 4, where I gave you an innings off earlier in the day as
Hey.
well. And you're telling me you could do 12 straight.
Anyway, back to the action. Oh,
Okay.
There comes some refreshments. But anyway, back to the action. It's the last ball.
All right.
Scotland, they're going to run away winners.
Neil gets this in the block hole. Bowls a pretty good spell there, doesn't he? We'll finish 1 for 11. And Scotland 11, well, it's a good day at the office for them. That's for sure. They're going to finish comfortable winners in this one. Match 19 with a double chance on the line. It's Scotland 11 that grab it. It's 114 to Scotland 11, 85 for Luxembourg. The final margin of victory, 29 runs. Luxembourg again couldn't quite shake that Scottish attack, could they? On the chase, they fell short once again.
Yeah, Scotland finding some combinations that are starting to work for them, and well done. They will end up in 2nd place in the group, meaning they get the double chance. And for Luxembourg, they'll be watching the last game, which will let them know if they're going to be playing France or Malta in the elimination
Yeah,
game.
Malta, they'll be nervous right now. Back at the Sunset Beach Club, they're watching on. But, yeah, a game that you kind of see Scotland 11 put another piece of the puzzle in, although the injury concern for Hinkley there, but he did bat well. Some of the other guns not firing, but we know that they are certainly capable of making a difference in this T10 format. But early on, Hogarth, well, cost himself 5 there. Garden not able to make the stop down the leg side. Cope was all smiles there, but he wasn't, as the wrong'un got him. And, well, the Bison was on the gallop. Apart from that, you saw Marcus Cope also no good for him. These early wickets making things really tough for Luxembourg. They needed to try and fight back from somewhere, and they would through Dixit mostly. He was promoted and did a very good job. Barker, unfortunately, failed in match 19. Hogarth, again, was running away with it. But, yeah, this kind of counter-attacking burst through these middle overs just kept the Luxembourgers in the game.
Yeah, it did, and it was Dixit that got on with it. He was promoted up the order. He ended up hitting 33 off 11 with some gorgeous shots in between. And, well, while he was there, Luxembourg, they were dreaming of something big and potentially upsetting the Scots. A little bit of luck was going their way with some edges, and the boys were pumped up in the dugout. But in the end, when that dismissal happened, it was basically all she wrote, and here it was. Dixit going, a nice safe catch, Shah the bowler, and good applause from his teammates. Karen Gill came out, tried to get on with it as well, kind of 4 away. And then this was a moment they retired the man, and you don't see that every day to bring Vikram Vey out, but by this stage, it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it was. How about that for some fielding? Again, had to slow it down so that my old eyes could see it, but it was a behind the back job from English. And, yeah, got the occasional one away. We had Naylor. He'd had a long day at the office, just had to be restrained there. But ultimately, Scotland, they had the runs on the board. And Tony, he was banging a few out at the end. If every one of those was a run, I think we might have had a golden ball. Ultimately, Scotland 11 run out, 29 run victors, and they do grab the double chance, which will be a very, very interesting match. 1 versus 2 tomorrow. Belgium, Scotland 11. Mohit Dixit top scores with 33 off 11, but they just probably wished he could have gone a bit longer. They retired Dingra out for 11 as he couldn't quite go at the speed required. Shiv Curran Gill with 15, and Vij at the end. They bowled pretty well to him, I think. Didn't give him too many to hit, and neither him nor Tony Whiteman could quite go at the runner ball pace. And they ended up staggering to 85. It's a slight improvement from the 59 they made yesterday, I suppose, against the Scots. Looking at the bowling, Hogarth again, couple of wickets early, 2 for 16. Other wickets went to Lewis O'Donnell as well as Uzair Shah and Adrian Neal. At the end, the captain chipping in with 1. And Jarvis did very well to shut things down with only 9 runs off his 2 overs. We will have a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes for the final group match. Once again, this group very much alive. It'll either be France or Malta that goes down. France versus Belgium coming up in the news from the toss. The French have won the toss. They're going to bat first. So if you're enjoying your French cricket fix, well, let's just see if they can make it 3 wins in 2 days and play themselves into the finals Friday. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers is with me. Back shortly with the final group match of Group C. It's around the corner. You're watching ECN. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now it's time for the final group match in Group C, and it is match 20. We're going to see Belgium taking on France. Well, it's kind of top versus bottom, I suppose, but I think a little bit closer than you might think. France gathering a bit of steam. We know they've got a really good bowling attack. Can their batting stand up to the Belgian assault? We'll have to find out. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's got the two captains, and we're about to see the coin toss for match number 20.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails.
So France have won the toss and their captain Noman Amjad has elected to bat first. So obviously their batters will get the chance to set the target. Can they hit that 100, for example? That might just put a little bit more pressure on Belgium. Belgium kind of running away with the group. With a win here, they can certainly nail down that top spot. But France, they'll be looking to win to stay alive, or perhaps very narrowly lose, in which case their net run rate might become a little bit less negative and they could sneak into fourth. Malta, they'll be watching very, very closely, I'm sure, because if things don't go their way in this game, that will be the end of their tournament. Well, Corey Ruckers, he's up there in the dream box behind me as we get ready to start this one. Match 20, it's France. They're winning the toss. They're going to bat. Over to you, Corey. Let's get it started.
Yeah, and that's me coming back from the elevator as we get the last game of the day. It'll be Vinny Sandu and myself bringing you this live coverage. And, well, France, the little engine that could, has got one last bite of the cherry to try and sneak themselves into finals Friday. Belgium have been playing some fantastic cricket so far, and they will more than likely end up leaders of the group and get, well, they definitely will get the double chance. And you can see them, lots of smiles on their face. They're enjoying themselves, and that's Sabah Zakil. He's a bit of a prankster and a jokester in the side. And I'm sure they'll be wanting a nice strong showing here to show everyone what they can do and play a French team that's won two in the last two in a row, I should say. And credit to them after a pretty tough start to the week. And it's a good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world, all our network partners out there. Hope you're tuned in to our last game of the day, the last game of the group actually, before finals Friday. Welcome back to everyone in India via fan code, and let's have a look at the two lineups. Well, France, Mangal at the bottom there with the ball stands out for me, and Amjad with the bat. Those two have to have big games if they're going to cause an upset here. And for Belgium, Manib Mohamed is back in, or Mohamed Manib, you can put it either way. He's going to be back at the top, like to see that. The supercomputer says 91 to 100. Well, we'll have to see about that. Who knows? France are batting first. They're going to have to hit, they're going to need that 91, and maybe even a bit more. I know their batting isn't their strong suit, but you never ever know in this funny format of cricket. And all the players are out there, the shade going over the pitch now and over the outfield. As Maridek Rami looks like he's going to open the bowling. Mahathir and Ahmed open the batting again. And surprised to see that. They just got them over the line last time, thought they might have made a change. But they will stick with these two. So here we go. It's the nighttime game, Thursday night, Group C. And after this last group game, we will have the table complete and we can tell you what's happening for finals Friday tomorrow. Here we go. Laced down the ground, 6. Well, Ahmed, he didn't do much of this in the last game. It's his very first ball for 6. And I tell you who's a little bit nervous sitting back at Sunset Beach Club is Malta. Because the Maltese team know that if France steal a win here against the odds, they will guarantee finals Friday. What a shot to start this game. And the old traditional dead ball. Oh, dot ball. So I think Ahmed obviously knows that batting first, they'll need the runs against Belgium. I don't think 80 is going to work. Got to go out there and you've got to be positive. Marita Karami making more changes to the field. That's a good delivery. That one turns. So what Marita Karami does, and I taught him to open the bowling a few years ago when I was working with him, because he has a very good ball that swings in, and he actually spins the ball quite a long way as well. So with the new ball, he becomes double effective. That one hit hard to mid-off, who lets it easily come to him. Could have attacked the ball there, but it's given a single in the end. Brings on the left-handed Mahathir to the strike. And our last group game of Group C, finals day tomorrow. It's been a pretty different sort of group. Some of the results in the first few days I don't think anybody expected. In the end, it does look like it will be the Belgium and the Scots in the double chance. So it does end up the way we thought it would have before the week started. But the question will be, who will play Luxembourg in the eliminator? Will it be Malta or France? This is France, last chance. Awkward looking pull shot, and Marita Karami, he's a little bit of a live wire, scoots across and collects the ball just for a single. Last ball of the first. Oh, inside edge this time. A little bit of luck for the French. And, well, that's a beautiful back heel by Adnan. Well, Belgium football's doing pretty good lately with Kevin De Bruyne, Courtois. There's a fair few good Belgian players. Hazard and maybe Adnan as well. Look at this for the old back heel. Yep, foot fielding at your best. And that does take us to the end of the first over. France 10 for none. So welcome back, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, take us through the stats, gun.
Let's have a look. And yeah, France struggled for runs. The fact that Amjad is the only one to crack the 100 this week shows you they had a few issues. But no problem with their bowling though. Have a look at the Mongols, 10 and 8 wickets, and the captain Amjad with 8. Belgium, 3 bowlers listed there with 3 wickets in Shakarai Safan, Wakas Raja, and Murid Krami. And they've spread it out a bit with the runs as well. So Belgium top against France bottom, but both these teams theoretically they can move. Belgium with a heavy loss could go to second. Can't see that happening. They've got a big net run rate lead over Scotland 11. But we know that France, by winning, they can guarantee a spot tomorrow, even if they just lose, for example, in the last couple of balls. So far, swings this in. It's probably one of the more ambitious leg side LB appeals you'll ever see.
Yeah, I don't think that's hitting another set of stumps. It swung in, hit him outside leg. That was never going to hit the stumps.
Got to sell it though. Yeah, good movement.
Well, he really
broad job that one, wasn't it? Well, he was just hoping that Nilkesh Patel was operating in an alternate reality. But anyway, so far it's a good player. Can get it through. He's going over the wicket now to the right-handed Ahmed. Didn't he start with a bang this game? Didn't need to 6 the whole 10 overs last time. Well, there you go. He wants some more of that. Well, he's warming up now. Must have been in the gym in the break. Maximal. And what are we seeing here from Jumaid Ahmed?
Well, in the previous game, he batted all 10 overs for 22 not out. He didn't hit 1-6. And in this game, he's played 2 remarkable shots.
You know what they say? 8th game's the charm, maybe, with this French batting lineup. He gets plenty of that, doesn't he?
Yeah, Daniel Weston's out there doing a workout with Alistair Priddle, and they watch that sail over their heads.
He needs to just see what Jubaid Ahmed's been getting up to, because he looks strong. Don't see Safat taking over his head that often. Wants to go again. It does go again. Makes it disappear. That one's in the fan zone. Maximal. What is going on here? All you have to do is win a game for your country, and suddenly you look like Chris Gale out there, the right-handed version.
He's transformed from, well, let's say a sedate player, Jeffrey Boycott, into, let's say, a bit of an Andrew Simons here in the space of 45 minutes.
Incredible Hulk-like transformation, isn't it? From Ahmed into power hitter.
How's Malta feeling sitting at Sunset Beach Club watching this game?
Luckily, I think it's happy hour in the bar this time, put it that way. Yeah, this time it's shorter, but it's going to be the same one. Oh, dear. Well, Richards.
Yes, Richards.
Let's have a look at that one.
Well, what a dodge from the cameraman.
That was almost lights out for camera 4, but it goes over the lens. And now even the cameramen aren't safe. Have a look at this. And Richards.
Oh,
Wow.
he does very well.
Oh, dear me. It was a clever adjustment from the bowler, but even better. Richards, he is a real character. He's a fixture here on the tour.
I'd like to have seen what that looked like through his camera.
You know what? He was trying to shoot that ball right to the last moment. Now, what's the one? Oh, this one. I hope that hits the bat, not the hand.
Yeah, I think it does. And an apology from Sherry Butt as he was attempting a run out. What a start for France. Unbelievable. Don't think anyone saw this coming.
Yeah, not me. Just advanced gone for 16. I suppose he's had 2 dot balls if you're looking for a positive. This is blasted through the offside. This is 4 more, so it goes magical. And Ahmed scored more in 2 overs than he scored in 10 last time. Vive la France! End of 2. It's 31 without loss.
Well, je m'appelle Ahmed. What hitting from him. This is a crazy start to this one. France have, well, they were 0-5. They've won the last 2 against Malta. They need to win this basically to stay in. And right now, they're giving the top team a big fight. We have a look at the table and
yeah. So France, believe it or not, they could lose just, but their net run rate could still go up because it's negative. So it'll be slightly less negative. They're 0.04 away from Malta. The easiest way, though, for France is just win. And you might say, well, that's nonsense talk. How are they going to beat Belgium? I'll tell you how. Get a score over 100, use their bowling, take your chances. They could beat Belgium. This is CCN cricket.
what a crazy start to this fixture.
Rami's back with his left arm. This time it's Mahathir. Long way across, but I think this is climbing.
Yeah, it's way too high. Oh, and it would have been a run out at the non-strikers end.
Especially because he's 29 off 10.
It was close, Vinny. Very close.
Give France another week in this format. They might be favourites for the whole thing. The rate they're improving. Grimy, left-handed to left-hander. Oh, now this is going to be a bite off the end of the fingers of Ali Raza. That hurts.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain. That's right off the end of the finger.
But what it does is it brings guess who back on strike? Jubaid Ahmed, and I don't think he's slowing down. 3rd over, last over with only 2 outfielders in place.
Slight edge on that as well, Vinny.
Was there?
Yep.
Oh, well, that explains why it maybe went from the middle of the glove to the end of the finger.
Ahmed's on 29 off 10 after batting 10 overs last game, making 23. So, a complete contrasting style of batting.
My eyes are glued to the middle of the Cartama Oval right now to see exactly what happens as Ahmed's back on strike. Just get a bit funky. Grimy, I think, knows he doesn't want to pitch it up too much.
Yes.
So now it's whether you gamble and maybe try and lure him into one shot too many, or whether you get a bit more defensive.
Nah, spin it past the bat. Don't go to the arm ball.
He goes for it, but he hasn't quite got it. It's a big moment in the game. Fielder's underneath and holds it. And Muneeb's back at long on. He doesn't drop too many catches. Well, the Jubaid show is over. 29 off 12 for him. But what a start we've seen to game 5 of the day. France have 32 on the board, 29 off the bat of Jubaid Ahmed, and he does depart at 32 for 1.
Yeah, he gets too much height on this one. He'll be disappointed. Muneeb Mohammed coming back into the starting 11 for this one, takes a nice safe catch, and Rida Karami, good clever bowling from the left arm off spinner.
He's a good bowler in the power play, isn't he? But, I mean, in a way, you'd say that innings is, I won't say more valuable because he won the game from last time, but 29 of 12, he leaves a lot of balls left for some of their other hitters. He'll be disappointed to go, but he does, and it's 32 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Amjad, the captain now, coming in for France.
He's been carrying their batting.
Yeah, he's had a good week with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah.
He needs to really fire in this one.
So let's see what Agrami's approach is here to Noman Amjad. So it doesn't really get up. Agrami scampers on it. It's a very powerful fake throw, but it's
got great figures. Brilliant figures from Marita Krami.
Considering got pumped for a 6 early as well, right?
Yep, absolutely. Good comeback from the young man.
Cuts and cuts well into the gap. This will be a 4. So Amjad gets going. Last ball of the power play. Front up and about here. They have lost Jubaid Ahmed, but the captain's there. And after 3 overs, they're 36 for 1.
Yeah, nice looking cricket shot that time. And well, I'll tell you what, if you said to France, you'll be 36 for 1 after the power play, they would have said, how do you say thank you in French?
Merci.
There you go.
Merci beaucoup. You know that.
Yeah, no,
You
I was
know
just testing you out.
Yeah, okay, appreciate
Well done,
that.
Vinny.
36 for 1 after 3. So the overs go for 10, 21 and 5. Shakir Ali saying it's seems like Scotland 11 and France have taken medicine from the same doctor, because they seem to be improving a lot over the last couple of days.
Well, we see it a lot. Teams always throughout the week start finding out the best combinations and ways to improve and enhance their skills at this T10 format. It is a very different format. It does take a bit of adjusting to get used to.
Wakas comes on now with 5 outfielders in place. And this is a little bit short, hanging and dropped by Zakil. Couldn't quite maneuver himself. We know he's carrying that injured shoulder, so it's not easy for him to get his arms up. That time it just comes off the end of the fingers and goes for 4.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity missed. It was a ballooning top edge. Knowing sub as a kill. Oh, he'll be disappointed he didn't catch that. He made good ground. Yeah, he sort of snatches at it.
It's an awkward one. That right arm has been giving him problems. It just doesn't get his hands together, I don't think.
Well, they are trying to hide him in the field at 45, but in T10, the ball goes everywhere. Nice late cut this time. Yes, no, direct hit. No, you're up. Run through it to the wrong end, I think.
Yeah, it was the long way, wasn't it? But I know that might be Kitty in the chat was saying that Tyrone is he umpiring?
There he is.
Yeah, it's Tyrone Peters. He did a guest stint in the commentary box for us a little bit earlier in Germany when I took a couple of weeks off. Nice to see Tyrone out there making his ECC first appearance this year at least, during the week. Good to have him. He's been around the place, spent a bit of time in Australia, been around a little bit. Welcome, Tyrone. And, I know that Tyrone's a bit of a Swiss Army knife. He's got a lot of uses. He's a very good umpire, though.
Yeah, sensational umpire. All the men in black have been sensational umpires, haven't they?
Yeah, there's a lot. I think that people probably don't recognise that they're looking out for every ball as well. It's long days for them as well, keeping their concentration. A little bit short from Raja. This is pulled, but pulled straight at the fielder.
And that's why we have so many umpires. I think 4 of them are rotating.
Four will do a day, and there's not. Yeah, sometimes there's a 5th as well. Historically,
Missing our 3rd commentator today, aren't we? Mr. Rico enjoying his lovely day off.
Rico's earned a day off.
He
How about
has.
some messages for Rico in the comment section? Oh, this is up straight up in the air. Well, someone's going to catch this. They can raffle it. Rahimi calls it, and he takes it. Slight ice cream cone, but Mahathir is the next man to go. He goes for 6. And Wakas Raja had one dropped earlier in the over. This time, you see a few smiles because Rahimi called it. I think he had buyer's remorse as soon as he did, but he pulled rank. But he does take the catch in France now. 43 for 2.
Yeah, I reckon this is a little bit of a slow ball. It's a loose shot, and yeah, you can almost burst out of his hands there.
Sherry Butt's body
wow.
language there. Just look at that in the background.
Yeah, it just stayed in, didn't it?
Yeah. Proper ice cream cone for Omid. The corn roast. It's a bold look, but it will be gone. And so Mahathir departs. But the one thing about France, they haven't really been in trouble as far as wickets lost today. So we haven't seen some of their hitters. You mentioned the Mungals, for example. They have the 4th over in progress right now. So still 6 overs to bat. 43 for 2.
Well, here comes Kassanane. Well, Kanasane, I should say. Been a bit of a long day. He's been okay this week.
Yeah,
He's showing
he was
glimpses,
really
hasn't
important, wasn't he, in the previous game? Because they needed a boundary for somewhere. He provided it in the last over.
It was that 3rd last ball that he hit over mid-wicket for 6.
Pumped it for 6. What a story it would be if France could qualify. They'll just believe anything's possible. Still haven't hit 100. Swings and misses, Kanasani. First ball.
Yep, you never know. I mean, to go 0-5, they would have been so down in the dumps, and then to come back and win their last 2 games, a really impressive effort. Shows how mentally strong they are.
Yeah, that's sure.
This is the partnership, Vinny.
Last ball of the 4th coming up. Goes, but does he go Muneeb? He does not. Good catch. Really good catch. Muneeb Mohammed is a ball magnet at long on, and he jumps a long way in the air to take it. Batter's sticking around, but there's nothing to really wait for here because it's clearly a clean catch. And Kanasana goes for a duck. It's 43 for 3.
Yeah, I think he's just hanging around through pure disappointment. It was a nice shot off the bat, but what a sensational catch from young Muneeb Mohammed. He leaped up in the air. He's one of the better fielders we've seen on the European Cricket Network, and what a catch.
Yes, have a look at this. Definitely was going for 6. Times this jump perfectly. That's the key there. Times it absolutely perfectly. And France, well, they were up. Now they're feeling a bit down, I think. As Kanasani, key player, goes without scoring. It's 43 for 3 after 4 overs.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely ecstatic with that catch, the young man. And, well, for Kanasane, he'll be hoping he gets one more innings tomorrow, but that is a big wicket. And, well, look who they've promoted up the order here.
All right, this is the Energizer Bunny here.
Dawood Ahmedzai. He was listed at 10.
Well, have you seen how big his arms are? I'd give him a go.
Brilliant. Brilliant. You can see the disappointment on the French faces.
Seeing the real emotions in real time. Hello to you, Raj, and big thanks to you for your contribution. Asking maybe Rico should become an umpire after he's finished with his coaching from PNG. What's your dream country to coach, apart from Spain? Coach most of them now.
Good question.
Australia?
West Indies.
How long would you last coaching the West Indies?
Long.
Breaking news, Corey Ruckers missing on his 2nd day in the job.
And Fayez, the right arm off spinner, gets a go in this game. Been a little bit expensive in the tournament so far.
It's good keeping, at least to block that one from going to the boundary. It will be 2 wides here. Not a good ball from Fayez.
Yeah, he's just slipped it down the leg side, so it's 2 free runs for the French. And even though they lost 2 wickets last over, there's nothing wrong with their rate at the moment.
Got to keep going hard here. 110 pace at the moment.
Well, this is high in the air, and he gets enough of it, Vinny. Vital 6 runs, and Amjad, he's the key for the French right now.
They will take it. You see, he just goes with the line of this one, and is kind of with the spin as well of Fires. Amjad brings up the 50 for France. They're looking like a new team now. It's amazing what a win can do for your confidence.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, really.
Doesn't turn back enough. That's a wide.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire, Tyrone Peters there. Just outside the tram line.
If Raj is asking how can France qualify, well, they can qualify by winning. That's the easiest way. Or if they lose very narrowly, and I'm talking the last couple of balls narrowly, then perhaps they can sneak above Malta on net run rate.
I'm excited to see this man bat. Dawood Ahmedzai has been promoted up the order. The Energizer Bunny. How's he going to go here?
We're about to find out. Spinner to spinner, really. Wow, it's good footwork to get back there, and he's found the gap. He gets 4. Well, Ahmedzai, keep your eyes on him because he's an excitement machine. He gets off the mark immediately with 4 runs.
Pretty unbelievable what France are doing here. This is their best start ever in the tournament, especially with the bat. I mean, they're not at the 5 over mark here, and they're almost on 60. They'll be pretty happy with this.
Very, very happy with where they're at, but Belgium, we know that they're dangerous. This is a guy that could barely walk last night, Dawood Ahmedzai. Now he goes with a nice shot offside, picks the gap. He just times the absolute cover off this one. Back-to-back boundaries from Ahmedzai.
Yeah, another 4 runs, and well, he's been promoted up the order. Maybe he should have been batting up the order all week. That's a good cut shot. France, what a start. This is on the cards now.
Oh, look, there we go. The clapping's getting faster and faster. I was going to say, though, is I think He's wanting to be aggressive, but I like that he's not rushing at the ball. That's what you normally do when you're facing a spinner. But he just played that ball on its merits. Got it away very nicely off the back foot. Now he gets a little bit on this. This could run away for 4 as well. Well, it's almost a touchback from Razak, but this time he plays it into his own net, and it's going to be 4 to finish. So France are up, and they're away. Fires goes magical in the 5th. 23 come off that. What is going on here? 66 for 3 after 5 overs. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rutgers with me. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, go to crickathon.com because you can check out the question of the day and the question of the week. We've already given you a little bit of help, but you can also go to europeancricket.com to check out some of the information you might need to help you with the question of the day. Just going to say that. But one thing we want to do, this is the last game of the day, we want you to message us on social media at Mr. Maximo for me on Instagram. We can get Corey at crutgers_28. We want your random questions, last game of the day.
Yeah,
we always like to do this.
This is the one time you can slip into our DMs and we'll get around to as many questions as possible.
We can. I'll say hello to Hashim Khan as well, who we saw domestically last week. Thanks for your contribution.
Oh, lovely shot. That is a gorgeous drive.
Don't run yourself out. Might run himself out here. Doesn't. And the throw just was a little bit wide. Took Safat away from the stumps. So Amjad gets 2. A bit of a risky one.
Yeah, what is happening here? France.
Tommy
make
Jespersen saying, what an upset. France to finals week. First to say it. He's tagged you in there. He's Safat though. Big inside edge on this.
Oh, what's he doing? Get the ball.
Darwin's got too much energy. He was starting to run there.
Yeah, and Safat's not thinking. That was a huge inside edge, but look at this, Vinny. If he goes and gets the ball, it's a run out.
Yeah, but he just believes in his appeal so much.
Yeah, but...
He feels he would lose face.
Look, just get the ball. Oh, no.
I'm aware of what happened. I think Ahmed Zaid just needs to use his energy selectively here. Goes after this. This is a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So now Amjad goes for 15, and it was well taken out there on the boundary. Looks like Mohammed Suleiman that takes the catch this time around. That was where Malik Kerr was fielding earlier, but now it's Salu with the catch. And so it will be a 4th wicket now. The captain's gone for 15, 68 for 4.
Yeah, big wicket, really big wicket. The French captain, Amjad, has to go. He was looking the goods, and in the end, dismissed. He'll be disappointed to get out now, and does give Jackson a chance, who's walking out to the middle, walks past his captain. I'm sure his captain will give him some good words of advice. He's out for 15 off 9, striking at 166.
So Safat will get some revenge, I suppose, after going magical in his first over. 20 in a leg by, came off that, but he's fought back well. This over's gone 2-dot wicket. And it is the captain that has to depart. Action Jackson, though. Been waiting for him to break out with the bat.
Do you have any idea why Khalid Amadi hasn't played the last 3? Has he picked up a niggle?
Not that I'm aware of. Did say hello to me a bit earlier. Confident looking drive. Just pushes it through the offside for 1. Well, these two both have above average energy levels. I would like to see the running between the wickets here between Ahmed Zai and Action Jackson.
Well, I mean, if they can get a score around that 115 mark, we know how good their bowling is. And they haven't cracked 100 once in this tournament. Could be on here.
Slower ball maybe from Safat there.
And here's the slower ball. Gets away with it. Nice bowling.
So yeah, how do you beat Belgium? Well, score more runs than them, obviously. But yeah, first you have to try and get that 100, which they haven't got before. And Belgium, they have the batting to chase down pretty much anything, but they also play a hyper-attacking game. That's a high-risk game, and France have bowled well so far in this series. Well, where he looks at the wrong end and throws the right end. This would have been out if it hits.
Yeah, it was a direct hit opportunity, and unfortunately they missed. So Ahmedzai will get a life there. Does take us to the end of 6 overs though, and France, well, they'll be pretty happy at the moment. They're 69 for 4.
Need to find something in this last 4 overs though. Still got the Mungals to come, don't forget. Looking at the bowling figures, haven't seen the 5th bowler yet. 1 for 14, Akrami Safat, 1 for 23. Much better over for him. He only concedes 3 after his first over went for 20. Fires, I suppose, is the concern. His spin hasn't really worked at this level so far this week. And speaking of the 5th bowler, I'm not surprised. It will be Adnan Razak to bowl over number 7. he is a Yorker specialist. He loves bowling at the death.
Yeah, absolutely. So 4 important overs coming up now.
Louis Bruce with a random question. Just messaged me at Mr. Maximo. Attempted York up, but loses it down the leg side. Don't want to be re-bowled. His random question was just, where has France been all week? And the biggest issue is, where have the runs been all week? Finally, I suppose being bold enough, and I suppose they've just picked up that little bit of technical ability, I think. Well, hits here would have been interesting, but he doesn't pick it up cleanly, Sherry Butt.
I'm thinking about a second overthrow, but not this time. So France looking for a couple more boundaries at this back end.
Yeah, hello, Louis. Good young player. He's done well in T20 international cricket this year. Adnan Razak just likes to keep it pretty simple and keep firing in those block goal deliveries. See, can't deal with this one.
Oh, they actually moved quite a lot. That went away. Went away late.
A random question from Vinny Fangirl in the comment section. Who will win the first game tomorrow? She thinks it's not obvious now. Might be time for some revenge. Well, can Scotland shake their Belgian bogey? That's the question. On the walk, here's Ahmed Zai. Doesn't get too close to this one.
Yeah, he looks a little bit better when he stays still.
I suppose my issue here, these two, they're quite similar. I feel like I'd like an out and out, just 6 hitter at this stage from France. Big swing there. Straight through the legs of his batting partner for a single.
Yeah, good over so far from Razak, and Belgium just starting to peg it back, and well, that'll make the Maltese players sitting at Sunset Beach feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I think Happy Hour might have just finished as well. So hello to you guys. I'm sure you're watching, all the Malta players and all the Malta viewers, I'm sure. This is edge.
Not
I'm
out.
not super sure about this one. There might be a bump ball.
Yeah, I think it is a bump ball. It's a low full toss, so for me, I think this is definitely not out. And Tyrone Peters, he wasn't going to be foxed.
Yeah, there was an edge on it, but yeah, it did seem to hit the bat on the full.
Tyrone spotted it straight away. He said, no chance, that is a full toss. Here comes the edge into the ground. Good keeping, but yeah, not out.
See this one here.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely bounces past the bat. Now, this is an edge that should be handled by Fires. And they're going to go on the fumble. That's risky with a good throw. Wow.
I'll tell you what, that's
one of the all-time best dives I've ever seen.
Yeah, great slide, but this is very close. I think he's in trouble. I think he's out.
Yeah. Got to say, if he has made it, it is a fantastic dive from Action Jackson.
One thing I noticed, he dives with the bat facing the opposite way, so he might lose a little bit here as well. Watch this, Vinny.
On the fumble, it's always risky.
He's gone.
Oh,
wow.
He's made it, I reckon.
Unbelievable dive.
Yeah.
See what I meant by the bat facing the other way?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you don't want to dive with the spine of your bat on the ground, because then the toe is in the air. Jackson, fantastic effort from him there. That'll be not out.
Yeah, definitely not out for me. Good dive from Jackson. And sneaks home another run for the French side.
Not out. There's the decision.
You see the tension in the cam. Another look at it, but yeah, he's safe for us.
If we slowed that down, there'd be a frame where the bat's in and the stumps haven't been broken. Anyway, moving right along. 2 from nowhere. It was the end of the over as well. The over only went for 7. There you go. One before that. I think that's grounded, so it's all good. Okay, so let's move on to over number 8. It's going to be Waka's Raja to bowl.
Oh, that's a big, big wide. So we'll start with an extra.
Yeah, big wide from Waka's first up. Just loses his radar. First ball. So what's coming up tomorrow? Belgium and Scotland 11. We know that they'll be in the top 2 spots. Luxembourg will finish 3rd. We don't know if it's Malta or France that will be 4th. And so ultimately tomorrow finishes in the Group C final. Join us for finals day of Group C, 9:30 AM GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 PM in India, right here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. There's a cutter. It's not going too far. Sherry could probably catch it with his eyes closed. Keeps them open for good effect. And Ahmedzai will go for 13. Plucky little innings, but he has to step aside. And the 8th over starts with a wicket for Wakas Raja.
Yeah, he always tends to bowl a wide first ball and then get a wicket the next ball. But yeah, if you ever want a safe catch and an easy catch, that went straight to him. He didn't have to move.
Yeah, no problem at all. Wakas is happy. He says, well done, Sherry. He said, well done to you, Wakas. Everyone's happy. Probably except Elwood Ahmedzai, but he'll have the right of the reply with the ball. So give me that bat and I'll show you how to use it properly. But Elwood has to go. The score 75 for 5.
Yeah, just at this back end, the wheels are starting to fall off a little bit for the French side. They need a couple more boundaries. Well, he's got a big smile on his face, and that's what you like to see.
I
think he enjoyed his time. He enjoyed his time out there, didn't he?
Considering he couldn't get up the stairs unassisted about 24 hours ago, he's done very well there.
That was a funny one. He could run in and bowl and then had the...
Well, he couldn't really bowl either. That was the funny thing. He had to be forced off, basically, when they'd already won the game pretty much after 9 last night. Okay. So, Zain Ahmed is going to bowl. Bat, I should say. Cool. Left-hander. Wakas Raja. 3 for 8. Good figures. Bowled Ahmed for the first time. Chance this round the corner. What do you think about Zain? I mean, he's hit the occasional long ball here. I thought maybe throw a Mungle out there, try and muscle a few out.
Yeah, it would be good to see them still be brave here. I think they're going to need 110. We know how good Belgium are with the bat, but France, to their credit, with the ball as well, have been exceptional.
Good question from Fangirl in the chat. I'll come back to that in a second. There he goes. Doesn't get much response. Keeper's on here. It goes with a closer end. This might have still been out, you know.
Yeah, I reckon with the direct hit there, he's definitely out. Just misses the stumps. It's another run-out miss.
Any throw to Ali Raza, I think, is out by a street.
It's difficult, though, when you're going low like that. He's sliding across.
Yeah, but I think he could have held on to it a fraction longer and gone a bit of a sidearm to the keeper. Probably what I would have gone. But check out this end. Just been out, I think. So the question is, can a losing team improve their net run rate? I'll come back to that in a minute. This is going to be across the line for 1. So the short answer is yes. So think about it this way in a more obvious scenario. Say that you lost your first game by 100 runs. Your net run rate would be minus 10, minus 10.0.
Yeah.
But then if you lost your next game by, say, 1 run, your net run rate's going to improve because it becomes less negative.
Okay.
So you can lose but still improve your net run rate. Can't really do it, I don't think, if you have a positive net run rate. But because they're minus 1.1, they could lose just, and they're only 0.04 behind Malta. So if France were to lose, for example, on the last ball, I think that their net run rate would improve just enough to make up that 0.04 and a little bit more.
Wow. We always talk about how net run rates play a big part in groups.
Yeah, it's so true. This is straight up in the air. And Wakas looks bored, but he'll take the catch anyway. And a bit of byplay between the players. It starts friendly. I mean, there's a bit of a death stare as well. But anyway, I think it's all in good fun. We'll hope it is. And so Wakas gets 4 here in match 20. He finishes with 4 for 12. And after 8 overs, it's 79 for 6.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. A little bit of byplay between the two, but no, take the catch, let the batsman go, and you've done your job.
Yeah, well, I think maybe there's an issue with the batter running pretty much straight. He knows where the ball is. He just kind of hangs around in the area without looking. And then, hey, what are you doing? You shouldn't do that. And then he gives him a little hug and sends him on his way. So a bit of the multiple personality acts from the bowler there.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was a bit friendly and a bit angry, then a bit friendly.
The score is 79 for 6 after 8. Can't take anything away from Wakas Raja, though. When he gets it right, he gets it really right. 4 for 12 here in match 20. They've got 6.5 minutes to bowl this over. Shouldn't be too many problems there. Now going to go back to Fires in the 9th.
Yep, Fires coming in. This is a bit of a risk. Right arm off spin. I believe his first over was a magical over, Vinny.
Yeah, went for 23. Finished with 3 fours. Here he is bowling to Action Jackson. Steps across and we'll get 1. They have sent out Ramatula Mangal now at number 8.
He hits a big ball. He won't mess around. He'll be looking to send this into the bleachers first ball.
Keep the messages coming in, by the way. Appreciate getting a few of those during the broadcast today. This should just be one. So Mangal ready to take out the long handle just yet.
Well, okay. I'm a little bit surprised. Thought he would have liked to line up the off spinner. Just the one.
Hello to Luca, who sent me a message as well. Also, Stuart. And he's saying, he's getting a bit carried away, but I don't mind this. He said Jack Hogarth is the best on earth. And he wants to know, I might have to ask Jack this later, who's the worst dressed for forfeiture on a night out? Well, I guess we'll find out next year when they come for ECL. Bit of fake footwork, but real shot. One bounce down to Rahimi. Just a single, so fires. Really slowing it down, I think challenging the batters to make the pace, and at the moment they're not really able to.
Yeah, good bowling from Fires this over. Coming back well after his first over, went for 23. France just struggling in the back end here. They need a boundary. Yeah, that won't be, that'll just be another one.
Alex Owen, he sent a bit of a video. Looks like a bit of a late night out in Australia. They're enjoying the action on Fox Sports Australia.
Well, lots of people from Australia tuning in. Doesn't matter how it is in the evening.
Keeping us entertained. Did you get any more videos from the bachelor party? Well, this is steps across straight in the air. Ali Raza comes around, takes the catch. So Action Jackson out of action here. Couldn't really get going ever in this innings. He's going to have to go for 8 of 10. And France lose a wicket off the last ball of the over once again. Now it's 83 for 7.
Yeah, another wicket goes down, and well, it's good bowling. Jackson trying something different, getting right across his crease to access the leg side, but he can't do it in the end, and he has to go, so he'll be disappointed with that. It hasn't been his week with the bat, but I will look forward to watching him keep a little bit later.
Yeah, one keeper catches another. Yeah, that 100 looking a long way off now, isn't it, as we head into the last over. The score is 83 for 7. Belgium should get this. I feel like I can go one or two ways. Just knock it over in about 6 overs, or we could have a bit of drama.
It won't be easy against this French side.
No,
they're very, very good with the ball.
Defended well last night, although it was against Malta. Gone, and this time Razak gets it absolutely right. So Mangal isn't able to deal with this. Adnan, little flash of pearly white smile for the world to see. And so 2 wickets in 2 balls. Essentially, one of the last ball of the 9th, one of the first ball of the 10th, and the score now 83 for 8.
Yeah, unfortunately this collapse continues, and 83 for 8. They've lost 8 for 51 now. They were none for 32, and since those first wickets fell, they've started to lose their timber. He has to go. That's the shot you should have played, young man. Nice and straight.
Probably not quite a Yorker that he nails, because it probably bounces just before that front foot. But still, it was on target. Adnan, he's happy with his work. Mangal, he'll get the right reply, like the other French bowlers in the second half of this game. But as he departs now, it's 83 for 8.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Still only 5 balls left now. France need a boundary desperately. Tell you what, Malta might be going back down asking for another happy hour, because now they're feeling okay, I think.
Yeah.
I think they're feeling a lot better.
A bit nervous. One Mangal replaces another. Next ball's big swing and a miss. This is Rahula Mangal who's out there now. Sharkat asking, how do I explain the celebration? Well, I didn't see too much except for a big smile.
So the lights are coming into effect here now.
It's always a special part of the day.
A little bit of answer. Yeah, this is the nice part of the day. The sun's still just up, but the lights coming into effect. The ground looks absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it's a gorgeous time. I've loved this night cricket.
Yeah.
I really, really have.
It's been great, hasn't it? I hope it sticks around for ECL.
Forever.
Well. Forever. Yeah, I know that you're a big fan of the extra 3 hours sleep.
There you go. That's a beautiful shot. Mountains in the background, the lights coming into effect. Gorgeous.
Who would have thought European cricket would have come to this? We're loving the action here.
And I always love that on the Friday, the finals under lights. I just think it adds an element to, some teams are nervous about it, some teams embrace it.
Yeah.
I think good players excel in it.
Yeah.
It's just, it brings an extra element.
Well, the pressure It improves some players, makes some worse, and some doesn't affect at all. If you're coming down tomorrow, make sure you wear a peacock shirt. Wear a big, loud shirt if you're in the area. To the come. Actually gets a fair bit of bat on this. Manib's hunting it, and he will take a very good catch. And then it is flat out. So Jabakel is going to go first ball. Don't think there's any issues with this one. Thinks he gets his hand under the ball. So Ibrahim has to go without scoring. France falling off a cliff in the second half here. It's 84 for 9.
Yeah, nice catch again from Manib. He sort of stutter stepped as he was coming towards the ball, but in the end commits himself and takes a good low catch.
Yeah, I don't think there's any issues there with the legality of the catch.
No, nice catch there, happy there. He was just laying on the ground for dramatic effect.
Yeah, so Razak coming good. Now he's got 2 for 6 with the ball to go. This is Witurshan Gunarsa, who came into the side midweek. He might say, well, since I've been playing, we've been doing a lot better. But Jabakel, that's the end of him, as he gets a fair piece of that delivery from Razak, but he couldn't put it out of the ground. He put it into the safe hands of Manib Mohammed. 84 for 9. 1 ball remaining, and 1 chance for Gunarsa to be a hero here.
Don't think he was too ready to have a bat. Those gloves aren't on his hands yet, but he'll get an opportunity.
No boundaries in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, wow, there you go.
Fires went 4-4-4 to finish the 5th. Since then, we've had no boundaries. We've only had 1-2.
Well, they're on 68 off 5.3. So that tells last
so
22 balls.
66 off the first half, 18 off the second half, plus this.
It did feel slow.
It ain't great.
It ain't great.
Razak, I'll tell you what he wants to do. He wants to bowl a Yorker on middle stump, and he wants to cartwheel Gunarsa, who will be swinging away for sure. Yeah, just singles. Just the odd 2. A lot of wickets. 6 wickets in the second half of this innings. Here's the last ball. This is Yorker. Doesn't matter. Raza misses a cheap stat, but it won't cost him any runs, as they will finish 84 for 9. And the French, well, they started in a blaze of glory, but really slowed to a whimper. It was a merry-go-round of batters that took the stage, but none could really get the crowd on its feet in the second half of this innings. The over by overs, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 go 3, 5, 5, 4, 1, with just a single off the last over. And so the final score will be 84. Belgium, they'll need 85 if they are to win match 20. And really, after that, you can be pretty short they'll hold on to top spot. Take us through the highlights, Corey, as France, well, we know that they came off a big, big win that kept them in the hunt. And they really had a newfound confidence in the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a different sort of France at the start here, as we saw a little bit of foot fielding from Hazard playing for Belgium. But yeah, we haven't seen them bat like this in the first 5 overs in almost any game. And look how pumped up they were. And that's what boundaries will do. Ahmed got them off to an absolute fire. Richards was ducking for cover, and thankfully he was okay.
Luckily we have a few spare camera people, because Richards, it was almost lights out. He was almost hitting the next life. But yeah, this was a really good start. They just got after a couple of bowlers. Look, there were 2 magical overs in there. It's quite remarkable. So they scored 84. They scored over half of those runs in 2 overs. The second that went magical went for 21. The 5th went magical, went for 23. So there's 44 runs in 2 overs. That means the other 8 overs only went for 40.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable sometimes how this T10 format goes. Manib Mohammed took this great catch down at mid-on, and he's having a great little tournament with his hands, and he'll be so happy to be back in the starting lineup for this game. Amjad was still there though, trying to get the runs ticking along, and they hit the odd boundary, but the skid started to come on. Ahmadzai, he promoted himself from number 10 to number 4, and he hit 3 boundaries back to back to back. But this was the sort of last little bit of highlights for the French side, because the captain was well caught out there, and once he went, it was sort of a bit like a procession for the rest of the batsmen. They lost wickets in clubs. Nobody could get themselves in. They hit the ball up high and low. Wackhouse showing that he was a little bit schizophrenic there. Happy, angry, happy, angry. And yeah, the skids just came off.
Yeah, it really fell apart, but also give credit to Belgium. They knew exactly how to bowl to these guys. And you see Razak hitting the timber. Wackhouse also chipped in with 4 wickets of his own. And things just grinding to a halt. That's probably the best way to put it. It was one after another after another. Just could not find the boundary. And 0 boundaries in the second half of the innings. Only 18 runs scored. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it was a new kind of Jubaid Ahmed that came out there. 29 of 12. He smacked 3 huge sixes after batting the whole 10 overs without hitting one in the previous game. But apart from that, Amjad with 15 and Double Damazar with 13. No one else reaching double figures. And just have a look at how things fell away towards the end. 6 wides, a behind a leg by in there as the French team make 84 after winning the toss, electing to bat here in match number 20. As far as the wickets went, 4 for 12. Raja steals the show with his 4 wickets. 2 for 6. Razak was clinical at the death. And wickets for the other bowlers, which included Rami, Savant and Fires. But Savant and Fires both bowled a magical over, which ruined their figures a little bit. We'll be back in around about 5 or 6 minutes because we have 10 more overs to go today, or maybe not, depending on how Belgium go about this chase. But France, they will need to take it deep if they're to qualify. Otherwise, Malta will grab that final spot on finals day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rucker's with me. We're back very shortly with the final innings of the day right here on ECN and all of our international broadcasters. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome to the Cartama Oval. Welcome back, I should say. The light's taking effect as we are past sundown, and it's last chance saloon for France, who will be trying to keep their tournament alive. They've made 84 runs off their 10 overs, and the equation for them, well, the simplest way for them to qualify for tomorrow is to win, to keep Belgium to 83 or less. They can win narrowly, for example, by golden ball, or maybe if Belgium only pass the total with a couple of wickets to spare. But there's a lot of permutations. I won't go into it too much, but let's just say France will be wanting to win this game or have a very, very narrow loss that might improve their run rate. Anyway, we're getting ready for the second innings. And the Belgians, Nadeem Mohammed out there with Mohammed Suleiman. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, at the Euros of Cricket. And here is one of our favourite personalities. It's one of our 3 favourite commentators at this tournament. It's Corey Ruckers. Corey, how do you like the French chances here?
I'll be honest, they've got a 5% chance, I think, of pulling this off. Belgium are going to fancy themselves getting to 85. Tell me the permutations. What would a narrow loss be? What do they need to do, Vinny? As Ahmedzai comes in for the first. It's driven pretty handsomely, but straight to cover. But yeah, what do France need to do if they were to lose? How deep would it have to go? 9.4, 9.3?
Yeah, they could possibly lose with 4 balls remaining.
Okay.
But it also, what really matters is how many runs the Belgians finish on. So they could win with anywhere between 85 and 90 runs, right?
Oh, Nadeem Mohammed misses out on a juicy full toss. No one at deep backward square. He'll be disappointed not to hit that one over the bleachers. It does bring this man onto strike. Suleiman, he's been a bit of a revelation at the top of the innings for the Belgians. Hits a clean ball. He'll be looking to have a good evening tonight. Lights in full effect now. The evening game here in Cartama is gorgeous.
So here is Ahmedzai, who just, something happens to him under lights.
Yeah, something does happen. There's a tight single coming in and, oh, direct hit. Well, that would have been out by a long, long way. And these are the little things that France need to make sure they capitalise on. It was hit pretty hard to mid-off, who's sitting back on the ring, but he's played it off the back foot, basically. A direct hit here would have been all she wrote.
I think also he sees it's missing, so he doesn't really go to slide his bat, so we'll never know how close he would have got.
Oh, well, Nadeem Mohammed doesn't miss out this time. That's 6 runs. He pulls out the big slog sweep, and, well, he hasn't been in the team the last few games, so this will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, certainly will. And Nadeem kind of gone missing a bit. I wonder if that's just to give some others a go. Maybe, I know he had some fitness issues a couple of weeks ago in Belgium with his hand. I do think he's their first choice opener. Suleiman's probably played himself to be the other one now. Goes back and punches this one behind points. Really good start now for Belgium. And Ahmedzai puts a bit of pace on the ball, doesn't he? And you can see the Belgians, they really want that top spot and nail it down here. They've made a very, very good start.
Yeah, they've made a good start. And I tell you what, Malta, who are sitting back at the hotel, probably also clapping Nadeem Mohammed right now, because if Belgium do win this, we'll be saying goodbye to France, and Malta will then play Luxembourg in the eliminator tomorrow. Oh, it's a big full toss, and he laces it straight to the fielder. Taking a look at square leg, who thinks it's okay. So that will bring us to the end of the first over. The score is 13 for none.
Yeah, well, Belgians got a few smiles on their faces, don't they? As we get to the end of the first over. 117 matches without a golden ball. I'm pretty sure if France can force a golden ball, it will be enough for them to get through. But the Belgians, they're looking like they're in the mood for an early night, aren't they? Judging by that first over.
Beautiful time in the evening now for the cricket. Oh, well, the golden ball getting a bit twitchy. Yeah, what a gorgeous view that is at the moment. The lights in full effect. The players love playing under lights. We've had some really good reports.
As long as the Belgians make 35 or more, they'll be guaranteed top spot. Probably doesn't matter because I don't think there's going to be any rain.
What does top spot, what does that mean?
I suppose it means if it was to rain tomorrow. But I haven't seen any rain yet.
Apparently Monday there could be a little bit.
Okay. Also, I think it's just a bit of a flex, isn't it?
Yeah.
Finish on top.
A little bit of alpha.
All right, here we go. You love this guy, Ramatullah Mungal. It's about chopping.
Yeah, all week, this man has bowled well. No one's really been able to get a hold of him. We'll have a tougher test coming up against Belgium, though. Love hitting a long ball and are in good T10 form.
Yeah, good rhythm. And the issue has not been the bowling, that's for sure, for France. But I mean, you look at the way Luxembourg have come back after having a lean series last year. They've picked players that they think will fit the mould. Well, France will come back next year and do much the same thing.
Suleiman, that's how Suleiman plays. Loves to try and get on with it, but Mangal, he's probably one of the sharpest in this group as well.
It was a proper heave, wasn't it, from Salu?
I think he, Khalid Amadi from Belgium, and O'Donnell for Scotland are the three sharpest in this group. He'll be looking to add to his wicket tally.
Wow, Suleiman, he is hungry. He wants an early dinner. This one, I don't think we ever would have found it if he hit it in the middle of the bat. It's just losing his shape there. I think, you want to be aggressive, but that's the kind of ball, and he's good enough to hit that straighter.
What are you talking about? That is his shape.
Still think he's a good enough player to not fall off the shot like that.
Well, coach has got the sunglasses
I like
on.
the sunglasses at night, look.
Well.
Giving nothing away.
Well, is it that bright out there?
Yeah, almost like 14 mini suns around this ground at the moment. Well, this sends miles into the night sky. Well, three fielders are going to come around. One will try and take it and does. So that looks like Kanasani that takes the catch. And what a nice bit of fielding under lights. You see that he had a couple of neighbours there, but he called it. He took the responsibility, and he does get Suleiman for just one. And that's the first wicket for France. They'll be hoping it's not the last. Belgium, 14 for 1.
And once again, that man, Mangal, a sensational week with the ball. And Kasnane, well, that's a really good catch. He never looked like dropping it, actually. Got under it, took it pretty calmly, and Suleiman has to go. That is the first wicket down, which opens a small door for the French. Not going to get much easy, though, against this batting lineup. We'll go for one. And that will bring... just think out the corner. That might be Sabah Zakil coming in.
I like this. I think it's a matter of time till we're going to get some more batting into Sabah Zakil. A lot of the time he's come out very late in the game.
Yep, that is him.
Yeah.
In Sana.
Yeah, in Sana, because he is a bit crazy with some of his shot selections, but yeah, he's a guy last year, he was one of the batters of the tournament.
Yep.
The way that he really was in good form. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. But you know, he's struggling with a bit of a shoulder injury. He's booked for surgeries. I mean, he's not quite 100%, but I think also that might be another reason he's been shielded a little bit when they've got other options. But I think for them to go through, and obviously if they get to Championship week, they'll want him firing.
Yeah, absolutely. He can be a dangerous, dangerous player. There he is dropping his bat down as he chalks his mug. Honestly, I told you, when he comes out for his first ball, he has so much energy, and it's just this pent-up adrenaline.
I think
anything can happen.
I wouldn't mind him opening, if I'm honest. At least he knows he's out there. It doesn't give time to get all that build-up of
here we go
lactic acid. All right, here we go. Mungal versus Zakil. Good contest in the second over.
Oh, that's an absolute seed, Vincenzo. That has come in decked away. How good is this guy?
Yeah, he's got it on the string as well, doesn't he?
I can't wait for when we do Team of the Week over the weekend, because he's a lock for me.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That's
very nice.
That's beating most batsmen. Yeah, he is an absolute lock for me.
He'll be on with Recon Saturday, so you guys can do that.
Really?
Game. So I've got the day off Saturday. So
Oh,
I'm
do you
going to
now?
leave that with you. Can I trust you with that?
Probably not, but sure.
Okay. Don't let me down. Last ball of the second. Zakil gets this more or less off the end of the bat.
No!
And it will be a couple of dots to finish the second. Mungal only concedes one. And potentially changes the narrative here. After 2 overs, it is 14 for 1. Let's have a look at the ladder, and the top 2 get the double chance. Belgium, as long as they make 35 here, they won't lose top spot.
That doesn't matter though. We're looking at what's happening for Malta, France at the bottom.
Yeah.
France win, Malta's out. France lose by 2 balls, Malta's out.
Yeah.
Basically.
Pretty much.
Yep.
You can see already they've got a 2-point buffer as well.
Tell you what, if France's bowling under lights last night was that good, they might just push Belgium really deep. Malta would be nervous at the hotel. They'll be super nervous.
They'll either be drinking more, drinking less at happy hour at the Sunset Beach Hotel.
Yeah,
In the old days when
iced teas.
we would get back there around now.
To be honest, I
Your
love
fa-
the night format. We get about 8 hours sleep this way.
Yeah, that's true. I think I might have even got 9. Yeah. Corey's face was on the floor then. Here we go with Amjad in the third. Good ball.
Oh, good fielding. It's a direct hit. The ball deflects into Action Jackson. Definitely not out.
Yeah. Gets the bat back like he did, Muneeb Mohammed. It's a good ball as well from Amjad. They actually came in and seemed to wait. It shows me Muneeb Mohammed, technically he's a very good batter.
Watch this deflection. Straight into Action Jackson. Didn't feel it. He's pumped up.
Into the action ribs. Yeah, so Amjad coming on, trying to keep the pressure up after that great over from Ramatullah Mangal. Oh, yeah, that's going places, isn't it?
They are getting the ball to hum under lights. That is an absolute seed as well.
Very good ball. There's a bit extra on this. When you're playing for your tournament life and you find another gear, and that's what the captain's trying to go to here. Look at that, seams away and bounces.
Yeah, that's an absolute corker. Well, I love the coach with the sunnies on. You explain that to me, Vinny.
Yeah, let's get poker face. And he pitches up. He's still getting that good away movement.
Tell you what, the more dot balls they get in this power play, the more deep they take it, the more Malta get a bit twitchy.
Now, Saber Zakil now becomes a sensible one. What's he saying to Muneeb Mohammed at this conference right now?
Good luck. I just got a message from Tom Lambert, the England coach, who's coming for finals week. He said, could you imagine a Euro 11 from the teams outside of England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands versus the best of them? That would be a corker. Imagine trying to pick those teams.
Yeah, good point. That's maybe something we can do at the end of this tournament. Oh. Seed and a half from Amjad.
This is an over and a half right now. Well, Muneeb Mohammed's being beaten all ends up.
Shakar Ali with a comment in the comment section. When the Belgian players don't slog, it looks strange.
It's true though, they're good at power hitting. You try and ask them to play technical, it's not really in their mojo.
Yeah. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. At what point does he just kind of give up here, Muneeb, and say, look, I'm just not going to get out to these 2 balls. Don't want to throw my wicket away because he's looked good.
This is like Flintoff to Gilchrist. Around the wicket, angling in, decking away. This is Flintoff to Gilly.
Misses by more. Do you know, Corey, you won't believe this, but we've had 10 consecutive dot balls. The score has not moved for 10 balls. There's been a wicket in there as well. 10 balls without a run. The last 10 balls, 0 for 1. Look at that. You see him, last 10 balls. What's going on here?
Well,
Join the dots. It's just good bowling, though. Can't score if you don't hit it most of the time. What an over. Can he get the maiden? He won't, because he misses once and he goes for 6. Well, there you go. There's the margin of error, and for once, he gets too close to Muneeb, who goes maximal. And they pull something out of the fire in the third. Just that 6 off the over. 20 for 1 after 3.
yeah, it was the only ball that he got a little bit wrong. And you can see the boys pretty happy with that shot. And the coach, cool, calm and collected with the shades on.
Yeah, I mean, remember those? Remember in The Simpsons when Homer's in the jury duty and he's wearing the glasses with the eyes painted on?
He might be.
He could be asleep.
He could be asleep.
We don't even know. It is pretty late.
Oh, that's funny.
What is it now? Coming past 8:30 local time. How good does the ground look?
Oh, it
Paved
looks
in the artificial
fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Important 6 though. You're only chasing 85.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Sabah Zakil is going to fancy this slow left arm off spin. This is 6 or out this first ball.
Okay, big call.
Yep.
I think the thing is to Ahmed, he can't get too leg side conscious. He's got that great extra cover drive where he just snaps the wrist through it. That's where I'd be going. It's a more of a percentage shot.
Here we go. Oh, Sabah Zakil has just made me look silly. He's pushed to 1. I wouldn't have expected that.
Of course you are, former Belgian coach.
Well, yeah.
So maybe after you left, he started taking your advice to be a bit more sensible. Retuck from Malta watching on. He's probably looking a bit nervously like some of the Maltese players as well, I'm sure. Ahmed, left-hander. Manib's after him. This would have been a wide, but he had to hit it, otherwise he was going to be stumped.
If they bowl well in the middle here with their spinners, they're going to take this game deep. This is a great start for France. Remember, they only have to lose by a small margin as well to get
Force
through.
the golden ball, they can qualify.
Unbelievable. If you get to a golden ball and Belgium win,
Well, then they'll be fine. That's in the air. Should be handled out there. It is knocked down. Lost that one in the lights. There is a certain height where you can lose the ball in the lights, on any ground actually that's under lights. But it does well to block that. Just getting that excess artificial light out of the eyes there. So Mohammed showed he wanted to charge. This time he hits the ball, it probably would have been a wide. That's why I think there's some value in doing this as a spinner, and I think there's actually a skill as a batter to spotting a wide and leaving it, because he gets a wide if he doesn't hit that, but he does.
let's just
knock
put
it for 1.
Just do you see what's happening here? Belgium at top of the group, France at bottom of the group. No one gave them a chance, and right now they're taking this pretty deep.
I mean, imagine if they'd scored the 105 they probably should have got, or more. So Keel's seen about enough of this. Action Jackson starts an appeal, gets out to the house and says, nah. This has been a crazy few overs, few minutes.
This would
for
be
France.
one of the big upsets if they
I
were to
said
pull
I
it
said,
off.
Look, Belgium, they're high risk, high return. And France have a very good bowling lineup, and they fielded incredibly well. Look, they defended 86 against Malta last night. Malta only made 55. Don't forget that. Last ball for Ahmed, it's only gone for 4. Again, couldn't decide whether to come forward or back. In the end, he bunts it out, and so after 4 overs, the score is 24 for 1. Game on here at the Cartama Oval.
Well, I'm a bit in shock at what I'm seeing at the moment. Belgium playing within themselves.
Probably did well to bail out of that shot, because it was probably not going to go too well for him. And so, see, Suleiman went early. Still plenty of batting to come. Let's got Ali Raza to come, Sherry Butt. I mean, Rahimi was in good form earlier on today. But how long can they keep this kind of pressure on? I think now we're going to stick with some spin, and I think we're going to see Dawood Ahmedzai coming back for his second over. He loves bowling under lights. You've got to give credit to the bowlers here. You know, Belgium not really scoring, but oh, look, sunglasses are off, I've noticed, over there. So maybe that's a sign. Belgium a little bit more concerned. So sticking with the spin, Ahmedzai gets hit for 1 first ball.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Belgium sort of bat maybe this sedately in a while. I know the bowling's been good, but usually when they get scores like this to chase, they're very aggressive anyway, and they're not really that aggressive this time.
Yeah, I think you've got to give some credit to the bowlers, though. I mean, think about the over that Amjad bowled. It's very, very good.
Oh, Malta right now sitting at home pulling their hair out.
Yeah. Keel just knocks 1. Just trying to get something going here.
Wow.
So we've had 3 full overs plus 2 balls. Yeah, we've only had that 1-6. I mean, Amjad got it wrong and Manib hooked him away for 6.
What a crazy game this is turning out to be.
He's busy, isn't he? Ahmedzai, look at him, fidgety with that ball. Goes for it. Does he get it? Don't think so. Gets lucky. Doesn't carry all the way. Amjad gets 10 teammates telling him to dive for it, but I don't think he was ever going to get there. He had to take his medicine. Manib Bahama gets 1.
Yeah, he gets 1. Sabasikil is he's 3 off 7. We know what he can do. Surely the big shot has to come now.
Wow, he charges, it's premeditated, and in the end it's shorter. I think Ahmedzai sees him coming, gets it upstairs.
Wow, gives him a spray as well. This would be This is amazing what we're watching right now. France are going to take this deep. Malta could be out. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Now, hold your horses, Corey. Don't get too upset.
Well, you're telling me that right now Belgium are going to have to make 57 in about 26 balls. Otherwise, France might go through.
Wrote him off.
This would be the greatest comeback ever. They were 0-5, Vinny.
Sunset Beach bar sales through the roof if that happens tonight. Level 6 panorama bar. I'm sure they're watching it right now. Nevis times. This is in the air and he's dropped it. And now we almost have a run out. It's not. It's going to be an overthrow. Big moment in the game. Mani Mohammed gets dropped.
Well, it might be a handy drop for them because it means Ali Raza or Sherry Butt won't come out. Oh, what is going on here? Belgium, they are bottling this chase.
Now, it's the end of the 5th over. The score is 29-1. Ahmedzai's fired up. And just have a look at the reaction. Ahmedzai, I know he's disappointed. I guess it's actually the sub-fielder, Abdul Malik Jabakel, who drops it. And he thought he was going to get it, but wow, a volcano of emotion there, Ahmedzai. But it is the end of the 5th over. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, take nothing for granted. Final reminder, Crickathon. You can check it out. You saw it just there a moment ago, crickathon.com. The question of the day, and you can be assisted there by our scorecards, europeancricket.com. Almost ready to go, but right now, we're going to have a big finish on the cards in more ways than one. Here we go.
Play and miss.
Starts with a wide.
Yeah, wide ball. We didn't get it back in time, so just a wide outside the off stump. This was it.
Yep.
Oh, what is happening?
Just really slowing it down. They're kind of out of spin options after this over from Zayn Ahmed.
But whenever you see Belgium are 1 down after 5 overs and only on 30, super rare.
It's not for lack of playing shots, I don't think. There, tries to grab this one, and Amjad keeps it to 1. That's working for them at the moment. 1's a 5
What
for
is the
France.
actual permutation? How many balls do they have to play with?
Well, it depends on what the Belgian final score is. But if they were just to get 85, flat 85, then if France can survive to 9.2 overs, they would go through. So it might be one of those where
9.2.
Yeah, but remember, they could win with a 6, for example. So if they finish on 90, then I think France could still be out even if they get 90 off the last ball.
So let's say they don't get to this, they get to 85 in 9.3, France go through.
Yeah, I think even 9.2.
This is poor old Malta sitting at home. This is unbelievable.
All right, now this one isn't going to be found for a while because that's going to go over into the Killer Python territory. Maximo Mohammed makes a bold move outside off stump, and it pays off. 6 runs, 6 important runs to Belgium.
Yeah, much needed, much needed. He takes a risk, it pays off. 6 runs into the darkness. Can he go again?
Yeah. I think I wouldn't be riding this Belgium lineup.
Well, the thing is, they'll be just trying to win. They won't be trying to win it in 9.2 to help Malta.
Yes, Belgium want to win, but also they've already, with that shot, locked up top spot. So I'm not saying they don't want to win, but I'm just saying that there's a greater incentive for France as far as what's on the line here. Manib should get stumped, and he does get stumped. And so Manib Mohammed, well, he gets carried away this time. He went back for a 6. He decides to come forward. It's a premeditated charge. Goes walkabout and pays the penalty. He'll be stumped for 31. And Belgium, they'll be 38 for 2. They'll just probably check this one to make sure that Action Jackson doesn't grab the ball too early. But it does seem like a regulation dismissal.
Yeah, it's good keeping from Action Jackson as well. They actually bounced quite a lot. Took it very high. He's a small man, but he rode the bounce and takes the stumps pretty quickly. Look at the bounce there, Vinny. Takes it above head height.
That's good keeping, because you wouldn't normally take it fingers up. But yeah, Manib just decides he wants to make the running by running at the spinner. Zayn Ahmed gets him for 31 of 20. Funny little one, because he did face 5 dot balls in a row there, but apart from that, I think his strike rate's more than acceptable given the target that they're trying to chase down. Score now 38 for 2.
Yep. 38 for 2. Sherry Butt comes out. He's with Sabah Zakil. He's still got Ali Raza in the shed. They're probably the 3 biggest hitters in the team.
Drama with a capital D.
Oh.
We should actually be called the ECDN. European Cricket and Drama Network.
I think I'm saying AC/DC then.
Okay, could be that as well.
Malta will be thunderstruck at the moment, sitting back there.
Hang on to your hats, guys. There's still plenty of cricket to play here. I still think Belgium, especially with a new batter out there, could turn this around pretty quickly. Sherry Butt's out there now. Goes back and plays a shot square of the wicket for one to get off the mark.
Yeah, I still think that Belgium are going to win the game, but it's the time frame, Vinny. It's the time frame that which is the interesting thing. I think they'll get very close by the ninth. But
yeah, because Belgium just want to win the game full stop.
Yeah, they don't care if it's at 9.4. But Malta do. Oh, Malta. France. Who would have believed this?
Last ball of spin. And it gets hit. It gets hit hard into the jungle. Maximo was the kill. Those magical wrists, they're still there. And he gets 6 to finish the 6th over. Ahmed ends up going for 20. And at the end of 6, it's 45 for 2.
Wow, what a shot that is. He has absolutely moosed that over cover.
That's what he can do. We've seen it so many times. And, I haven't seen enough of it this tournament. So 45 for 2. And so that makes the equation 40 off 24 balls. They need 10 and over here. So it seems like...
Yeah, but we know that's not the game.
That's the end of the spin, though. Ahmed Zai, 2 overs.
There's
Done.
a game within a game here, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's not this game. It's the game within a game. Malta and France are battling it out to
Throw
keep
a
the
scenario
tournament.
at me and I'll crunch the numbers. So
Okay, I want to know what happens if Belgium end up on 87 runs. They win with a 4. Or when they're on 83, they hit a 4 and end on 87. Tell me what happens.
Okay, I like these.
I'll call it in while you do some crunching of the numbers. Big moments in this game.
Here we go with over number 7.
Big inside edge, and they'll scamper through for an easy single.
So if they get 87, obviously if it goes the full 10 overs, they're fine. France will qualify. If they get it in 9.5, they're still fine. If they go in 9.4, they're still fine. 9.3.
Is this for 87?
They're still fine. Yeah, for 87. If they get it 9.2, then it won't be okay.
Wow.
9.3 would be fine for 87.
So that means basically Malta have 3 overs from now, and they need Belgium to hit 38. I don't know if they will. I honestly don't know if they will. France are holding on for dear life. Parlez-vous français. If they make it to finals, David, this is an amazing story.
You're not wrong there. This is just dabbed away and handled by Gunarsa down there on the 3rd man boundary.
One of the more remarkable stories happening right here in the night fixture. Belgium will lock up top spot, but who will finish 4th? France was 0 and 5. Everyone wrote them off. Could they go 3 in a row?
By everyone, you mean you. It's a low full toss. This should be a 4. It is. Bounces just inside's a kill. Now, he needs some runs, and that brings up the 50 for Belgium. And just a full toss. Not a good ball really there from Mungal. Gets put away.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Yep, 4 runs definitely. That will get them going. And the Malta players sitting back at Sunset Beach. Nervous. Massively nervous.
How's this? If they've got 88 and 9.3, they'll miss out by 0.004. Short, and that is slightly mishit. It's handled by Jubair Ahmed. What a start to hit the game he had.
They just don't hit back-to-back boundaries in a while, which is keeping them at bay.
So if...
okay, I'll give you another one. What happens if...
88, then they'd have to survive to 9.4 if the final target, if they achieve 88 runs, Belgium. Get your chalkboards out, everyone. Good seed this from Mungal. That's what you expect from a Mungal. Rahula Mungal this time gets one through Sherry Butt.
Oh, Belgium taking their time to knock Malta out.
This is the end of 7 overs. I can confirm now, we can confirm Belgium will have top spot regardless of what happens now. Taking on Scotland in the 1 versus 2 game. Luxembourg, they'll finish 3rd no matter what. But still the one that we are wondering about is Malta or France, which will be the team that qualifies in 4th place.
What happens if they tie on net run rate?
It's pretty hard to get a tie.
What happens if they do?
You would have to check. But
bowl off.
Well, it might go down to head-to-heads, in which case France beat them twice.
Wow.
I'm not sure. It's never happened.
Here we go.
Don't know if it ever will happen.
Oh, the captain's back. Well, you're going to get one over from... I think the captain should bowl this one, then Mangal should bowl the next. Bowl your two spearheads.
You're better to bowl your better bowlers 8 and 9 for sure that you think, because that's where you set the table.
Wow, what tension here. Malta on the brink of being knocked out. France are taking this extremely deep.
You're loving this, aren't you?
Oh, I am. It's just this added drama. Maybe Belgium know what they're doing, Vinny.
Oh, some questions. Is the Malta coach calling the Belgian coach? Well, I know they're not allowed phones in there, so I'm guessing no. Goes after this, hanging in the air. Fielder goes right back and drops it for 6. Well, that is Ganasa down there, and he had room to move. It's going to be Maximo 6 runs, and everybody around this cricket ground with the blue shirt on hits the deck. That is a heartbreaking moment for France.
Oh, wow. He drops it. It was pretty much went down his throat, and he parries it over the bar. He had room to move, you were right. And that's 6.
He made good position and didn't have to move anymore. And unbelievable. Zakil, he was concerned as soon as he hit that.
Oh, he's gutted. You got to feel for him. He's absolutely gutted.
26 off 16 now.
Well, 26 off 12 would be okay, right?
Yes.
26 off 12. And France will get
It gets
through.
a bit complicated because of the fact
run.
that they could finish on any total
Let's
between
assume
85
they finish
and
on
90.
86, Vinny. 85, 86.
Okay. They just got to take the last. That's the first thing they got to do.
Oh, it would have been a wide.
Spoils are wide. Still be a run, but they won't get that ball back.
Unbelievable tension here out in Cartama. Two teams on the brink. Summers a kill. Almost hitting the back of the bat.
Yeah, throws the one-hander at it. Probably didn't need to.
Cherry Butt will be looking to get going here.
Imagine being under that high ball at night. I'm trying to put myself in Gunasa's shoes. It would be unsettling, to say the least. This is well timed, and this is going to be 4. Just leans on this Cherry Butt. Gets Belgium closer to victory. 21 required now of 14. This was pure timing from Sherry.
Yeah, good timing. It's 4 runs, and well, tell you what, it's got to come right down to the wire here. We think up here in the commentary box that the French side need to hold on for maybe another, how many left? 14. Not so many, maybe another 8 or 9 balls.
So the 9.2, it's only okay with 85. Once you go to 86, they've got to get to at least 9.3, I think.
Oh, that is moosed. That is 6. Oh, and that breaks the hearts of the French, and the Maltese are probably celebrating at Sunset Beach Club.
Malta are suddenly huge Belgian supporters, no doubt about that. Little wry grin, I think I spotted under the grill of Cherry Butt there. Gets a bit of width. That one went miles over the boundary. What a shot.
Well, the thing is, once they get comfortable in this chase, though, they might just tap it around. It's such a funny situation.
I don't think.
Well, because if you know you...
Yeah, but Belgium probably don't. Yeah, Belgium aren't that interested in that equation, so...
Yeah, they're not interested in that, so they don't have to chase this down in 3 balls.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying that unwittingly they could play
Correct.
into the French hands.
Oh, it's a nice cut shot again. This can't go for 4. Good stop.
That's the drama part of the ground. Remember in the ECL where we had Atika 1 from MSC Frankfurt fumble a ball that went for 4 against Albi Zalmi. And, you can see there, Ganasa. It's a confidence game, isn't it? 71 for 2 off 8. So right now, it's 14 required off the last 2 overs. But what we're saying is, you know, potentially, if they can push this game to 9.3, something like
So
that.
it's almost, so what is it? If it's 9.3,
If you want to assume the best case scenario that Belgium finish on 85,
Yep.
so France lose by the minimum amount, then they just need to survive 8 more balls.
so
14
14
off
off
8
8 would knock out Malta.
Yeah. But it's so,
And now
you
Mangal...
almost need to give you an A3 printout
My head
of
is...
things.
I've worked all day, Vinny. I can't do this
I'm
mathematics
trying to
in the
keep it
evening.
simple. To have any chance, okay, let's keep it simple. To have any chance, France have to get through this over. First things first. They got to get through this over.
Well, here comes Mangal. He's been their best bowler all week. He's got 1 for it. The hair's tied up. Why would he tie it up, Vinny?
Was it already tied up, I think, earlier?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's tied it up during this innings.
Biggest over for French cricket right now.
I love French cricket. Now, they're bringing
Oh,
the third man finer.
Oh, no third man. They're freaking out with
They're
the
almost
field.
putting him right behind the keeper.
Field's all
Look,
because
there's
they've
no fine leg at all, but I don't think that he's going to bowl it there. Rahmatullah Mangal.
Take a breath right now.
All right, French cricket fans, hold your breath. Here we go over number 9. And it's a big swing and a miss to start off.
No one can hit this guy. He's been so good all week. Oh, here we go. Well, we've got it 14 off the next 7 balls.
I've got so many friends that play for Malta as well that I know are nervous, so nervous they're probably sick right now. Whether they'll survive in this tournament or not to tomorrow.
They would all be sitting there
They
watching.
can't do it. At least France can do something about it. Malta is sat there watching. Goes for it. Should be gone. It's gone. Kanasani takes the catch. It's a mistimed drive from Sherry Butt. And it's Rahmatullah Mangal who's keeping France in with a chance. And Sherry Butt's going to depart for 14. It's 71 for 3.
And it's a new man will come to the crease. So unbelievably, France, they've got their foot almost potentially in finals Friday. And Sherry Butt will have to go. I still think Belgium are going to win the game. The question is, when will they win it? France could still go through if they lose by just a little bit.
You can lock him in your side of the week, right? Rahmatullah Mangal.
He could be captain of the side of the week. He's been so good.
Late drama on a Thursday night. But Sherry Butt played some nice shots in there as well. He's got his team in the box seat to take the points, but he'll have to go. It's 71 for 3.
Yeah, he'll go now. That will bring, it looks like Ali Raza is coming to the crease.
Everyone's getting hot as well.
So, there is so much that goes into this right now. So much that you said, what can Malta do? Well, they can go back down and demand happy hour times.
You know what I would do? I would turn the TV off and I'd lock myself in a dark room and I'd just tell someone, knock once if we're in, knock twice if we're out, because I don't think I could handle this if I was Malta right now.
Absolute scenes going on here. 2 teams fighting for the life. One's on the field, one's at the hotel.
Ali Raza, you know, you could basically win this game in 2.5 hits. It seems a long way
Well,
off.
if he hits it in 2 hits, France are gone.
That's what I mean. Good contest, Rahmatullah versus Ali Raza. He gets a thick edge. He could be gone as well. He is. And suddenly, Rahmatullah Mangal's on a hat-trick. Jubad Ahmed takes the catch, and Ali Raza, I think he makes a king pair today. I'd have to look earlier.
Yeah, he did. He got a golden duck earlier today. It's a king pair for Ali Raza. France, if they only lose by a little bit, France will still go through.
Oh,
they've got to take it deep.
Oh, this is incredible stuff. And again, Belgium, they're probably just concentrating on winning the game.
How good is this guy? Mangal is unbelievable. He has taken so many wickets this week.
Oh, unbelievable. We should also stress that our net run rate calculations are unofficial, and ultimately they will be done officially. So let me just put a little disclaimer on that. But I mean, we are normally right with what we say.
Okay, give me another permutation where, okay, tell me what happens if, if they get to, I don't know.
You don't even know anymore. Let's just say, hey, first things first, and then we'll just leave, we'll let the last over be, and we'll let you know what happens. But Ali Raza waited a long time to get a second dig today. Unfortunately, it lasts just as long. He goes for a king pair on day 4.
This is a remarkable result. France are bottom of the table. Belgium are top. France had to, if they lost marginally. Here comes some, well.
Rahimi was so good earlier, though. Rahimi absolutely whacked them.
Hat-trick ball.
Yeah, hat-trick ball. He made 39 off 16.
Viva la France.
Will this be hat-trick number 31 on ECN this year? Let's find out. Here's Rahmatullah Mangal. And he goes, could be a hat-trick. There's nobody there. There's nobody there at 6. Maximo.
No way.
Well, I thought if there's a fine leg on the boundary, and they were tossing up whether to put the fine leg instead of the third man, but Rahimi just swings away, and Akil likes it. He said, yeah, that's how we deal with hat-trick balls in Belgium. And now he's taken them much, much closer. Makes it 8 off 8.
That takes them super close now. So if they get 8 runs in the next 4 balls, that means Malta will go through.
It's funny, we both looked for the field around the corner and there was nobody there. There was absolutely nobody there.
No way. No way this is happening.
8 off 8. Rahimi, he's swinging away. He has 0 care for defence. There you go. You're loving this, aren't you?
My head is blowing up.
I love it. So basically, the inside of Corey's mind is a bit like Russell Crowe. That a beautiful mind.
It's like
he's writing.
Is this a dream?
He's writing algebra on the chalkboard.
So you're telling me if they make 8 runs in the next 3 balls, Malta will go through, but if they make it in 4 balls, France will go through.
Something like that.
Oh,
I've lost track now because you've asked me so many scenarios and you've logged none of them. But I will do my best to
You better not get the net
approximate.
run rate wrong. There's going to be a blow up in the chat if you've got this wrong.
I'd stress that all calculations are unofficial. But it seems right to me.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Last ball of the over. Gets the end of the bat on
Oh,
it.
it's gotta
Pressure,
stop it.
pressure, stops it. So we're going to the last. The first bit has been complete. And I will tell you right now when I think it's close. They get in for time. And so Belgium, they're 78 for 4. They need 7 runs off this last over.
Okay.
Do you want a live? What I can do, I can give you a live net run rate. Would you like a live net run rate?
Yeah, go on. Just give us something different because the odds of us having a night like
live
this.
net run rate,
Yeah.
if the game was to stop right now, is that they are plus 0.07 France. They're in.
So
And
right
that
now
will
they're
change.
in.
That will change every ball.
Okay.
But I mean, like I say, it literally changes every
So
ball.
we do think though, if Belgium win in the next 2 balls, Malta go through.
So Maya's saying it in 9.2. Yeah, but
Here we go.
it depends what the final total is. Okay, 7 to win off the last for Belgium.
That's a good ball.
It's not a wide either.
It's a dot ball. It's a huge dot ball for France. The deeper they take this, Malta could go home. They could still win the game here, Vinny.
Goes 3 stumps outside, so that's not a wide. He
They could
does it
still
early.
actually win the game.
Yeah, they could win the game. That's what they're thinking about.
I have every feeling that this ball's a boundary.
Back-to-back sixes, no good as well. Could still go back-to-back sixes from here.
Oh,
They could
poor
tie
old-
it with a 6.
Poor old Malta sitting at the hotel. Huge ball.
Goes for it.
Oh no!
And it's going to be 4.
No!
It's
No,
gonna
what's
be
he
4.
doing? What did he do? He just had to stop it. They just have to win by a little bit.
82.
Lose by a little bit. He ran at it. What's happening? This is going to be so tight. Get your mathematics
France
books
are
out.
up by 0.055 on net run rate. Live net run rate calculations. Here's what happens. If this is a 4, France will still be in. If it's a 6 this ball, they're not.
Okay, a 6 this
So
ball.
6 this ball, and that's your best case if you're Malta. There's a 6 this ball, you're in.
If it's-
Otherwise, you're in a bit of trouble.
So if it's any score below a 4, France go
But
through.
wait, we'll have another ball after that.
Oh, what is going on? My head is going to
High
explode.
level. You know what? I didn't get
So
the top
is that true
1%.
though? A 4, France in, 6, Malta in.
Correct.
Dot
Missed.
ball. Wow. What's that do? Give me some numbers.
All right.
Give me some algebra.
Right now, they're 82. Right now, even if there's a 6 this ball, then Malta will be out because France will be up by
Don't tell,
0.016.
don't tell me France have done enough. Have
I mean,
they?
we said get to 9.3, and they have. So there's very few scenarios now that save Malta.
Well, oh my! So that could be the ball.
But I mean, a 2 and a 4, for example, a 2 and a 4 sinks France.
Oh,
So a 2 and a 4 sinks France.
What
You
if
can-
it's a single and a 6?
Oh, that would be 89 off. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's see what actually happens. Goes for it in the air. Well, this should be out. Definitely won't be a boundary, and it's caught. Well, never mind that. How about the game here? Because, well, this is huge. France, I think they've played their way in here, and Rahimi swings away, and Zakil can't get the strike back. It's going to be another wicket. I think that France, I think they might have done it.
What is going on in
What a
France have
crazy
made
finish.
finals day? This is the most remarkable comeback I've ever seen. They were nowhere. Ahmed Rahimi, he's gone. That's a loose shot.
Live net run rate.
I can't
they're
breathe.
up by 0.055. Again, must stress, not official, but let's see. I'm not willing to call it just yet. Okay, let's go back to the game now. What could happen here? Okay, here, I still think a 2 and a
What
2.
if it's a golden ball?
Golden ball, I think France are through, regardless of the outcome.
This is amazing. I can't believe what France have been able to achieve in the last day and a half.
Absolutely crazy. It's, I worry. I worry for Malta, but I guess I'm also excited equally for France. What a crazy finish to Group C.
Yeah, crazy is the right word. This has been beyond crazy cricket. We've got 2 balls left. Belgium need 3 runs. Seafat's come to the crease. Sakil's still there on 24.
All right, so 3 off 2. How about the actual game here? Belgium, 3 to win, 2 to come. Hits there.
That's 2.
They might as well try for 2 here. It's a clean pickup. They're going to go for it, and it's going to be a run out. So it's going to be 1 and run out. Zakil won't face another ball in this game, I don't think. And so that'll make it 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win off the last ball.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's 1 run, though. So what if they do hit this for 6, Vinny?
Okay, gone from one spreadsheet to another. Let's have a
you
look.
keep going on a spreadsheet.
So that makes it 83. So 89 off 60. I think France sneak in by 0.04. I think Malta is sunk. But there's other things that could happen, right? There could be a wide. There could be extras. There's lots of scenarios.
It could be a golden ball still. Vinny,
Yeah.
it's your game on the golden ball sweepstakes.
Yeah, in the background, that's true.
This has been the longest day ever, and it's getting longer. There is so much happening here. What a game. Action Jackson gets the run out. Everyone's watching in
And
the
now
fan
started
zone.
to rain for the first time in 2 months.
It's raining. Call it off. Get off the field. It's raining. This is a crazy game of cricket. It is raining, Vinny. It's coming in hard. Get the laptops covered.
Oh, no.
And it's actually coming in ridiculously.
We're getting a shower now, and the umpires won't
won't come off.
You've got 1 ball here.
No way. Who wins on Duckworth? Get that spreadsheet out.
There's too much going on, and we've got no cover. Pull the table
laptop.
back. Careful of all the stuff.
No. The laptop.
Oh, no. This is, I can't use my computer if it's underwater.
If anyone
And
can
the-
get
of
to
all
us,
the-
please
of
get
all
to the
the-
commentary
of all
box. We
the
have water
times-
coming in sideways.
For all the times for the wind to come in, it's coming
This
straight
is
in our
not good.
faces.
Why
What
is it raining?
happening?
1
to
ball.
tie, 2 to win.
What is happening? It is pouring all of a sudden.
What happened?
It's the greatest game of cricket in history.
Oh, no, save
everything
me.
is really wet.
Yeah, the
We've got
bed's
7
so wet.
laptops up here.
All right, here we go. Last ball. Who is that? Swakas Raja's out there. I can tell you that much.
Here we go.
1 to tie, 2 to win. Misses. Will they get there? They might. They will. Or will they? It's a golden. They're going to go for 2. No, there's no need
It's
for
a golden ball, Vinny.
We got
It's
a golden ball.
golden
finish.
ball. Yes.
golden
France
ball
don't realise,
finish.
but France are going to go through.
Yeah,
And it's raining everywhere.
through.
It's raining cats and dogs.
Get out
It's
here.
absolutely pouring down.
Look at my jacket. It's going down. Computer's going away. I think that France is sunk here. I think Malta's sunk here.
It's a golden ball, but it might be a washed out golden ball.
In which case they get a point each, but I don't think it'll be washed out. I think they'll play it.
What is going on? My phone is drenched.
What is going on? Yeah, hey, save that tablet. We know who the players are by now.
It is. Okay, we're getting
Save the
absolute-
equipment. Save the
Oh,
equipment. Well, in the rain,
It's a
it
pouring.
didn't rain for 79.5 overs today. And well, I couldn't believe that it would come in here. Golden ball time. I've just made a killing.
This is the
Here we
craziest
go.
game ever.
We can't see
You've
the
just
chat.
won the sweepstakes. How have you done that? Oh, Malta, we think are going home. France don't realise yet, but they'll be pumped up. It's pouring rain in Cartama.
Unbelievable.
There's
scenes.
lightning over the top. And the umpires will stick it out for the golden ball.
Okay, here's what a golden ball is. We've just got our first international golden ball ever.
Yeah,
Our first
okay.
international golden ball ever. So if this is a 2 or more, then Belgium will win the game. If
Okay,
it's
and
less.
anyone that's not out can face.
Yeah.
Sabah Zakil is going to face.
100%.
Amjad, the captain, said he's going to
raining
bowl.
so
It is
hard
pouring down.
All right,
It
here
is
we
the
go.
wettest ball in history.
This has never happened either. We've never had a washout.
Things
on a
are
golden
flying
ball.
everywhere. There could be a tornado near the field. Oh my word. Things are
What's on
going
here?
everywhere.
This is the most dramatic finish to a cricket day you could ever believe. So look, a 1 isn't good enough for Belgium. Again, they're just playing for the win
Bowl
here.
the ball. I'm getting drenched.
Golden ball 36 on the way.
Here we go.
Everyone's getting wet. It's Zakil facing Amjad. Hits it, I think, for 6, and Belgium win on a golden ball. The first international golden ball goes to Belgium, but I think both teams celebrate here because I think France win. France win the 4th spot.
France don't realise it, but France are going to go through, and it's a monsoon. Players are laying down on the ground.
Oh my word.
Players are on the ground. They don't realise, but I think France are going to go
I
through.
think you're right, and it's
They
absolutely
don't know.
coming in our faces. Now, France think they might be gone, but I'm telling you that those runs don't count because golden balls don't count for net run rate calculations. So even though Zakil smoked the golden ball for 6,
So that 6 doesn't matter.
We are getting absolutely drenched here in the commentary position. But what a time
Take
it
me,
is.
universe.
We have
I've
been-
seen enough. Take me.
What a crazy finish today. High drama. You'll only ever see this on the European Cricket Network.
France don't realise they're through. France are
We've lost
basically
several
crying.
other cameras. I'm just trying to put everything away because in one of the most dramatic days most dramatic finishes you ever imagine in the driving rain.
It's the worst day of his life.
Malta right now, well, the Sunset Beach, the bar sale's going to be up 17%. So I think we're going to have to say goodbye to Malta. And
The power cords are
right
getting
now,
absolutely...
we are... All right, I'm
Cut
rushing.
it.
Hey, somebody... We might as well roll this for a bit more, but I am scrambling. Sorry I can't see the chat anymore, but this is an absolute crazy finish. France, they probably have no
Alistair
idea.
Priddle's got his shirt off. I knew he'd take it off.
Wow.
If you can see it, it is crazy at the end. People are holding everything. There's Alistair. I knew he'd take his shirt off soon enough. It's all happening here at Cartama Oval.
Unbelievable scenes to finish the day. And, well, in driving rain that came with the ball to go, and, well,
Hold
what
on.
can you say?
Where are the French boys? Has someone told them?
I mean, it's not official yet, but I think that if it went to a golden ball, they've done enough to improve their net run rate.
Well, I want the camera on them because we could see a huge celebration. They might not know.
A lot of the cameras have been knocked out by the weather in that last ball.
It is pouring. Oh, no. Everything's wet, Vinny. I
This-
am saturated.
The fact that the wind went every direction today, and then when the rain came straight in our face, we've got no protection, is an unbelievable thing. Rico, you picked a good day off, my friend, and everyone's
there's
hiding in
France.
the tents
So-
now.
Oh, well, it's a lock-in. No one will be leaving Cartama Oval. It is monsoonal weather here.
If you want... If you want an advertisement for why ECN cricket is the craziest cricket in the world, just look at these scenes. It hasn't rained for 6 months, but the rain's here, and I think that the sun has set on Malta. Confirmation to come. Let's have a look at the finish to this game.
Yeah, I'll
the
do
finish of
this.
the
You
day.
get those cords away quickly, Vinny. It was a crazy game of cricket as Belgium were playing within themselves. Wickets were falling everywhere, and unfortunately, it was all France at the start. Manib Mohammed played a few nice shots. He had a little bit of luck as the rain continues to pour into the commentary box. An absolute...
I don't really want to touch that stuff. Well, and have a look at this. Then there's that stumpy of Manib.
Oh no.
Yeah, and yeah, you see here, well, I can't really give you too much info except what you see on the screen. But yeah, it's a crazy, crazy finish. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, and we still were waiting for confirmation. Just take a look at the highlights while we protect the equipment. And it was a good game of cricket overall. Both teams had everything on the line. France took it so deep. I still don't think they know.
No.
They were so upset, but they have done the impossible. We think they're through. And when they get told, it will be a burst of emotion. What an evening. And this was a big moment. The miss for 4, and we thought, have they let them down? There was heartbreak everywhere.
I remember
Rahimi.
drop 6. Remember the drop 6? That was crazy. Rahimi came out, and look, although he's able to move it along a little bit, and we thought that run out to kill would never actually face again during the 10 overs. And then that was the one they think of a second, they say, no, it's not worth the run out. We had the golden ball. That was when it just started to pour down, and it still is. I've never been so wet in the commentary box as I am right now. We got nowhere to go.
Everything's wet.
France, I mean, he's distraught there.
They think
I
they think they're out, but we think they're in. Do the 6 runs count to net
no,
run rate?
no golden balls don't count for net run rate calculations. So as the rain drives into the commentary
It's
box
coming
here.
inside. And wait, there's the table. There's the table, boys. France are through. They're
Malta.
through. Oh, please, I want to get a camera on them. The French have done it. The
So-
plucky French.
We can tell you now. We can confirm.
Wow, they have lost by the narrowest of margins. Every permutation we could have come up with, and the thing we didn't think about was the pouring rain.
No one prepared for the golden ball, but nobody prepared for the rain. Have a look at that. So it's a kill. I mean, it's a very rare win-win situation for these two teams because Belgium get a golden ball win, and France, they make it by, what was that, about 0.1 0.1 on net run rate because of that amazing finish.
How's Malta feeling?
3 for 8, Mungal.
How dare the captain
Mungal.
not give the ball to Mangel?
Yes, I just realised that. Doesn't matter though. It didn't actually matter what happened to the golden ball. We have sideways rain coming in right now. Yeah, so it's golden ball 36, our first international golden ball, and it is it's Belgium that win it with a 6 from Zakil.
Absolutely saturated.
Well, have a look at that. They just realised that they made it.
just realised.
And they're drier than us. That's the worst thing about it. So the rain came, and look, we talked about the rain.
That's amazing scenes. They've done it. After heartbreak.
We talked about the, look at us. We talked about the rain. Look at your hair as well. Yeah, we talked about the rain being relevant if you finish first or second. I mean, that's true, right? Because who knows what it'll be tomorrow. I can't imagine this will stick around. You have to excuse me, I'm a bit emotional. But yeah, I mean, Malta, now we have to say that Malta aren't going to be through, and that's, I mean, huge turnaround. You couldn't believe it. Malta, they'll come back, they'll rue the fact, for example, that they blew that 147 on day one. They'll have plenty of time to think about it. But yeah, right now, as I just make sure I have everything turned off here. Look, we are going to have to go quickly because we've just had a sideways shower come in, and this is the drama that ECN brings. Commiserations to Malta, though. I know they'll be so disappointed. But you know, France, they played their way into the finals, and they'll just have a feeling that anything's possible. Anyway, I just want to say a quick thanks to everyone here, especially Spring Productions, who have their hands full right now, but also the Blue Crew. To all the spectators that came today. Finals Friday is tomorrow, Peacock Friday as well. Rico, I hope you enjoyed your day off. He probably got wet by taking a swim. We're getting wet right now with this evening shower. Go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check us out on social media at European Cricket. But for now, this is ECN Cricket at its best. It is drama with a capital D. In fact, put it in all caps right now. This is a very wet Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu along with Corey Ruckers on behalf of the whole ECN team. Join us tomorrow. You really do want to, because it will start 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 instead of Europe, 3 p.m. in India. It will be finals day. It's on the way. You do not want to miss what happens. We'll see who joins Spain, the Netherlands 11, and England 11, of course, in Championship Week. But from us, it's hasta mañana. Have a happy, safe night. And to all of you affected by weather events around the world as well, our thoughts are with you. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Good night, guys.